Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2181 to Chapter 2229. Wake up. Time to go. Angor patted Dankros' face with Hand of Spell. In the end, Dankros accepted reality. However, his expression was clearly absent-minded and dejected. Sigh. Let's go. Dankros let out a long sigh, shook off the bean sprout who had fallen asleep again, and jumped into the lava lake in frustration. Angor did not jump in right away. His body was only strong enough to stay in the lava for a short time. He would definitely get hurt if he tried to merge with the lava completely. He summoned Elmi and had him form a shadow shield that isolated the high temperature and poisonous flames. Only then did he jump into the lava lake with Dankros. The first thing they saw after entering the lava lake was a bright orange light. They were surrounded by thick lava, so they could not see with their eyes. They could only use their energy vision to observe the surroundings. However, the temperature outside was more than 1,000 degrees. Even spirit feelers that reached out were burned a little bit. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Angor considered. With Elmi's shadow barrier and Dankros' guide, they should be fine. He retracted some of his spirit feelers and kept them near the shadow barrier to avoid any nearby threats. During their descent, Angor used his spirit feelers to sense the energy waves of many fire creatures. However, just like the outside world, no one dared to approach them except for Dankros' minions. Speaking of Dankros' minions, Angor finally saw how powerful Dankros' minions were. They had only swum a short distance of a few hundred meters, and more than 10 flame spirits had already surrounded their boss. Although Dankros kept hinting that it was busy and should not block the way, the next wave came not long after this wave left. Angor and Toby were both surprised by the number of minions. Dankros was a little annoyed to see so many minions coming, so he simply went into Elmi's shadow barrier. Dankros felt a chill as soon as he entered the barrier. Is this the aura of Frost Yether? Dankros turned his head around in confusion. Angor grumbled, "Don't talk about Frost Yether every time. It's just a little bit of ice element released by Elmi. It's keeping the temperature inside the barrier down." Why lower the temperature? Dankros was confused again. I hate it the most. Isn't the temperature just right? Do you think humans are the same as fire creatures? Angor spent some time explaining the difference between elementals and humans. Dankros nodded as if he had understood something. Then, he asked, "Sir, is the Elmi you're talking about the wildcat that bloomed previously? Why can it use fire and ice elements?" Angor really did not want to answer the questions. One after another. At this moment, another group of fire elemental sprites swam over. It was obvious that they were Dankros' underlings. Dankros waved at them from behind the barrier and asked them to leave. "Mr. Pat, you haven't answered my question yet." Angor gave Dankros a meaningful look. "It's related to Elmi's secret. I can't just answer it." Dankros' eyes dimmed a little. "But if you can tell me how many minions you have, I can tell you some secrets." "How many minions do I have?" Dankros felt dizzy as he saw a lot of numbers floating in front of his eyes. He could not figure out which one was real. I think there are hundreds of them." "Hundreds of minions?" Angor's eyes widened. "Elemental spirits?" "Most of them are imps. But there are also some adult elementals." Dankros nodded. "Why do you ask, Mr. Pat?" "Nothing. I'm just curious." When Angor heard that Dankros had hundreds of minions, he immediately thought that there might be some suitable elemental companions among them. If he could trick Dankros into leaving, he would have completed half of his mission. However, he knew that he could not rush it. He had to wait until he heard from Feng before he could do anything. "Can you take me to see your minions if you have the chance?" Angor calmed himself down and pretended that he did not mean it. Dankros did not doubt Angor's words. Dankros was proud of the fact that he had many followers. Since Angor was curious about his followers, he did not reject Angor's request. Maybe he could show off his power in front of Kalamonkey's descendants. Angor's expression softened a little after receiving Dankros' permission. He also told Dankros some information about Elmi. When Dankros found out about Elmi's ability, which allowed it to possess almost all elemental forms, he was also shocked. He looked at Elmi with the same gaze as he looked at Toby, with more respect. Before Dankros could ask more about Elmi, the lava outside suddenly became turbulent as if a great force was pushing waves toward them. The shadow shield formed by Elmi also flashed with a few red lights at this time. Inside the barrier, Blue Lantern sent a telepathic message to Angor. A giant elemental creature was approaching. He reached out his spirit feelers and saw a giant lava whale about the size of an island slowly approaching them from 100 meters away. It was the lava whale that fought against Elmi earlier. It was called Guleda. At this time, Dankros also felt the fluctuations in the outside world. He leaped out of the shadow shield and flew to the side of the giant lava whale like a sharp arrow. The lava whale stopped and seemed to be communicating with Dankros. After a while, the giant lava whale gazed deeply in the direction of the eye mask with its eyes that were made of black flames. Then, it turned around and swam to the other side. Dankros also returned to the barrier. It's Guleda. Just like Phoenix, it's here to look for Master Elmi. Dankros said, I told it that I was going to take you to see Teacher Magoo, and it left. Why is Guleda looking for Elmi? I don't know. Maybe for a fight? But it doesn't seem like it. Phoenix's body burns with a special flame of war. He's passionate about fighting, but I've never heard of Guleda being fond of fighting. Dankros was confused as well. However, Guleda did look aggressive just now, which was why Dankros went to persuade it. Luckily, Guleda was a reasonable person. Angor listened to Dankros' explanation and did not ask further. Through his spirit feelers, he saw Guleda looking at him before leaving. Somehow, Guleda didn't seem to want to fight at all. Angor couldn't figure it out, so he put it aside for now. How far is this place from Teacher Magoo that you mentioned? After diving for another 500 meters, he noticed that the tentacles around him were getting denser and denser. From what he could see tens of thousands of tentacles hidden in the lava, which meant he wasn't far from his destination. That was why he asked this question. Dankros flew out of the shadow barrier and circled around for a while before returning to the shadow barrier. It's down there. After diving for another 100 meters, Angor finally saw the bottom of the lava lake. A large number of elemental creatures were swimming around in a large basin. He even saw the giant tortoise he saw at the lava lake. However, even though the tortoise was bigger than Guleda, it was still much smaller compared to Magoo's body. This was because Magoo's body had completely occupied the endless basin. All elemental creatures actually lived on Magoo's body. Magoo's true form looked like a giant red jelly. However, it was a red jelly with a lot of tentacles growing on it. Thanks to the jelly, he could tell that this was Magoo's real body. They slowly landed on the surface of the basin. As soon as they touched the ground, he felt a soft ripple coming from the ground. The ground felt soft and light to his feet. It felt more like jelly. That's Professor Magoo. Dankros pointed at the ground and said. Angor pondered for a moment. Isn't it inappropriate for us to step on Mr. Magoo's body like this? Dankros used the red jelly ground as a trampoline. After jumping a few times, he asked in confusion, why is it not good? Isn't it disrespectful? Why would it be disrespectful? Professor Magoo likes us to live on his body too. Dankros still didn't understand Angor's meaning. Angor didn't say anything. He knew this was a difference in values. At this moment, an aged voice echoed in their ears, guest, welcome to my place. The familiar voice reminded Angor that it was Magoo's teacher. Dan Gross, bring the guests to my place. Let's go to the classroom. After he finished speaking, the red jelly under their feet slowly opened up. Angor could clearly see a long staircase inside the opening. He didn't know where it led to. Dankros hopped onto the stairs. Angor hesitated for a moment before following him into the hall. As soon as he stepped inside, Angor felt the pressure from the lava disappearing without a trace. There was no lava in the tunnel. Even the temperature of the flames was lowered. Is this inside Mr. Magoo's body? Angor asked curiously. Before Dankros could answer, Magoo's voice came from the tunnel. Yes. This path leads to my elemental core. It sounded like Magoo was answering Angor's question, but there was no need for him to mention the elemental core at the end of the tunnel. The core was the most important thing for any elemental creature. but he still did it. In Angwar's opinion, it was a friendly gesture. Magoo noticed Angwar's hesitation when entering the tunnel. It was probably due to distrust, so he voluntarily told Angwar the location of the elemental core to appease Angwar's distress. Magoo might not be telling the truth, but it still improved Angwar's impression of him a lot. As they walked down the long tunnel, Angwar saw many rooms along the way. Most of them were occupied by elemental creatures. Some of them even leaned on the windows and chatted with Dankros. There were also elemental creatures walking through the tunnel, which gave Angwar the illusion that they weren't inside Magoo's body. Instead, they were in a lively residential area. After turning left and right, Dankros brought Angwar to a door. "Is this the classroom Mr. Magoo mentioned?" Angwar looked at the door made of unknown flames and asked curiously. Dankros shook his head. "No. This is my secret base." "Your secret base?" Angwar looked at Dankros in confusion. Didn't he say he was going to see Magoo? Why did he come here? Soon, Angwar got his answer. Dankros pushed open the door and dawdled inside for a while. Then, he took out a flower surrounded by dark green flames. Angwar's eyes glowed when he saw the flower. Using Narda's vision, he immediately obtained information about the flower. Ancient emerald flame. It was called flame, but it wasn't actually a flame. It was a type of magical plant that bloomed in an area rich in fire energy. The ancient emerald flame could be used to make intermediate or advanced potions, while the emerald flame could be used in tooling. It was a top-level flame neutralizer. The ancient emerald flame was very rare in the outside world. Angwar once tried to buy it as a neutralizer, but he failed. He didn't expect to find one here. Dankros carefully took the ancient emerald flame out of his secret base and presented it to Angwar. "For me?" Angwar asked. Dankros quickly jumped away and waved his index finger. "This is my gift to the ancestors of Calamonkeys." Angwar slowly pulled his hand back. Dankros looked at Toby with an affectionate gaze. Toby jumped down from Angwar's head and circled around the ancient emerald flame. Dankros excitedly presented the flower to Angwar. Toby didn't want to accept it at first, but he sensed that Angwar wanted the flower. Toby hesitated and slowly accepted it. He then chirped at Dankros to express his gratitude. When Dankros saw that Toby had accepted the challenge, he excitedly shouted a few times and praised Calamonkeys with all sorts of words. Angwar could tell that Dankros came all the way to the secret base to give Toby the flower to gain Toby's approval. Angwar had no idea what Toby's approval was. After this small interlude, Dankros continued to act as a guide. He praised them excitedly as he led them to the classroom where Magoo was. Since Toby accepted Dankros' gift, he could no longer show his displeasure. However, he still ignored the bird's flattery and only responded with a few chirps from time to time. Still, these chirps were enough to excite Dankros. Actually, Dankros did not understand what Toby was chirping, but every time Toby chirped, Dankros would praise him even more profusely. Just like that, a severed arm and a seabird talked for 10 whole minutes without any translation. Dankros finally stopped his chattering when they arrived at a red arched door. "This is the classroom," Dankros said as he pointed forward. Angwar stood still and looked at the arched door. The door was open, and Angwar could see several rows of black stone chairs and desks inside. "It really is a classroom." Angwar was a little surprised. He thought he misunderstood and thought the classroom was a small room where Magoo and Dankros taught one-on-one. But he did not expect this classroom to be similar to a classroom in a human academy. So, Magoo's body was not only a collection of residential areas but also a school. Was Magoo modifying his body into a city of elemental creatures? Angwar followed Dankros into the classroom with a confused look on his face. Angwar had a rough idea of what was inside the classroom from the outside. After entering the classroom, he noticed two details that he missed from the outside. First, the lights in the classroom. The classroom was spacious, about the size of a prayer hall in a normal church. However, the ceiling of the classroom was very high. It was at least 30 meters high. There was a giant orange fireball at the top of the ceiling, which served as the classroom's light. Angwar noticed the light because he could feel the strong elemental energy coming from the light. It was the strongest elemental energy he sensed when he entered Magoo's body. If he was not mistaken, this light was the elemental core Magoo mentioned in his voice transmission. Using an elemental core as a light? Angor wondered if Magoo did it on purpose or was careless. Apart from the light, the second thing that caught Angor's attention was something at the front of the classroom. The classroom was not empty. In the front few rows of seats, there was an extremely tall student sitting there. When he saw the classroom from the outside, he was already prepared for the arrival of a student. However, he was still surprised because this student was different from what he expected. This student was not a flame life form, but a stone man formed from a large number of stones. In other words, this was an earth-type life form. This was the first non-fire elemental creature he saw in this area. Dankros noticed Angor's gaze and explained, "This is Inba from Wildstone Waste, Professor Magoo's student. It can make a lot of stones. The tables and chairs in the classroom are made by it." "Are they students from other places?" Angor asked. "International students?" Dankros pondered over the words. He could understand what they meant, but he did not know why they were made up like that. "Well, you can say that. I'm an international student." Imba also heard Dankros and Angor's conversation. It quickly turned its stone head around and looked behind. Imba first looked at Angor with a puzzled expression before he turned back to Dankros. "I'll say it again. Don't put little in front of my name. I'm Inba, not Inba." Dankros ignored Inba and explained to Angor, "There are 2 international students from Wildstone Waste. They're brothers, and they're both called Inba." To avoid confusion, they added big and little in front of their names. Big Inba is 3 times bigger than Little Inba, so it's called Big Inba, while this one is called Little Inba. Little Inba spoke angrily, "You can call my brother Big Inba, but you can't call me Little Inba. I'm Inba. I'm not Little Inba." Dankros humped and turned away. He did not care about Little Inba's protest. Little Inba retorted, "I'm still dozens of times bigger than you." Dankros retorted, "I just haven't grown up yet. When I become mature, I'll become as big as my ancestor." Little Inba retorted, "But Calamonkeys didn't have hands like yours. No matter how big you become, you won't turn into him. Instead, you'll probably become this human beside you." Little Inba's words hit Dankros' sore spot. As the descendant of Calamonkeys, Inba hated it when people said he did not look like Calamonkeys. Dankros rushed to Little Inba and scratched it with all his might. However, Little Inba's body was made of stone. It did not hurt at all. "You know I'm a human? You've seen a human before?" Angor looked at Little Inba. Little Inba replied, "No, I haven't. But Professor Magoo told me about how a human looks like you." Dankros, who was still scratching, stopped at this moment. "Did Teacher Magoo mention humans?" Little Inba grumbled, "Of course he did. You were too busy playing to listen." Little Inba stood up and pushed Dankros away. "You're here to see Professor Magoo, aren't you? He even asked me to tidy up the classroom. Since you're already here, I'll take my leave." Little Inba glanced at Angor several times before leaving. It seemed to be curious about the human's appearance. Dankros glared at Little Inba and muttered, "Next time, I'll gather all my minions and beat you up. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again." Even though Little Inba had already walked out of the classroom, its voice could still be heard. "I heard that Duroche is about to gain sentience. Without its help, you won't even be able to break my skin. Let's see who's going to beat who up then." Little Inba's words hit Dankros' sore spot again. Dankros jumped up and down angrily in the classroom, but Little Inba had already left. Finally, Dankros' anger calmed down a little. Angor asked, "You mean there are many foreign students in the classroom?" Dankros was still angry and did not want to talk. But since Toby was there, it had to answer, "No. Only Big Inba and Little Inba are foreign students." "Why?" "Because Wildstone Wasteland is our ally. That's why they sent their foreign students here. The other regions either ignore us or don't want to deal with us, so they don't come. They also have their own wise men, but I don't think those wise men are as smart as Professor Magoo." Angor nodded as if he understood something. There was no concept of a country here, but there was the concept of ethnic groups. Between different races, there were definitely different standpoints. Angor was still surprised. He thought the elemental creatures were more like tribes, which were very primitive. But now, it seemed that they had their own civilization and way of living. The existence of this classroom might represent a small part of the civilization of the fire creatures. But this classroom was too similar to an academy in the outside world. Angor guessed that Professor Magoo had been to the outside world before. Speaking of which, why didn't Mr. Magoo show up? Angor looked at the empty classroom and wondered. Dankros hesitated for a moment and said, "Could it be that he's asleep?" Dankros did not care whether his guess was correct or not. He opened his mouth and shouted with all his might, "Professor Magoo! Professor Magoo! Are you there?" After shouting for about 3 minutes, they heard someone coughing. "Stop shouting. I'm here." Angor looked back and saw an old man with a red beard wearing a red robe and holding a walking stick coming in from the arched door not far away. The newcomer looked like a human, but if one looked closely, they would discover that the red beard of the newcomer was actually a blazing flame. The old man's walking stick was also a red, translucent flame. Even the red robe he was wearing hid the jumping flames. Also, although it looked like the old man was walking, his feet were actually fused with the ground. This was not a human. It was not even the old man's real body. It was just the shape of a flame. It was the master of this lava lake and Dankros' teacher, Magoo. Magoo slowly entered the classroom with the help of his walking stick. Dankros quickly jumped down from his desk and hopped to Magoo's side. He grabbed Magoo's flaming beard and swung it around. Magoo looked at Dankros with a smile and did not stop him. He looked like a kind elder. "Professor Magoo, what took you so long? Did you fall asleep again?" Dankros asked while swinging around. Magoo's expression froze. "What do you mean by fell asleep?" "I just took a small nap." "Isn't that just falling asleep?" "Nonsense. A nap is a nap. How can you say that I fell asleep?" Magoo picked up Dankros and spoke in a serious tone. Okay, it's a nap." Dankros nodded along with Magoo, but his eyes were still wandering. He did not believe it. Magoo did not care whether Dankros was being sincere or not. He put Dankros aside and looked at Angor. "You're the human His Highness mentioned, right? Did the new king tell you about me?" Angor asked. "Not everything. He just told me through the flame that you have a question for me." Magoo looked at Dankros again. "Did you hear that? I wasn't just resting. I also received His Highness' message." Dankros curled his lips. He naturally did not like being called His Highness. Magoo asked Angor to sit down. He then glanced at Toby with an inquisitive look. Angor patted Toby's shoulder. Toby understood Angor's intention and flew down from the bird's head. The bird quickly transformed into a giant griffin. Toby shook the mane on his neck, and a large amount of fire was thrown out. The fire did not set the air on fire. Instead, it melted into the ground and disappeared. Toby circled around in the air and slowly landed beside Angor, where it lay down quietly. Dankros looked at Toby's body that was filled with power, and flames of desire erupted in its eyes. It tried to get closer to Toby, and Toby did not refuse. However, when Dankros wanted to grab Toby's fur, Toby pressed it under its paws. Dankros did not struggle at all. Instead, he let out a satisfied grunt. Angor did not know what to say. Magoo used a complicated gaze to size up Toby. There was both nostalgia and regret in his eyes. After a long while, he said, as expected, "You are a descendant of Calamonkeys. It's just that there is a tyrannical aura in the flames, but its emotions are very calm. This is somewhat contrary to the feeling the flames give me." Angor chuckled. "Toby's flame is fury." In other words, Toby's griffin form was fury. However, Angor did not want to reveal the secret of Toby's transformation. It was better to let these elemental creatures think that Toby was a descendant of Calamonkeys rather than explaining that Toby's griffin form was just one of Toby's transformations. Fire of fury, huh? It's not rare among the fire creatures in the fire domain. But Calamonkey's flame is the flame of life and death. It's a flame that seeks balance against all things, Magoo explained. Well, Caramonchus is different from Toby. Magoo nodded. You're right. Magoo looked at Toby with an affectionate look. Angor noticed it too. He remembered Midir saying that Magoo and Calamonkeys were close friends. Mr. Magoo, can we talk about Calamonkeys? Magoo considered and nodded. I'll tell you even if you don't ask. Toby is a descendant of Calamonkeys. Maybe one day, Toby will bring the news of Calamonkeys to his true descendant. When Linley mentioned the real descendant, Dankros, who was pressed under Toby's claws, struggled for a moment as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, Toby pressed him down even harder, and he swallowed his words. The main theme of Calamonkey's story is to protect and wait. Magoo remained silent for a long time. Angor thought Magoo was trying to recall something, so he waited for 2 minutes. But what he got was, zzzzzzzzz. Angor looked up and saw Magoo sitting on a chair with both hands on his walking stick. His head was leaning against the stick, and he was snoring loudly with his eyes closed. Angor's lips twitched as he looked at Toby. Toby lifted his head and let out a furious roar, which sent flames all the way to the ceiling. The loud noise woke Magoo up from his slumber. He looked around in confusion. Ahem, I was just recalling something. Do you believe me? Magoo stroked his flaming beard. Of course. Angor nodded with a smile. He didn't expose Magoo's lie. Magoo looked away. Shall we continue? Please. Magoo nodded. Calamonkeys had the fairest flame of life and death. Because of this, his master, Mr. Feng, left him in the tidal realm as a hub to ensure equality between all races. Mr. Feng? Angor looked at Magoo. You mean the savior? Magoo nodded. Angor didn't interrupt him and asked Magoo to continue. He already heard the story of Caramonkeys from Demon Fire Midir. Now, Magoo was going to fill in all the details. Caramonkey's experience in the tidal realm could be summed up in 2 words, protection and waiting. The so-called protection referred to the fact that after the tidal realm experienced a world calamity, Calamonkeys, as the savior left behind by the savior, helped the elemental creatures of various regions rebuild their civilizations and protected the peace of the tidal realm. It could be said that Calamonkeys had single-handedly brought the entire tidal realm back on the right track from its abyss. This was Caramonkey's protection. In Magoo's opinion, Caramonkeys was the guardian of all elemental creatures in the tidal realm. However, Angor believed that Caramonkeys was not only protecting elemental creatures. Do you know anything about humans, Mr. Magoo? Angor looked at Magoo. I've never met them before, but I learned a lot about them from Caramonkeys. Magoo looked at Angor quietly. He knew that Angor must have a reason for asking such a question. Mr. Magoo, you should know that humans don't only have people like Mr. Feng the Savior. There are also many greedy people. In fact, most of the wizarding world is filled with greedy people. Angor paused. And elemental creatures can arouse the greed of humans. Dangros, who was still under Toby's foot, looked at Angor in a daze. Magoo, on the other hand, didn't change his expression. I know. Since you know, Mr. Magoo, you should know that Caramonkeys is not only protecting the elemental creatures, but also protecting this world. If Feng and Caramonkeys didn't exist back then, the humans who entered the tidal realm would probably be so excited that they would take all the elemental creatures they could find. By then, the tidal realm would become a barren, dead world. But now, Caramonkeys guided the tidal realm back to the right path. Not only did it protect the elemental creatures, but it also protected the elemental civilization and this world. When the gate to the tidal realm was opened again, even if the elemental creatures still couldn't resist the invasion of the wizarding world, the thriving elemental civilization would create a new life for the tidal realm. At that time, even if a powerful magus were to descend, they would not want to destroy such a civilization. It wasn't that they couldn't. It was better to keep a world where they could steadily gain elemental companions than to destroy it. If the elemental creatures were a little more powerful, the adepts might not even think about forcefully abducting elemental creatures as their companions. Instead, they would use a more equal and gentler method to negotiate with the lords of the various regions, slowly gaining the trust of the elemental creatures, and thus gaining elemental companions. Perhaps, the reason why Feng had concealed the existence of the tidal realm was because he wanted to create such an ecosystem to prevent a world from withering away. At the same time, he also wanted to prevent a pond from catching all the fish. And Karamonkeys was slowly guiding the tidal realm to develop into such a world. The tidal realm couldn't stay hidden forever. Someone else would eventually find out that it had merged with the wizarding world, even if it wasn't Angor. When that happened, the tidal realm would have to face the ferocious threat of the wizarding world. What would the elemental creatures do then? If Karamonkeys didn't exist, the tidal realm would have to face extinction. But now, they had more options. Angor chose his words carefully. He didn't tell Dankos everything, but Dankos' hands were already trembling. He didn't think humans could be so terrifying. Magoo was also surprised by Angor's words. He thought about how Kalamonkeys once described the wizarding world, and he knew that Angor was right. "Aren't you afraid I'll make you stay?" Magoo's eyes glinted. Angor didn't answer Magoo's question. "You'll have to face humans one day, won't you?" Magoo sighed helplessly and fell into silence. "Then can we not let them in?" Dankos asked. "I learned about the calamity from Karamonkeys," Magoo said slowly. "Although it's a disaster for us, it's actually saving the world." After the calamity, the door was opened. Once the door was opened, it would never be closed again. Unless the world was destroyed. Magoo sighed again. Mr. Pad is right. We'll have to face this choice eventually. I'll repeat your words to Her Highness later. You don't mind, do you? Angor nodded. The tidal realm couldn't be hidden forever. It would welcome other humans in the future. It was better to think about it now than to face it head-on. After this topic was brought up, the classroom fell into silence. He knew that this might cause some dissatisfaction, but he still did it anyway. For one thing, he had the ability to protect himself. For another, as long as the elemental creatures stopped thinking that saviors are different from other humans and learned about the human situation, they would consider this matter as well. Telling them in advance might cause some hostility, but it would also earn him some trust from a wise man like Magoo. And it was true. The air was still filled with silence, but Magoo was no longer looking at Angor with the same distant look he used to have. Your Highness, you can think about these troublesome things yourself. Let's continue. We talked about Karamonkey's protection. Now, let's talk about waiting. Speaking of which, waiting has something to do with what you said, Mr. Magoo broke the silence. When Angor and Dankos were still trying to focus, Magoo spoke again. Zzzzzzzzz. Angor and Dankos looked at each other and sighed deeply. However, this unexpected development eased the heavy atmosphere a little. Magoo woke up from his sleep again. He yawned and continued talking about Karamonkeys. Waiting. When Angor heard the word waiting, he thought Karamonkeys was waiting for Fong. After all, Fong had left Kalamonkeys in the tidal realm and did not care about him. It sounded very irresponsible. But to Angor's surprise, Karamonkeys wasn't waiting for Fong. It was an unknown entity. Karamonkeys once told me that he was sent here by Mr. Fong to calm the chaos after the disaster. But in fact, he chose to stay because he didn't have much time left. Besides, he couldn't keep up with Mr. Feng's pace at that time. In order to not make Mr. Feng sad and become a burden, Karamonkeys chose to stay in the tidal realm. Apart from calming the chaos and protecting the elemental creatures that I mentioned earlier, the main reason it stayed in the tidal realm is because Mr. Feng gave it another mission. At this point, Magoo said slowly, it's waiting for a successor. Someone else? Who is it? Angor was puzzled. Magoo shook his head. I don't know. Neither does Karamonkeys. Angor was a little surprised by Magoo's answer. Karamonkeys once said that Mr. Feng told him that someone would come to the tidal realm in the future, and that someone was the one Karamonkeys was waiting for. Magoo sighed. Unfortunately, Karamonkeys stayed in the tidal realm for 300 years. When he reached the end of his lifespan, the person he was waiting for never showed up. So Karamonkeys was waiting for him in the fire zone? Magoo nodded. Yes. That's where he died. Angor suddenly had a strange feeling. It was a very familiar feeling. He felt the same way when he was in the Abyss Plane. At this moment, Dangro suddenly said, is the ancestor waiting for the latecomer here? Did he know that someone else would come to our world? Dangro struggled to free himself from Toby's claws and looked at Angor. So, Mr. Pat came to our world first? Is he waiting for you, Mr. Pat? Magoo also looked at Angor. He already had an idea. Was Angor the person? Magoo wasn't sure whether Caramonkeys was waiting for Angor or not, but no one ever showed up after all these years. Angor was the first outsider to show up. Angor considered. I don't know. This is my first time hearing about Caramonkeys. But I know Mr. Feng. He's a very famous wizard in the outside world. Almost everyone in the southern wizarding region knows about him. Although Angor said so, he was actually leaning toward Dankro's theory. He might really be the person Caramonkeys was waiting for. Just like in the Abyss Plane, everything he did was part of Feng's plan. Later, Feng left an Aga secret key to Adirklas, who in turn gave it to Angor. Angor also thought about the message Feng left at the entrance, which said that there was a treasure here and that a key was needed to open it. Angor didn't have any proof, but his instinct told him that the key was the key to the treasure. And now, he felt like he had fallen into Feng's trap again. Since he was already part of the trap, it was highly possible that he was the person Caramonkeys was waiting for. Why would Caramonkeys wait for someone else to come? Mr. Feng, I don't think you just wanted to wait. You must have something else to tell it, right? Magoo shrugged. I asked Caramonkeys the same question, but he didn't tell me. Angor stared at Magoo, who didn't look away. They just stared into each other's eyes. After a while, Angor nodded. I see. Of course, they weren't just looking at each other. Angor was observing Magoo's mind to see if he was telling the truth. Magoo knew what Angor was trying to do, so he decided to tell Angor everything without hesitation. From the looks of it, Magoo was right. He did not know why Mr. Feng wanted Caramonkeys to wait for the newcomer. What would Caramonkeys do when the newcomer arrived? Magoo could hide his thoughts, but it wasn't necessary. Angor believed his words. Since Feng was the one who set up this trap, Caramonkeys might be the one who set it up. As long as Angor could find out why Caramonkeys was waiting for someone else, he might be able to find Feng's information and the treasure. But now, Caramonkeys was dead, which meant that there was no way to find out more about Caramonkeys' plan. Still, Angor believed that Feng must have considered this possibility. There must be another source of information. As expected, Magoo soon gave him a new clue. Caramonkeys was the ruler of Tidal Realm for nearly 100 years. He only stayed in the Fire Zone during his later years. Most of his time was spent in different areas. If you really want to know, Mr. Pat, you can go to other areas. Angor nodded. He would definitely go to other areas without Magoo's advice. Tidal Realm was huge, and Feng couldn't have left no clues behind. Since he couldn't get any more information from Magoo, he decided to change the topic to Feng. He wanted to know more about Feng. When Magoo mentioned the savior, he paused for a while. I have never met Mr. Feng before. All the information I know is from Caramonkeys. Magoo gave Angor some simple information about Feng. Compared to Midir, Magoo knew more about Feng. But this was only basic information about Feng. This was not a secret in the wizarding world. Is there no information about Fengyu and the Tidal Realm? Magoo shook his head. I don't know. But Mr. Feng did talk to old King Haruya, and Mr. Feng even drew a painting for him. This painting? Angor tapped the air and summoned an illusion. It was the painting of the black fire monkey he saw on the rock. What a miraculous power. Magoo praised and nodded. That's right, this is the painting. Do you know anything about the painting? Angor asked. Magoo didn't know much about it. He didn't think there was anything special about the painting. Did Mr. Feng talk to old King Haruya other than this painting? I think so. But since old King Haruya passed away, nothing about him was passed down. However, Mr. Feng painted more than one picture. As far as I know, he painted a picture of the strongest people in all the regions at that time. Many of those strongest people later became the rulers of their own regions. There are even a few who are still alive today. Magoo didn't say it out loud, but Angor knew what he meant. If Angor wanted to know more about Feng, he would have to meet these people who were still alive. Now that he knew what he was going to do in the near future, he had to make some preparations. Next, he asked Magoo about the other regions of the Tidal Realm. The conversation lasted for an hour. Magoo would take a nap from time to time, and the conversation went smoothly. Angor learned about the other realms, as well as the elemental creatures who were still alive. Magoo mentioned 3 names, all of whom stayed with Feng for a long time. They were Iceberg of Maria, Gentle Wind Uranus of White Cloud Village, and Azurewood Namakui. Among the 3 of them, the one with the titles of Frost and Gentle Wind was the elemental sovereign who had inherited the title of King of the Lands. As for Namakui, although she did not have a title, when Magoo talked about her, he was even more wary than his nemesis in the Land of Fire. Namakui's strength, status, and danger level were not to be underestimated. Magoo also mentioned that Namakui was the one who spent the most time with Mr. Feng after the savior arrived at the tidal realm. In other words, Angor could avoid the other elemental sovereigns, but not Namakui. Namakui must know more about Feng since she spent a lot of time with him. Since Magoo suddenly dozed off again, Angor decided to end the conversation for now. He had gained a lot this time. Although he didn't directly reach his final destination, he had a general understanding of the situation in the tidal realm. He already knew where to start searching for information. The only thing that bothered him was that he might fall into Feng's trap again. However, no matter what, the importance of the tidal realm meant that he had to explore it. If worse came to worst, he could just reveal the tidal realm in advance and mess up this trap. Of course, Angor also knew that Feng's scheming ability would only make things worse, which would make it harder for him to find his final destination. Therefore, it was better to keep moving and make decisions based on the situation. At least he had the dream wasteland. He could ask for help at any time. Angor glanced at Magoo, who was still making zzzzzzzzz noises. Angor didn't disturb Toby. Instead, he nudged Toby. Toby quickly returned to his bird form and sat on top of Angor's head. Dankros also escaped from Angor's clutches. He shook his head a little, although he didn't have one. Mr. Pat, are you the only one who knows about the tidal realm? The tidal realm. Angor knew what Dankros wanted to ask. Yes, I'm the only one who knows about it. Dankros' eyes glinted. If you don't tell anyone, no one can come in here, right? From the looks of it, in the short term, yes. Angor nodded and looked at Dankros quietly. So, what do you plan to do? Are you going to kill me? Dankros hesitated and looked at Toby's head, only to see Toby staring at him with a threatening look. Dankros could not bring himself to silence Pat, and he did not have the power to do so. I just want to say that Mr. Pat can live in the tidal realm. You want to imprison me? Angor chuckled. You don't understand wizards. They're much stronger than you think. If I didn't come here, the tidal realm might stay hidden for a few more years. But since I'm already here, I don't need to say anything. Someone will follow my trail and find this place. Besides, even if I don't leave this place, I can still send a message to the outside world. Therefore, your idea is useless. Dankros wanted to say something else, but Angor stopped him. You already know that the first disaster happened because the tidal realm and the wizarding world merged. It's not easy for a world to hide perfectly. If this world was still independent, then it wouldn't be easy to find it. However, the tidal realm is already connected to the world of adepts, and the 2 worlds are in a state of mutual prosperity. With the power of the adepts, it's only a matter of time before they find it. Dankros lowered his head and muttered, but Angor patted Dankros' hand. You and I can't decide the future of tidal realm on our own. Don't think too much about it. There are many wise men and sovereigns in tidal realm. Let them think about it. Before Dankros could say anything, Angor picked him up. Let's go. We won't disturb Mr. Magoo's rest. Take me to where you were born. Dankros was born from the ashes of Kalamonkis. Angor wanted to see if there were any clues left behind in Kalamonkis' grave. This matter had already been approved by Magoo. Dankros sighed. Angor was right. He was still an elf, so he still needed a long time to think about such important matters. Besides, he didn't have the right to make the final decision. If the sky fell, he should let the taller one hold it up. There was still the new king, Fiend Fire Midier. With that in mind, Dankros pointed at a direction outside the classroom. Let's go there. Angor nodded and led Dankros out of the classroom. Not long after they left, Magoo's eyelids twitched. He slowly opened his eyes. He didn't mind the fact that there was no one around. Instead, he looked into a certain direction and sighed again. Once the door is opened, it's hard to close it again. The change of the world described by Calamonkeys is finally coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a floating spark and slowly flew out of the classroom, out of the lava lake, and into the volcano where Fiend Fire Meteor was. On the other side, Dankros led Angor downward. After about 10 minutes, Angor estimated that they were about to reach the bottom of Magoo's body. Dankros suddenly stopped. Dankros stopped and pushed open a door that looked decaying. The door was opened, and a dim yellow light came from inside, as well as a thick smell of dusk. "This is a cemetery, the final resting place of fire beings like us," Dankros explained. However, Angor didn't see any tombstones. There were only some flickering flames that gave off a dim yellow light. The dim yellow light, coupled with the serene atmosphere, made it seem as if time had been endowed with a sense of helplessness. This was a cemetery for elemental creatures. He took a deep breath and entered the graveyard. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed something hidden in the flickering flames. As long as he got close to the flames, he would be able to sense their emotions. According to Dankro's introduction, these flames were actually tombstones. The message left in the flames was the epitaph of the deceased. He considered for a moment and walked toward the green flame closest to him. The closer he got, the more he could feel the energy coming from the flame. When he got closer, the energy wave reached its peak. He vaguely saw a green poison fire spider, which was born in a fire spring and slowly grew up. In the end, the spider's elemental core was shattered in a fight against an ice banshee, and the spider was sent to this graveyard as a remnant flame. This was the life of the venom fire spider. In just a few seconds, Angor witnessed the spider's birth and death. This was the epitaph left behind by the spider. Angor didn't only admire the wonders of elemental creatures, but he also felt sad when witnessing death. Angor also noticed something strange in the epitaph. It wasn't just the sadness of condensing one's entire life into a few images. There was also a desire for new life. Angor sensed the hope of new life in a graveyard that was filled with the aura of death. Angor looked at Dankros and asked his question. "Why can't there be new life?" Dankros asked with a puzzled look. "The energy of fire won't disappear completely. It will only exist in a different form. When the energy reaches a certain limit, a new spirit will be born." Dankros paused and continued, "For example, I was born here. But I was born from the ashes of my ancestors." Dankros looked quite proud when talking about how he was born. It seemed he was very satisfied with his birth. After listening to Dankro's explanation, Angor realized that he had once again brought humans into the world of elemental creatures. Humans and elemental creatures could communicate, but they were still fundamentally different. For example, Dankros and Angor had different understandings about the concept of death. Angor no longer felt confused. He strode through the remaining flames and finally reached the end of the graveyard. Here, he finally saw a real grave. The tombstone was made of stone and was inserted into the soft red jelly ground. The tombstone looked very human. Apart from the upright tombstone, there was also an epitaph placed diagonally in front of the tombstone. Angor assumed that the tombstone was made by a foreign student from Wildstone Wasteland. Dankros confirmed his guess. The tombstone was made by a foreign student from a few years ago. The tombstone only had Calamonkey's name written in the common language of the continent. On the epitaph was a simple description of Calamonkey's achievements. It was basically the same as what Magoo had told him, except that it was more simplified. There was nothing special about the tombstone or the epitaph. Angor slowly crouched down and placed his finger on a hidden button at the edge of the epitaph. With a click, the stone wall where the epitaph was placed was removed. This stone was not only an epitaph but also a stone box. Calamonkeys wasn't the only one who did this. The human world also had such a custom. Inside such a box was called a funeral box by humans. It was usually used to store ashes and other belongings. As for the burial box that belonged to Calamonkeys, there was only a fist-sized dark red gem crystal. Angor took out the gem and sensed it. It was Calamonkey's blood essence. The purity of the blood essence was extremely high. It was much denser than Akiso's blood essence. Most likely, Kalamonkes created it himself before his death. As far as Angor was concerned, the blood gem was a unique treasure. It contained all of Kalamonkes' blood energy, which could be purified by a bloodline wizard into a real bloodline and assimilated into the user's body. However, Angor had never heard of the Griffin bloodline before. Even if he wanted to use it, he would have to find some other way. Otherwise, the success rate wouldn't be high. But such a method was unlikely to be available in the southern wizarding region. Angor stared at the gem for a while and put it back in the box. The gem was useful. It could be used as a special magic material even if it wasn't purified into a bloodline. However, it wasn't as useful as a bloodline. Angor didn't really need a bloodline, so it wouldn't be useful to him. Besides, this was the last item left behind by Kalamonkes, the ruler of Tidal Realm. Angor didn't think he was shameless enough to take it away. Is there anything else? Angor asked Dankros as he put the gemstone back in the box. Since Kalamonkes was waiting for someone to come, it would at least leave a message if it knew that it was about to die. Dankros' eyes flickered. He hesitated for a while before he slowly said, "Actually, there's one more thing." "Where is it?" Dankros pointed at himself with his index finger. "Me." Angor didn't know what to say. Dankros quickly explained, "I'm not lying. As I said, I was born from the ashes of my ancestor." Angor looked at Dankros and waited for him to continue. The ancestor also left a red flaming feather in this box. When the sound of the world came, this red flame feather started to burn by itself. I was born from this burning ember." Angor looked into Dankos' eyes and saw that he wasn't lying. Kalamonkes did leave a red feather, but it was now Dankos', so it was reasonable for Dankos to claim that he was Kalamonkes' remnant. However, the fire feather and Dankos were two different things. They couldn't be considered the same thing. He believed that there might be some information left behind by Kalamonkes on fire feather, which might be related to him, the latecomer. But since the feather was now Dankos', the information must have disappeared. "Well, I can't say for sure." Angor muttered to himself. "Is there any information left in your mind after you were born? Or is there a secret about your inheritance?" Dankos looked at Angor in confusion. "Huh?" Angor didn't know what to say. So he was wrong. I shouldn't expect too much from an idiot. Angor sighed. He wasn't too disappointed. If there wasn't anything here, he could always look for it somewhere else. Angor patted Dankos on the shoulder. "Let's go." After leaving the graveyard, Angor and Dankros walked along a long, narrow path filled with red jelly. When they reached a fork in the road, Dankros suddenly stopped them. "Hold on." Angor stopped and looked at Dankros in confusion. Dankros quietly looked at a certain intersection. More than 10 seconds later, a tiny spark flew out from this pitch-black intersection. Dankros gently hooked his hand, and Mars was attracted to him. "What's that?" Angor noticed that Dankros put the spark into the head between his palm and wrist. Dankros didn't speak right away as if he was trying to figure something out. "My minion sent me a message, saying that little Insignia is waiting for me at Flaming Road." Dankros looked at Angor. "Little Insignia invited Mr. Pat as well. Seems like our teacher told it something." Since it was Magoo who told him about Little Insignia, Angor considered and nodded. "Let's go." Dankros nodded and led Angor to another path. On their way to the Flaming Road, Angor asked Spot Spark, "You can send messages like this?" Dankros nodded. "Yes. You just need to inject your message into the sparks and search for the target." "Sounds good." Angor couldn't help but wonder if the sparks above the Land of Fire were all messages. If so, when Angor sneaked forward, the sparks above his head were actually people discussing his journey on the forum. Most of them weren't. But there were some sparks that contained information. Mixed with the other Martians? That's a good way to hide. Dankros said, "This method of transmission is common to all elemental creatures. It's just like how little Ainba can stir up sand and stones to transmit information. However, the most secretive creatures are still the wind-type creatures. The medium they use to transmit information is the invisible wind. No one can see it. Angor sighed after hearing Dankro's explanation. He was going to visit the territories of other elemental creatures soon, and this information was very important. Angor asked Dankros about how to send messages and whether it was possible to capture them. Amidst the questions and answers, they soon arrived at the intersection of Yin Road. It was a multi-lane road with many paths. It seemed to be a busy area as fire creatures flew past them from time to time. Little Inba's tall and dark figure was leaning against the wall of one of the crossroads. He was holding a stone sculpture in his hand, which he casually tossed and caught. It was only when Little Inba saw Dankros that it stopped and stood up to greet him. Little Insignia. What do you want from us? At this moment, Dankros was sitting on the hand of magic, and he felt that he was leaning against a powerful thigh. Hence, he sounded a little more arrogant when he spoke. Not only did he emphasize the word little, he even repeated it a few times. Little Inba's face, which was already dark, instantly became even darker. Humph, I won't bicker with you today, but I'll beat you up another day. Human, Teacher Magoo just sent a message to my big brother. You should know about it, right? With me. With you. Me. Huh? What do you mean by should know? Little Insignia saw Angor's confused expression and realized something. Didn't Professor Magoo tell you? He's asleep again. You came here because you received the message from Mars, right? Seeing Dankros nodding, Little Insignia sighed. I knew something like this would happen. Just in case, I asked Dankros' follower to send you a message. I didn't think it would come in handy. Little Insignia said, since you're already here, the process doesn't matter. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Little Insignia turned around and left. Little Inba led them for 2 minutes and stopped in front of a door. It was bigger than all the other doors they saw so far. They pushed the door open and saw a spacious room inside. A giant stone golem that was 3 times bigger than Little Insignia was sitting in the middle of the room with its legs crossed. It was staring at a small stone in front of it. Under its gaze, the small stone slowly changed shape, and finally, the outline of a fluttering butterfly gradually appeared. However, the sound of small seal pushing the door seemed to have disturbed the molding process. The stone butterfly made a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on its surface. The giant stone golem showed a sad look. Another failure. Its voice was loud enough to be a loudspeaker, but it sounded sad. Tears even came out of its eyes, which was completely different from its bulky appearance. It was as if a tough man was stuffed with the softness of a sniff rose. It was strange, but interesting at the same time. That's Big Insignia? Angor asked. Little Insignia didn't want to admit it, but it still nodded. Yes. It's my big brother. Is it always like this? Little Insignia remained silent. Dankros spoke up, what's wrong with that? This is Big Insignia. Compared to Little Insignia, I like Big Insignia better. It's so nice to me. It even gave me a statue that looked like me. Little Insignia chimed in, it's all for the Phantom Slave. Who's the Phantom Slave? Little Insignia pointed at the broken butterfly carved by Big Insignia and said, the Nether Slave is a nether fire butterfly. Brother was carving its appearance just now. Also, the Nether Slave is Dankro's underling. Little Insignia's meaning was very clear. Because the underworld slave was Dankro's underling, Big Insignia had given Dankros the statue in order to curry favor with the underworld slave. He didn't really treat it well. Dankros humped but didn't say anything. Because of what Little Inba had said, it wasn't sure whether Big Inba was trying to please the Yuyu slave or was actually being nice to it, so it simply shut up. Angor didn't listen to the rest of their conversation. He was already surprised when Little Insignia mentioned that the Phantom Slave was a butterfly. A giant stone golem as big as a hill fell in love with a butterfly that was smaller than its palm. More importantly, they were not of the same race. This was really interesting. On the other side, Big Insignia finally stopped crying and looked at Little Insignia at the door. My sculpture is broken. Little Insignia considered for a moment. I didn't mean to. You're doing it again. Big Insignia felt wronged, but it was Little Insignia who came. It sighed deeply and said, fine, I'll make another one. Teacher said the human is here? When little Insignia came in, big Insignia finally noticed Angor standing behind little Insignia. Big Imba was stunned for a moment. His next action was to quickly hide the broken butterfly statue. His originally aggrieved expression instantly disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. "You're Mr. Pat?" Big Insignia looked at Angor. Angor didn't want to expose Big Insignia's serious look. He nodded with a smile. "Yes." Big Insignia studied Angor carefully as if it was curious about this human. After a while, Angor heard Big Insignia mumbling, "He's different from us elementals. Teacher said that humans have many complicated organs. I wonder what they look like." Angor didn't know what to say. Seeing how Big Insignia didn't want to get to the point, Dangros decided to ask. "Little Insignia said that Teacher Magoo sent you a message. What did he say?" Big Insignia frowned. "Not Little Insignia. Insignia." Little Insignia humped proudly. Big Insignia continued, "Teacher Magoo asked me to prepare a token for you, Mr. Pat." "A token for me?" Angor asked. Big Insignia nodded. "Teacher said that Mr. Pat is going on a trip to Wildstone Wasteland. He asked me to prepare a token for you so that you won't be attacked there." Big Insignia scratched its head in embarrassment. Actually, the races in Wildstone Wasteland are very hospitable. It's just that they are a little stubborn and don't think clearly. They might see you as an enemy as soon as you enter the wasteland, and it'll be difficult to change their minds. Little Inba added, "He's just like Dankros. He's impulsive and brainless, and he's also very stupid." Angor understood that Little Insignia was mocking Dangros for not recognizing Angor's identity. Dangros summoned Guleda and Phoenix to fight Angor, which almost got Guleda killed. Angor understood, but he was talking about his own race in Wildstone Wasteland. He dragged his own race into this mess just to mock Dangros. What a cruel man. Dankros angrily wanted to argue with Little Inker, but his voice was completely drowned out by Big Inker's loud voice. "You're right, little brother. To avoid any misunderstandings, you can bring my token to Wildstone Wasteland. That way, my race won't mistake you for someone else," Big Insignia said. "I'm going to Wildstone Wasteland. Thank you so much, Mr. Big Insignia. With the token, there won't be any misunderstandings." Big Insignia, "Then I'll carve the token for you now, Mr. Carve a token?" Angor was surprised. He thought Big Insignia already had the token. So, it was just carving one. Big Inba took out a black stone from behind him and placed it in front of him. His eyes were focused on the stone. The stone began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. While Big Insignia was carving, Little Insignia looked at Angor and said, "Human, I don't know why you want to go to Wildstone Wasteland. But if I find out that you're going there with ill intentions, I won't forgive you." Little Insignia stared back at Angor with sharp eyes. Angor could tell that Little Insignia naturally disliked humans. It wasn't to the point of hostility, but it was obvious that it didn't like humans. For example, Little Insignia never called Angor by his last name. Instead, it referred to him as human. It was obvious that Little Insignia didn't like humans at all. Angor wasn't surprised. Even if he was a savior, he wasn't a savior. Humans weren't perfect either. Magic Fire Meteor and Magoo didn't seem to dislike humans, but it was hard to say what they thought. If Angor was in Magoo's position, he would definitely dislike humans as well. After all, humans' goal was to obtain elemental creatures. It wasn't easy for two races to live in harmony. Little Insignia's direct rejection actually made Angor feel more assured. "I don't mean any harm on this trip." "Don't worry," Angor said in a serious tone. Little Insignia gave Angor a thoughtful look and didn't say anything else. Big Insignia's carving was fast. He didn't need to use a knife to carve the stone. He only needed to use his mind and the stone would take shape naturally. In a short 5 minutes, the previously inconspicuous black stone had now become a palm-sized statue. It was Angor's image. Not only did Angor's facial features look perfect, but Big Insignia also captured Angor's aura and carved it into the statue. Little Insignia sensed the gentle aura coming from the statue, and its scrutinizing look toward Angor softened a little. Little Insignia knew that Angor's carving was not only similar to the statue's appearance, but also capable of capturing the person's true personality. Since the aura of the statue was gentle, it believed that this human's character shouldn't be too bad. Angor didn't know about this. Personally, he liked the statue a lot. Angor took the token from Big Insignia and fiddled with it for a while before carefully putting it away. He didn't say goodbye right away. Instead, he took out a ghost fire gem from his bracelet. He found it in the fire zone, so it wasn't very valuable. He summoned alchemy fire and began to shape the ghost fire gem. Big Insignia gave him a token, and as a wizard who engraved the principle of equivalent exchange in his mind, he couldn't just accept it for free. Angor planned to carve a ghost fire butterfly as a gift. He didn't need to do any special enchantment. He only needed to melt and condense the ghost fire butterfly. In about 10 minutes, a dancing ghost fire butterfly was formed in Angor's hand of spell. Unlike Big Insignia's butterfly, Angor chose a suitable ghost fire gem to make this one. Both the color and the flame inside the ghost fire gem almost looked like the real thing. Angor handed the ghost fire butterfly to Big Insignia. "Thank you for your token. Here's my gift in return." Big Imba stared at the ghost fire butterfly that seemed both real and illusory. His eyes were filled with deep fascination. It didn't want to accept the gift since it was Magoo's order. Still, the ghost fire slave would be so happy to see it. Big Insignia hesitated for a while. "Thank you, Mr. Pat. I like this gift very much. I think it's even more valuable than my token. Please don't leave. I have something else for you. Maybe it'll help you on your journey." After Big Imba accepted the gift, it hesitated for a moment before turning around to look at Little Imba with a pleading expression. Little Insignia remained silent for a while and finally surrendered to Big Insignia's pleading look. It sighed deeply and pointed at Angor. After leaving Big Imba's place, they prepared to leave the lava lake and return to the shore. Angor planned to stay in the fire zone for a few more days, but he didn't want to stay inside Magoo's body. Magoo might look gentle, but who knew if the creature would suddenly change its mind? Staying inside Magoo's body would be very dangerous. They continued to head upwards and soon arrived at the exit of Magoo's body. Since they would enter the lava lake after leaving the exit, Elmi showed up and set up a flame barrier around Angor's body. The process of stepping out was very smooth, and there were no obstructions. However, when Angor was about to leave the lake, Magoo showed up in front of them. "You're not sleeping, Mr. Magoo?" Dangros looked at Magoo in surprise. Magoo slowly approached them with his cane and cleared his throat. "Like I'm a sleepy person." "Dangros, isn't that the case?" Magoo knocked Dangros' shoulder with his cane. "Nonsense. Move aside. I have something to talk to Mr. Pat about." Magoo looked at Angor. Instead of seeing Angor's face, his fiery pupils were observing the aura around Angor. Angor's aura was different from the one he saw in the classroom. Now, Angor's aura was mixed with something heavy and heavy. "Huh?" Magoo was surprised. "Is that Little Inba's energy?" Angor nodded. Little Inba gave him a thick aura of the earth, which was mixed into Magoo's aura. "It actually lent its power to you. I thought it hated humans, but it seems that it was just empty talk." Angor chuckled without commenting. "Mr. Magoo, is there something you want to ask me?" Magoo stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. "Yes, there is. I was thinking about something, so I forgot to ask." Dangros humphed. "What do you mean by thinking about something?" "You were sleeping." Magoo glanced at Dangros, who stuck out his tongue and said something. "What is it, mister?" Magoo stopped glaring at Dangros and looked at Angor. "It's not what I want to know. It's His Highness who wants to know. Where is the door?" Magoo was still smiling, but his eyes were filled with curiosity. Angor considered for a moment. "It doesn't matter where the door is. I'm sure you know what I mean, Mr. Magoo." Magoo knew about human wizards, so he knew what Angor meant. This was because wizards had the ability to travel through the void. As long as they could confirm the existence of the tidal realm and know the coordinates of this place, the door wouldn't matter if they wanted to enter. "I understand. However, the place where you first appeared was in our fire domain. As the king of this land, His Highness naturally wishes to know everything about this place. Naturally, the gate is included in this. Angor's thought. Angor pondered if he should tell them where the door was. He could leave if he told them the location, but he couldn't do it alone. The magic painter wizard had placed the door on the painting. The elemental creatures here had taken the painting seriously, but they hadn't discovered the door even after so many years. It was very likely that the magic painter wizard had done some special concealment. Wizard magic painter did this to prevent the fire elemental creatures from leaving and exposing the tidal realm. But from another perspective, wizard magic painter was also trying to protect the humans outside. Behind the tunnel was the Shannon Royal Palace, which was located in the capital city of Gold's Pink Empire. Once the elemental creatures left, the mortals in the city would be the first to suffer. Angor shook his head. Not now. But you'll know soon enough. Magoo, why? Angor considered. It's a form of protection. Magoo gave Angor a thoughtful look. He didn't ask what Angor meant by protection. Instead, he gently tapped the ground with his walking stick. A small spark rose from the spot and disappeared into the air. About 2 minutes later, a spark fell from above and was caught by Magoo. Magoo stroked the spark as he heard the voice of demonic fire Meteor. Magoo looked a little surprised. He studied Angor for a while and said, I just talked to His Majesty, and he expressed his understanding of your answer, Mr. That's different from what I know of His Highness. His Highness seems to think highly of you. Angor smiled and didn't say anything, but he felt a little relieved. Angor was already on high alert when he refused to answer, especially when Magoo didn't say anything. He even secretly communicated with Elmi through telepathy to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He thought that it would end up as a battle, but he didn't expect Magefire Meteor to give an answer to this question. I know. I know. Dankros jumped up and grabbed Magoo's beard. What do you know? Magoo looked down. Dankros pointed at Angor's left earlobe. The new king changed his attitude because of the flame mark on Mr. Pat's ear. Dankros was so excited because he was also curious about the mark. He wanted to ask Magoo about it before, but he didn't have the chance. Now that he finally had the chance, he decided to ask. Flame mark? Magoo looked at Angor's earlobe and didn't see anything. However, he sensed a faint trace of fire energy floating around. Mr. Pat hid the flame mark. Now that the sound of the world is gone, the flame mark's energy waves have weakened, Dangros explained when he saw Magoo's doubtful look. Magoo was also curious about Meteor's change of attitude. May I take a look? Oh, you're such a fan of science, aren't you? Angor gave Dankros a dirty look before nodding to Magoo. Sure. He cancelled the illusion on Angor's earlobe, and the flame mark of Odurkla's immediately appeared. Magoo looked at the mark. At first, his eyes were filled with pure curiosity, but soon, his expression turned solemn and his gaze became deeper. As one of the oldest living fire creatures in this area, Magoo had seen many types of fire. However, in its memory, none of those flames had a higher energy level than this flame mark. This mark was definitely left behind by a powerful elemental creature that was stronger than all the other elemental creatures in this area. Just this imprint alone was enough to shock Magoo. However, what caused Magoo's heart to palpitate the most was that there seemed to be a flame fluctuation within the mark. Although this flame fluctuation was so weak that it was almost undetectable, it was a power that Magoo could not even imagine. It was as if it was the ancestor of all flames, powerful, ancient, and eternal. Did you feel it too, teacher? I can't sense it now, but that feeling was especially clear when I was in the sound of the world just now. It made me feel very close. Dankros said from the side with a look of confusion and yearning in his eyes. Magoo didn't know what the fire energy was, but he now understood why Demon Fire Meteor treated Angor so politely. Even though he wasn't inside the world voice, he could already feel the power. When Meteor met Angor, the world voice was at its climax, so the energy was much more obvious. Magoo took a deep breath and asked, Mr. Pat, can you tell me what this power is? You don't know? Dankros was surprised. He was going to ask Magoo about it, but Magoo's reaction was exactly the same as the new king. Angor's answer was the same as what he told Meteor. He only told Dankros about the existence of Odurkla's. As for the origin flame, Angor still kept it a secret. Magoo regretted this, but he also knew that the only way to force Angor to talk was to force him to do so. Angor dared to enter his body, which meant he had something up his sleeve. If they took the forced route, it was very likely that they would end up suffering losses instead. In the end, Magoo had no choice but to watch Angor leave like Fiery Meteor did. He didn't leave the fire zone right away after returning to the shore. He planned to stay for a few more days and see if he could convince a fire elemental creature to join him. After all, it wasn't easy to establish a friendly relationship with the Fire Lord here. He might not be so lucky in other realms. Besides, compared to other elemental creatures, Angor was more interested in fire elemental creatures because they could help him a lot in alchemy. However, as a human who fought against powerful elemental creatures such as Guleda before, all the other elemental creatures who witnessed this scene would avoid him. It would be hard to trick them. But there was still a way. Angor looked at Dankros, who was following behind Angor. Dankros was holding a frog-shaped spirit in his arms. It looked like Dankros was sucking the spirit, but he was actually looking for its body. No, Dankros was planting his fire energy inside the frog to recruit a follower. Congratulations. You got yourself another follower. Angor waited for Dankros to let the fire frog go before he spoke again. Dankros raised his head proudly. This flame frog is a baby of a traveling frog. In a few days, it will be able to travel and bring me good stuff. Bring you a postcard? Gemstones. Gemstones. Traveling frogs like to collect all kinds of gemstones. I can put them on the floor of my room, just like how Inba used to put marble in his room. It'll be beautiful. While Dankros was already thinking about his bright future, Angor rubbed his chin. This flame frog sounds good. It can be called a treasure-seeking frog. Too bad its fire energy isn't strong enough. But I guess I can get it if I have no other choice. Dankros was the first to recover from his thoughts. Where are you going next, Mr. Pat? If you don't want to leave, why don't you go to Professor Magoo's place? There are many beautiful rooms there. Nah. I'm a human, and I can't get used to the high temperature. You're more familiar with this place. Help me find a secluded place. I'm going to rest for a few days. Dankros nodded. Sure. I know a place where the temperature is lower, and there aren't many fire creatures there. As Dankros led Angor to their temporary resting place, Angor took the chance to ask, "Didn't you say you'd let me see your followers if there's a chance?" Dankros, huh? Well, there's a chance now, isn't there? I'm resting for a few days. Why don't you let me see your followers? After reaching their temporary resting place, Dankros quickly left with an excited look. Under Angor's persuasion, Dankros decided to tell all his followers to come and greet Angor in order to show his big brother demeanor. However, his followers were too scattered, so Angor had to find them one by one. After Dankros left, Angor looked around the temporary resting place. He only used the excuse of not being used to the high temperature. He didn't expect Dankros to really take him to a place with low temperature. He was only at the entrance of a small cave, and he already felt the temperature dropping to the standard of a warm winter. As he went deeper into the cave, the temperature dropped even faster. He could even see white spots of frost on both sides of the cave. The reason why there was such a place in the fire domain was because it used to be the territory of an ice flame creature. Ice flame was a very special type of fire. It was mixed with extremely opposite elements, but as long as it was a fire creature, it could be considered a fire creature. For example, the giant fire whale, Guleda, was a lava creature with earth elements mixed in. However, its main element was fire, so it was still considered a fire creature. However, the creatures of the fire territory all liked high temperatures, so this place was not welcomed by the fire creatures. There were very few other fire creatures in the vicinity. According to Dankros, the ice flame creature was very proud. When other elemental creatures refused to approach it, it thought it was rejected, so it left the fire domain and went somewhere unknown. Although it had left, the cave had been preserved. Angor walked around the cave. The temperature inside was already as cold as the winter in Parmajai Highlands. There were even some items made of ice. It must have been left behind by the ice flame creature. The creature might not come back for a long time, but this was still its home. Angor didn't want to stay too long and returned to the entrance of the cave. Even though this place was empty, the temperature here was much more pleasant. Angor set up an illusion cabin and went inside. In less than 10 minutes, Elmi, who was on guard outside, reported the arrival of an elemental spirit. Angor went outside and saw a fire worm about the size of an adult's calf slowly approaching the entrance of the cave. The fire worm was an elemental spirit without much intelligence, so Angor didn't greet it. Instead, he quietly observed what it was doing. The hellfire worm was moving forward with an arching motion, and its speed wasn't slow. It first looked at the entrance of the cave curiously and felt a little disgusted by the icy aura coming from inside. However, the flame inside its body told it to go inside. The fire worm hesitated for a moment but still went inside. As soon as it stepped into the cave, the worm shivered from the cold. It resisted its instinct to run away and wriggled towards Angor. The fire worm looked up at Angor with its beady eyes. It seemed to be saying, "This is the person my big brother wants me to meet?" Angor didn't know how the fire worm felt about Angor, but he clearly saw the fire worm spitting a mouthful of gray flame at the ground under his feet. Then, the fire worm quickly turned around and disappeared from his sight. Angor stood at the entrance of the cave, feeling a little confused. What happened just now gave him the illusion that a naughty child was forced to meet his parents' friend, and the child spat on the ground and left in a carefree manner. It was a strange feeling, and it happened more than once. Not long after the fire worm left, a small lizard covered in lava showed up in front of him. Just like before, the lizard circled around Angor and left. It didn't spit at him, but Angor felt that the lizard didn't care about him at all. "I'm the one who told Dankros to summon his minions. Why do I feel like I'm a clown in a circus?" He shivered and decided not to think about it. It was fine even if he was surrounded by people. At least he could see different fire spirits. Maybe he could find a suitable one for himself. Neither the fire worm nor the fire lizard caught Angor's attention. It wasn't that they didn't have potential. It was just that both of them contained some kind of earth element energy. Such fire elemental spirits could help him learn element cantrips, but they weren't good enough for alchemy. Therefore, Angor didn't tell them to stop. He waited for a while longer, and when he didn't see any fire elemental spirits, he went back into the illusion room to meditate. Next, he checked his surroundings and didn't find any elemental creatures outside. He then contacted Earl and confirmed that no elemental creatures came to visit him during the 3 hours he spent meditating. Didn't Dankros say he has hundreds of minions? Dankros was lying, and he only has a few minions? Angor mumbled to himself. But he soon realized that something was wrong. Back at the lava lake, he saw how Dankros took in minions. Dankros must have plenty of minions. Since he couldn't figure it out, Angor decided not to think about it anymore. He focused on something else. The earth stamp from Inba. Big Inba asked Little Inba to give Angor the earth stamp to thank him for the ghost butterfly statue. Earth stamp was similar to the fire stamp from Aldurklas. They both sealed one's power and aura. The aura around Angor was similar to Little Imp's aura of earth. However, in terms of level and effect, Earth Stamp was far inferior to Aldurklas' Fire Stamp. Fire Stamp could release powerful fire energy and turn it into a shield. It could even use part of Aldurklas' Dragon Aura to intimidate enemies. However, Little Inba's Earth Stamp only contained a tiny bit of its own aura. It couldn't be used for defense or attack. It couldn't even leave a mark on Angor's body. It was just an aura stamp. Anyone who knew Little Inba would be able to recognize it. Big Inba could create earth stamps as well. In fact, Little Inba's earth stamp was stronger than Big Inba's. However, Big Inba only asked Little Inba to give it to him because Little Inba's earth stamp was more powerful than Big Inba's. Little Inba was a very smart, ambitious, and adventurous earth-type creature. This was why Inba chose to study abroad and learn more from the wise men in other realms. Big Inba was actually dragged here by Little Inba. This kind of personality was rare even among earth creatures. Because of Little Inba's personality, it had visited many realms inhabited by other elemental creatures. Since earth creatures usually stayed aloof from worldly affairs and had a strong foundation, Little Inba was not treated as an enemy in other realms. Instead, it made many friends. In other words, Little Inba had made friends all over the world during its adventures in the past few decades. Big Inba knew that Angor would not only visit Wildstone Wasteland in the future, but also other realms inhabited by other elemental creatures. If Angor could meet Little Inba's friends, Little Inba's Earth stamp would help him a lot. This was why Big Inba asked Little Inba to give it to Angor. Little Inba didn't want to, but in the end, it reluctantly merged its aura stamp into Angor's aura field. Now, Angor only needed to slightly activate his aura field to reveal the Earth stamp inside for others to see. Even if he didn't, the Earth stamp would always surround Angor's body. It would only take a great amount of perception to notice it. According to Angor's calculations, the Earth stamp could only last for 3 months at most if it wasn't activated frequently. Little Inba probably set this up on its own. After all, it didn't like Angor very much. As far as Little Inba knew, the tidal realm was huge, and Angor couldn't even walk out of Wildstone Wasteland in 3 months. With a time limit, Little Inba didn't have to disobey Big Inba's request, nor did it have to provide too much help to Angor. Little Inba didn't know that with Angor's speed, 3 months was more than enough for Angor to go back and forth in the tidal realm many times. Therefore, 3 months was more than enough for Angor. Another 2 hours had passed by the time he had figured out the situation of the earth mark around him. Elmi, who had been quiet all this time, finally sent him a message. To Angor's surprise, it wasn't an elemental fairy this time. It was a mature elemental creature. The elemental creature wasn't too big. It looked like a blazing sparrow covered in orange flames, which was about the size of an adult peacock. He also noticed that the bird's tail feathers were long, and one of them was burning with an even brighter orange flame. It was similar to the flaming sparrow that demonic fire meteor used to send messages in the crater. Your Dankros follower? Angor looked at the bird curiously. Unlike the elemental fairy, the blazing sparrow didn't fly into the cave. Instead, it calmly stood outside the illusion house. Yes, I used to be. Now, I'm a member of Her Highness escort team. You can call me Fispanra, Mr. Fispanra's eyes flashed with a hint of awkwardness. His Highness escort team? Angor nodded. It must be the blazing sparrows that wandered around the volcano. So this blazing sparrow was the one he saw? Fispanra nodded. Yes. Angor felt a little disappointed when he heard Fispanra's answer. This flaming sparrow happened to be the kind of creature that he was looking for, and the temperature of its flames was also very suitable for him. Especially its orange tail feather, if it was fully activated, it would be comparable to a high-level smelting spell. It would save him a lot of energy when using it in alchemy. Unfortunately, this flaming sparrow was a subordinate of the magic fire meteor, and it would be very difficult to trick it unless he used force. For an elemental fairy, Angor could slowly guide its intelligence in the future. But for an intelligent elemental fairy, using force would easily backfire on him. After all, elemental fairies could provide guidance on elementalism, but if they messed with Angor's elementalism, they would be affected for life. So you're not here because of Dankros? Is it because His Highness wants to see me? Angor asked. Fispanra shook his head. His Highness learned a lot from the World Voice and hasn't come out yet. It's Dankros who asked me to help you control his followers. Vesper's explanation told him that Dankros also knew that his follower was a bit of a troublemaker, so he asked his former follower, Vesper, to guard Angor's place. Elemental fairies had low intelligence, but that didn't mean they were mentally retarded. They could express themselves and receive external information. However, they lacked the ability to understand and think effectively. Plus, they couldn't speak, which made them look quite ignorant. As a human, Angor couldn't tell what these elemental fairies wanted to do. But Fispanra, as one of their kind, could understand them and control them to a certain extent. This was why Fispanra was sent here as a helper. Angor needed such a helper. He couldn't tell the potential of an elemental fairy, so he had to check the temperature and the nature of the fire. If Fispanra could control the elemental fairies and let them use their talents, he would be able to find a suitable target faster. Angor explained his request to Fispanra. Fispanra gave Angor a thoughtful look and seemed to understand what this human wanted. Fispanra didn't refuse though. He put away his thoughts and nodded with a smile. No problem. I can let them use their talents. If you have any other requests, please let me know. After Fispanra arrived, the elemental fairies, who had been absent for several hours, returned to the cave in a steady stream. It seemed that Dankros really did restrict the elemental fairies from coming here. With Fispanri's help, Angor learned a lot of new talents. For example, the venom fire toad in front of him. It had just arrived and was arranged by Fispanra to perform its innate ability. The toad's talent wasn't traveling or treasure hunting. It was venom fire swamp. It could turn an area of 5 meters around itself into a blazing, poisonous fire. As long as the toad was still alive, the fire would never be extinguished. Even if it was covered in frost or strong winds, it would still be difficult to extinguish the fire. The only downside was that the area was too small. The venom fire toad's ability was much more powerful than the other venom fire creatures. It even felt a little like a domain. As an elemental companion, it would be a very good one with great potential. Even Angor was a little tempted. Venom fire toad's ability wasn't useful to him, but it could become a very powerful weapon if he trained it well. However, after some consideration, Angor decided to let it go. It was good to be strong, but Toby and Elmi were already qualified. Another one would be redundant. Compared to a strong fighter, Angor preferred a supportive one. After the venom fire toad left, several dozen more elemental creatures arrived one after another. Most of them were elemental fairies, but only a few of them were useful to Angor. Even if they were suitable for him, their talents weren't that great. They were even weaker than Dankro's new follower, the flame-traveling frog. Night fell in the blink of an eye. For the elemental creatures in the fire domain, there was no difference between day and night. There were flames everywhere, and the sky was covered in thick smoke, which made it difficult to distinguish between day and night. However, for the newly born elves, the night seemed to have a magic effect that allowed them to quickly gain energy while sleeping. Almost all of them fell asleep at night. Most of Dankro's followers were elemental fairies, so Angor didn't have to worry much about them. After spending an entire day watching the elves, Angor decided to go back to his room and take a rest. Inside the illusion house, Angor arranged a small bed for Toby and gave him a set of flame-patterned pajamas. Toby then obediently went to bed. Angor also planned to rest for a while before going to the dream wasteland. However, before he could close his eyes, Elmi, who had already blended into the shadows, sent him a telepathic message. There was an image in his mind. The content of the video showed Fispanri flying high up in the sky outside the cave. He gently flapped his wings, and sparks floated out. With a gust of wind, he flew towards the volcanic crater in the distance. If it was before, he would not have noticed anything strange about it. But after Dankro's explanation, he learned that fire creatures could use the sparks to send messages to their people. Fispan was obviously doing this. And judging from where the sparks were going, it was very likely that they were going to fiery meteor. Angor looked at the image and fell into deep thought. Am I showing too much of my desire for elemental companions during the day? Fispan was most likely trying to send a message, and the main subject of the message was Angor himself. He didn't do anything else during the day. Fispan didn't say anything, but he knew that something was wrong. Perhaps Fispan already knew what Angor was thinking. Therefore, Fispan decided to send the message while Angor was resting. Angor could understand Fispanra's position. However, if Fispanra really wanted information about him, Fiery Meteor probably already knew that he was after the elemental fairies. So how would Fiery Meteor react to this? After Fispanri sent the message out, he slowly descended and sat at the entrance of the cave. Angor didn't plan to expose Fispanra's lie. He wanted to wait and see what Fiery Meteor would do next. Would Fiery Meteor react immediately, or stay put? Either way, Angor had nothing to worry about. He hadn't really taken any elemental fairies yet. With that in mind, Angor asked Elmi to keep watching the outside world while he entered the dream wasteland. The place he entered was the construction zone of the new city. Compared to the barren land he saw before, the construction district was much livelier now. Many foreign-style buildings were erected from the ground, and people were busy going in and out of them. Most of the people here were wizards who came from Brute Cavern recently. There were also some apprentices who accepted construction tasks. There were some familiar faces as well. For example, there was a man in a small house not far away from them. It was a single-family iron house. At first glance, it looked like it was built during the age of steam. However, the roof was decorated with ease in the style of the eastern continent. The two completely different styles didn't look out of place at all. In fact, they looked quite interesting when combined together. The plaque outside the hut read, "Night Whisper Darkness." The name sounded strange, but it was actually a tailor's shop. In the tailor shop, there was a female apprentice cutting clothes. She had long black hair and dark green eyes. She was very beautiful, and her most distinctive feature was her elf-like pointy ears. Angor didn't know this apprentice before, but he knew who she was. Witch of the Night, Sibylla. Angor knew her name because her teacher was Night Sage Kaler. He didn't try to hide his gaze. Sibylla was busy working, but her sharp senses allowed her to notice Angor's gaze. Sibylla looked up in confusion and saw Angor looking at her. When she saw Angor, she was surprised at first. Then, she couldn't believe her eyes. He rarely showed up in public after his breakthrough. However, as the only one who crossed the threshold of wizardry in recent years and a member of the research department, Angor was quite famous among the apprentices in Brute Cavern. Sibylla even heard that Angor was the one who developed this strange world. Under Sibylla's shocked gaze, Angor approached them. He took the initiative to greet her. "If you don't mind me asking, miss, is there any news from Xylem lately?" Angor asked slowly. He was talking to her because she was from the same school as Xylem. The moment he saw Sibylla, he thought of Xylem. He wondered if Xylem had recovered after Dark Codex's slumber. Also, Angor heard from his brother Leon that Xylem had gone missing recently. He seemed to have left floating Mech City. Where did he go? My lord, do you mean Mr. Puston? Sibylla took a deep breath, put away her shy expression, and recovered her usual calmness. Yes. Angor nodded. Sibylla also heard that Xylem and Angor were close. She organized her words and said slowly, "Xylem went to participate in the Rising Star competition and never came back. I don't know much about him. But I heard from my professor that something went wrong with his codex of prison. I think he'll come back soon and ask my professor to help him." Angor nodded. Xylem wasn't in floating Mech City because he was going to return to Brute Cavern. I see. Thank you, Mississippi. Angor didn't talk to Sibylla too much after hearing about Salem's return. He nodded politely and left the shop. Sibylla stared at Angor's back for a long time. Angor went to the command center outside the new city after leaving Night Whisper Shade. There were also many buildings here, which served as the city planning center before the new city was opened. Before entering the Dream Wasteland, Angor already sensed Tree Spirit's presence through the Dream Gate. He planned to ask Tree Spirit if there were any changes in the ruins while he was away, as well as the progress of the Dream Wasteland and Sunders. The city hall was large and spacious. Angor took several turns inside and found Tree Spirit's room. To his surprise, the door wasn't locked. Apart from Tree Spirit, there was another familiar face in the room. It was Dodoro. Dodoro was just asking about you, and here you are. What a coincidence. Tree Spirit was a bit surprised to see Angor. Angor looked at Dodoro, who gave him a small smile. Maybe it's not a coincidence? Angor walked to Dodoro and sat down. Tree Spirit looked at Dodoro with a complicated expression. Don't tell me you came here because you knew he's coming. Dodoro considered for a moment. I don't know. This world almost blocked my prophecy. That's more like it. Tree Spirit mumbled. But before he could finish, Dodoro cut him off. But I sensed that I might find something useful here, so I came. Tree Spirit didn't know what to say. How is that different from a prophecy? Tree Spirit gave Dodoro a nervous look. This guy is getting more and more insane. He's even worse than Maya. Even in the Dream Wasteland, where prophecy abilities were suppressed to the extreme, Dodoro still managed to do something like that. Angor watched Tree Spirit's reaction for a while before he looked at Dodoro. Do you need something from me? Dodoro nodded and whispered something into Angor's ear. Angor frowned and nodded to Dodoro. I see. Dodoro stood up and bowed to Angor. I'm done here. I'll take my leave now. Angor didn't ask Dodoro to stay. He was going to ask some important questions about Brute Cavern, and Dodoro didn't need to know them yet. Perhaps Dodoro sensed Angor's presence, so he quickly left. Tree Spirit waited for Dodoro to leave before he looked at Angor again. What were you talking about? What path of starlight? Angor chuckled. That's not important. Tree Spirit was still doubtful, but he didn't ask anything else. So, what do you need from me? By the way, I heard from Freud that you've returned to the old Earth. It was already the next day when Angor returned to the real world. Angor asked Elmi about it and confirmed that no other creatures showed up during the night. Why didn't Fiery Meteor respond? Or is it going to wait until I start to kidnap elemental fairies? Angor mumbled to himself. Angor couldn't figure it out, so he put it aside for now. Since there were no elemental fairies outside, Angor sat in his room and began to think about what happened in the Dream Wasteland. He asked Tree Spirit about Brood Cavern's recent activities. The Dream Wasteland was progressing without a hitch, and the main building for the tea party was under construction. The Germinal organization hadn't made any moves yet, but Angor had already found some clues. Brood Cavern seemed to be doing well, but Sunders hadn't logged in recently. Angor didn't know what happened. But he wasn't too worried about it. Considering how strong Sunders was, it shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe something happened to Flora, and that was why Sunders didn't log in. Angor believed in Sunders' strength, but he still set up a marker just in case. Once Sunders entered the Dream Wasteland, the Tree of Authority would notify him immediately. Apart from that, Angor was more concerned about what Dodoro told him. I saw it too, Dodoro whispered into Angor's ear. You are walking in darkness, and there is a path of light ahead of you. Angor didn't pay much attention to the prophecy that Flower Sparrow saw. Most of the prophecies were random, so they weren't necessarily important. Perhaps the prophecy that Huake saw was just him going out for a stroll on the streets one night, and the glowing path was the street lamps on the side of the street. But now, Dodoro told him that he saw the same thing. Both of them saw the same prophecy, which made Angor feel that something was wrong. Maybe the prophecy was telling him something important. While Angor was still trying to figure it out, Elmi sent him a telepathic message. Facebanry was coming to the cave. Angor put his thoughts aside for now and opened the door. Facebanry was surprised to see Angor. I didn't expect to see you here, mister. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Angor noticed the serious look in Freeze's eyes. It seemed Freeze had a lot on his mind. Facebanry said, I feel that something is wrong. According to the progress of Dankros yesterday, his underlings should have arrived 3 hours ago. Even if something happened to the elemental creatures, the elemental spirits should have come. But now, not a single elemental spirit has been seen. This is a bit strange. Angor also felt that something was off. It was already morning, so the elemental spirits should have woken up by now. But there was no sign of any elemental spirits. Did Fiend Fire Meteor do something? If Fiery Meteor knew about Angor's plan, it might have ordered all elemental creatures to stay away from the cave. That's why I want to go out and see what's going on. Angor gave Facebanry a thoughtful look. If what he said was true, Facebanry was probably trying to get away from this place instead of observing the situation. Angor considered for a moment and agreed to Facebanry's request. He also wanted to know what Fiery Meteor was trying to do. Was it trying to start a war by isolating all fire creatures? But he was clearly just coveting it, and hadn't really made a move yet. Was demonic Fire Meteor going to shed all pretense of cordiality? Angor assumed that Fistpan wouldn't come back after leaving the cave. To his surprise, Fistpan came back in less than half an hour. And he wasn't alone either. There was a group of smokefish following behind him. Fistpan landed on the ground and entered the cave with graceful steps. First, he looked at the fishes floating in the smoke behind the monster. Due to the low temperature in the cave, the fish didn't seem to be very active. They floated listlessly in the smoke created by Fistpan's burning feathers. I saw these elemental spirits on the way here. They are also Dankro's underlings, so I brought them along with me, Facebanry explained. He then proceeded to talk about what he had seen outside. I went out to find out just now. It's not that Dankro's underlings aren't coming. It's just that there's something wrong with it. It can't even take care of itself, so it doesn't have the time to look for its underlings one by one, Festin said as he gestured for the smoke fish to display its talent. Unfortunately, the fish weren't what Angor was looking for. He gave them a quick glance and told them to leave. Can't take care of itself? Did it cause any trouble? Not really. But there's something wrong with it, Fispan said. Fegasberry was silent for a moment before he continued, although Dankros told me not to tell you, I think it's better to tell you the general situation. Have you heard of Duroche, sir? Angor nodded. You mean the flame giant? Mr. Magoo told me that it benefited a lot from the elemental tide. Elemental tide? Oh, you mean the world sound? Fispenry nodded. Yes, Duroche had a little disagreement with Mr. yesterday, which caused cracks to appear in its elemental core. But it was a blessing in disguise. With the blessing of the world sound, the flaws in its elemental core were repaired, and it became even more perfect. Its intelligence even improved a lot, and it was no longer as chaotic as before. Fispam paused a little. You saw how Dankros took in minions, right? He injected his fire into the bodies of other elemental creatures. Usually, newborn elemental spirits are the easiest to tame because they can't fight back. Mature elemental creatures, on the other hand, are much harder to tame. Unless, they have low intelligence. As for Duroche, because its intelligence was very chaotic in the past, Dankros used some tricks and injected his flames into its body, making it his underling. Now, Duroche has regained its intelligence. When it woke up last night, it remembered what Dankros did to it, and now it's going to find Dankros for revenge. Dankros is busy running away from Duroche, so he didn't have the time to contact his minion. Angor nodded after listening to Fispanry's explanation. Fispanry's words made sense because he had already heard about it from Magoo yesterday. Judging from Dankros's reaction, he was indeed afraid that Duroche would settle the score with him. It seemed that demonic fire meteor had nothing to do with this. It made sense. After all, he hadn't started to abduct Mage Fire Meteor's people yet. However, if the magical fire meteor knew about the situation, it wouldn't do nothing, right? What would it do, or had it already started to be on guard? Fispan continued, but don't worry, mister. I just went to Professor Magoo's place and found Dankros. Dankros didn't dare to go out and look for his minion, but he sent Crokilo to bring his minion to you. It should be here soon. Has Crokilo recovered? Angor asked curiously. Crokilo was the furry monster whose talent was elemental self-destruct. According to Dankros, Crokilo used to be his minion, and later they became good friends. Crokilo's talent is elemental self-destruct. Normally, it'll take at least a month for it to reform its body, and several years for it to fully recover. But because of the world echo, Crokilo regained its body. It's not fully recovered yet, but it won't take long. Angor's eyes flickered. Crokilo's fire was very hot, and it also had a powerful elemental self-destruct ability. It would be great if he could lure it away. However, according to Fishery's words, this Kurokro belonged to a special type of elemental spirit. It had already developed intelligence, and it would be difficult to trick this kind of elemental spirit. But it was not completely impossible. When Angor was about to ask more questions about Kurokro, Fispanry looked outside the cave. Elmi also sent a message to Angor that an elemental creature was approaching. It's here. Crokilo moved fast, Fispan said. A flaming hound quickly rushed into the cave and circled around Fispanra. Fispanra patted it with his wings, then the hound stuck out its tongue and sat down beside him. Angor noticed that the firehound was quite large. If it stood up on its hind legs, it would be taller than Angor. It looked like the firehound was about to mature from a small sprite. Oh, it's Loria. Fispan called the dog's name happily and got an even more enthusiastic response. Judging from the way Fispan and the firehound interacted, they must be quite close. It has a name? Yesterday, Fispan didn't call the other elemental spirits by their names. He only referred to them by their forms. Fishery nodded. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, I was the one who named it. According to Fegasberry, Loria and Fegasberry were taken in by Dankros at the same time. Their relationship had been very good since they were little elves. After Fegasberry matured and gained sentience, he left Dankros' side. Before leaving, Fispan named Loria as its new name. Since Loria is here, Batet should be here soon, Angor muttered. Before he could ask who Batet was, Elmi sent him another message. Another elemental creature had arrived. I didn't expect to see you here, Fispan. I thought you were still working as a messenger bird at the volcano. A sarcastic voice came from outside. Just as he finished speaking, a cat burning with pure dark flames walked in with graceful cat-like steps. The black cat didn't pay any attention to Fispan. Instead, it stopped beside Loria. The cat and dog rubbed against each other affectionately. Loria seemed to be closer to the black cat than to Fispan. You're a human. You'll make a good servant. The black cat looked at Angor and said, You're a human. You'll make a good servant. Fispan looked angry. Batet, Mr. Pat is His Highness' most esteemed guest. Please don't do anything to him. Batet yawned and scratched its ears with its claws. It didn't want to listen to Fispan's nonsense. Kurokro told us to come here and show off our talents. I'm not interested. Loria stuck out its tongue and raised its head proudly, as if saying I can do it. Batet slapped Loria's head with its claws. You can't either. Loria lowered its head and whimpered. It rubbed its head against Batet. Batet looked up at Angor again. Human, His Highness has accepted you, but I don't know if you're good or bad. Talent is our biggest secret, and I don't want to show it to anyone. Unless you want to fight me to the death, I'll show you my talent. As for now, I've come here as Kurokro told me to. Consider it a favor for Dankros. We're leaving now. Batet patted Loria's head, and the latter quickly followed. Batet left with its elegant cat-like steps again. Loria stuck its tongue out and followed behind the cat like a loyal dog. Angor didn't try to stop it. The black cat seemed to be very intelligent and hostile. It would be very difficult to tame it. Even if it could be tamed, Angor would have to use force. It wasn't time for that yet. Besides, Bastet's fire wasn't suitable for alchemy. As for the flaming dog Loria, judging from the nature of its fire, it did fit Angor's criteria. However, he didn't know about its talent yet. Plus, Batet was keeping a close eye on it. It wouldn't be easy to trick it away. Mr. Pat, Batet has always been arrogant. Apart from Loria, he's always cold and distant to other elemental creatures. I hope you can forgive him, Fispan looked at Angor. Angor shook his head. He wasn't interested in Batet at all. He wasn't a masochist who would go out of his way to tame a proud cat whose fire didn't suit him. However, he was curious about Bastet's situation. Batet isn't an elemental fairy, is it? Angor asked. Batet was smaller than Loria, but Angor could sense that the fire energy coming from it was much stronger than elemental fairies. It was almost as strong as Fispan. Yes. Batet has already left the elvish phase. It wasn't strange for Batet to leave the elvish phase. But judging from Bastet's tone, it seemed that Batet agreed with Dankro's words. Was Batet one of Dankro's followers? Angor asked Fispan for confirmation. Fispan nodded. Yes. Batet is one of Dankro's followers now. Angor already had an idea, but he was still surprised by the answer. As far as Angor was concerned, Dankro's underlings were forced to come here. Those who regained their consciousness either turned against Dankros like Durosh, or left Dankro's underlings like Fispanry. Why would an intelligent, mature elemental creature like Batet willingly become Dankro's follower? Fispan noticed Angor's confusion and explained, Mister, you must have misunderstood. You think it's unfair to become Dankro's follower. But that's not the case. Dankros also gave his followers a lot of benefits. Dankros fire is special. It can still work even when it's outside of its body. Dankros injected his flames into his subordinates' bodies, giving them a certain level of ability to protect themselves. Fespenry gave a few examples. When danger came, an elemental creature with Dankros fire inside its body could activate the fire to create a black barrier to protect itself from external attacks. Furthermore, this kind of black light shield could also display a more powerful effect based on the level of the underling. For example, if a mature elemental creature like Batet used the black barrier, its defense would be based on Bastet's power level, which made it much stronger than an elemental fairy. In other words, Botet had an extra life-saving measure. Because of this, being Dan Gross underling was not without its benefits. Moreover, Dan Gross usually wouldn't ask his subordinates to do anything, and they were simply left to their own devices. His subordinates only enjoyed the black light barrier that Dan Gross gave them, and they didn't need to do any labor. Naturally, a portion of the elemental spirits didn't leave Dan Gross' command even after they advanced. Botet is one such example, Fispan said. But Botet is a little different. It has the ability to protect itself. The reason why it's still in Dan Gross' camp is mostly because of its relationship with Loria. They're very close, so Botet thinks Loria will be safer with the black barrier. As long as Loria is Dan Gross' follower, he won't leave. I see. Angor nodded. Earlier, when Elmi fought Kurokro and Durosh, they all used the black barriers. Now that he thought about it, those barriers were something Dan Gross left behind to save his underlings' lives. So the black barrier is Dan Gross' talent? Angor was quite interested in the black barrier. When Elmi fought Durosh, Durosh's black barrier was so strong that Elmi couldn't break it without using his full strength. Fispanra said, "You could say that, but Dan Gross himself said that he has other talents. But we've never seen them, so we don't know if they're real or not." Angor nodded. This Dan Gross is a badass, but he's quite capable. A while later, several more elemental spirits showed up outside. Angor put his thoughts aside and began to observe them carefully. Without the interference of an intelligent elemental creature like Botet, the elemental fairies began to display their talents under the guidance of Fez Panri. Angor was dazzled by the number of elemental spirits he saw. Most of them looked promising, but they weren't suitable for him. Another day passed. Today was Angor's third day in the ice cave, and this was also the day with the most elemental spirits. Before nightfall, Angor observed more than 100 elemental creatures. 2 of them were mature, while the rest were still at the elven stage. Among them, Angor found an elemental spirit that had great potential and was quite suitable for him. It was a ghost fire butterfly. Although its body's flames were a little mixed, it could still release pure flames of high temperature. Its innate ability was to set off a ghost firestorm, and it could also release extremely dark flames to create illusions of demonic will. It had the style of mind illusion. Apart from the impure flames, this ghost fire butterfly was perfect for Angor. Its expectation level was above 80%, which was second only to Kurokro. However, Angor still didn't do anything to the butterfly. He learned from Fispan that the butterfly was called a ghost fire slave. It was Big Inba's crush. Big Inba helped him a lot, and Little Inba even left an earth mark on him. It wouldn't be right for him to take away Inba's crush now. So he decided to give up on Ghostfire Slave for now. He didn't have a Ghostfire Slave, but he had other options. Kurokro was one of them. On the 4th day, Angor met some more minions, all of whom were good and bad. Angor might have liked some of them in the past. But with the Ghostfire Slave, Angor's expectations were raised again. These minions weren't worth his attention at all. By noon on the 4th day, almost all the elemental spirits were here, including the flame-traveling frog he recently acquired. It could be seen that Dan Gross's underling was almost done reading. Angor still didn't find anything he liked, so he decided to ask Kurokro. Kurokro only showed up when the last group of minions left. Compared to the first time Angor saw it, Kurokro had shrunk to half of its original size. Its long, slender legs were covered by a giant ball of fire, which only reached Angor's knees when it stood up straight. Compared to Kurokro, who was half the height of a human, she was much smaller. While Angor studied Kurokro, Kurokro took the initiative to report on his mission for the past few days. Mr. I completed Dan Groth's mission. All of my minions, are here. Kurokro tried its best to speak, but the more it wanted to finish, the more it stuttered. It took Kurokro a long time to finish a simple sentence. Angor gave Fispanra a doubtful look after hearing Kurokro's words. Kurokro stuttered a little, Fiscone said in a small voice. Kurokro's flames turned even redder when it heard Fiscone's words. It lowered its head in embarrassment, not knowing where to look. Angor nodded. He didn't say anything, but he felt a little disappointed. Stuttering wasn't a big deal, but if he could really dupe Kurokro, then in the future, when he cultivated the fire element, he would definitely need to communicate with him. At that time, if Kurokuro couldn't finish his sentence, he would probably feel a little frustrated. Still, it was only a small flaw. There was still a way to fix it. Besides, Kurokuro already had intelligence and could communicate with the outside world as an elf. It was much better than other dumb elemental spirits. Maybe it would stop stuttering when it matured. Angor didn't think too much about it. Besides, it was still too early to think about the unpredictable future. Angor looked at Kurokuro with a smile while thinking about how to trick it. You've done a great job in completing your mission. I've seen a lot of interesting fire-type innate abilities. It's an eye-opener for me. Come to think of it, I'm interested in your talent as well. Angor stared at Kurokuro. Kurokuro looked a little nervous and tried to explain, I am, a little, I know. I've seen your talent before. It's something like elemental self-destruct. Kurokuro nodded, swallowing back the words she hadn't said. I'm really curious. After the element self-destructed, you were still able to condense intelligence and reunite as one. There must be a miraculous process behind this. Can I ask you about it? Kurokuro didn't know how to answer, because in its opinion, if it wanted to understand more, it had to set an example and self-destruct, but it couldn't self-destruct yet. Dankros already told me about your condition. He won't let you self-destruct. Just tell me how you did it. Kurokuro, but, I spoke, it's fine. Take your time. There's no rush, right? Angor smiled. Why don't you stay here for a while? Let's have a good chat. It's a little cold here. Do you need me to adjust the environment for you? No need, Kurokuro answered without thinking. It's decided then. What did he decide? Did I say yes? While Kurokuro was still in a daze, Angor looked at Fistpan. I'll leave it here. Is that okay? Fistpan glanced at Kurokuro and saw through Angor's intention. It was silent for a moment before it said, okay. But Kurokuro is still recovering. It's best if you bring it back to Magoo at night. This place isn't suitable for Kurokuro's recovery. Angor nodded with a smile. Sure. Kurokuro stayed inside the illusion cabin, while Fistpan gave Angor a meaningful look before he turned around and walked away in a graceful manner. Angor led Kurokuro into the room and began to talk with the creature with a smile. Although Kurokuro was a little stuttering, he was able to communicate with him as he spoke slowly. And the content of their conversation revolved around Kurokuro's self-destruction innate skill. Angor wasn't lying. He was really interested in this talent. How in the world did Kurokuro manage to preserve his own consciousness in the midst of the incomparably powerful explosion? Apart from talking about the talent, Angor also tried to talk about the human world. Sometimes, he would talk about the outside world, or tell Kurokuro about the bigger and more bizarre general plane. Of course, Angor wanted Kurokuro to know more about the outside world. However, Kurokuro's body was covered in flames, so Angor couldn't tell what it was feeling. When dusk came, Angor sent Kurokuro back to the lava lake and arranged a meeting time for the next day. On his way back to Icefire Cave, Angor ran into Phoenix, who was descending from the sky. Phoenix came aggressively, bringing with him a strong fighting spirit. His target was Elmi. He didn't want to fight an unnecessary battle, so he told the bird that Elmi was fine. Phoenix didn't see Elmi anywhere, so it thought something was wrong with Elmi and left in a hurry. As for fighting Angor? Phoenix knew that Angor had some tricks up his sleeve, so it was hard to say what would happen. However, Phoenix didn't want to fight with Angor. Compared to these tricks, Phoenix preferred a straightforward fight like Elmi's. After sending Phoenix away, Angor sensed that someone was staring at him from behind. Angor looked back and saw a giant shadow slowly rising from the lava lake. It was staring at Angor with a pair of burning eyes. Angor recognized it. It was the fire giant, Durosh. Durosh gave Angor a hostile look. However, it didn't do anything and only stared at Angor from afar. However, it was this kind of gaze that already carried an intense sharpness. Durosh was much more powerful than a few days ago. It must have benefited a lot from the elemental tide. Even Elmi, who was hiding in Angor's shadow, began to warn Angor. Just like Phoenix, Durosh was probably trying to get back at Elmi. Now that Earl was hiding and they couldn't find him, they probably wouldn't make a move. After all, Angor was summoned by Magoo and Fiend Midir. Unless Fiend Midir gave the order, they wouldn't do anything to him. With that in mind, Angor ignored Durosh's gaze and walked toward the ice flame cave. After leaving the lava pool, the prickly feeling disappeared. When Angor looked back, Durosh had already sunk to the bottom of the lake. It must have gone to guard Dangros. Angor shook his head and walked along the scorched path back to the cave. Another 2 days passed. For the next 2 days, he was still focusing on Kurokro. During this time, he noticed that Kurokro rarely expressed its opinions because of its stuttering. But it seemed the creature had a lot more to offer than he thought. Also, Kurokro seemed to accept many things passively, but it didn't mean the creature didn't have any opinions. It was just trying to suppress them. Because of this, Angor noticed that Kurokro was hiding his emotions very well. He also noticed that Kurokro didn't have a good impression of him. It just didn't show it. If Kurokro already hated Angor, it wouldn't be easy to fool it. Therefore, Angor's main goal for the past 2 days was to get closer to Kurokro. At the very least, he needed to get rid of Kurokro's wariness and return it to normal. However, Kurokro was too introverted, which made it easier for the creature to notice him if he tried to get closer. Therefore, Angor decided to slowly lower Kurokro's wariness by using small details that were hard to notice. Kurokro didn't notice Angor's change in mind. But it also had a side effect: it was too inefficient. Although Kurokro had begun to lower his guard, there was still a long way to go before he could completely let his guard down and successfully conquer the enemy. Angor couldn't stay here for too long, which troubled him a lot. Night came. As usual, Angor sent Kurokro back to the lava lake. When Angor was about to leave, Toby, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly screeched at the sky. Angor looked up and saw a fiery sparrow flying toward him from afar with a long burning tail. "Nice to meet you again." Angor nodded to the sparrow. It was Fistpan. Using its wings as its hands, Fistpan bowed to Angor. "Mr. Pat, Her Highness has finished her training and wants to talk to you. Do you have time now?" Angor nodded. "Sure." Angor wanted to see Demon Fire Midir again. He also wanted to know what Midir thought about humans entering the tidal realm in the future. He patted Toby's head, and Toby immediately understood what he meant. The bird quickly transformed into a fire griffin that was several times bigger than Fistpan's. Under Fistpan's shocked gaze, Angor sat on Toby's back. "Let's go. Please come with me." Fez-Spanry nodded absent-mindedly. While flying to the crater, Faze and Pan-Rue kept looking at Toby with curiosity and bewilderment in his eyes. "You're curious about Toby?" Having his thoughts pointed out, Fez-Spanry nodded his head in embarrassment. "Although I vaguely saw a bit of it during the Sound of the World, this is the first time I've seen the descendants of Calamonkeys at such a close distance. They're really powerful and imposing, just as Magoo described." Toby, who was praised by Fesper, chirped proudly. However, Toby had forgotten that he was now in his griffin form. His cry was much louder than when he was in his seabird form. Just his cry alone was enough to set off waves of sound waves that attracted the attention of many nearby fire creatures. Angor even saw the lava lake below trembling, which revealed Durosh's figure. Angor glanced at Durosh and looked away. "Toby's happy about your compliment." "I'm just stating facts," Fistpan replied in a serious tone. Hearing this, Toby roared even more excitedly. Angor stroked Toby's mane to calm him down. If Toby continued to chirp like this, they would become the center of attention for sure. Angor quickly changed the topic. "By the way, how's Dangros doing? Is Durosh still guarding him?" At the mention of Dangros, a look of sympathy appeared on Fez-Spanry's face. "Yes, Dangros is still cowering at Magoo's place, not daring to show his face." "Is Durosh that hateful? Did Dangros do something terrible to Durosh while he was still unconscious? That's why Durosh can't forgive him even after he regained his consciousness?" Fishsherry shook his head. "That's not true. With Dangros' level, he wouldn't be able to do anything too evil. The main reason is that Dangros used to use Durosh as his underling to intimidate other elemental creatures and did a lot of terrible things. Besides, Durosh's lucky this time." But we can't deny that Dangros misjudged your strength and position, which damaged Durosh's origin. That's why Durosh doesn't want to let him go. Angor nodded. In other words, they couldn't use a good outcome to deny the mistake that led to the current situation. Fispan continued, but Durosh doesn't really want to do anything to Dangros. He's just showing his attitude. After all, Dangros exploited him for so many years, and he needs to pay something back. I think this will last for another month or two, and Dangros will have to hide for a while longer. That's good. If Dangros doesn't do anything, everyone will be happy. So you're saying Dangros isn't welcomed here? Fispan shook his head. No. It's just that he was born from the ashes of Kalamonkeys, so people are more tolerant of him. After so many years, they're more than willing to relax a little bit. While they were chatting, the outline of the huge crater had already appeared below them. Fispan stopped. His Highness is waiting for you down there. I won't go in. Angor nodded and patted Toby's shoulder. Toby quickly dove into the glowing red crater. Inside the crater, Angor saw Fiery Meteor standing on top of an artificial platform. The creature still looked like a demon, but its two fiery horns were bigger and spiraling upward. Its wings weren't fully extended yet, but it already looked quite intimidating. Angor told Toby to train in the lava while he approached Meteor and bowed to it. You must have gained a lot from your training, Your Highness, Angor said as he looked at Fiery Meteor, who was standing in front of him. Fiery Meteor cleared his throat and glanced at his left earlobe. You're right. It's a great harvest. Angor chuckled. Judging from Fiery Meteor's expression, he could tell that the creature really did learn something from Odurkles's fire mark. Elemental creatures usually had better perception and understanding of pure elemental energy than mortals. Even an elemental wizard might not be able to learn anything from Angor's fire mark. But Fiery Meteor did. Although the elemental tide helped, it was still something to be proud of. Angor didn't ask what Fiery Meteor learned. He smiled and changed the topic. May I know what you want from me, Your Highness? Back to the topic at hand, demonic Fire Meteor's evasive expression slowly calmed down. Now, you should have time to talk to me about the gate of the tidal realm, right? Angor didn't answer Fiery Meteor's question because he needed to find more information about Feng. Besides, he didn't know how much Fiery Meteor knew about this world, plane fusion, and humans. But now, he could talk about it. Magoo knew a lot about Fiery Meteor because Angor met him. Magoo also knew about the origin of the portal. He just didn't know where it was located. Now that Fiery Meteor asked about it again, Angor believed that Fiery Meteor already knew something from Magoo, so he didn't need to hide it anymore. With that in mind, Angor said, if we want to know more about the portal to Tidal Realm, we have to start from the apocalypse. To the living beings living in the Tidal Realm, the apocalyptic disaster is undoubtedly a disaster. However, if we look at the entire world and consider it as the main body of the world, the apocalyptic disaster is actually an opportunity. Next, Angor explained that the Tidal Realm and the Wizarding World had already merged into one, as well as the reason why the two worlds merged, as well as the possibility that many creatures would die during the process. Demonic Fire Meteor was already surprised by what he heard from Magoo. Now that Angor told him more details, Meteor could no longer hide his surprise. He never thought that his perception was wrong. Rather than calling it an apocalypse, it was more like an opportunity for the world. As for the Messiah that everyone was talking about, he was indeed the true Messiah. However, his Messiah wasn't the Messiah that Meteor had originally believed him to be. Meteor had guided the elemental power from the outside world to inject new vitality into the withered world. He had even concealed the dimensional fusion, hiding the existence of the tidal realm for thousands of years. His savior was to give the elemental creatures enough time to survive so that they wouldn't have to face the ravaging humans. Magic Flame Meteor remained silent for a long time. The information was too much for the creature to digest. Meteor stared at Angor spoke. Meteor asked Fiery Meteor, where is the portal? It's not time yet. Angor considered. I know you want to control the portal, Your Highness. But wizards don't necessarily need to use the portal to enter the tidal realm. Demonic Fire Meteor exhaled and said in a deep voice, I understand. Teacher Magoo told me that when the two worlds merge, there will definitely be a day like this. Fiery Meteor didn't ask about the portal again. Angor already refused to tell Fiery Meteor. He didn't expect Angor to answer. He was just trying his luck. Besides, Magoo already knew that the portal was located in the fire zone. Even if Angor didn't tell him, Fiery Meteor could find it on its own. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's change the topic. Demonic Fire Meteor descended from the sky and sat on a throne made of fire gemstones. Can you tell me about humans? Humans are a big topic. What do you want to know, Your Highness? Fiery Meteor remained silent for a while and finally spoke in a determined tone, I want to know about all of them. Angor realized that Fiery Meteor was starting to accept and change its view of the world. His answer would probably determine Fiery Meteor's attitude toward humans in the future. Angor's answer was very important. Because of this, Angor couldn't be too subjective. He could say something good about the Ink Elves, but he couldn't say they were good either. Human civilization was much more complex than elemental creatures. Even Angor himself wasn't sure if he could fully understand what they were talking about. What he could do now was to tell Fiery Meteor what he knew about humans as objectively as possible. To understand humans, you must first know about civilization. Civilization was an indispensable part of the word human. It was also a big topic. It would take Angor several days to get a general idea of it, and even more time to go into details. Angor didn't have that much time. All he could do now was to describe the definition of civilization, and then, Angor spent several hours to create a simple drama box. Using the theme of humans and civilization, the box showed the development of human civilization and the high-density scenes of civilization in the form of illusions. The box also contained Angor's knowledge about humans. As for Fiery Meteor's main concern, the values and morals of humans, Angor gave Angor an answer. Angor also gave an answer. He did not take sides because he could not guarantee everyone's opinion. Good and bad were always relative. It was just a matter of perspective. Fiery Meteor watched the box for about half an hour. At first, it was surprised by how realistic the illusions were, but later, it was shocked by human civilization. Magical Fire Meteor didn't finish watching it. There was too much information in the box, and he couldn't digest it in a short time. Since Angor already gave the box to Fiery Meteor, there would be plenty of time to watch it. Maybe Magoo and the other creatures in the fire domain could watch it together so that they could learn more about the humans they had to face in the future. Magefire Meteor exhaled deeply and put down the small box in his hand. I took a quick look at the contents. It's shocking. Fiery Meteor paused for a moment before continuing, but I didn't see any elemental creatures. May I ask, what do humans think about elemental creatures? Like Savior, or like you, Mr. Phone? Angor shook his head. Like me, like Mr. Phone. But that's not the whole story. If we want to talk about how humans treat elemental creatures, we'll have to start from the wizarding world. Demon Fire Meteor already knew that the Savior was a powerful wizard. When it heard Angor talking about wizards, it knew it had to be something important. The situation with Magi is actually very complicated. Angor briefly explained the wizarding world to Fiery Meteor. Next, he created a second box with the theme of the wizarding world and used illusions to describe the wizarding world in detail. However, the wizarding world was more about the unspoken rules of the wizarding world. The unspoken rules weren't just rules. They were also the rules of daily life for wizards. They also included how wizards treated the world, mortals, and supernatural creatures such as elemental creatures. Of course, there were good and bad attitudes. After all, wizards weren't good people. Apart from that, the box also contained a general description of a wizard's abilities. Angor even created illusions of wizards fighting. This was the only thing Angor showed in the box. It was both a warning to Fiery Meteor and a reminder. Wizards were strong, and fighting them head-on was never a good idea. Fiery Meteor looked at the box and understood Angor's warning. It didn't show any anger. Even if Angor didn't tell it, Fiery Meteor would ask about it later. After all, the elemental creatures in Tidal Realm would encounter human wizards sooner or later, so they needed to know each other's strength. In the illusions of the wizarding world, Fiery Meteor was more concerned about how humans coveted elemental creatures. All wizards would do everything they could to capture elemental creatures. When Fiery Meteor saw how elemental creatures were captured in the illusions, the flames on its body grew several meters higher. Damn you, human! Fiery Meteor couldn't help but roar. Fiery Meteor's aura grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying aura created ripples in the air and cracked the rocks on the cliff. Elmi also showed up and stood beside Angor to protect him. Even Toby, who was bathing in the lava pool, quickly flew to Angor's side. Fortunately, Fiery Meteor wasn't an irrational monster. It suppressed its anger and apologized to Angor. I understand, Your Highness. But I think you should keep watching. Due to their own interests, most magi wouldn't kill elemental creatures. Even if they tried to capture elemental creatures, they wouldn't treat them harshly. Elemental companions weren't just for show. The word companions was sacred to wizards. Considering elemental creatures as companions, one could tell how important they were. The content at the back of the box contained the Magi's stance and attitude towards other races and magical creatures. Compared to how wizards treated elemental creatures were definitely lucky. Angor asked Mage Fire Meteor to keep reading. As expected, Fiery Meteor kept quiet after reading the rest of the box. It also gradually understood that the sorcerers valued personal interests above all else. If it was not necessary, they would never lay their hands on elemental creatures. However, when it came to the other races and most magical creatures, the adepts didn't hesitate at all. Mage Fire Meteor heaved a sigh of relief when he compared the two. Just like the first box, Fiery Meteor didn't read it carefully. It only scanned the content briefly and put it aside. Even if humans don't kill all elemental creatures, their greed are still the natural enemies of elemental creatures. As far as I'm concerned, elemental creatures are nothing more than pets to humans. Angor could sense that Fiery Meteor was still dissatisfied with humans, which was normal considering the creature's position. Angor didn't explain further. I don't care what you think, Your Highness. But to wizards, elemental creatures who can help them with their training are considered companions. Angor knew that Fiery Meteor wouldn't change its mind no matter how rational and objective he tried to explain. The rationality and objectivity of humans also predetermined the standpoint of humans. Speaking from the standpoint of elemental creatures, the so-called rationality and objectivity were still very unpleasant to hear. The less said, the less mistakes made, the better. Angor didn't want to aggravate his emotions and cause more negative thoughts. Letting things cool down and letting people think for themselves was the best way to deal with it. Fiery Meteor understood Angor's intention. It remained silent for a while and decided to end the conversation for now. It would take the two boxes to Magoo and ask for his opinion. By now, it was already daytime in the outside world. Angor and Demon Fire Meteor arrived at the lava lake together. Demon Fire Meteor was going to dive to the bottom of the lake to meet Magoo, while Angor and Kurokro, who had been waiting by the lake, were going back to the cave. Fiery Meteor watched Angor and Kurokro leave. It suddenly remembered the message Fistpan sent to it. When it thought about how wizards treated elemental creatures in Wizard World, Fiery Meteor knew what Angor was planning to do. Fiery Meteor didn't try to stop them. It watched them disappear into the distance before diving back to the bottom of the lava lake. When the day faded away, Angor sent Kurokro back to the lava lake. Not long after Kurokro sank into the lava lake, a large number of high-temperature bubbles appeared on the surface of the lava lake, and an invisible energy feeler slowly rose up. "Excuse me, Mr. Pat?" A distant voice came from afar. Angor looked at the spike that looked like a bean sprout and nodded. Of course. A moment later, inside the classroom inside Magoo's body, Dankros, a severed arm who craved for Toby's mercy, was sitting beside Angor. In front of him were Magoo and Fiery Meteor. After staring at each other for half a minute, Magoo broke the silence first. He took out two boxes from under his desk and placed them on the desk. "I've seen all the illusions in these boxes. There are many things that I used to have doubts about, but now I have answers. I now understand why Mr. Feng and Calamonkeys are doing this for us." Magoo let out a long sigh. Under the irreversible situation, Mr. Feng was able to buy us so many years of survival time. Compared to saving the world, this contribution is much more significant. Magoo sighed. I understand now. There's no such thing as good or bad humans. But Mr. Fang's kindness to the elemental creatures made me want to remember the kindness of humans even more. Magoo spoke his mind in such a straightforward manner. He was trying to tell Angor about his attitude toward humans. Only by having mutual trust and a similar attitude could they continue the conversation. Magoo said, "I've called you here for 2 reasons. First, Her Highness and I have accepted a predestined future. The portal between the tidal realm and the wizarding world is inevitable." Magoo continued, "When the 2 worlds are connected, the benefits will not only affect humans, but also the elemental creatures. So, I want to know, apart from Mr., when will the humans come? And who will come?" Angor understood Magoo's meaning. He needed to be prepared in advance. If he knew his enemy well, he would not expose his bottom line right away when exchanging benefits with a human wizard. Angor considered and did not reject the offer. The relationship between elemental creatures and wizards was not balanced in the first place. If he told the elemental creatures more information in advance, they would have more bargaining chips and balance the relationship. A balanced relationship would reduce the chances of conflicts escalating and allow both sides to have friendly exchanges while benefiting from each other. When will the humans come? I can't give you an exact answer. It might be a month later, 3 months later, or even 5 months later, but I believe it won't be too late. At the latest, someone will definitely come looking for us within half a year to a year. In other words, you don't have much time to react. But it's not a bad thing. You've been preparing for thousands of years. Now is the best time. Magoo nodded. Feng had given them time to develop and multiply. The tidal realm was now qualified to face the sorcerer civilization's torrent of forces. As for who will come, Angor paused for a moment. Angor considered for a moment before he continued, "Don't worry about that. There won't be too many people coming in because the portal to tidal realm requires a lot of people to meet certain conditions." Magoo sighed in relief, but Angor's next words made him anxious again. "But don't be too sure. Those who can come in must be wizards. I believe that after watching the play, you should understand what this means." Magoo and demonic fire meteor nodded. They knew that formal wizards were very powerful, and they would only have a greater desire for elemental creatures after they became formal wizards. There won't be more than 50 people coming in first. Angor's priority was the wizards from Brute Cavern. 50 was already an exaggeration. After all, there were no more than 50 active wizards in Brute Cavern. Magoo and Magical Fire Meteor sighed in relief when they heard the number of 50. If they had to face hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of wizards, the tidal realm would not stand a chance. Still, they couldn't help but feel worried when they thought about the fact that all 50 of them were wizards who were as strong as Angor. "I know what you're worried about. Wizards will never give up their desire for elemental creatures. But they won't accept just any elemental creature," Angor said. "Maybe you don't like this topic, but if you're willing, I can tell you about the requirements for choosing elemental companions." Fiery Meteor did not say anything. Magoo, on the other hand, did not reject the offer. He raised a hand. "Thank you." Angor continued, "Wizards have a lot of restrictions when choosing elemental creatures. First of all, they need to find a suitable elemental creature for themselves. This is a very selfish requirement. Most of the time, there won't be one among hundreds or thousands of elemental creatures. Second, wizards usually won't choose a newly born elemental spirit. It takes a lot of money to nurture an elemental spirit to maturity. Not all wizards can afford it. Third, wizards rarely choose a fully mature elemental creature. Mature elemental creatures have independent personalities. It's very difficult for them to treat humans as their companions." Angor looked at Magoo and Fiery Meteor as he continued, "Wizards need the unconditional support of their elemental companions during their elemental training. If they meet someone with an absolutely mature personality, it's very difficult for them to do so. For example, Mr. Magoo and Her Highness are both very wise. It's almost impossible for wizards to get close to you on their own initiative. This is why wizards rarely choose a mature elemental creature. Generally speaking, when choosing elemental companions, most sorcerers will lock on to elemental spirits that have yet to be born, as well as elemental creatures that have just advanced and have yet to completely solidify their values. Of course, that's only under normal circumstances. If there are special circumstances, or if they don't lack money, some wizards will try to form a contract with a fully mature or newly born elemental creature. But it's very rare. Magoo and Fiery Meteor relaxed a little after hearing Angor's explanation. They thought that once humans entered the tidal realm, they would wipe out all elemental creatures in one fell swoop like a swarm of locusts. But now, they realized that humans didn't want all elemental creatures. They also had their own choices. Even if several hundred human adepts entered the tideway, they might not be able to find an elementium creature suitable for them. Moreover, the tideway realm was vast, and the adepts might not need fire elementium creatures. If they split the burden, the fire realm would not suffer heavy losses. In fact, they might not even lose a single drop. More importantly, the elemental creatures taken away wouldn't die. They would be nurtured and respected by the wizards, and they would become close friends with the wizards. Maybe they could come back in the end. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a bad idea. Of course, Fiery Meteor was only looking at it in a more optimistic way. It still didn't want to accept the idea. However, in the face of such an irreversible situation, it was already difficult to maintain such a balance. Angor looked at Fiery Meteor and Magoo's thoughtful eyes and knew that they were trying to digest what he just said. He didn't interrupt them and waited patiently. When Fiery Meteor and Meteor regained their senses, Angor noticed that they were less against the idea of elemental companions. Angor slowly said, "Capturing elemental creatures does sound very purposeful and forceful. It doesn't sound very nice. But if we think about it from another perspective, maybe the elemental creatures will willingly become companions with wizards?" Before Fiery Meteor and Magoo could say anything, Dangros interjected, "Why would any elemental creature willingly become a human's companion? You can't say for sure. Maybe some elemental creatures don't like to stay in a small place like this. They want to see the bigger world and explore it. The outside world is huge. It may be dangerous, but it's also full of exciting things. There are plenty of humans who seek adventure and excitement. I'm sure there are plenty of elemental creatures as well, right?" Dangros opened his mouth and tried to argue, but he didn't know what to say. Among his followers, there were some who liked to explore the bigger world. For example, the traveling frog who liked to collect gemstones from different places as souvenirs. Angor looked at Magoo and Fiery Meteor. Of course, it's just a hypothesis. If both sides can be willing, it's still a good thing, isn't it? Magoo considered. If both sides can get along well with human wizards, it'll be a good thing. But it's hard to do. You can't make decisions for humans, can you? I can't make decisions for humans. But I have a very powerful wizard organization behind me. They're untouchable even in the wizarding world. If they can set the rules, I don't think anyone who enters this world will object. This was Angor's ambition as well. In the future, Tidal Realm would not be able to be hidden from other people. If he could take this opportunity to incorporate Tidal Realm into Brute Cavern's territory, it would be a great advantage for both him and Brute Cavern. Also, Tidal Realm had Brute Cavern's support, so it wouldn't be completely helpless against other humans. In other words, it was a win-win situation. Angor could see that Magoo and Fiery Meteor were still doubting him. Angor didn't bother to explain. "It's true that I'm just saying things for now. I'll talk to you again when they come in." "That's the first thing, Mr. Magoo. What about the second thing?" Magoo put away his complicated thoughts and pointed at the 2 drama boxes on the table. "The second thing is, if possible, I hope you can give me more of these drama boxes." Fiery Meteor explained to Angor, "I'm the one who suggested this. I want to send these boxes to the sovereigns of other realms." The portal to Tidal Realm was about to open. Elemental creatures and humans would meet not only fire creatures, but other elemental creatures as well. Fiery Meteor hoped that he could at least send information about humans to the sovereigns before they entered Tidal Realm. This way, they wouldn't be caught off guard. "I hope you can accept, Mr. Meteor," Fiery Meteor said in a serious tone. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "Sure. But I'll also use an illusion to make a drama box about what I said today. The theme will be the future possibilities of Tidal Realm." He planned to put the wizard's selection of elemental creatures, as well as the friendly exchange he mentioned later, into the new video box. If he could use the drama box to influence the higher-ups of elemental creatures and slowly change their minds, he could try his best to avoid conflicts between humans and elemental creatures. Of course, Fiery Meteor wouldn't refuse Angor's suggestion. He spent the next 3 days working on the shadow box and didn't even have time to talk to Kurokuro. In the end, he made 26 drama boxes, each of which was divided into 3 chapters: Mankind and Civilization, The World of Wizards, and the Future Possibilities of Tidal Realm. Among them, Mankind and Civilization and The World of Sorcerers were purely popular science. In the illusion of the future possibilities of the tidal realm, it was the complete record of his conversation with Magoo and demonic Fire Meteor in the classroom. After finishing all the drama boxes, Angor returned to Magoo's body. It was the same classroom, and the same group of people. Angor handed the boxes to Mage Fire Meteor, who then pushed 7 more boxes to Angor. Magoo explained to Angor, "You're going to visit Frost Desert, Gentle Wind Uranus, and Namaquai, right? They're all big areas. Why don't you give them the drama boxes while you're at it? Is it appropriate for me to do that?" Angor wasn't saying that he couldn't do it. But as an outsider, giving drama boxes to the elemental sovereigns wouldn't be as convincing as Fiery Meteor sending his own men. After all, Fiery Meteor was also a sovereign in Tidal Realm, which meant he had more authority than Angor. Magoo considered for a moment. "You're right. How about I ask Dankros to go with you?" "What?" Magoo replied, "Dankros was born from the ashes of Calamonkeys. Most of the sovereigns know about this. They also understand that Dankros represents me." Fiery Meteor added, "You're very important in Tidal Realm, Mr. Magoo. Even Frost Desert won't disrespect you." What Fiery Meteor meant was that Dankros represented Magoo, which was why the other sovereigns would show Magoo respect when they saw Dankros. But Magoo's influence was more important than Fiery Meteor's. "I can, but Dankros is a little." Angor didn't really mind Dankros' behavior. It was just that the silly creature gave him a headache. Magoo chuckled. "I'll tell him to listen to you and not cause any trouble. Besides, this is your first time here, so I don't think Dankros can show you the way." Angor was a little tempted. He had seen Fang's map of Tidal Realm, but he had to admit that Feng wasn't very good at drawing maps. Feng Yu had left a note on the map. I am not good at drawing maps. Let's just look at it." This shows that Feng Yu knows his place. Therefore, although the map had a rough location, it was not easy to find the exact location according to the map. With Dankros, who was familiar with the road, leading the way, it would save a lot of time. Angor nodded. "I'm fine with that. But I need to ask Dankros' opinion first. If he doesn't want to, we can always find another guide. Like Kurokuro?" However, Angor's plan did not work out. Magoo found Dankros and explained the situation to him. At first, Dankros expressed his unwillingness, which made Angor think of asking Magoo to find a new guide. However, Dankros' attitude did not last long. Dankros soon changed his attitude and put on a "since you need me so much, I'll show mercy and agree" look. Once Dankros agreed, his arrogant attitude immediately turned into a bootlicker. Of course, Dankros was flattering Toby, who was sitting on Angor's shoulder. Dankros began to flatter Toby as if flattery was free. Seeing Dankros' reaction, Angor knew that the guy was just trying to put on a show. With Toby by his side, there was a 70% chance that Dankros would agree. In addition, Dankros had been blocked by Duroche recently. After hiding for so many days, he was depressed. With Magoo's arrow token, Dankros could walk away freely. Why would he refuse? Angor sighed. Since things were already like this, he had no choice. At least, Dankros was qualified to be Angor's tool. "When will you be leaving, Mr.?" Magoo asked. Angor hesitated for a moment. "Maybe tomorrow." Magoo nodded with a smile and did not ask anything else. Seeing that Magoo and Fiery Meteor had nothing else to say, Angor prepared to leave. Fiery Meteor and Magoo exchanged a glance. "Please wait for a moment," Magoo said slowly. Angor looked at him in confusion. Magoo did not explain right away. Instead, he closed his eyes. Several seconds later, a streak of fire slowly fell from the sun-like elemental core at the top of the classroom. The fire landed on Magoo's hand and turned into a fist-sized red crystal. Fiery Meteor stood up and pointed a finger at the red crystal. A streak of black flame covered the crystal as if it was wearing a black armor. Magoo handed over the black and red crystal. We've seen it in the world of wizards. Wizards abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Since you're giving these to us, we can't refuse. After discussing it with His Highness, we decided to use the crystals condensed from our core flames as an exchange. This was Angwar's first time hearing about core flame crystals. But judging from the structure of the crystal, he could roughly guess what they were used for. This was the extreme compression of two types of special flames. Whether it was to activate it to attack, to ignite the special flames to assist, or to slowly keep it as materials for flame research, it could all be used. This crystal contained both Magoo's fire and Fiery Meteor's fire, which meant it was extremely valuable. In the end, he waved a hand and declined. No need. Spreading the box to other elemental sovereigns is in line with my request. Strictly speaking, it's not an equivalent exchange. When Magoo was about to say something, Angwar continued, "You're right. If Mr. Magoo and Your Highness really want to treat this as an equal exchange, then why don't we change the terms of this exchange to one day, when more human adepts enter the tidal plane in the future? They should abandon their stubbornness and seriously consider the trade proposed by the organization behind me." With that, Angwar nodded and left the classroom without looking at the crystal again. Magoo and Fiery Meteor exchanged glances and sighed deeply. They did not chase after Angwar. On the other side, Angwar walked a distance away from the classroom and stopped. "Wait for me." Dankros finally caught up with Angwar and hugged his trousers tightly. Angwar remained silent for a moment and lifted Dankros up. Angwar glanced at Toby on his left shoulder. "Should I put him up?" Dankros could not keep running on the ground, and Hand of Spell would attract too much attention. So, Angwar decided to put Toby on his shoulder as well. He already had one burden on his shoulder anyway. Adding one more would not make a difference. The shoulder belonged to Angwar, but Toby always saw it as his own territory, so Angwar still asked for Toby's opinion. Toby looked at Dankros, who was looking at him expectantly, and finally shook his head, indicating that he did not want it. Angwar considered and put Dankros on the teardrop-shaped bead outside the Crimson Veil cloak and asked Toby to hold it tightly. Toby still felt annoyed, but he did not put the cloak on his shoulder this time, so he reluctantly accepted it. "Do you know where Kurokro is?" Angwar asked Dankros as he continued to move forward. "Do you know where Kurokro is?" Dankros did not doubt him. He pointed at an alley and said, "That way." Angwar immediately changed his path. He planned to use this last day to get closer to Kurokro. Time passed quickly. Angwar stayed in Kurokro's room for about 4 hours. He only left when night fell. Since he was going to leave tomorrow, he might as well tell Kurokro his intention and let Kurokro make a decision. But after thinking about it, he decided not to do so. From Kurokro's current attitude, it was impossible for it to leave with him. Angwar did not want to give up on Kurokro, so he decided to wait for a while. As an elemental spirit, Kurokro would not leave the fire zone anytime soon. Angwar could wait until he found Fang's treasure and slowly wear down Kurokro's vigilance. On their way out, Dankros leaned against the Crimson Veil and asked curiously, "Why are you so curious about Kurokro's talent?" Angwar did not answer. He was not only interested in Kurokro's talent. Dankros did not mind Angwar's answer. "I also think Kurokro's talent is great, and I want to have such a powerful offensive talent. But my talent is just a useless shield." Dankros rambled on for a long time. At first, he was talking about Kurokro's talent, but later, he became sad about his own talent. Angwar did not interrupt the bird's monologue. After listening to the whole story, Angwar felt that Dankros must have lost at least one of his brains. Kurokro's self-destructibility was powerful, but it was limited by the ceiling. On the other hand, Dankros' defensive shield could be used by other fire creatures. The stronger the creature, the higher the energy level of the shield. The lower the limit was, but the upper limit was extremely high. Besides, defense and offense were not the same thing. But Dankros did not consider this at all. He was simply envious of other people's offensive abilities. Angwar did not know what to say. Seeing Dankros getting more and more depressed, Angwar interrupted, "You have more than just a defensive talent, right?" Hesitation flashed in Dankro's eyes. Where did you hear that? Fizpan told me, Angor said. But you're the one who spread the news, aren't you? Dankros remained silent for a moment. Actually. What? Are you infected by Kurokro? Dankros pursed his lips. What do you mean by infected? I'm just saying that I'm lying. I don't have a second talent. I just don't want my followers to know that my talent is just an ordinary shield. Angor glanced at Dankros. This was quite fitting of Dankros' personality. Is that so? Angor did not mock Dankros. Instead, he said, I think you really do have another talent. Dankros, huh? You're good at recruiting followers, aren't you? Maybe this is your talent. Dankros rolled his eyes. It's not a talent. It's my leadership. I'm going to be known as Divine Flame in the future. Dankros' voice was soft, and he sounded a little unconfident. After staying in the fire zone for so long, Angor knew that only a ruler could have the right to use element in front of their name. Dankros wanted to become Divine Flame Dankros, which showed how ambitious he was. He wanted the highest throne in the fire zone. Also, the name of his flame was the opposite of Magic Flame Meteor, which meant Dankros did not like the current ruler. Angor did not want to discourage Dankros. I hope I can see that day too. Dankros was stunned for a moment, and his previous lack of confidence disappeared. He raised his head proudly and said, Of course there will be such a day. Angor chuckled and did not say anything else. The next morning, above a scorched mountain range. We're too far away from the core area of the fire zone. Let's stop here. Dankros will lead us for the rest of the journey. Angor looked at the two figures behind him. They were Magic Flame Meteor and Fizpan. Magic Flame Meteor looked into the distance and said, All right. If you run into any trouble, sir, you can come back at any time. With that, Magic Flame Meteor nodded at Angor and flapped his wings to leave. Fizpan stayed behind and continued to follow Angor and Dankros. Dankros, who was holding Bloody Knight, looked at Fizpan in confusion. You're following us too? Fizpan lifted his flaming wings and revealed a transparent fireball under his armpit. Inside the fireball were 2 sets of shadow boxes. His Highness has arranged for me to deliver these 2 sets of boxes to the Marsh Mud Bank and the Jyalubii grassland, Fizpanri said. Dankros nodded. Angor already told him that they were heading to White Cloud Village, and the shortest route was through Wildstone Wasteland. The swamp bank Fizpan was going to was close to Wildstone Wasteland, so they could travel together for a while. They flew for another half an hour. The ground was still scorched, but the air temperature was getting lower. Angor also took out his gondola as a means of transportation. As soon as Dankros mounted the gondola, he began to exclaim in admiration, and groped about with an intoxicated expression. Angor looked at Fizpan, who was flying on the other side. We're going the same way. Why don't you come in and rest? Fizpan hesitated for a moment and nodded. He flew to the side of the gondola and let his wings down, which made him look elegant and noble. Their journey continued. The gondola wasn't going as fast as it could because of the temperature, but it was still faster than flying. Along the way, Angor learned from Fizpan that Magic Flame Meteor sent over 50 of his subordinates to deliver the shadow boxes to the various lords. Fizpan was going to the Swamp Bank and Jalam Plain, both of which had good relations with the fire domain, so Fizpan only needed 1 blazing sparrow to go. However, there were some territories that didn't have good relations with the fire domain, which meant they sent more subordinates. For example, there was a territory called Forest of Rain, which was led by Phoenix, who had 10 powerful blazing sparrows under his command. There were also some territories that didn't have bad relations with the fire domain, but they were still extremely dangerous. For example, the Glittering Mountains. Lightning bolts fell from the sky almost every minute, and there were also many pools of lightning on the ground. Just entering the place was dangerous enough, which was why the teams sent here were all very powerful. However, whether it's the Forest of Rain or the Glittering Mountains, there are solutions to both of them. The most difficult part of the mission isn't these 2 places. It's the Mariah Ice Mountain, which is home to all ice creatures. It's also the territory of Frosty Azert. Frosty Azert is an enemy of the fire domain. Fire creatures like us won't be able to see the Frosty Monarch at all, let alone deliver the shadow boxes to them. I'll take care of Frosty Izzard, Angor said. Frosty Izzard was one of the elemental creatures who stayed with Wizard Painter for the longest time. Angor had to find the Frosty Monarch no matter what and give it the shadow boxes. I heard about it from Her Highness. We all sighed in relief when we heard about it. But I still have to warn you. You're a human, so you won't have any conflicts with Frosty Izzard for now. However, Frosty Izzard is a very extreme creature. It might try to harm you. Angor nodded. I'll be careful. 4 hours later, they passed through another volcanic crater that was covered in smoke. They saw a vast expanse of scorched earth in the distance. The color of the scorched earth changed from black to yellow. That's the Wildstone Wasteland. Fizpan slowly spread his wings and flew away from the gondola. It's time for us to part ways. I wish you all the best, Mr. As soon as he finished speaking, Vespanri let out a cry and turned into a flaming arrow, flying in another direction. Angor continued driving the gondola into the distance after Vespanri left. The smoke in the air was getting thinner, allowing them to see what was going on below. However, the ground was nothing but dried, scorched earth. Looking at it for too long would only make one's eyes tired. However, this was not a problem for Dankros. It clung to the edge of the ship, and the eye in the center of its palm stared straight at the ancient land below. Even the endless scorched earth looked as beautiful as the first time it saw it. Angor rested his face on his hand and looked at Dankros quietly. At first, Angor was thinking about something else. But later, he couldn't help but look at Dankros' hand. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. You look a little fatter today? Angor couldn't help but ask. I'm not fat. You must be mistaken. Dankros shifted his gaze to Angor and said, I'm not fat. Angor was only asking casually, but Dankros' reaction was a bit strange. It kept looking around without looking at Angor. Angor narrowed his eyes. No, I'm sure you're fatter. He dragged Toby into the water. Toby, come here and take a look. Toby chirped. Dankros didn't understand what Toby was saying, but the bird pointed at its belly with its wings, indicating that Dankros' hand was indeed bigger. After Toby finished speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Dankros with a look of disdain. Dankros didn't know why Toby was looking at him like that. It took a lot of effort to get closer to Toby, and he didn't want to ruin it because of something trivial. I'm not fat. I'm going to leave the fire zone for a while, so I need to bring some luggage. So, you're carrying luggage? Angor looked at Dankros doubtfully. Dankros still didn't dare to look at Angor. After a while, he lowered his head and said, you can say that. And some gifts from Professor Magoo. Angor narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Toby also didn't believe him. Dankros was most afraid of Toby's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he finally could not hold it in any longer. He opened his mouth and spat out a black and red crystal. Is this Mr. Magoo and Mr. Devilfire's core flame crystal? Angor looked at the familiar crystal and realized something. Dankros nodded and lowered his head. Teacher Magoo gave it to me. When the teacher saw that you didn't want it, he gave it to me. Dankros' tone was filled with uncertainty and a little stuttering. Combined with the fact that Dankros did not dare to look into Angor's eyes, Angor was sure that Dankros was telling the truth. It was not Magoo who gave the crystal to Dankros. Dankros asked Magoo for it because it could give the crystal to Angor. Really? It's true, isn't it? Dankros shivered a little and asked hesitantly. Dankros was a simple man. Angor saw Dankros trying to change the topic and figured out the truth. The crystal was definitely not for Dankros. Angor thought about it again and understood what was going on. Magoo probably wanted to give the crystal to Angor through Dankros. You should know better than anyone else whether it's true or not. Angor reached out a hand and picked up the crystal on the table. Dankros looked at Angor's eyes and knew that his lie was exposed. Dankros lowered his head in frustration. I just thought it looked nice. If you don't want it, I'll take it. Angor chuckled but did not say anything. Toby also chirped along with Angor's laughter. Toby's cry was like a sharp thorn that pierced into Dankros' heart. He lowered his head even more shyly, and almost put his entire hand on the table. He said guiltily, Sorry, I shouldn't have taken it for myself." Dankros' sudden admission of his mistake surprised Toby. It hummed twice and slowly retracted its gaze. Angor still did not say anything. He played with the crystal for a while and handed it back to Dankros. "You can have it," said Angor. Under Dankros' confused gaze, Angor slowly explained, "Mr. Magoo knows you better than I do. He probably knew what you would do by giving it to you. If Dankros gave the crystal to Angor and Angor accepted it, that would be for the best. If Dankros kept it for himself, Magoo would not feel bad either. After all, he used it on his favorite student." Of course, given Magoo's understanding of Dankros, he probably knew that Dankros would not be able to hide it. Once Dankros exposed himself, Angor would have to make the choice again. To accept or not to accept the crystal, it was up to Angor to decide. And this time, no matter what Angor did, the crystal would not be returned to its rightful owner. Angor knew what Magoo meant. He refused the crystal at first, and he did not want to accept it again. Both Magoo's fire and Midir's fire were good, but Angor was not a fire-type wizard. He did not need to study special flames. Therefore, he could control his emotions and desires. Dankros did not think too much about it. When Angor gave the crystal back to him, he was delighted and looked at Angor with friendliness. Seeing how happy Dankros was, Angor considered for a moment. Then, he used fire sculpt to remove the useless parts and modify the outer appearance of the crystal. Under Angor's spirit control, the crystal quickly changed into a new shape. It was a ring with a black base and a red pattern. "It's not good to keep it in my stomach. Let's put it on my finger." Dankros gladly accepted the crystal's transformation and wore the ring on his middle finger. Angor looked at Dankros with a strange look. He had to admit that Dankros only had a severed hand, but the hand was very fair, and the fingers were long and beautiful. Without looking at the eyes and mouth in the palm, the hand was more perfect than the hands of many women who liked to take care of their skin. Now, coupled with this ring that was emitting a strange flame aura, even if it was just a severed hand, it still had some elegance and nobility. Of course, this was only because Angor had been looking at Dankros for a long time and gradually accepted this fact. If a normal person saw a severed hand running around, they would not think it was elegant. They would only be scared half to death. Dankros wore the ring for a while and skipped to Angor's side. He rubbed Angor with the back of his hand to show his gratitude. Angor was a little surprised that the naughty kid would use such a cute way to show his gratitude. Maybe he was just acting like a spoiled child. This was normal in the eyes of a naughty kid. While Angor was still trying to make up his mind, a muddy wind suddenly came from afar. At first, Angor did not feel anything. But as his vision became blurrier and the air around him began to turn yellow, he realized something was wrong. The air was getting more and more murky. He could not see anything in front of him except for a vast cloud of dust. And this cloud of dust contained a very strong power of earth. The so-called power of earth was actually the general name of earth elemental energy. Clearly, this cloud of dust was the manifestation of some kind of earth elemental energy. Based on their previous speed, they should have reached the end of the scorched land by now, which meant they were at the border of Wildstone Wasteland. It was normal for such a strong power of earth to appear here. The only thing Angor was not sure about was whether this was a natural phenomenon of Wildstone Wasteland, or was it caused by someone else. Angor pressed his hand on the hull of the boat, which released a green light that blocked the cloud of dust from entering the boat. With the use of the cleanse spell, the sand on the ship disappeared one after another. Angor looked at Dankros, who was still in a daze. "This is the border between Wildstone Wasteland and Wildstone Wasteland. Does this happen all the time?" Dankros shook his head. "No. I didn't see this when I came to Wildstone Wasteland the last time. So this was a special situation? Under such special circumstances, there was usually a manipulator behind the scenes." Angor frowned. Was he being targeted by an earth elemental creature from Wildstone Wasteland? Angor thought for a moment and activated Mark of Earth. The aura of Mark of Earth instantly became stronger. As the aura of Mark of Earth spread out, the surrounding dust began to move away from Gondola, leaving a clear hole in the air. As soon as the hole appeared, Angor heard someone making a small noise. "Hey, I smell my own kind." Next, he saw a figure flying toward Gondola from the nearby sand. Elmi, who was hiding in Gondola's shadow, quickly opened its eyes and gathered around Angor's feet. Angor watched the shadow fly toward him and let it land on the boat. As the shadow landed on the ground, Angor saw who it was. It was an eagle made entirely out of yellow sand. Without a doubt, this eagle was made of earth elemental energy. Let's call it a desert eagle for now. The desert eagle was about the same size as Fez Spanri, but Angor knew that it wasn't its real body because he didn't sense any energy coming from it. This was just a sand doppelganger. Its real body should still be outside in the sandstorm. The desert eagle closed its sand-like wings and walked around the edge of the ship curiously. It lowered its head and looked at this strange object that it had never seen before. What a strange thing. It can fly in the sky. Is it made by White Cloud Village? The desert eagle spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you know about Salmato? Just as Desert Eagle finished speaking, a voice came from the sky. No, our White Cloud Village doesn't have such things. Angor looked at the sky. Did the Desert Eagle just say that there was an elemental creature called Salmato outside? And it was from White Cloud Village? Was it a wind elemental creature? Since Angor was heading to White Cloud Village, maybe he could talk to a wind elemental creature first. Before Angor could find a chance to talk, Dangro spoke first. White Cloud Village. Is it Uranus's White Cloud Village? Yes. The sound of the wind came from above. At the same time, Desert Eagle, who was standing on the edge of the ship, also exclaimed in surprise, it's actually a flame sprite, and it can even develop spiritual intelligence at the sprite stage? Dangros held up his head with his index finger and middle finger. Of course. I'm the descendant of the great Kalamonkeys. Kalamonkeys. I heard about this name from the wise man. He used to be the lord of this land. I heard he was a flaming griffin. But you don't look like a griffin, do you? Desert Eagle looked at Dangros curiously. Dangros put his hands on his waist. That's because you're ignorant. Your lord, Fallen Earth Cherny, must know something about me. Go ask him yourself. When Dangros finished speaking, the invisible wind element life form above his head chuckled. Desert Eagle, who was opposite him, also had an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sand Eagle replied, in my realm, the monarch isn't Fallen Earth Cherny, but Sandstorm. Sandstorm? So you're not from Wildstone Wasteland? You're from Tusk Desert? Angor asked. Magoo told him that Tusk Desert was also the territory of an earth elemental creature near White Cloud Village, and its lord was Sandstorm. Desert Eagle looked at Angor with a confused look. Yes. I'm from Tusk Desert. You look strange. You smell like my kind, but I don't think you're one of us. Magoo told Angor that Tusk Desert wasn't as friendly as Wildstone Wasteland and Fire Zone, but it was still relatively peaceful. This Desert Eagle seemed to be able to talk peacefully. With that in mind, Angor activated his earth mark. My aura is from Little Inba, who lived in Wildstone Wasteland. As for me, I'm not an elemental creature. I'm a human. Desert Eagle still didn't fully understand Angor's explanation. It didn't know much about humans. Still, Desert Eagle didn't think too much about it. Mr. Pat wasn't an enemy since he received the earth mark from an earth elemental creature. You're going to White Cloud Village to see Princess Softwind? A green eagle appeared in the sky. It looked similar to Desert Eagle, but it was made entirely out of wind energy. It was Salmato from White Cloud Village. Yes. I have something I need to ask Princess Softwind about. Can you give me some pointers? Angor looked at Salmato. Salmato tilted her head and considered. Princess Softwind is a gentle lady. As long as you have good intentions, she won't refuse to meet you. Salmato paused for a moment. It's a pity that I have to travel with Aguado now. Otherwise, I can show you the way. Aguado was the sand eagle who was standing on the edge of Gondola. You guys are traveling? Dangros found some free time and interrupted. Aguado nodded. At the mention of traveling, its eyes, which were made of yellow sand, flashed with a bright light. Yes, Salmato and I have always dreamed of going to faraway places to see different sceneries. Now, we've decided to go on a long journey. We're going to travel around the entire continent. Aguado talked about his dreams in excitement. His chest was filled with the spirit of a young man. Aguado turned his gaze to them. Do you want to join our sandstorm brigade? You'll see the most beautiful scenery on this long journey. Dankro's eyes lit up as if he was touched by Aguado's enthusiasm. I want to see the different places in Tidal Realm as well, but we have other things to do right now. Maybe we'll have to wait until the future, Angor said in a regretful tone. I was so excited when I talked about traveling to different places. Now that I think about it, you're going to White Cloud Village. As far as I'm concerned, dancing and talking about your dreams is a beautiful thing in itself. Aguado chuckled. Salmato said something similar, so it hit it off with me and joined me on my journey. High up in the sky, Salmato let out a burst of laughter. It's a pity that you can't join our brigade. But White Cloud Village is beautiful as well. Ah, I almost forgot. If you want to go to White Cloud Village from Wildstone Wasteland, you'll definitely pass by Tusk Desert. That place looks unchanging, but it's still a beautiful place. We'll go and see the beauty of Tusk Desert with our own eyes. But before that, can I ask you something? Is there a taboo to meet Lord Sandstorm of Tusk Desert? Huh? Aguado looked at Angor. Aren't you going to see Lady Gentle Wind? Why are you going to see Lord Sandstorm? Angor nodded. Yes. I'm new here, so I want to visit the lords and look for traces of old times. I see. Aguado didn't really understand what Angor meant. But it didn't think too much about it. Angor had Earthmark, so it didn't think Angor was a bad guy. Compared to Her Highness Soft Wind of White Cloud Village, His Highness Sandstorm might be a little hot-tempered. If you want to have an audience with His Highness, it's best to see the wise man first. The wise man will know when is the best time to see His Highness. Then, Aguado briefly explained how to find the wise man, as well as his personality and hobbies. While chatting with Aguado, he also asked Salmato about the wise man of White Cloud Village. By the time Aguado was almost done talking, the sky had begun to darken. With Salmato's reminder, Aguado came back to his senses. When we passed by Wildstone Wasteland, we told the patrol that we would leave the territory before dark. It's too late now, so we have to go. Aguado spread his wings and flew into the air. I'm very happy to be able to chat with you. The wise man of Bibayan Village said that not only will we see beautiful scenery on our journey, but all the creatures we meet along the way will also become the shining embellishments of our journey. It's our pleasure, sir. I'm sure your stories won't just be told on this continent. Maybe they'll spread to other worlds as well. Aguado didn't know what Angor meant, but he knew that Angor was giving them his blessing. Aguado chirped happily. Let's go. There are still worlds waiting for us to conquer. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Salmato also chirped at the right time, responding to Aguado's excitement. The wind howled and the sand rustled as they left. Soon, the two eagles disappeared from Angor's sight. Only the sand on gondola remained as proof of their existence. Angor watched the sand disappear into the distance with a smile and blessing in his eyes. He could tell that Aguado was the kind of traveler who would do anything for the sake of the future. Such people weren't rare among wizards. For example, Finewerder, who published countless travel books, spent his entire life on the road. Perhaps he was still traveling somewhere. Angor wanted to live such a life as well. The word future didn't sound like anything special, but it had a strange charm that made people want to pursue it. However, Angor also knew that in order to pursue the future, he had to return to reality first. Dangers were everywhere in the boundless general plains. Without enough power, one would die before they could even see the future. Angor's current strength wasn't bad, but he still needed a long way to go before he could conquer the future. Still, he didn't feel sad about it. Compared to other people, he had another way to pursue the future. The Gate of Illusion. The special energy that filled the Gate of Illusions would probably be replenished in 2 weeks. At that time, with the help of the illusory dream, he would be able to travel to a faraway place. Most importantly, his illusory body would be able to travel while his real body would be unharmed. This is great. On the other side, Dankros was standing on the table with his index finger and middle finger. He looked at the disappearing sand and sighed in admiration. Like I said, there are many elemental creatures who want to go to places far away. See, we met one now. Angor smiled. You also want to go to places far away? Dankros choked a little. No, I don't. I envy them for having firm dreams. You have one too, don't you? You want to restore the glory of your ancestors? Dankros was surprised. You admit that I'm a descendant of Kalamonkeys? Do I need to admit it? You said it yourself, didn't you? I trusted your story from the beginning to the end. Don't tell me you don't believe it yourself? Dankros' palms turned red. He looked away from Angor. What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Don't doubt it. Dankros' eyes lit up. I will restore the glory of my ancestors. Angor smiled gently. I believe in you. Gondola didn't stop at all. They had already reached the border of Wildstone Wasteland when Aguado landed on the side of the boat. After traveling for another half an hour, they could no longer see the scorched earth below them. Instead, they could only see a vast wasteland. It was similar to the dream wasteland before the mother tree of civilization arrived. The only difference was that this wasteland was filled with stones of various sizes. He kept going deeper into the desert. When he reached a high ground, the ground began to tremble. The scattered rocks on the ground quickly gathered together as if they were being pulled by some kind of power. They soon turned into a giant stone man. The stone giant raised its head and looked at the airship in the sky. I can feel the mark of the earth. A slow and heavy noise came from the stone giant's mouth, which was as black as a wind tunnel. Angor hovered in the air and didn't land right away. He could vaguely sense that the stone giant was very powerful. Just the threat alone was enough to make Earl reveal himself. Do you know who it is? Angor asked Dankros. Dankros leaned against the side of the boat and studied the stone giant carefully. It looks just like the Imba brothers. I can't tell. Is it Big Imba? Angor didn't know what Big Imba was talking about. Dankros didn't say anything useful, but the stone giant's hollow eyes glowed when it appeared on the side of the boat. Flame arm. Are you Dankros? The stone giant asked. Angor glanced at Dankros, who was confused. How does it know me? I should be the one asking the question. That's not important. Dankros sat on the side of the boat and looked down. How do you know I'm Dankros? Do you know me? The air around them suddenly became silent. A gust of cold wind blew, and the stone giant said, 300 sunsets ago, you came to the Wildstone Wasteland with the Imba brothers as guests. We met at that time, and we met here. There was a question mark on Dankros' head, and his voice was high as he asked, really? Yes. How come I don't remember? Dankros hugged his thumb and pondered for a moment. I thought about it, and it seems like there is indeed such a thing. I was invited by the Imba brothers to be a guest here, and when I passed by, I met a big guy. I'm not a big guy. I'm a watcher. Oh, right. A watcher. Big Imba said that there's a watcher at the border of Wildstone Wasteland every once in a while. They're the first line of defense. Dankros nodded and looked at Angor with a "Don't worry, I'm here" look. Angor didn't know what to say. Dankros was a bit unreliable. Since Dankros had met the watcher before, and the watcher was friendly to Dankros, Angor slowly lowered Gondola so that it was parallel to the watcher's head. Perhaps it was because Angor showed his distrust toward Dankros earlier, so Dankros quickly took over the topic of conversation and started talking to the watcher in order to save his dignity. The watchers were stone giants who had been guarding the border for countless years, so they weren't very curious. After learning that Angor's Earth seal came from Insignia, the watchers quickly let down their guard against this human. You want to see Prince Fallen Earth? I haven't been to the core area for a long time, so I don't know what's going on there. The watcher said, but the watcher is nearby. It should know. I can summon it for you. Just like the watchers were also responsible for protecting Wildstone Wasteland. The only difference was that the watchers were the first line of defense, while the watchers were the second line of defense. Thank you so much. Dankros smiled. The watcher lowered its head. Wildstone Wasteland is closely related to the Fire Zone. It's my honor to serve two guests from the Fire Zone. The Watcher's words were a bit cheesy, but Angor could feel its sincerity. It really meant what it said, and it was going to carry out Angor's request. At this moment, Angor finally felt the power of diplomatic relations. By standing on the ground, the Watcher could use the power of the earth to send messages to all nearby earth creatures. This method of transmitting information was much more reliable and stealthy than the fiery creature's sparks, and the speed was also much faster. Soon, a small stone giant covered in moss glided toward them from the wasteland. Yes, it wasn't walking. It was gliding. As if it was riding a skateboard, the mossy stone giant used the wasteland as a snowy slope and glided toward them at an unimaginable speed. Angor wasn't too surprised to see this. Back when he was in the research department, he already heard that some earth creatures used to travel in an even more ridiculous way. As long as they were above the ground, Mother Earth would grant them the right of way. Gliding was already considered slow, while some earth creatures could simply travel through the ground, which was much faster than gliding. Soon, the mossy stone giant arrived in front of the Watcher. The Watcher held the mossy stone giant in its hand and slowly raised it to the same height as Gondola. "Mr. Pat and Dankros, welcome. I'm the Watcher of this area." The mossy giant paused for a moment before continuing. "The Watcher has told me about your situation. As soon as I heard the news, I sent a message to the sage. I'm sure the sage will inform me soon." Just like the Watcher didn't mention its name, but it was very friendly toward visitors from the fire zone. For example, when Angor asked the patrollers about Wildstone Wasteland, the patrollers did not try to hide anything and answered all of his questions. Half an hour later, the Watcher reached out a hand and tossed an orange-colored stone into its palm. The Watcher sensed the stone for a moment and said, "The sage has agreed. It will help you contact Her Highness and invite you to the grotto." The grotto referred to the Ruby Grotto, where the Wise Ones lived. Angor already heard about this from Big Inba before he came to Wildstone Wasteland. However, he still didn't know where exactly it was located. The Watcher noticed Angor's hesitation and handed him the orange-colored stone. "This stone will lead you to the correct direction." After saying goodbye to the Watchers, Angor activated his gondola again. While flying, he picked up the orange-colored stone given to him by the Watcher. As soon as he touched the stone, it began to vibrate as if it had a life of its own. Then, it began to roll toward the southeast under the influence of a strange force. So he followed the direction of the rock and let Gondola follow it. After flying for about half an hour, the direction of the rolling stone in his palm gradually shifted to the east, and Gondola also changed its direction. Under the guidance of the stone, it took Angor less 3 hours to reach the central area of Wildstone Waste. Earth elemental creatures could be seen running all over the place. They also saw Gondola, but it was glowing with a thick yellow light. This was the pass given to them by the patrollers, so they were able to pass through without any obstructions. It wasn't until they reached the Ruby Grotto that they were stopped by 2 20-meter-tall stone golems for the first time. These 2 stone golems were also guardians. They were the guarantee of the cave's safety. Angor gave them the orange-colored stone, and the stone golems contacted the Wise Ones inside the grotto to let them pass. The cave sounded narrow and cramped, but in reality, it was a natural cave that was formed naturally within the huge mountain rocks. The entrance of the grotto was at least 30 meters tall, and the interior of the grotto was even taller. Angor could easily enter with his gondola. However, as a sign of respect, Angor put away his gondola and walked deeper into the grotto. Inside the grotto, there were many intersecting roads and small paths. From time to time, Angor would see doors of different sizes, from which all kinds of earth creatures could be seen coming and going. For a moment, Angor felt as if he had returned to Magoo's body. However, the interior of the grotto was bigger and more complicated. Standing at the entrance of the grotto, Angor felt as if he was looking at countless paths. If not for the orange-colored stone, Angor would have lost his way. Under the guidance of the stone, Angor found a path ahead. Along the way, he encountered some earth creatures who seemed to have been informed that a guest was coming. They didn't try to stop Angor. They only looked at him curiously but didn't approach. Only the naive earth elves would willingly approach Angor. For example, there was a half-meter square mud sprite in front of him. It slowly approached him and stopped right in front of his feet. If Angor accidentally stepped on one, he would sink into the mud and get splashed all over. This kind of prank was the purpose of the mud sprite. In other words, almost 60% of elemental spirits would play similar pranks when they did not have intelligence. After all, if he wasn't a brat, how could he be called a brat? Angor would probably punish the little prankster for trying to prank him. However, there were so many earth creatures watching from afar, and it was highly possible that the sage's eyes were nearby as well. Angor decided not to punish the mud spirit. He quickly walked past it and pretended that he didn't see anything. After walking for about 20 minutes, the orange-yellow stone led them to a place that looked like a stone temple. The stone door was divided into 2 parts and was currently open. One could see the spacious interior environment at a glance. Inside the door, Angor saw many pillars supporting the grayish stone ceiling. On both sides of the stone walls, there were some patterns that were pieced together with broken diamonds and black and white gems. These patterns didn't seem to have any special function, and seemed to be used for decoration. They set off a solemn and dignified atmosphere, making the entire interior atmosphere more religious, as if it was really a stone temple. When Angor reached the front of the hall, the orange-yellow stone stopped moving. At the same time, a gem man made entirely of topaz crawled out from the ground. The gemman's overall structure was similar to the stone golems outside. The only difference was that its eyes were deeper. This gem man was Portia, the sage of Wildstone Wasteland. However, Angor didn't pay too much attention to the sage. Instead, he looked behind Portia, which was the deepest part of the stone temple. There was a circular wall there, and on the wall was an extremely exquisite painting. The painting depicted a gigantic gemstone turtle that looked like it could hold up the sky. The turtle's shell was inlaid with all kinds of gemstones and crystals, hence the name. The reason why he was interested in the painting was because the artist was Feng. He also saw a miniature version of the turtle on the map of Tidal Realm. This must be the full-body portrait Feng drew for the monarch of Wildstone Wasteland. You're the human Pat the Sentinel talked about? You're interested in the painting of Gemstone Raffer? Portia looked at Angor with an undisguised look. Angor nodded. Yes, I'm very interested in it because it's drawn by Mr. Feng. I came to Tidal Realm for another reason, which is to find the traces left by Mr. Feng. Angor's words revealed a lot of information, which made Portia's eyes twinkle. Before Portia could think of a way to ask more questions, Angor spoke first. Can I take a look at the painting? Portia replied, sure. Angor bowed to Portia and slowly approached the painting of the turtle. Looking at it from a close distance, Angor was even more certain that the turtle was drawn by Feng. He just didn't know if there were any secrets in this painting. That was why he wanted to see it from a close distance. The painting of Infernal Haruya hid a passage that led to the outside world. Was there a similar hidden space in this painting? Angor scanned the painting with his eyes and spirit feelers. He even touched the painting himself. He carefully touched every detail to avoid missing anything. But he found nothing. It was just a painting. There was nothing hidden in it. Angor sighed and gave up on the third attempt. He looked at Portia with a slightly embarrassed look. Mr. Feng is known as the master of magic painting in the outside world. His paintings are something that many wizards are willing to spend a lot of money on. I'm also a person who loves art. Maybe I got a little excited. Portia blinked. It's fine. Angor walked back to Portia and straightened his face. Mr. Portia, I came to Wildstone Wasteland to ask to see His Highness Fallen Earth. I have something to give him. Portia gave Angor a thoughtful look. She did not respond right away. You have little Inba's earth mark on you. You must have seen them before, right? How are little Inba and big Inba doing? Angor nodded subconsciously. You know the Inba and Inba brothers, Mr. Portia? I'm their first teacher. Portia smiled. Can you tell me more about them? I heard Big Inba is interested in a ghostfire butterfly recently. They're doing fine when I saw them. Little Inba is studying hard, while Big Inba is still interested in sculpting and taking good care of the butterfly. Angor glanced at the severed hand hanging on his crimson shelter. Let Dangros tell me. He knows more about them than I do. With that, Angor used Hand of Spell to hold Dangros in his hand. Portia smiled and turned to look at Dangros. She met Dangros a year ago, so she was familiar with the man. Dangros did not show any fear. Sitting on the hand of spell, he began to tell Portia about the Inba and Inba brothers' lives and studies. Portia nodded from time to time with a kind look in her eyes. She really cared about the Inba and Inba brothers. When she was done, Portia looked at Angor again. Little Inba is willing to give you his earth mark, which means he recognizes you as a friend of Wildstone Wasteland, Mr. Pat. I've already told His Highness about your request to see His Highness Fallen Earth. When did that happen? Angor was a little confused. When I asked about the Inba and Inba brothers. Portia seemed to have read Angor's mind. His Highness can't come because he received a great enlightenment from the World Voice. He's still training underground. But he brought me this. Portia waved her hand, and a pure green crystal floated out from the ground. Portia tapped the green crystal lightly. A grand and heavy aura slowly emanated from the crystal and formed a projection beside Portia. The projection showed a yellow giant wearing a garland of gemstones of various colors on his head. This yellow giant was the current ruler of Wildstone Wasteland, Fallen Earth Cherny. Fallen Earth Cherny didn't look that big from the projection. According to Magoo, Fallen Earth Cherny's real body could reach up to 100 meters in height, which meant he was a powerful elemental giant. Magoo never stopped praising Fallen Earth Cherny's strength. But when it came to Fallen Earth Cherny's real body, Magoo had a strange expression. According to Magoo, Fallen Earth Cherny's real body was kind and gentle, but it had a very strange problem. Mr. Pat, I've become friends with Portia. Welcome to Wildstone Wasteland, Fallen Earth Cherny spoke in a booming voice. Portia glared at Fallen Earth Cherny and explained with a smile, His Highness said that he has already talked to me about you, Mr. He knows what you're up to and welcomes you to Wildstone Wasteland. Angor nodded with a smile. I see. But he didn't know what to say. He recalled Magoo's comment about Fallen Earth Cherny. When Fallen Earth Cherny was still an elf, he was too stupid and got stimulated. Once his intelligence was perfected, he dreamed of becoming a wise man and began to use words in his speech. But his choice of words was always a little inappropriate. This was Fallen Earth Cherny's problem. Angor didn't understand why before. Now that he saw Fallen Earth Cherny's words, he immediately understood. Become friends with him? Visit him? Is that how you use it? This guy is even stupider than Dangros. As Angor complained in his mind, Fallen Earth Cherny continued, I heard you have something good to give me. So, if you hand it over now. Portia cleared her throat and interrupted Fallen Earth Cherny. Your training is tiring, Your Highness. Transmitting your voice will take a lot of energy. Let me do the talking. Dungeon Cherny wanted to express that he wasn't tired, but Portia shot him a glare. Dungeon Cherny shuddered and immediately shut his mouth. Mr. Pat, since His Highness is here, why don't you tell us what you want? Angor didn't want to talk to Fallen Earth Cherny anymore. He nodded to Portia. I'm here because, Angor briefly explained his background and his intention to find Foam. After explaining the situation, he took out the drama box trilogy and handed it to Portia. Portia immediately opened the first drama, Mankind and Civilization, and watched this novel experience with Fallen Earth Cherny. After watching the first movie, Portia didn't say anything. Instead, she frowned and opened the second movie, The World of Wizards. She didn't say anything either. Fallen Earth Cherny wanted to say something, but Portia glared at him and stopped him from doing so. When Portia saw the conversation between Angor, Magoo, and Fiery Midir in the third book, Future Possibilities of Tidal Realm, she grew serious. Magoo was one of the oldest wise men in the Tidal Realm, and his words were considered as truth to the other wise men. By the time he finished watching the trilogy, it was already 3 hours later. Portia remained silent for a while. The content in the box is too shocking. I can't give you a perfect response right now. I need some time to think. I won't be leaving Tide Realm for the time being. You can send a message to Mr. Magoo when you find something. Portia nodded. The content in the box was related to the future of Tidal Realm. Even if Magoo said it himself, Portia still needed time to think. Let's put that aside for now. Mr. Portia, do you know anything about Mr. Foam? Portia could tell that Angor wasn't too greedy about the elemental creatures because of the content in the box and Magoo's attitude. She was willing to answer Angor's question. Portia thought for a moment. I don't know much about the Savior, Portia told Angor everything she knew about Feng in detail. Angor didn't show it on his face, but he felt a little regretful. Portia's understanding of Feng was much lesser than Magoo's. Also, Portia and Magoo's information overlapped, and he did not hear anything new about Feng. However, it was confirmed once again that Feng had spent the most time with Uranus, Izzard, and Namakui. If Angor wanted more information, he could only get it from the three of them. Angor bade farewell to Portia in regret. Because the things that needed to be done, the information that needed to be gathered, and the drama box that needed to be handed over had all been completed step by step. Angor planned to leave Wildstone Wasteland and head to his next destination. However, as an elf that was still in its puberty period, Dankros had endured the entire day and was now really sleepy. Since Portia kept asking him to stay, Angor decided to rest in Ruby Grotto for the night and leave the next day. The night passed by peacefully. Early next morning, Dankros regained his usual vigor. Angor woke up from his meditation. He stretched his stiff limbs, cut some magic meat, and drank a cup of frozen milkberry juice. Then, he prepared to leave the grotto. As soon as he stepped out of the small stone room, the ground under his feet trembled. An orange-colored stone shot out from the ground and landed on Angor's palm. The stone rolled in Angor's hand and pointed at Portia's temple. It seemed to be showing him the way. He hesitated for a moment but still followed the stone's guidance and walked toward the stone temple at the end of the cave. When he arrived at the temple, he saw Portia again. However, she wasn't alone this time. Beside her was a small stone man covered in moss. At first glance, the stone man looked similar to the patrollers Angor encountered before. However, this one was smaller and only reached up to Angor's waist. There were some cracks on the stone man's body, from which small flowers grew out. Together with the moss, the stone man looked like a ruin. Angor bowed to Portia. Portia asked, "Are you planning to leave today?" "Yes." "Is there anything I can help you with, mister?" Angor nodded. Portia said, "There is indeed something. I heard that you were going to White Cloud Village yesterday, so your next destination must be the Tooth Extraction Desert?" Angor nodded. Next, he would go to White Cloud Village through Tusk Desert. "Then why don't we bring Roga along?" Portia pointed at the little stone man beside her, who was covered in moss and flowers. "Loga's first teacher is me. And I'm also the successor groomed by the Prince of Fallen Earth. At the same time, I'm also the student of the Wise Man of Tusk Desert, Ku Platinum. Sandstorm is a very stubborn person. It will be very difficult for you to meet him. You will only have a chance if you take the Bitter Platinum route. With Logar's help, it will be much easier for you. It just so happens that Logar is also preparing to continue his studies at Bitter Platinum." After Portia finished speaking, she gently patted little Loga beside her. Loga looked at Angor in a reserved manner. "I heard about you from Her Highness yesterday, mister. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Angor smiled as if nothing had happened. But in his mind, he was complaining. Should I say, as expected of Fallen Earth Cherny's successor. Even his bad choice of words is the same. The only good thing was that most of Loga's words were accurate. Compared to Fallen Earth Cherny, he used fewer wrong words. "What do you think, Mr. Pat?" Angor pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. He could tell that Portia's arrangement was for his own good. He already learned some information about Tusk Desert from Sandstorm Brigade. Sandstorm was very difficult to meet. Aguado also suggested that Angor ask the Wise Man for help. But according to Aguado's description, meeting the Wise Man was not an easy task. Even though Aguado gave him all kinds of guides to defeat Bitter Platinum, there were still too many variables. It was still difficult to convince the Wise Man to trust an outsider like him. With Portia's help, Angor could save a lot of time. Not only because Loga was Bitter Platinum's student, but also because Tusk Desert and Wildstone Wasteland were very close friends. They were even closer than Wildstone Wasteland and Wildstone Wasteland. After all, both of them belonged to the Earth element. Angor already experienced the power of friendship in Wildstone Wasteland. With Loga as a mediator, he would be able to experience what it meant to be a friend again. This was much safer than going to Angor's door and trying to defeat Bitter Platinum. Therefore, Angor had no reason to refuse. With Loga's help, Angor asked about Portia's opinion on the Shadowbox trilogy. Portia sighed. The portal to the tidal realm is about to open. Humans will probably flock here. This is a great change for the elemental realm. Her Highness and I have been thinking for a whole night, but we still don't know what to do. In the end, we decided to contact Wise Magoo in Fire Wasteland first and see what the other sovereigns think before we make a decision. Angor nodded. Not all elemental creatures were as decisive as Magoo. Besides, it had only been one night. It was not easy for them to make the best decision after receiving such shocking news. Angor didn't ask about the Shadowbox trilogy. Instead, he talked to Portia about Tusk Desert and White Cloud Village. Tusk Desert aside, White Cloud Village was just as Sandstorm Brigade said. Gentle Wind Uranus was a gentle creature. As long as someone was friendly, it wouldn't hesitate to meet them. The only thing they needed to be careful of was the Wind Babies, or Wind Elves. They were naughty and liked to play pranks. Since they had the geographical advantage, they were more likely to cause casualties compared to other elves. After chatting with Portia for a while, Angor said goodbye. Portia didn't ask them to stay. She wished Angor a safe trip and let them leave the cave. With Loga following them closely, they didn't run into any earth elemental creatures along the way. They didn't even run into any earth elemental sprites. Outside the cave, Angor took out his gondola and asked Loga to get on. As soon as Loga stepped onto the boat, Angor felt gondola sinking a little. This was something that never happened before. Loga might be small in size, but it weighed a lot more than the other passengers Angor used to travel on gondola. Luckily, Angor already had a strict requirement for gondola's capacity. Loga's addition was close to gondola's limit, but it didn't exceed it. The boat could still fly. It just had to move a little slower than before. Angor didn't tell Loga about this. Under John's guidance, he knew that a girl's weight was a secret. He also knew that elemental creatures didn't have male or female gender. However, Loga's body was covered in moss and flowers. Angor assumed that Loga had a little princess inside. Loga looked around curiously since it was his first time traveling in the air. He was curious about gondola and flying in the sky for the first time. However, since this was the first time Loga met Angor, he didn't ask anything even though he had a lot of questions. The silence lasted for about half an hour. When Toby woke up from his slumber, Angor finally broke the silence. Dankros began to flatter Toby with all kinds of flattery. Loga finally calmed down a little after getting used to the new environment. He listened to Dankros' monologue in a relaxed manner. After Dankros talked for more than 10 minutes, Toby yawned and chirped, chirp, 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 chirp. Dankros quickly followed up with an even better flattering speech. Angor felt his ears itching. Toby, on the other hand, didn't mind it at all. But soon, Dankros' excitement turned into frustration. Ugh. I don't know what Mr. Toby is talking about. Is he complimenting me, or is he complaining about me? Angor didn't say anything. Dankros would be even more frustrated if he knew the truth. He's talking to Mr. Pat. He wants to hear Dankros' voice again before he goes to sleep. Loga finally spoke up. Angor glanced at Loga in surprise. Apart from using the wrong words, Loga wasn't wrong at all. Toby's yawning wasn't talking to Dankros. Instead, it was telling Angor something. Dankros' voice was so hypnotic that it would be even better than a lullaby if Angor could hear it before he fell asleep. Angor spent a lot of time with Toby, so he gradually understood what Toby was trying to say based on the details of the bird's voice. This was Loga's first time seeing Toby, and he was a stone golem. How could he understand Toby's words? Even Toby looked at Raka in surprise as if he had seen a ghost. Dankros looked at Angor and Toby again and realized that Loga was right. You can understand Mr. Toby? That's great. Did he just say he wants to hear my voice before he goes to sleep? Ah. Is that a compliment? I'm so happy. Roka opened its mouth and tried to explain, but Angor, who was sitting behind Dankros, simply waved a hand at it. Logar swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Angor praised Loga in his mind when he saw how polite Loga was. Loga was much more understanding than Fallen Earth Cherny. If you don't mind, can you tell me how you can understand Toby's words? Angor asked curiously. Loga hesitated and pointed at the 2 pink flowers growing out of its ears. They told me. Oh? Angor finally understood that Loga wasn't a pure earth creature. There was also some wood element in its body, which was why it could blossom flowers. A pure stone golem couldn't awaken an ability like animal speech. However, Loga's wood element belonged to nature. Among nature wizards, there was a spell called Voice of All Things, which allowed one to listen to the sounds of nature, including the chirping of birds and insects. Loga's nature energy might have awakened an ability similar to Voice of All Things, which allowed it to easily understand Toby's voice. However, compared to the original Voice of All Things, Loga's power was obviously weaker. Perhaps it was because Loga hadn't fully matured yet. Once Loga passed his elf stage, he might be able to acquire the real Voice of All Things. Not only could he hear the echoes of nature, but he could also capture the inner thoughts of others. If this was true, Loga would have a bright future ahead of him. Besides, Loga's main element was earth, which meant its ability would be even better. Thinking about it this way, Loga was a very good target to fool. Even if Angor didn't really need an earth creature, he still wanted to see Loga. However, the desire soon disappeared. Loga's identity meant that it would be hard to trick it. Besides, compared to fire creatures, he didn't really need an earth creature. It would be better for him to go back to the fire zone and trick Kurokuro after the mission was over. Angor calmed himself down and agreed with Loga's ability. Dankros even spent some of his energy on Loga, hoping that the creature would listen to Toby's words so that his flattery could reach Toby's heart more accurately. Thanks to this small interlude, Loga's restraint slowly disappeared under Dankros' passionate persuasion. Loga gradually began to talk during the rest of the journey. His stiff face also began to show a smile. 4 hours later, Gondola was about to leave the central area of Wildstone Wasteland. Suddenly, Angor sensed that the tree of authority in the depths of his mind space waved its branches and sent him a message. Angor was a little surprised when he received the message. Angor slowed down Gondola's flying speed. Neither Dangros nor Roka noticed it, but Toby did. I'm going to take a rest. Wake me up if anything happens outside, Angor said to Toby in a low voice. Only Toby knew that Angor wasn't really going to rest. He was going to use Dream Walk to enter the Dream Wasteland. Toby nodded. Chirp, chirp. He rubbed Toby's head and looked at Dangros and Loga. I've been meditating all night. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll take a rest. Dangros and Logar were both in the elven stage, so they knew what it felt like to be tired. Hence, they didn't think too much about it and just nodded. They were so considerate that even their voices became softer. Angor told Elmi to be on guard before he closed his eyes and entered the Dream Bridge. Inside the Dream Wasteland, Angor appeared outside of Pad Matter. According to the message he received from the Dream Gate, Sunders entered the Dream Wasteland 5 minutes ago, and he was now at Pad Matter. Ever since Sunders said that he would find Flora and Sumesh soon, Angor had not logged in. No one knew what happened to Sunders. Angor quickly entered the Dream Wasteland as soon as he received the message that Sunders was online. As soon as he stood still, he heard a melodious melody coming from his pocket. At first, he didn't come back to his senses, thinking that someone was playing the piano nearby. It wasn't until the continuous sound of the piano that he took out a thin black disc from his pocket. It was the first version of the Mother Tree network. Angor activated the device, which displayed the layout of the network on the surface of the wasteland. On the surface of the wasteland, there was a small sprout growing out of the ground. On the left and right sides of the sprout, there were 2 green leaves with tiny hairs on them, which corresponded to 2 virtual buttons. The buttons were Tree Group and Mother Tree Forum. Among them, the new leaf that represented the group of trees was being soaked by raindrops from an unknown source. Every time a raindrop fell, a ding-ding-dong-dong sound could be heard. It took Angor a while to realize that this was the unread message notification. The unread message here didn't refer to all the messages in the tree group. Instead, it referred to the unread message when someone sent him a private message. Unread messages that didn't point to a specific person were not displayed here. Who sent me an unread message? Big Brother? Angor muttered to himself. He walked into Pad Matter and opened the tree group. As soon as he entered the tree group, he received a pop-up window. Update message: the tree group is an old version of the first development version. It will soon be upgraded to a new version. Without giving Angor a choice, the tree group automatically went into update mode. A small hourglass appeared in the center of the page, with fine sand dripping down from the top. 10 seconds later, the fine sand above was completely dripping down. At the same time, the tree interface popped up again. Frowny face. The current version of the tree group is codenamed number 0. For a detailed look at the update content of this version, please click on the function integration at the bottom of the tree group's new interface, update announcement. That's a good idea. Angor shook his head with a smile and clicked on the new interface. He clicked on it and felt a strong sense of familiarity. Instead of entering the group chat interface directly, he arrived at a long rectangular interface. At the top of this long rectangular interface was the name, and below it was the friends list, the group chat, and the focus of functions. This was very similar to the layout of a certain social software in the holographic tablet. It was just that the integrated functions of that software were more complicated. This was a primitive and crude version. It seems like John is planning to gradually upgrade the tree group in the same way as that social software. Angor did not like the idea. He never used the social app inside the tablet because he did not have a suitable environment. But he did some research on it when he was bored. It had a lot of functions, and it was very considerate and user-friendly. If he followed this pace to upgrade the iteration, he would not have to worry about going astray. While thinking, Angor looked at his friends list. He hadn't added anyone as a friend yet, but there were already 2 unknown message dialog boxes. Obviously, these 2 dialog boxes represented the people who had left him messages. He clicked on the first box and saw a bubble, Angor, find me when you enter the dream wasteland. The bubble had lost its color, but Angor could see a small name next to it, Sunders Igilo. Apparently, this was an update from version 0. Instead of using the color of the bubble to identify people, the system now used the name of the person. This was a good change. More and more people would use the tree group in the future, and the number of colors was limited. Apart from the change in the bubble, Angor also saw the time displayed in the private chat interface. This bubble was sent out 3 minutes ago. Sunders must have left a message as soon as he entered the dream wasteland. Angor guessed that Sunders wanted to talk to him about something. With this in mind, Angor hastened his steps. On his way to Sunders' room, Angor clicked on the second unknown message box. He did not check the content. The first thing he noticed was the name of the message, Tree Group Development Group. I'm John. Try the new version of the tree group when you're online. Send me a private message after that. Okay. Send John a private message after the experience? Are they trying to find out how satisfied they are? Angor did not think too much about it. He would tell John about it later. For now, he should go and see what Sunders wanted to talk to him about. When he reached Sunders' room, he heard another ding. Angor was still checking the tree group when he saw that it was from Sunders again. I don't know when you'll enter the dream wasteland, so I'll give you a brief explanation so that you won't miss the timing. Okay. After that, there was no follow-up. Angor pushed the door open and saw Sunders sitting in front of his desk, holding the first version of the Mother Tree Interconnect device. Sunders was frowning as he tried to type something using his mind. It was not difficult to turn his consciousness into words. However, Sunders was a beginner, and the process was slow. Because of this, Angor was already in front of him, but he did not finish the rest of the content. Angor? Sunders looked up when he heard the door being pushed open. Angor? Sunders' eyes lit up. He quickly placed the device on his desk and freed himself from the trouble of typing. Angor bowed and walked to the table. He sat down across from Sunders and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, Professor?" Sunders rubbed his forehead tiredly. Yes, there is. Angor noticed Sunders' small movements. Staying up all night in the dream wasteland would cause fatigue. However, Sunders had just entered the dream wasteland, so he should not be tired so quickly. In that case, his tiredness probably didn't come from his body in the dream wilderness, but from his subconscious mind. Or maybe Sunders was tired in the real world. Or maybe it wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Didn't Sunders go to Flora and Sumesh? What on earth happened in between? As for the details, I told you last time. It's about Sumesh's nightmare domain. Sunders briefly explained how Sumesh's nightmare domain was almost destroyed. He needed to use the dream wasteland to nourish the nightmare domain and slowly repair it. Angor already knew about this, and he agreed to help. Sunders also needed Sumesh's help to save John's life in the future. Of course, Angor would do his best to help Sumesh. Next, Sunders explained how Sumesh's nightmare domain could be repaired. To put it simply, Sunders would use a nightmare domain that was far more powerful than Sumesh's current one to nourish the broken nightmare domain so that it could grow back on its own. The Dream Wasteland was a world-class nightmare domain that was many times more powerful than Sumesh's nightmare domain. As for how to do this, it was simple. Sunders would let Sumesh gain the authority of a Dream Wasteland, which would allow him to connect with the Dream Wasteland and allow the Dream Wasteland to repair his nightmare domain. Is that really possible? Can we really bring other nightmare domains into the Dream Wasteland? Angor found it hard to believe. I'd done some detailed calculations. According to my calculations, the feasibility is very high. You can think of a nightmare domain as an illusory world. The real world is constantly merging with other realms to create a large number of subsidiary planes. Since your nightmare domain has this property, it can be absorbed into other nightmare domains as well. That sounds reasonable. But it's not absolute, is it? Yes. Sunders nodded. It's all based on my calculations. As soon as I heard about the Dream Wasteland, I had this idea. I even wanted to do some research on it. However, you didn't have the Tree of Authority back then. If I brought my nightmare domain into the Dream Wasteland, I would have a small chance of overpowering the main nightmare domain. Now that you have the Tree of Authority and control the core authority of the Dream Wasteland, you should be able to absorb other nightmare domains into your nightmare domain. Sunders gave Angor a sly smile. Actually, I was worried that my nightmare domain would lose its autonomy if I brought it into the Dream Wasteland, so I gave up on the idea. However, Sumesh's nightmare domain just happened to be broken. If he wants to fix it, he has to help me complete my research on nightmare domains. In other words, Sumesh had become a lab rat. If he succeeded, he would be able to fix his nightmare domain. If he failed, he would still be able to complete his research on nightmare domain. It was the best of both worlds. You're right. If Sumesh's nightmare domain is absorbed into the Dream Wasteland, will his nightmare domain lose its autonomy? I'm worried about that as well. But according to my calculations, Sumesh's nightmare domain won't lose its autonomy. Even if it does, it won't lose all of its autonomy. It's just like how the affiliated planes in the real world have their own rules. They won't be completely affected by the main world. Also, this is a risk. If Sumesh wants to fix his nightmare domain, he has to take this risk. If something goes wrong, we'll have a new topic to study. For example, how to separate a small nightmare domain from a larger one. Angor didn't know what to say. With such a mentor, he could only silently pray for Sumesh. He did feel sorry for Sumesh, but he didn't ask for the man's mercy. After all, the research would benefit Sumesh as well. Since the chance of success is high, it's worth a try. When do you plan to let Sumesh enter the Dream Wasteland and assume the authority of Nightmare Domain? Also, have you thought about what authority Sumesh should be given? As long as he can handle it, anything will do. But it's best if Sumesh can assume the authority related to the affiliated Nightmare Domain. But I'm afraid the authority will be too heavy for Sumesh to bear. I'll do some calculations later, and I'll let you know when I'm done. As for when, well, let's wait. Sumesh's condition isn't stable yet. Besides, he's injured, and his spirit is damaged as well. We'll think about it when his wounds are healed. Angor nodded. He would listen to Sunders' plan. However, he was still curious about one thing. What happened to Sunders? Why didn't he log in for days? And where did Sumesh's injuries come from? Angor asked the question out loud. Speaking of reality, Sunders rubbed his forehead again and sighed deeply. Things are getting a little complicated lately. Angor also understood why Sunders used complicated to describe the situation. At first, Flora only wanted to study the blood melt virus. But later, she found out that the blood melt virus was related to the Red Plague believers. Sumesh and Flora, on the other hand, were very brave. They didn't fear the Red Plague believers at all. Instead, they continued to investigate the blood melt virus in secret until they ran into the Red Plague believers. Sumesh's nightmare domain was further damaged, and he had to ask Sunders for help. Angor already knew about all of this. What he did not know was what had happened after Sanders had found them. According to Sunders, Sumesh and Flora were still in stable condition when he went to find them. They were hiding in the territory of the Red Plague believers, and they still had time to investigate the blood melt virus. The Red Plague believers didn't go after them because the Supreme Cult happened to send some heresy inquisitors to the area for training. Every now and then, the Supreme Cult would send these heresy inquisitors to the territories of demon worshippers and other races to train. Then, they would send the bishops to deal with the supernaturals while the apprentices would clean up the various worshippers. When Sunders heard about this, he was about to praise their good luck when something else happened. There was a chosen among the Red Plague believers. This chosen had reached the level of a level 1 Truthfinder wizard. At first, the chosen was being restrained by the heresy inquisitor's bishop. However, something happened. It seemed that the chosen killed someone who was close to the chosen, which caused the chosen to go on a rampage. Not only the Supreme Cult's priests, but other Red Plague believers were also his targets. The chosen used the victims' lives as a sacrifice to the bloodthirsty Red Plague archfiend, which granted him greater power. In a short period of time, his strength had increased to the level of a level 2 Truthfinder. Coupled with the geographical advantage, even the bishop of the heresy tribunal was severely injured by him. The bishop had to pay a great price to open a crack between planes and escape. A level 2 Truthfinder was powerful enough to destroy an entire area. The chosen unleashed their power without restraint and forced Sumesh and the others out of hiding. During this time, Sunders had to protect Flora while keeping the chosen busy. It took him a lot of effort to finally exhaust the chosen's divine blessing. When Sunders' power dropped back to level 1, they finally had a chance to escape. "How's the professor doing?" "I'm fine." But Sumesh and Flora were caught in the blast when the chosen unleashed his power. Flora was only slightly injured, but Sumesh was seriously injured. Sunders sighed. If I wasn't there to protect him, he would have fallen to the level of truth already. Even if his mind remained the same, it would take him several years to reach the level of Truthfinder again. What about the current situation of the chosen? Sunders felt tired again. The chosen is now a level 1 Truthfinder, but the demon god's blessing granted him the ability to control space. In the end, he tore a hole in space and escaped. I think he's hiding in a corner somewhere. The chosen wasn't as strong as Sunders, but he was too good at running away. Besides, the demon god's blessing made it difficult to catch him. Also, as far as he knew, the demon god's chosen one killed the other Red Plague believers in order to gain more power. His crazy personality would never allow him to submit to Sunders' power. He would definitely come back for revenge. Angor wasn't worried about the chosen revenge. However, the chosen's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably was a great threat to Flora and Sumesh. Don't worry about that. I placed them in my gravity garden. They'll be fine. Angor was surprised to hear that. Yeah, they could still hide in the gravity garden. If that was the case, why didn't Sunders leave? Flora insisted on studying the blood melt virus, and I'm going to kill the chosen. Sunders' tone grew colder. Unlike the Supreme Cult members who would kill anyone they saw, Sunders usually did things according to his own whims. However, the current situation was different. Since the chosen attacked them, Sunders wouldn't forgive them easily. Besides, just like the Supreme Cult, demon god believers were all lunatics who always believed in the principle of death or destruction. There was no way to reconcile. For this reason, Sunders was still staying in the area where the Red Plague believers were hiding. While searching for traces of the blood melt virus, he was also planning to lure the chosen out of hiding. After making sure Sunders was fine, he sighed in relief. Angor didn't ask how Sunders was going to deal with the chosen. He believed that if Sunders was determined to kill the chosen, he would be able to do it. Sunders then asked about Angor's condition. Sunders nodded when he heard that Angor had helped Freud stabilize the threat of death aura and return to the old Earth alone. However, Angor's next words surprised him. I'm going back to the old Earth. Apart from going to the Matter, I'm also going to see if there are any elemental creatures that suit me. This sentence sounded normal, but when one thought about the general environment of the old Earth, this sentence was very strange. The old Earth was called the marginalized island in the wizarding world. It wasn't because of its remote location, but because it was an elemental desert. Almost no elemental energy could be sensed here. It was the edge of the supernatural world. Among the unfinished missions in the questing halls of major wizard organizations, the mystery of elemental disappearance on the marginalized island was one of them. For thousands of years, no one had solved this quest. But now, Angor suddenly said that he was going to see if there were any elemental creatures in the elemental desert. This was strange. Sunders muttered elemental creature several times and looked at the gentle young man in front of him. He seemed to have thought of something. He wanted to ask many questions, but each time, he stopped himself. In the end, he stared at Angor for a long time and forced himself to speak. "You're not going to do something big again, are you?" "Huh?" He purposely mentioned elemental creatures to hint to Sunders that he was going to solve an unsolved mystery that had been hanging in the air for thousands of years, and he already found some clues. This would pique Sunders' curiosity and make him ask for more details. Then he would keep a mysterious smile on his face and say something like "you'll know when the time comes" to satisfy Sunders' vanity. But instead of asking for more details, Sunders asked if Angor was going to do something big again. Something was wrong with the plot. Besides, did he look like someone who always did something like this? Angor couldn't help but think. "You are." Sunders knew what Angor was thinking even though he didn't say anything, so he pointed it out without hesitation. Sunders rubbed his forehead, which was getting more and more painful. "I don't want to go over your past deeds. Now tell me, how big are you going to do this time?" Angor remained silent for a moment and decided not to argue with his professor. "I just found some clues about the disappearance of elements, and I'm looking into them now." Sunders looked at Angor's serious face and thought to himself, if Angor isn't looking for elemental creatures, he must have found some clues already. There are elemental creatures in the desert? What kind of secret is hidden there? Is this a case of everything goes in the opposite direction? Sunders knew that Angor was hiding something, but he didn't plan to ask. Since Angor already mentioned it on purpose, he would definitely tell Sunders everything in the end. After all, someone else would have to clean up his mess. "Do as you see fit. I'll see what you can tell me later." Sunders was complaining about Angor's troublemaking, but he would appreciate it if Angor could really do something big. Even if it was a big trouble, it also meant a lot of benefits. Angor's actions over the years had brought him a lot of profit, which was directly proportional to the amount of trouble he caused. After saying that, Sunders did not ask any more questions. Angor opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he decided not to. He could always tell Sunders when he found out the secret of the tidal realm. Next, they talked about some unimportant things, such as Sunders' praise for Flora's persistence in finding the blood melt virus, Angor's talk about Elmi, who was controlled by the distorted seed, and the demons in the panic realm. About half an hour later, Sunders prepared to return to reality. First, he needed to guard against sneak attacks from Angor's favored. Second, he needed to go back and figure out what kind of authority Sumesh should choose. Angor was about to go offline as well, but he remembered John's message, so he stopped and took out the Mother Tree communicator. John asked Angor to try out the new features of the tree group and chat with him privately. With that in mind, he followed the instructions and found function integration at the bottom of the tree interface. He tapped on it, and a new row of function keys appeared in front of him. These functions were not available in the past, which meant they were the new features of version 0. Angor didn't check them out right away. Instead, he clicked on the top button, Update Announcement. Once he opened it, a new page popped up. The new page was written in the parchment format that wizards were familiar with. The font used was John's own invention. It looked fancy, but it didn't look completely open. Instead, it looked more reserved and restrained. At first glance, this kind of handwriting was like a person who wanted to be bold and unrestrained, but had no choice but to appear serious. Leona saw this font when she was reading John's overview and detailed planning of New City in the Mother Tree Forum. Her comment was, "John looks like you and Saunders. You're all cool on the outside." Angor believed that Leona was only using this chance to criticize Saunders, while he and John were just doing it for fun. He didn't think that the font was not boring. It was more like someone who liked to show off. Angor looked at the words with admiration before he shifted his attention to the update announcement. The content of the announcement was all about the new features of the tree group. Angor already noticed that there was no difference between the color of the bubble and the name of the bubble. The time when the message was sent out was also recorded in the announcement. In addition, the function of the function keys and function integration was also mentioned. This included editing one's personal data, adding friends, and so on. There wasn't much content in the announcement, but each function was greatly improved. It was gradually approaching the social software back on Earth. Angor followed the content and tried out the different functions one by one. Personal data was the foundation. In the future, every new user who joined the tree group would fill in their personal data as soon as possible. Existing users could also edit their personal data. However, the current version did not allow unlimited editing. One could only change one's personal data once. There weren't many users in the current version of the tree group. John already knew the names of all the users, so he kindly put Angor's name in his personal data. Angor could edit his personal data without using his real name. He could even change it to Superdimensional Wizard. However, in the current environment of the Mother Tree, apart from John who used the name Tree Group Development Team, no one had the habit of using their real names yet. Angor had a vision beyond the current internet age. However, he did not plan to go against the trend, so he did not change his name. As for the details such as the friend list, Angor checked them one by one. There was nothing wrong. After all, John had gone through an era of information explosion. He had a clear direction and plan. No matter how he changed the function of the tree group, it would not be too bad. Angor finished his test and sent a friend request to Sunders and John. Sunders had gone offline and did not accept the request. However, John accepted Angor's request as soon as possible. Not long after, John sent a message to Angor. "Did you try the new version? What do you think?" Angor knew John's personality well. He did not ask in a hurry because he was not confident in his work. He just wanted feedback from the users. Or rather, he needed a special case like Angor to give feedback. John's tree group was modeled after the social software back on Earth in the internet age. The users of social software back on Earth were naturally the modern humans in the information age. The wizarding world was ruled by humans as well. However, John was worried that such software would not be able to adapt to the wizarding world due to the different civilizations. Therefore, he needed someone like Angor who knew both about Earth's civilization and the wizarding world to provide feedback. "Do the other users have anything to say about the new version?" Angor did not answer right away. Chown said, "Not really. They're very familiar with it. Also, which Leona is urging us to add more interconnectors. I've already ground all of the Mother Tree's branches into powder, so I still have some left over for the time being. However, there are a large number of extraordinaires stationed in the new city every day, so I reckon that the powder from the Mother Tree's branches won't last for long. The reason I came looking for you this time is to ask you to give me more branches. I'll give you the branches later." Angor paused and continued typing. "Since the other users are fine with it, and the number of supernaturals is increasing, doesn't it mean the new version of the tree group is good?" "Ugh. That's true. But without a root server, I don't know whether the new users will go to the Mother Tree forum or the tree group." The Mother Tree forum was not updated yet, but the tree group had already been updated. This was why John was worried about the new version. The monitoring of data flow is something we need to pay attention to. I'll learn more about the Mother Tree's network later and implement this function into the immersive network as a server. I'll give you permission later, Angor said. Big data is useless in the early stage. But it'll be very useful in the future. Angor changed the topic. Let's get back to my opinion. As I said before, since the other users don't have a negative attitude towards the new version of Shukun, it means that they can accept such a setting. Based on my personal experience, it's pretty good. However, there are many functions that haven't been added, such as creating a new chat group. Currently, there was only one chat group in the entire tree group, in which all the users were gathered. When he checked the chat group, he saw that it was Leona giving orders and suggestions about the construction of the new city, while the apprentices who participated in the construction of the new city gave their feedback according to Leona's will. The chat group had basically become a chat group about the construction of the new city. In fact, this already showed that the chat group was out of balance. They needed a new chat group to distribute the information. Apart from Leona, he also saw bubbles from Iron Granny and Tree Spirit. However, the bubbles from Kudu, Papaya, and the others were nowhere to be seen. They were on different levels after all. When Angor spoke in the chat group before, they all trembled in fear. They did not dare to act recklessly in the chat group when such powerful figures showed up. They did not want to say anything wrong, so they simply stopped sending messages. This went against the original purpose of the chat group. John, I know. But you have to feed them one bite at a time. If you give them too much at once, they'll get confused. Version 0 focuses on private chats and adding friends. We'll talk about creating chat groups in the future versions. Also, I'm not sure if we should completely remove the restrictions on creating chat groups like the civilizations on Earth. Or do we use a guild application system? Angor could understand John's concern. The wizarding world was not a modern society. Civilizations had different origins and natures. It was obviously inappropriate to copy everything according to the free and open environment of Earth. Personally, Angor preferred to limit the creation of the chat group first. If there was an opportunity, he would gradually open it up. Just as Chan had said, if they gave too much at one time, the tone would be pulled to the top. The audience would only think that all the functions were natural and would not cherish them if they were left alone. Therefore, he decided to limit the use of the chat group first. If there were more users in the future, he would slowly open it up. Perhaps the chat group would also become a part of the chain of exchange. Angor told John his idea. He did not force John to change it. It was only his opinion. It was better to wait for more feedback from the users before making a decision. John agreed. He wanted to see the feedback first. After talking about the new content, John began to talk about his other purpose. He wanted to discuss the next update of the tree group and the direction of the Mother Tree Forum. Originally, the iterative updates of the tree group and the forum were all within Chan's business scope, and he already had a preliminary plan for the content of the updates. However, the development of the Mother Tree network was 20% based on the development team's ability, while 80% was based on Angor's permission. Currently, the development team was doing its best, but the management authority of the Mother Tree network was not given yet. This was why John needed to discuss with Angor. As far as I'm concerned, the most lacking thing in the surface network is the ability to embed pictures, John said. The editing of avatars, the use of emotes, and beautifying the page all require the support of art materials. However, avatars and emoticons aren't that important. The reason why I'm bringing up the image function first is because of the professional nature of the forum's topics, which require images. For example, in the book I compiled, Leona would often leave a comment asking me questions and suggestions for changes. If it's a simple question, I can still express it in words, but it's hard to describe the changes to the drawings. Plus, the style of the new city is completely different from the style of the wizarding world, so Leona often couldn't understand my description. It's better to express it in pictures, it's more intuitive. John already told Angor about the image function. Angor also learned about it from the Mother Tree of Civilization and confirmed that it was possible. Moreover, there was more than one way to express it. For example, just like inputting words, he could control it with his consciousness and draw whatever he wanted. For example, it was also feasible to shoot a real pattern through the branch powder in the Mother Tree connector and upload it to the surface network. However, he was still hesitating about which mode to use. Controlling one's consciousness was naturally more convenient. However, if one wanted to use their consciousness to paint, it required a very high level of mental expression. Most humans could imagine a picture, a scene, or a landscape in their minds, but they usually focused on the overall outline and a few key areas. It was very difficult for ordinary people to fully express all the details of the scene. Take the new city for example. The new city had countless buildings stacked on top of each other. Almost all of the buildings had different brick patterns, window shapes, and even ventilation ducts. There were at least 1 million details to pay attention to in the general layout of the new city. Could an ordinary person imagine everything with their consciousness? It was very difficult. Apart from controlling one's consciousness, the second method was to use the branch powder of the mother tree to perceive the real pattern through physical means. This was similar to the camera function in the hologram tablet, which recorded the scene in real time and captured all the details. It was the most realistic and comprehensive way. Angor personally preferred this method. However, there were some aspects of consciousness painting that could not be replaced. For example, if he wanted to show an imaginary scene by shooting it, he would have to draw it himself first and then shoot it. However, he could use consciousness painting to quickly compose the picture in his mind, which was much faster. Which method should he use? Or should he use both at the same time? He considered and decided to let John make the decision. He told Xian the pros and cons of both methods. Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "If we can use the mother tree interconnect to film, then we'll use this method first. Consciousness painting obviously requires more skill. In the future versions, it can be customized and updated for high-end talents who can use this method." After confirming his choice, Angor controlled the tree civilization to release the relevant administrative permissions. However, this was only the release of the relevant permissions. If they wanted to apply it to the surface network, John and his development team would need to carry out research and optimization. It was like opening an exit in a sealed maze. If someone wanted to leave the maze, he or she would still have to find the exit himself. The current version focuses on the friend function and private chat function. In the next version, we can use pictures as the theme and create a series of functions. After deciding on the next step, John brought up some problems with the current version, hoping that Angor could solve them. For example, the dream plant sprites would visit the mother tree form from time to time. Most dream plant sprites were simple-minded and did not have much interest in the surface network. However, it was still inconvenient for them to show up all of a sudden. At least for the sake of privacy, they had to be solved quickly. Angor already knew about this and had a plan. There were only two ways to solve this problem. First, isolate the surface network from the mother tree network, and second, make it harder for the surface network to enter the immersive network. Angor chose the second option. He did not plan to isolate the surface network completely. John mentioned a root server before. The mother tree network could not always rely on him to issue management permissions. He thought about it and planned to build a root server in the depths of the mother tree network, which was the immersive network, to manage the permissions of the surface network, according to what John said. By then, as long as it did not affect the mother tree network, John could go to the root server and do whatever he wanted. After making up his mind, Angor discussed with John about the future of the mother tree network. John also asked Angor to publish some research or training notes on the forum when he was free. This would increase the credibility of the mother tree forum and attract more people to join. Angor agreed. He would publish it when he had time. With that done, Angor and John stopped chatting. Just as he was about to log off, he heard a string sound coming from the mother tree interconnect again. He thought John was looking for him again, but when he checked his phone, he saw that it was a friend request. Sender, Revenant's Redemption. Angor was a little surprised when he saw the name. Naturally, he knew who this name represented. It was Ness Byron. Angor was surprised to see a net name in an era when all the users of the tree groups used their real names. Although this online name was actually Ness's nickname, the moment this name appeared, it immediately stood out from the others' real names and formed a school of its own. I didn't think Ness would learn the true meaning of online names so soon. Angor chuckled and added Ness as a friend. An unread message popped up on the interface of the tree groups. Revenant's Redemption, Slate. Slate. I want a slate. It was only a few words, but Angor sensed Ness' strong emotions behind them. Are you all right? Angor asked. A moment later, a new bubble popped up. I'm fine. I've been working on the slate for days, so I'm a little tired. Do you want to take a break? Ness quickly sent out a new message. No. I think I'm almost done. I want a new slate now. Angor considered for a moment before agreeing. He returned to reality and pulled a new slate into the dream wasteland. It was rare for Ness to be so serious about his research. As soon as the new slate arrived, Ness's bubble went quiet. Angor guessed that the next time it popped up would be when Ness asked for a new slate. Angor shook his head and logged out of the dream wasteland. While Gondola was still flying, Angor stretched his body and opened his eyes. Where are we now? Angor noticed that Loga was staring at him, which made the atmosphere a little awkward, so he decided to break the silence. We've just left the third defense line. Loga was still observing Angor's reaction. Mr. Pat, were you taking a nap? Angor understood why Roka could keep his eyes open and close while resting. Roka also took out a strange conch and a stone tablet. There were too many things that needed to be explained, and it was related to the mystery item and the dream wilderness. He did not know how to explain it, so he said, "Yes, I'm resting." Then, I was sleepwalking, Angor insisted. Loga didn't know what to say. He didn't believe Angor's words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Dankros wasn't as sensitive as Loga. He also felt that Angor's behavior was a little strange, but that wasn't important. The most important thing right now was to get on Toby's good side while Toby was still awake. Angor sighed in relief after dealing with Loga's question. He looked at the direction they were heading and ordered Gondola to accelerate. According to Loga, after leaving the central area of the Wildstone Wasteland, there would be 3 major lines of defense. Each line of defense would have a garrison and a large number of patrols, turning the Wildstone Wasteland into a stone fortress. After witnessing the strength of the guardians and patrollers, as well as the stone creatures, Angor couldn't help but wonder if he could reach the core area by brute force without using Insignia's Earth mark. Probably, but he would have to pay a great price. This was only the Wildstone Wasteland, but he could already see how terrifying the elemental creatures were. If he had entered an area similar to the Glittering Mountain Range, it would probably be several times more difficult to find their monarch and sage. Another 4 hours later, Angor finally reached the last defense line. It didn't sound long, but Gondola's speed was more than enough for him to travel from the far north to the far south of the old Earth. From this, one could tell that this continent was huge. Even the inconspicuous Wildstone Wasteland was as big as the entire old Earth. Angor crossed the last defense line and arrived at the border. He could already see the wavy golden sand dunes in the distance. Mr. Pat, the sky above Tusk Desert is a no-fly zone. Unless you're accompanied by an Earth elemental creature, you'll be seen as a provocation to Tusk Desert. Before Angor could complain about Roka's nonsense, Roka continued, "Don't worry if you're not discovered." However, the Fongpoling Desert was filled with flying sand and rocks. These were all the eyes of the sand creatures, so it was difficult not to be discovered. It's better to follow the rules and enter from the ground. They won't attack me if I enter from the ground? Loga said, if Mr. goes in alone, he will definitely be stopped. But compared to taking the aerial route, it will make them feel less threatened. Even if you report this to the sage, as long as you can explain it to them, they'll let you go. Of course, that was if Angor went alone. Now that Loga was with him, as long as the sage recognized his identity, he wouldn't be bothered too much. Angor considered for a moment and decided to follow Loga's suggestion. Every realm had its own rules. Since he wasn't going to fight against Tusk Desert, it was better for him to follow them. When they were about to reach the edge of the desert, Angor lowered Gondola and entered by land. It was already dusk. The temperature in Tusk Desert was dropping rapidly. Every few steps he took, he could feel the temperature around him dropping even further. When they reached the border of Tusk Desert, the temperature was already close to 0. The temperature was acceptable for both Angor and Loga, but it was unbearable for Dangros. Dankro's entire hand was curled up by the cold, and his fingers were trembling as well. Angor quickly communicated with Elmi telepathically. In the shadow world that could not be seen, the blue lantern above Elmi's head shook slightly. In an instant, a shield of flames appeared near where Dangros was. Under the protection of the fire, Dangros slowly returned to his normal size. While Dangros was recovering, a quicksand vortex suddenly appeared in a sand dune in front of them. While they were still on guard, a dandelion-like demigod crawled out of the sand. The desert halfling stared at them with an unfriendly look. He didn't yell at them, but they could already see the hostility in his eyes. Also, the quicksand under the halfling's feet was expanding at a visible speed. It wouldn't take long for the entire area to be submerged. At this moment, Luo Jia announced his name. The desert halfling had never heard of Roka before. However, Roka was also an earth-type creature. Roka also looked like a stone. The halfling quickly realized that Roka came from Wildstone Wasteland, their brotherly ally. Therefore, the desert halfling was not in a hurry to threaten them. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and said to Roka, "Wait for a moment, I'll go and verify with the patrollers." With that, the halfling dived into the quicksand and disappeared. After about 3 minutes, the halfling's figure finally reappeared in front of them, surrounded by a faint stream of wind. Compared to before, the halfling looked much friendlier. "Ah, it's you, Brother Roka." "Brother?" Roka's eyes lit up. "Your teacher's student too?" The halfling grinned. "Yes. But that was 300 years ago. I don't think you've heard of me, Brother Roka. By the way, the patrollers have informed teacher about your return. I'm sure teacher will be happy to see you." The halfling stepped aside and pointed Roka in the right direction. Roka glanced at Angor and hesitated for a moment. "I have a favor to ask, you want to fly to teacher's place?" The halfling looked at Roka in surprise. This guy didn't look like someone who could fly. Loga explained briefly that he didn't fly on his own. Instead, he used Angor's item to do so. "I see." The halfling pretended to be enlightened. He just didn't want to expose his ignorance. "Brother Roka, you must know about the taboo of flying. I can't make the decision. How about this? I'll ask the patrollers to tell the sage and see what teacher says." With that, the halfling dived into the quicksand again. A few minutes later, the halfling reappeared. The sage agreed. "But according to the rules, you need to find a native of Tusk Desert to fly with you." At this point, the halfling showed a trace of sympathy. "I can tell you clearly that there are no flying earth elemental creatures within 100 miles of this place." In other words, if Roka couldn't find a companion, he would have to slowly move to the core area on foot. Logar looked distressed and looked at the halfling. Not only does this halfling look like the magic lamp monster in fairy tales, but it also has the characteristics of the magic lamp monster. It can float in the air, so it should be able to fly, right? The halfling seemed to understand Roka's question. "I can't. I'm your guardian. I can only move around the area." The halfling's rejection made Logar sigh helplessly. The halfling couldn't bear to see the little flowers on Rogal's body wilting. He suggested, "Why don't you search while walking?" Loga turned around and left the decision to Angor. Angor considered for a moment. "Does the companion have to be able to fly? Is it okay if he can't fly?" "The rules don't say that." The halfling mumbled. He released his gondola and let it float in the air. "My ship can carry an earth-type creature. Let's find one that can't fly. It'll be fine as long as it stays on the ship, right?" The halfling hesitated for a moment, feeling as if his brain was spinning. Finally, he nodded and said, "It should be possible." With the halfling's confirmation, Angor quickly turned around and picked up a newborn gerbil that had just been born for a week from several hundred meters away. "This one was born during the World Echo, right? Can I take it with me?" The halfling was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. "The rules do not prohibit elves from flying as companions." Angor smiled and put the struggling gerbil into Roka's hand. "Then we'll be on our way." With that, Angor returned to gondola with Roka and Dangros. Under the halfling's complicated gaze, Angor controlled the ship to fly away. On gondola, Roka, who was comforting the frightened gerbil, showed a pensive look. "I didn't know I could do it like that. Ugh. I can't always open my mind. Otherwise, I could have thought of something as simple as this." As expected, Teacher Ku Platinum was right. "I still need to learn more. Otherwise, my vision will always be limited by the fixed framework." When Loga said that she wanted to learn, her eyes lit up with a bright light. This was the first time Angor saw such a thirsty elemental creature since he came to the tidal realm. The more he understood elemental creatures, the more he realized that they were actually the same as all other intelligent creatures. They all had different personalities. There were Dankros, who treated their idols as their beliefs, the Sandstorm team, who loved freedom, and Loga, who treated learning as their pursuit. Whenever Angor heard about elemental creatures, he would always think of them as emotionless tools, even when wizards called them companions. Now, after witnessing such vivid elemental creatures, Angor began to abandon his old mindset. Hold up. A desert giant emerged from a sand dune and waved a hand at Gondola. Angor exchanged a glance with Roka and sighed helplessly. He slowly lowered the gondola. On the way to the core area of the Fangpoling Desert, in just an hour, this was the 10th time they had been stopped. Just like before, this burly desert giant handed a palm-sized kitten to Loga with a gentle movement that did not fit his size. Thank you. The desert giant let out a sigh of relief when it saw the little kitten in Roga's arms and thanked them. Don't worry about it. We're going the same way anyway. After bidding farewell to the desert giant, the gondola continued its journey. Just like before, Angor saw many more passengers this time. Apart from the little gerbils and the sand kitten, there were also little desert elves such as little snails, little foxes, little mushrooms, little earthworms, little lizards, and so on. They were playing in the gondola and spitting out sand along the way. These elves were all stopped by sand creatures on their way to gondola and were then sent to the gondola. According to one of the patrollers, these elemental elves were born not long ago, and the best place for them to go was to be taught by the wise ones in the core area. However, the guards and patrollers in the outer desert were not allowed to leave their posts unless something unexpected happened, so they could not send the elemental elves away. When they heard that Angor was flying with the little gerbils, their eyes lit up. They quickly waved at the flying ship in the sky, hoping that they could send the elves away. It was not a big deal, after all. Angor did not want to refuse. That was how this happened. The small gondola was already filled with elves. If he was an elemental earth sorcerer, or if he was lucky, a desert warlock who specialized in sand spells, he would probably be very happy right now. Surrounded by all kinds of desert fairies, he might even be able to find a suitable partner. However, he was not a desert warlock, and he barely knew anything about earth spells, let alone the sand element, which was one of the rarer types of earth spells. Angor did not feel happy at all when he saw the elves spitting sand all over the place. In fact, he felt a little itchy. But he was still a naughty kid, and a naughty one at that. In the end, he could only take a deep breath and endure it. Fortunately, as the night grew darker, the elves began to get tired. All of them, including Dankros, slowly fell asleep, which gave Angor some relief. However, the elemental creatures were still active even though the fairies were already asleep. Many of them tried to stop Angor's ship from passing by. Angor quickly shoved more elves onto the boat. This was the longest journey he had ever taken to get to the center of the city. Even with Gondola's incredible speed, it still took them 8 hours to reach the core area of the Fang-extracting desert. Half of the time was spent being intercepted. There were now more than 40 elves on the boat. Angor was already regretting bringing the little gerbil on the boat. He could have just taken one of the elemental creatures with him. But there was no point in regretting it now. He had to accept it. Now that they had arrived at the core area, they would be free soon. Their time of freedom came faster than they had imagined. Under Logar's guidance, they only spent half an hour in the core area before they found the Tooth Extraction Palace where the Wise One was. This was the first mature building Angor saw in the tidal realm. It looked like a temple with no walls. Instead, it was made up of large pillars. As the sun rose high in the sky, the sunlight shone into the palace, passing through the pillars and casting shadows on the ground. The rising and setting of the sun gave off a sense of religious ritual. Is this palace built by an earth creature? Angor lowered his gondola to the palace and asked Raka. Although Logar had studied here for a few years, he didn't know who built the palace. He didn't say anything for a long time. The original Tusk Palace is a historical ruin. It was said that it existed before the apocalypse. However, it was destroyed by the passage of time. The current Tooth Extraction Palace was rebuilt by us later generations on the original site. Angor looked at the entrance of the palace and saw a humanoid creature made of metal sand slowly closing its mouth. This was the creature that answered Angor's question. Teacher. Roka respectfully called out his teacher's name. Angor nodded. This must be the wise man of Tusk Desert, Bitter Platinum. Bitter Platinum, as its name suggested, was a giant elemental creature made of metal that lurked under the desert. Currently, the humanoid physique that was displayed outside the palace was nothing more than an external appearance that Magoo had purposely displayed. Angor drove gondola to the entrance of the palace. Bitter Platinum welcomed them with a smile. However, it was not Angor or Loga who was looking at him with admiration. Instead, it was the elemental spirits on the boat who were still half asleep. Bitter Platinum carefully woke them up one by one, carried them out of the boat, and gently comforted them like a mother. Under the comfort of Bitter Platinum, the naughty little elf also behaved very quietly. Under the radiance of the rising sun, it was quite warm. Bitter Platinum really loved the elves. He spent a lot of time comforting each one of them, so he didn't have time to talk to Angor and Loga. Angor took the chance to check out the strange-looking palace behind him. He saw the city inside Magoo's body, as well as the intertwining buildings inside Rubicon Grotto. These places all seemed to be imitating human civilization. However, they didn't have a specific reference, so they could only imagine what they were doing. In the end, most of them were built in the style of primitive human settlements. However, the neatly arranged stone pillars, the carvings in front of the palace, and the overall design did not look like an imitation. It was a real human building. Angor heard Bitter Platinum's words. There was no reason for Bitter Platinum to lie to him. This palace already existed before the catastrophe. If this palace was built by humans, then Feng might not be the first person to discover the tidal realm. Before the tidal realm merged with the world of adepts, someone had already found this place and built this palace. This was normal. After all, wizards could be found all over the general plains. If it was a human wizard who built the Tooth Extraction Palace, he or she must be very powerful, and most likely a lone traveler. The fact that he or she didn't care about elemental creatures and didn't think about using the coordinates of Tidal Realm as a way to gain benefits meant a lot of things. Of course, there was also the possibility that he or she accidentally wandered here and died before he or she could send a message. But that was unlikely. If someone had the time to build a palace, he or she should have the time to send a message. Either way, even if it wasn't built by humans but by an ancient civilization from the tidal realm, Angor was still interested in the palace. He might be able to find some information that was even more ancient than when Feng came here. Another 10 minutes later, Bitter Platinum finally calmed down all the elemental spirits and planted the seeds of wisdom in them. Then, he released the elemental spirits into the wild and let them grow in the core area. Watching the elemental spirits disappear, Bitter Platinum finally stopped smiling and looked at Angor and Loga. He knew Loga's student well, so he put him aside for now. Bitter Platinum was more curious about the creature that looked completely different from elemental creatures. "You're a human?" Angor stayed in Tusk Desert for 2 days and nights. On the first day, Angor informed wise monk Ku Platinum of his purpose of coming. On the second day, Angor asked for Ku Platinum's permission and began his exploration of the palace, which was said to have existed since ancient times. On the morning of the third day, Angor prepared to bid farewell to Ku Platinum and leave Tusk Desert. He didn't see Sandstorm during the 2 days he spent in Tusk Desert. It wasn't because Angor didn't want to see Sandstorm. It was because wise monk Ku Platinum told him not to. 2 days ago, Ku Platinum didn't tell Sandstorm about Angor's identity right away. Instead, he asked to see the box first. He didn't mind watching it first or later, so he played the box again. Angor didn't know what Ku Platinum thought after reading the book. However, Ku Platinum suggested that Angor should avoid meeting Lord Sandstorm at all costs. After asking Ku Platinum about it, Angor finally understood what he meant. Sandstorm was described by Magoo, Portia, and Magoo as a stubborn and bad-tempered monarch. Even elemental fairies such as Dangros believed that Sandstorm was a tyrant who stirred up sandstorms without saying a word. After listening to Ku Platinum's explanation, Angor finally understood that the rumors were mostly true. Sandstorm wasn't bad-tempered, nor was he a real tyrant. It was just that he was mentally ill. That was what Ku Platinum told him himself. Sandstorm's stubbornness, his strange rules, and his refusal to visit elemental creatures from other realms, all because he was mentally ill. Sandstorm's symptoms were called vigilance in times of peace or paranoia in layman's terms. Sandstorm didn't know if it was affected when it was young, but he always felt that something terrible was going to happen to him at any time. It could be a natural disaster or an external enemy. Because of this, it began to imitate the method of the wild stone wasteland and built 3 layers of defense in the tusk extraction desert. However, in reality, the natural conditions of the tusk extraction desert were already a natural moat. It was very difficult for external enemies to invade, so there was no need to do this. In addition to the line of defense, it also set up many strange restrictions. For example, any elemental creatures that were not from the tooth extraction desert were not allowed to fly over the desert because they were worried about air raids. There were all kinds of rules and restrictions caused by persecutory delusions. When Kubwujin said this, he had a helpless smile on his face. Because of this, Ku Platinum advised Angor not to meet Sandstorm. Bitter Platinum could already foresee that Desert Prince would be more cautious than any other elemental creature, even if it knew that Desert Prince was from the same race as Savior. After all, the unknown was the biggest fear in the world. To His Highness Sandstorm, humans were an unknown territory that he did not understand. If Angor showed the box to Sandstorm again, Sandstorm would see how humans captured elemental creatures, as well as the destructive power of human wizards. Angor didn't need Ku Platinum to tell him that Sandstorm's persecutory delusions would reach the max. Considering Sandstorm's crazy way of thinking, it would never consider the pros and cons of the situation, nor would it listen to Angor's persuasion. It would definitely end up in a head-on confrontation. Sandstorm also controlled all the elemental creatures in Tusk Desert. It might even try to ambush Angor. Under such circumstances, Ku Platinum gave a conscientious suggestion to not meet His Highness Sandstorm. As for the box, Ku Platinum told Angor that he would find a chance to tell Sandstorm about it after Angor left. Ku Platinum knew Sandstorm very well, so it knew what to say. Since Angor wasn't here, Sandstorm should be able to listen to Ku Platinum's words. Angor considered for a while and agreed to Ku Platinum's suggestion. This was because he had learned from Roga that Bitter Platinum was telling the truth. Sandstorm was really sick. Back then, when Raka came to study abroad, he was stopped. If Raka wasn't an earth elemental, and if wise man Bitter Platinum didn't persuade him, he would still be a hostage in the Tusk Desert. It was because of this that Sandstorm agreed to let Raka study abroad. Wildstone Wasteland and Tusk Desert were brothers, which meant they were closer to each other than the Fire Zone. Even so, Sandstorm still wanted to go to war, which meant the man's persecutory delusions had already reached the end of his life. It was better to leave such a patient to a specialist. Angor would only aggravate the patient's condition. So, he agreed to Ku Platinum's suggestion. Before Angor left the palace, Ku Platinum spoke to him in a serious tone. Humans are about to enter the tidal realm. This is a serious matter. I'll try my best to convince Her Highness to meet Magoo the Wise as soon as possible so that they can discuss this matter further. Angor nodded. I hope Her Highness can think it through soon. Angor hesitated for a moment before he asked Ku Platinum the question that had been bothering him for the past 2 days. Let's not talk about Her Highness for now. What do you think, Mr. Ku Platinum? Ku Platinum chuckled. I trust Mr. Magoo's judgment. Working with the humans isn't such a bad choice. Why? Ku Platinum replied, if it weren't for the current situation, I'd still prefer to live a peaceful life. But since fate has chosen this path, we can only follow the cogs of the wheel and move forward. We don't have many choices in the future of the tidal realm. The choice Mr. Pat gave us is already a good one. Also, my view of humans is completely different from Her Majesty's. I think both Savior and Mr. Pat are good choices. Angor was surprised. It was fine that Ku Platinum was praising Savior. But why did he mention himself? Ku Platinum smiled and gave Angor a kind look. Because those elves like you. Angor took a while to realize that Ku Platinum was talking about the elemental spirits he brought back. But why did the elemental spirits like him? If they really liked him, they shouldn't have spat sand on the gondola. After saying goodbye to Ku Platinum, Angor went to see Loga, who was going to stay here to study. He wanted to bid farewell to Angor, and he also wanted to express his gratitude. Angor had a good impression of Loga. He had seen too many naughty children on his way here, and it was rare for him to meet a normal elemental creature. Also, Loga helped him meet wise man Ku Platinum first. which saved him the trouble of meeting Sandstorm. Angor wanted to say goodbye to wise man Ku Platinum to express his gratitude. Before leaving, Angor also gave Roka a chance to learn something. When the portal to the tidal realm opens again, you're welcome to come to Brute Cavern. You'll learn more there. I'm sure you'll like it. With that, Angor boarded his gondola and slowly drove away. He watched as the solemn palace slowly disappeared from his sight and let out a long sigh of relief. His trip to Tusk Desert was finally over. The only thing he regretted was the palace. Maybe it was because too much time had passed, or maybe it was because the palace was being renovated. Angor spent an entire day looking around but failed to find anything useful. The only useful information he found was on a stone pillar right in front of the palace. There was an emblem on the pillar. It was a simple drawing of a 7-stringed harp floating on a gentle wave. It looked like the emblem of a music academy. It was the first time he saw the pattern, so he did not know what it meant. He could only memorize it and wait for the answer later. Below the emblem was Fang's drawing of the former ruler of the desert. However, Angor didn't find anything unusual about Fang's drawing, so he ignored it after checking it several times. The gondola was flying leisurely in the air. In front of the gondola, there was a desert eagle soaring in the sky. This desert eagle was the flying companion arranged by Ku Platinum. Are you tired? Why don't you take a rest on the boat? Angor asked the eagle. The eagle flapped its wings proudly. No need. I can fly all the time in Tusk Desert and I won't get tired. Angor opened his mouth. He really wanted to tell the eagle that he didn't want it to get tired. It was just that the eagle was too slow. The reason why gondola looked so relaxed was because the companion wasn't good enough. It wasn't that the eagle wasn't fast enough. It was already as fast as Sunder's pet demon falcon. However, it was still much slower than gondola. Gondola would normally take 3 hours to reach its destination, while the eagle would need at least 1 or 2 days to fly at full speed. At this rate, they would reach the border of Tusk Desert by midnight. Angor didn't want to discourage the eagle's smug look. After a moment of silence, he decided to let the eagle lead the way. He could also use this chance to explore the dream wasteland. He asked Toby to take the helm and told Elmi to be on guard. Then, he closed his eyes and stepped onto the dream bridge. Dream Wasteland, Beginning City. Angor appeared at the top floor of Heaven's Tower. He stepped onto the balcony and entered the inner room. Freud was sitting in front of his desk, working with a pen in his hand. But unlike before, Freud wasn't as focused as he used to be. He would look at the small disc on his left from time to time. When Angor entered the room, Freud was so focused on the disc that he didn't even notice Angor's footsteps. Freud only noticed Angor's presence when he walked up to him. "Milord." Freud blushed a little and bowed with an embarrassed look on his face. Angor nodded and glanced at the 2 items Freud placed on the desk. On the right-hand side was a research topic that was being written. It was clearly written in black and white, Dead Soul Barrier Application Report. Presumably, this was Freud's manual for the development of his first soul trick. On the left was a small black disc called the Mother Tree Connection. On the screen, it was clear that Freud was chatting with someone in private. Bubbles popped up from time to time. Freud must have been engrossed in the chat earlier. "What are you doing?" Angor looked at her in confusion. "I'm talking to Mr. John," Freud replied. According to Freud, he was talking to John about Alda's piano studies in the morning when John told him that Iron Granny was here. Iron Granny often visited John in the library recently, so Freud didn't find it strange and decided to end the conversation. Then, he began to write a report on the development of Dead Soul Barrier. When he mentioned some useful techniques, he had some questions. Since he couldn't find anyone to answer them, he thought of Iron Granny. He tried to contact John and asked him to ask Iron Granny for him. He was just asking with a glimmer of hope, but to his surprise, Iron Granny actually replied. She even patiently explained all the possible solutions to the problem. Freud was reading the message sent by John on behalf of Iron Granny. "I see." Angor smiled at Freud. "Iron Granny's knowledge is probably one of the best in Brute Cavern." "You're lucky." Freud chuckled. "I didn't expect to get a reply from Iron Granny either. But I did find a special function of the tree cluster. A special ability? You mean a teacher who can teach you from afar? Freud nodded. Sort of. But it's more important to me that the tree cluster is remote. I wouldn't dare to make such a request in front of Iron Granny. But with a screen between us, I feel a lot braver. I still don't dare to disrespect her, but I can ask for her help now. Freud couldn't help but chuckle. Angor shook his head. Angor shook his head. Freud still asked John to pass the message to Angor. Iron Granny had the tree cluster, so Freud didn't dare to talk to her directly. When Freud was done laughing, he asked, "How's it going on your side? How's Alda and Sunny?" Freud regained his composure. "I'm still staying near the altar in the cave. Don't worry about Alda for now. His mood is stable, and he's done with his initial training. Sunny isn't as stable as Alda, so she's a little troublesome. But she's doing well." Freud told him about Alda and Sunny's situation briefly. The sole technique that Alda was preparing to practice was possession. It was said that Alda chose possession because he had read a book in the library, Chess Soul, written by John. It was a story about a fallen chess player who was possessed by a chess master from 1,000 years ago. Under the guidance of the chess master, the player stood out in various chess tournaments and became invincible in the world of chess. Alda didn't know what the chess game in the book was. However, he had read it with great interest and even brought it into his own body. If he learned how to possess someone and then possessed a real piano master, he would be able to learn a lot of skills from him. Then, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if John were to check his playing skills. The plot of Chess Soul was to feed the possessed person's soul back to him. Alda, on the other hand, wanted to use the possessed person to feed his playing skills back to him. One had to admit that Alda had really done everything he could to slack off. There was another reason why Alda chose to possess someone: he missed the sweet cream cake. If he possessed someone, he would be able to reminisce about the desserts he had when he was alive. It could be said that Alda's choice was all based on his thoughts. Although it looked rather childish, it also showed the innocence of Alda's heart. He wanted to feed his playing skills back to him because he didn't want to disappoint John and make him happy. He missed the taste of desserts and the beauty of the world. With such a pure soul, Alda's emotions couldn't be affected by the aura of death. This was indeed the case. Currently, Alda had already begun his preliminary cultivation at the altar in the cave and was not far from success. The process of cultivation was smooth and uneventful. Sunny, on the other hand, was a little troublesome. The sole technique she chose to cultivate was death vapor. Death vapor was an object that was rich in the power of death. Usually, it was filthy. For example, it could create long black hair that was full of a strange aura to attack and bind creatures in the material world. It was a rare soul technique that could directly affect the material world. Of course, Sunny didn't choose to cultivate death energy in the first place. It was Freud who suggested it. Unlike Alda, Sunny's first choice was soul contamination. However, Freud believed that Sunny would fall into depravity if she used soul contamination too often. That was why he suggested Sunny to choose death vapor, which was less susceptible to soul contamination and had a strong offensive nature. But even so, in the process of cultivating death chi, Sunny still lingered on the edge of degeneration many times. Whenever Sunny was cultivating, Freud would be on high alert. He would only come to the dream wasteland when she was not cultivating. But Sunny's condition is still under control. If she can't, we still have prelude to rebirth. Freud sighed. He had to admit that Sunny was lucky. If it was the old Sunny, she would not have been able to withstand the aura of death and would have fallen long ago. Now that Sunny had integrated into life in First Heart City, she had encountered many lively situations, and under John's guidance, she had untied the knot in her heart and gradually became more human, which was why she was able to withstand it. Angor nodded. He cared about Sunny and Alda as well. Considering the power structure of the organization, they could be considered as direct subordinates. Angor felt a little relieved after hearing about their recent situation. "Where's Sam? How's he doing?" "Sam is still in Star Lake Castle. He's doing fine. But..." Freud suddenly stopped and hesitated. "But what?" Angor wondered. Freud hesitated for a moment. Nea sent a group of people to Silver Moat Principality to investigate the mass sacrifice incident. They haven't found out anything about it yet. But there's something wrong with the farm owner that Sam killed. What is it? Naya's people found out that after the farm owner died, the farm's servants saw a ghost in the early hours of the morning. The ghost looked very similar to the farm owner. And one of the servants was so scared that he fell ill. Freud paused for a moment before continuing, but the specter only lasted for 2 days. After that, the specter disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Naya's people didn't find anything either. At first, this might sound like a piece of shocking news. Without any evidence, it was no different from an anecdote. However, Freud's hesitation meant that there might be more to the story. Angor knew what Freud was trying to say. The dead farm owner might have gained a soul or even turned into an undead. There were many souls in the world. Although ordinary people would turn into fragments of spiritual light after death, there was a chance that a complete soul would be born. So even if this farm owner really did become a soul, it wasn't a big deal. However, there was something special about the farm owner. He was killed by Sam. Sam had the talent of near-spirit form, which meant that those who were killed by near-spirit form would have a higher chance of becoming an undead. Furthermore, the undead that was born would definitely hunt down the spirit body in a frenzy. In other words, if the farm owner really turned into an undead, Sam might already be targeted. Perhaps, the farm owner was currently rushing towards Star Lake Castle over the mountains. Sam's bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet, and he already gained the talent of near-spirit form? Angor muttered to himself. If the farm owner really turned into an undead and came after Sam, you need to be careful. Sam isn't strong enough to deal with an undead. Because of this, many near-spirit form cultivators couldn't live long enough to become supernaturals. After all, undead creatures were not easy to deal with. Even a peak-level apprentice would find it difficult to deal with an undead creature, let alone a mortal. I understand. Freud nodded. Freud might not have been able to deal with undead creatures in the past, but with Prelude to Rebirth, he could easily deal with the farm owner. Also, don't forget to report to the higher-ups about the mass sacrifice when you find out more about it. Angor didn't look into the matter, but that didn't mean he didn't pay attention to it. Such a mass sacrifice, especially when it involved living beings, could easily get involved with otherworldly overlords or demons from Abyss Plane. As a wizard, Angor didn't want to see such atrocities happening. He wouldn't do it himself, but he could report it to the higher-ups. For example, the Supreme Cult. Angor chatted with Freud for a while longer before saying goodbye to him. After exiting the Firmament Tower, they walked along the main road and arrived at the library. Iron Granny was in the library right now. Angor planned to use this chance to ask her where the badge in Tusk Desert came from. Angor walked into the library and went to the second floor. He didn't find Iron Granny immediately. Instead, he saw Ness sitting by the window, writing something down while studying the secret of the stone slab. Ness' gray hair, which used to be neatly combed, was now in a mess. Angor guessed that he hadn't stopped studying the slab for even a second. He even forgot to keep himself clean. Ness glanced at Angor from the corner of his eyes and went back to writing. The paper was full of formulas and symbols. Angor could recognize them individually, but he could not understand them when they were all placed together. This one will last for half a day. Don't forget to bring me a new one, Ness said to Angor without looking up. He then continued writing on the paper. Angor didn't want to disturb Ness, but since Ness spoke first, he couldn't help but ask, "How's your research going?" "No progress at all," Ness answered quickly. Although it was zero progress, Ness's expression was one of excitement. Based on what he had learned in the past few days, he could confirm that his method was correct. He could use this method to determine the coordinates of the Khazadar world. As long as he knew he was on the right path, it didn't matter. Once he made some progress, he would reap the fruits of his labor. "Torres isn't here?" Angor asked another question. "Is Torres not here?" Angor asked Torres to log off whenever Ness ran out of stone slabs. However, Torres seemed to have forgotten to do so several times. "I told him to leave." "Huh? If he didn't, my eyes would hurt." "Hurt your eyes?" Angor looked at Ness in confusion. Ness sighed and stopped writing. He glanced at Angor from head to toe. "You have no idea how much it hurts my eyes to see a pair of bastards walking around in front of me." But Ness didn't say anything else. He was fully focused on unlocking the secret of the slab. Angor left Ness and kept walking while using his God's view to check Tora's condition. Next, he saw Tora sitting in a small bar near the library, and Mandahara was beside him. Angor thought he knew what Ness meant. Soon, he saw Iron Granny and John sitting opposite each other, enjoying tea while discussing something. Angor only heard some keywords such as plants and lifespan. Iron Granny noticed Angor's presence and stopped talking. "Oh, Angor is here too. I think he's here for you." Having said that, Iron Granny stood up and was about to step aside. Angor quickly stopped her. "I'm here for Granny." Iron Granny didn't say anything. She sat down and took another sip of her fragrant tea before looking at Angor. "So, what's the matter?" Angor rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "Can't I just want to see Granny?" "Really?" Iron Granny took a sip of her tea and whispered. "Really? Of course, I'm here to see Granny. Also, I want to ask you about a little thing I'm curious about." Iron Granny chuckled and stopped teasing Angor. Then he asked Iron Granny's question under Iron Granny's watchful gaze. "I was in a very desolate and uninhabited place, and I discovered a ruin by chance." Angor briefly described the place and emphasized that it wasn't dangerous so that John wouldn't worry about it. To prove his point, Angor also showed the illusion of the palace to John. Apart from the painting done by the magician, all the details of the palace were in the illusion. Iron Granny and John both looked at the illusion curiously. Finally, Iron Granny fixed her eyes on the strange emblem. Iron Granny looked at the emblem and fell into deep thought. "Although I don't know much about the architecture of the world of sorcerers, this building is made up of pillars without a single wall. It reminds me of the layout of some temples," Chown muttered. "Perhaps this is a religious building?" Angor nodded as well. When he first saw the palace, he also thought about the solemnity of religion. However, the emblem in the palace was more like the emblem of a music academy than a religious symbol. John is right. This is a religious building. Iron Granny, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, it's the emblem of the Cult of Elegance." "The Cult of Elegance?" Both Angor and John looked at Iron Granny. John was also curious about the religion in this world. Iron Granny considered and said, "The Cult of Elegance is a semi-religious sect in the origin world. Its emblem is a 7-stringed harp. What makes this sect different from other religions is that their believers do not worship any god, but a person who calls himself a musician." "A musician?" Angor was puzzled. "Yes. A musician. I don't know his name or his title. Even if I do, I can't tell you. His name contains the power of miracles. The only thing I know is that he used to be a musician when he was immortal. He likes to call himself a musician." Iron Granny's words surprised John. His name contained the power of miracles? Was he really a man and not a god? However, he wasn't interested in the power of his real name. Instead, he was interested in the word Iron Granny mentioned. Miracles. The only ones who could be called miracles were the group of magi who stood at the peak of the mountains. If he wasn't mistaken, this was another one of them. A real wizard was known as a creator of miracles. Only a certain group of people could call their strength miraculous. Angor took a deep breath. "So this palace is similar to the Mahogany Theater?" Iron Granny shook her head. "No. The Mahogany Theater represents the real miracle path. The Elegant sect and this palace are only related to religious beliefs. They have nothing to do with miracles. I've even heard a rumor that musicians don't seem to care about the Church of Elegance. The School of Elegance was created by people who worshipped musicians." Iron Granny took another sip of tea and continued, "I'm not sure what the truth is right now. After all, teleportation from the fake continent to the origin world has been broken for many years." Angor wanted to know more about the Elegant sect and the musicians. Iron Granny shook her head. She didn't want to tell him. She didn't know either. Iron Granny said, "The palace you found was probably built by the Elegant sect to spread their faith. If there's no one inside, it's probably abandoned. You don't have to worry too much about it. Besides, the Elegant sect is relatively gentle because of their faith." Angor sighed and accepted the fact. supernatural organizations, mysterious religions, and miracle world. As he grew stronger, he would learn more about them. If he really wanted to get to the bottom of it, he would have to go to the origin world first. But now was not the time. Angor didn't stay in the library for too long. He chatted with Iron Granny and John for a while before leaving. Before he left, he saw John and Iron Granny talking again. They were talking about glowing velvet grass, the main ingredient of glowing velvet potion. Glowing velvet grass was a low-level potion used to heal wounds. It was a common item used by low-level apprentices. Angor wasn't surprised that John was talking about glowing velvet grass. Angor knew that John studied botany back on Earth, so he used the dream whelp to collect a lot of pure magic plant potions for John's research, including glowing velvet potion. Angor was surprised that Iron Granny was willing to listen. Iron Granny wasn't interested in glowing velvet grass or glowing velvet potion, but John's way of studying magic plants was completely different from wizards. Iron Granny might be interested in John's research. When he returned to reality, he saw that gondola was still flying slowly over the desert. There was still a long way to go before they reached the border of Tusk Desert. He glanced at the desert eagle in front of him and sighed helplessly. It seemed that the eagle really didn't want to get on the gondola. Their next stop was White Cloud Village, so he planned to talk to Dankros about it first. Dangalo. Angor suddenly stopped talking. In the tree of authority that stood in the depths of the mind space, one of the light spots that represented the Gate of Dreams was sending him a message. Sunders entered the dream wasteland. At the same time, there were two strangers standing in front of the door of the dream world. Using his consciousness, he saw a young woman in a luxurious red dress and a young man with a pale face standing on two different dream bridges that led to the dream wasteland. Flora and Sumesh, said Angor. Sunders told Angor that he would let Flora and Sumesh enter the dream wasteland in the future. Thinking about it, this was the time. Angor was planning to ask Sunders about the dream wasteland, but since Flora and Sumesh were here, he decided to take a break first. He decided to let Sunders take Flora and Sumesh to experience the dream wasteland first. He would meet them later when he had a better understanding of the place. With that in mind, Angor waved a hand and allowed Flora and Sumesh to enter the dream wasteland. At the same time, he changed their destination to somewhere near Sunders. With that done, Angor exited his mind space. Back in the real world, Dankros was staring at Toby, who was steering the ship, when he suddenly heard Angor's voice. Dankros turned around in confusion. Are you calling me? Yeah, I want to talk to you about White Cloud Village. Angor nodded after a moment of hesitation. Dankros waddled to Angor and sat down in front of him. All right. What do you want to know? Below White Cloud Village is the green field. He was sure that White Cloud Village was the territory of wind creatures. As far as he knew, White Cloud Village was located in the sky. Their territory was mostly cloud soil. Below White Cloud Village, there was another area inhabited by elemental creatures, which was called the Green Field. Dankros recalled the knowledge he had learned about the Green Plains from Magoo, and then slowly said, the Green Plains is very vast. It's a territory dominated by green grasslands, and it's also the territory of wood-type creatures. Unlike Xian Forest, which was home to all kinds of wood-type creatures, the Green Field was mostly inhabited by grass-type creatures. Overall, the Green Field was much weaker than Xian Forest. However, no one in Tidal Realm dared to invade the Green Field because of White Cloud Village. White Cloud Village and the Green Field shared a close relationship. They were in perfect harmony and looked after each other. Going against the Green Field meant going against White Cloud Village, and vice versa. Dankros explained what he knew about the Green Field to Angor. Who's the ruler and sage of the Green Field? The ruler is Flourishing Graham. I don't know about the sage. Dankros paused. But that's not important. White Cloud Village and the Green Field are very close. You don't need to go to the Green Field at all. You can. Just ask Her Highness Softwind to deliver anything you need. I heard that Her Highness Softwind is very easy to talk to. Professor Magoo always praises Her Highness Softwind, so the trip should be easy. Easy? Angor mumbled, I hope you don't want to raise a flag. Flag? What do you mean? Dankros was confused. Angor shook his head. Nothing. Tell me more about White Cloud Village. Time slowly ticked away as Angor and Dankros continued their conversation. 2 hours ago. In the eastern part of the Fey continent, there was a small town about 200 kilometers away from the 13th Seal Island of Stone Mulberry Dynasty. There was nothing special about the town. The only thing that could be heard was a strange castle that appeared out of nowhere at the end of the town about a week ago. The castle was blocked by a large number of thorns, which prevented outsiders from entering. However, that didn't mean there was no one inside. At this moment, a young girl in a red tutu skirt flashed past the window of a corridor in the castle. "Hey, Red, what do you think my professor wants from me?" The girl seemed to be talking to someone, but no one responded. "I'm just curious. He's been in seclusion for a week. I don't know what he's doing." "Is that so?" "I think it has something to do with Sumesh." The girl mumbled to herself and soon arrived at a study. The door wasn't locked. She pushed it open easily. 2 people were inside the study, which was filled with the atmosphere of classical nobility. One of them was a man dressed like a gentleman, who was busy writing something on his desk. The other was a pale-faced young man wearing a checkered waistcoat. He was holding a cup of red tea in his hand. "Flora, you're here." The young man in the checkered vest took a sip of tea and greeted the girl with a smile. He paused and waved at Flora's back. "Good afternoon, Lil Red." Flora tapped the ground with her bare feet and floated to Sumesh's side like a feather. "You're here too? If you don't recuperate in the boiling blood pool, can you hold on?" Sumesh didn't answer. Instead, he enjoyed the taste of the tea in his mouth. "Do you want a cup?" Sumesh asked after a while. Flora didn't refuse. She picked up the exquisite tea set on the table and poured herself a cup of hot tea. She finished it in one gulp. Sumesh waited until Flora finished her tea before he spoke again. "Professor told me to come here. My condition is almost stable now. I can walk around as long as I don't use my mana." Flora said grumpily, "You call that stabilized? You're no different from a mortal if you don't use your mana." Sumesh didn't deny it. He had already accepted the fact that Sunders had a solution, and he would trust Sunders. While Flora and Sumesh were talking, Sunders finally put down his pen. He put the pen back into the pen holder and looked at his 2 students. "I've told Angor that he agreed to let Sumesh take over one of the authorities. However, he's not injured enough to do so, so we'll have to put it aside for now. Although you still can't assume authority, you are qualified to go to that world and take a look." Both Sumesh and Flora were puzzled by Sunders' words. Leaving aside how Sunders managed to contact Angor, what did he mean by another world? Sunders didn't give them much time to think. He pointed at Sumesh and Flora, and a surge of nightmare energy rushed into their foreheads. Flora was about to resist when she heard her professor's voice. "Don't. It's just a dream spell." Flora was taken aback. When she came back to her senses, she saw nothing but darkness in front of her eyes. In this dark world, a glowing dream bridge appeared in front of her. She hesitated for a moment but still stepped onto it. At the end of the bridge was a door that was glowing brightly. Flora wasn't a dream manipulator, but she knew a thing or two about such abilities. She knew that behind the door was her own dream. But what she didn't understand was why her teacher would make her immerse herself in her own dream. The other world mentioned by Sunders, was it the dream realm? Did Sunders want to meet her in her dream? Flora had so many questions in her mind, but she couldn't find an answer. In the end, she decided not to think about it anymore and stepped into the glowing door in front of her. Anyway, all the answers must be behind this door. She could explore it herself when the time came. As she entered the dream gate, she felt a slight sense of weightlessness in her body. Weightlessness? Am I not dreaming? Why do I feel weightlessness so clearly? Is it a trick of my mind? While thinking about this, a scene suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. In the dark void far away, a world of light covered by a bubble was slowly approaching her. It was getting closer and closer. Towards the end, Flora could even see that the world was pierced through by a giant tree. However, the scene only lasted for a moment. Before she could see more, the glowing world had already enveloped her. In the next second, Flora felt as if she had turned into a shooting star. She felt like she was falling. When the falling sensation disappeared, she was already standing on the ground. She looked around and realized that she was on a small path between two farmlands. The farmlands on both sides were filled with dense crops. The wind blew, bringing along an astringent fragrance. Where is this? Surprise flashed in Flora's eyes. Is this my dream? Is it a dream? If it was a dream, it would be under her control. But she never thought that she would fall into a farmland. More importantly, why did it feel so real? The breeze, the touch of her skin, and the fragrance of the farmlands were all so real. The only thing that didn't feel real was herself. She said that because she could feel the existence of her mana whirlpool, but she couldn't use any magic power. However, there was another kind of magic power in the outside world that could be absorbed into her body. It was very slow and faint, but it was real. What the hell is going on? Is this the world you talked about, Professor? A familiar voice came to Flora's ears. She turned around and saw Sumesh standing on the path without her noticing. Why is Sumesh in my dream? Flora shook her head. She didn't care why Sumesh was here. Was he a character in her dream? Or was he the real Sumesh? She only wanted to know where she was. Do you know where this is? I'm not sure. But the professor mentioned our junior, Angor. If I'm not mistaken, this is his nightmare domain, the Dream Wasteland. According to Sunders, Angor's nightmare domain was much bigger than Sumesh's abyss nightmare domain. But this was a real world with mana in the air. Was this really a nightmare domain? Flora was still doubtful, but she soon suppressed her doubts. Because Sunders was here. This is Pat Manor. Yes, you heard it right. It belongs to Angor's family. The reason why Pat Manor exists in this world. Sunders walked out of the castle and slowly began to explain while Flora and Sumesh were still in a daze. From the construction of the Dream Wasteland to how the most useless mystery item turned out to be, Sunders told them everything. He didn't go into too much detail, but it was enough for them to fill in more details. Sunders led them out of Pat Manor while explaining. By the time they reached the entrance of the manor, Sunders had finished his brief introduction. Both Flora and Sumesh were so shocked that they started to doubt their own existence after listening to the story that sounded like something out of a fantasy. That's all I have to say. You will slowly understand the specific situation in the future. It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to explain everything in detail in the Dream Wilderness. Saunders was not a commentator, and he did not intend to waste his time here. If you want to learn more about the Dream Wasteland, you can go to Freud at Firmament Tower. He has the most detailed research on the Dream Wasteland there. But before you go looking for Freud, I suggest you experience life here first. It will help you understand this world better, especially Sumesh. You'll need to understand the rules of this world before you can take over the world. That's right, Sumesh. Sumesh still had a lot of questions, but he still nodded seriously. I understand. That's all I have to say. I'll leave you to your own arrangements. With that, Sunders sent them away. Flora was still in a daze, but she could still sense what was going on outside. Seeing her professor walking away, she quickly called out, "Professor." Sunders stopped. His expression was calm, but she could see a hint of impatience in his eyes. Did Angor really create this? Flora asked. How did he manage to take care of such a powerful nightmare domain? Sumesh was also curious. He had the nightmare domain of Gehenna, so he knew better than anyone that a nightmare domain couldn't be taken care of so easily. Back then, Angor's nightmare domain was only as big as a living room. Even so, Sumesh was surprised when he heard about it. How was he going to handle a super nightmare domain that was several times larger than the one in Sleepless City? I can tell you for sure that this is Angor's nightmare domain. As for how he created it and took care of it, it all depends on his body constitution. Even if that's the case, can he really shoulder the burden of the nightmare domain's main body? Flora was still skeptical. Angor doesn't need to take care of the entire nightmare domain. He only needs to take care of its core authority. Do you think Sumesh has the chance to take care of it? I don't think Angor is strong enough to take care of the core authority. Angor is already a wizard. But Angor, that's enough. Sunders cut her off. He knew Flora's personality too well. She looked like she was asking a reasonable question, but she was just losing her mind. As far as Flora was concerned, Angor was just a beginner. She had witnessed Angor's weakness when he was still a mortal. When she saw Angor suddenly changed, and what he did was beyond her reach, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. On the surface, she wanted to know why and why. But on the other hand, she wanted to express that it was unfair and unreasonable. These were all Flora's thoughts at the moment. Sumesh, on the other hand, didn't know Angor that much. He only heard about Angor's achievements from time to time, so he accepted Angor's achievement much better than Flora. When he first heard about Angor, he heard that Angor was an alchemist who learned about mystery. He was surprised to see Angor reach such heights in the future, but he didn't think it was strange. Distance brought the unknown, and the unknown was unpredictable. In Sumesh's opinion, Angor was such an unpredictable variable. However, Flora was too close to Angor, and she could see Angor's trajectory clearly, which only made her jealous. Sunder stared at Flora quietly. His stare was like a sword that pierced into Flora's dark heart, exposing her hysterical mind to the light. Flora also realized that she was losing control of her emotions. Under the pressure of Sunder's gaze, she turned pale and stepped back out of instinct. "Stop," Sander said in a commanding tone. Flora halted her steps. "You insisted on studying the blood melt virus during the most difficult time, so I thought you were ready to become a truth finder. But now, it seems you're not." Sunder's voice was cold. "You used your emotions to hide from the truth. You put your sense of superiority above the truth. This alone will make it difficult for you to achieve transcendence." Flora didn't know what to say. "Comparing yourself to Angor or anyone else is meaningless to you. You should recognize your true self as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you become a truth finder, the hidden dangers under the surface of the sea will stop you." With that, Sunders turned around and left without hesitation. Flora, on the other hand, was still in a daze. Sunders wasn't trying to persuade her. Instead, he used his extremely rational words to destroy Flora's sense of superiority hidden deep in her consciousness. The loss of her mental defense made her lose her mind. It even affected her body. She couldn't stand straight for a while and was about to fall. In the end, she could only lean on the gate of Pat Manor for support. Sumesh sighed and walked to Flora's side. "You're right, Professor." After a few minutes of absent-mindedness, Flora smiled bitterly. "I understand. Remember, Angor is still a member of Phantom Island. His success will only benefit us. You can learn more about him, but there's no need to doubt him." Sumesh patted her shoulder. "We're all in this together." Flora understood that as well, but the emotions she had accumulated for a long time had stimulated the unwillingness in her subconscious mind. Now that Sunders pointed it out, she realized that she wasn't qualified to be a truth finder. However, while Sunders' merciless words reminded her, they also made her feel a little uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She nodded to Sumesh. "Let's go. Let's see this new world." Both Sumesh and Flora were ready to explore the new world. But before they could do that, they were caught. "Oh, Flora? And Mr. Mask? You're here too?" When Flora and Sumesh were about to go their separate ways, a joyful voice came from not too far away. "Oh, right. You're both from Phantom Island. Mr. Phantom will let you in if he finds you." Following the scent of roses, a figure walked over and held Flora's hand intimately. Flora turned around and saw her good friend, Rose Crown Leona. Flora's eyes lit up. She was about to say something when Leona dragged her to a spot not far away. "Let's not talk about anything else. Now that you're here, let's go to the new city." She couldn't help but follow Leona. After a few steps, Leona noticed that Sumesh was still standing there. "Mr. Masked One, why don't you come with us? I'll make you tea made from the best magical plants," she called out. Eventually, Leona successfully lured Sumesh and Flora onto the airship that would take them to the new city. "On the airship, we just arrived. We didn't get to see the city properly, and you took us away already." Flora leaned against the window and looked down at the bustling city below. She seemed a little disappointed. Leona held Flora's hand and said, "What's so good about First Heart? The city's planning is like child's play, and there's not enough sustainable resources. If it wasn't the first city in the dream wasteland and someone supporting it, it wouldn't have been able to survive. Let's go to the new city. It's the most special city I've ever seen. It's not finished yet, but it's much more interesting than Foundation City. Leona talked about the new city with great interest, her face full of longing. What's the new city? Flora was intrigued by Leona's description. It's the supernatural city in the dream wasteland. It's also where the tea party will be held. You'll know when the time comes. Leona winked at Flora. Flora knew that Leona was trying to keep them in suspense. It didn't matter. They were going to the new city anyway. Leona asked, speaking of which, where are you now? Mr. Phantom went to look for you, but he hasn't been online for a while. Online? Flora didn't expect that. In the dream wasteland. I've always heard people say that in the tree group. I think it's a good description. Flora nodded as if she understood something. Then, under Leona's urging, she told Leona everything that had happened recently, except for the fact that Sumesh's nightmare mirror was damaged. Investigating the blood melt virus, running into the Red Plague believers, and a chosen? A bishop from the Heresy Inquisition? You're so unlucky. Leona said sympathetically. If you need any help, I'll send someone over. Thank goodness you're here, Professor. We're safe now, Flora said. That's good, Leona said. You can always come online if you need help. Leona grinned. Speaking of which, the dream wasteland is really convenient. We're so far away from each other, but we can still talk and help each other. I have to say, Angor is really a genius. I can't wait to see how the other worlds will react when the dream wasteland shows up. Flora's lips twitched. In the end, she nodded. Yes, he is the pride of Phantom Island. Sumesh smiled when he heard Flora's words. Leona, on the other hand, didn't know what was going on. She kept praising Angor. We don't know much about the dream wasteland yet. Our professor wanted us to explore it on our own, but you dragged us to the airship. Since we're already here, why don't you tell us more about the dream wasteland? Tell us about the new city and the trees you mentioned just now. Leona gave it some thought. She had brought Flora and Sumesh on the airship so that they could help with the construction of the new city. However, she ended up disturbing their understanding of the dream wasteland, which was why she had to explain it to them. Moreover, there was nothing else to do on the airship. Helping them broaden their horizons and watching their surprised expressions was a rare pleasure. With that in mind, Leona nodded. Since Your Excellency Masked One has spoken, how can I refuse? Just call me by my name. Sumesh shrugged. Leona smiled. You're a truthfinder now, so I'll call you Mr. Masked. Anyway, let's start with the city in the dream wasteland. Back in the real world, Angor's airship had already arrived at the border of Tusk Desert. The loose sand was slowly solidifying, and the ground was getting thicker. Suddenly, Deagle, who was flying in front of him, shouted, "You disobeyed Her Majesty's rules. I'll take you down." As soon as he finished speaking, Desert Eagle transformed into a sharp arrow of yellow sand and charged forward. Angor was also attracted by Deagle's movement. He didn't know what the bird was talking about. In the distance, the Desert Eagle had turned into dust and was swept away by the storm. The dark wind and sand spread in all directions. This scene seems a little familiar. The sandstorm reminded Angor of the sandstorm brigade he ran into in Tusk Desert. Back then, the sandstorm also blocked his vision, which was very similar to what he was seeing now. Recalling what happened back then and thinking about Deagle's warning, Angor began to understand what was going on. A wind elemental creature must have barged into the fung-extracting desert by itself. It was flying in the air, violating the no-fly rule set by Sandstorm. As a result, the Desert Eagle crashed into it. Currently, the Desert Eagle was locked in a fierce battle with the wind-type creature. Since White Cloud Village was right next to Tusk Desert, the creature must know the rules and wouldn't break in without a reason. Then what was the deal with this wind-type creature that had barged in? Was it looking for some thrills? Or was it just another idiot? Soon, Angor found his answer. The battle between Desert Eagle and the unknown wind creature ended with Desert Eagle's victory. When Sand Eagle successfully trapped the intruder with a sand cage, Angor finally saw the intruder's face. It was a small green tornado shaped like an inverted triangle. Its body was as long as an adult's elbow. Angor could tell that it was not a mature wind creature. It was a wind elf that was still in its infancy. At this moment, the wind elemental sprite's eyes were in the shape of mosquito coils. Clearly, it had entered a state of unconsciousness, which was why it could be captured by the yellow sand cage. So, it's a little elf. Desert Eagle noticed its opponent in the cage, and its tone was a little strange. Angor had learned a lot about elemental creatures recently, so he knew why Desert Eagle was acting so strangely. Deagle must have thought that the intruder was trying to provoke them. Maybe Deagle thought the intruder was a spy, just like when Angor first met Dankros. But when he saw that the intruder was just a pixie, Desert Eagle knew that this was all a misunderstanding. Perhaps the elemental creatures of each world were at odds with each other, but no matter what kind of elemental creature it was, they all loved and cared for elemental spirits because elemental spirits represented hope. This could be seen from how wise man Azura Platinum cared about the pixie. No elemental creature would send a pixie out to provoke the intruder, let alone use it as a spy. 90% of pixie were ignorant, after all. Sending a spy like that to the intruder would be a waste of time. Even a sentient pixie such as Dangros was not fully mature yet. In the eyes of a mature elemental creature, he was just a child. Because of this, when Deagle saw that he ended up fighting an ignorant child, he naturally felt ashamed. Besides, it was normal that the child did not know about the rules of Tusk Desert. This was a fight between adults, after all. While Desert Eagle was observing the pixie in the sand cage, Angor flew over with his gondola. "Why is this wind elf in Tusk Desert?" Angor asked curiously. Normally speaking, elemental fairies would instinctively move closer to their comfort zone. For a wind elf, their comfort zone was the core area of White Cloud Village. On the other hand, the Tooth Extraction Desert was filled with strong earth energy, so it was basically impossible for wind element sprites to break in. Deagle shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe he ran away from home?" The probability of entering by mistake was very low. Even if a wind sprite got lost, it was impossible for it to run to the territory of other elemental creatures. Sand Eagle also knew that the monarch of White Cloud Village was different from His Highness Hurricane of Storm Mountain Ridge. It was extremely gentle among the wind creatures, and it was impossible for it to chase away a child in the elven stage. Therefore, this wind element sprite entering the Fong-Pulling Desert must have been its own choice. He had subjective intentions, but he chose to leave Bibayan Village and come to the Tooth Extraction Desert. This was very unreasonable. From Xianxia's point of view, there was a high probability that this was a child who ran away from home in a fit of pique. After all, a child's temperament fluctuated more than an adult's. Angor looked at the unconscious boy in the sand cage. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the boy's eyes were wet. "Let's not talk about why it came to Tusk Desert. What are you going to do with it?" Deagle felt a little troubled by this question. At the end of the day, it was just a pixie. It was weak and immature. It was very likely that it had run away from home. Furthermore, it definitely did not know about the rules set by His Highness Sandstorm. Even Sand Eagle felt that it was too much to pin a series of crimes on it. But it still did make a mistake. Letting it go so easily was a little too merciful. If word got out, Lord Sandstorm's reputation would be tarnished. Under such conflicting emotions, Deagle did not know how to deal with it. "How about this, mister? Please take care of it for me. I'll go ask Mr. Sage." With Angor's permission, Deagle placed the sand cage on gondola for now. Then he dove down from a height of 100 meters and landed on the ground. When Desert Eagle went to seek the sage's opinion, Dankros jumped onto the table and circled around the cage made of yellow sand. He had a panoramic view of the else inside. The more he looked, the brighter Dangros' eyes became. When Angor wasn't paying attention, Dangros secretly put a finger into the cage. Before he could do anything, he yelped in pain and took several steps back. Angor looked back and saw Dangros curling his index finger and jumping on the table. Angor looked closer and saw some yellow sand on Dangros' finger, which was corroding his skin. He then looked at the sand moving around the cage and figured out what was going on. Dangros must have tried to touch the sand cage on his own. He was the one who brought Dangros here, so he couldn't just stand by and watch the sprite screaming in pain. Xiaochen extended his hand and picked up Dankros. While Dankros' eyes were blurry with tears, Xiaochen carefully examined his index finger. The remaining yellow sand seemed to have the ability to absorb elements. It kept devouring Dankros' fire. There was a limit to how much the sand could absorb. It wouldn't take long for the sand to reach its limit. However, by the time it was saturated, Dankros' index finger would probably be half crippled. Angor really wanted to teach Dankros a lesson, but he still sighed when he thought about Magu's request. While scolding the sprite for asking for trouble, he tapped the table with his finger. A barely visible ripple began to spread. When the ripple passed through Dankros' index finger, the yellow sand on it suddenly shook and fell down one after another. He was using frequency oscillation to shake the sand away from the ground. Next time, you'll have to pay for it yourself, Angor scolded after saving Dankros' finger. Dankros pursed his lips, lowered his head, and complained in a low voice, "I just wanted to try and see if I could take it in as a follower. If he took in a non-fire elemental follower, it would definitely be very eye-catching when he returned to the fire territory." Angor didn't expect Dankros to be so eager to recruit a follower. He couldn't help but scold him, "You only know how to take advantage of people when they're weak. Why don't you focus on improving yourself? If you really want a follower, use your strength to beat them into submission." Like this, he summoned a hand of spell and pinned Dankros down on the table. Dankros struggled for a moment before giving up. He knew Angor wouldn't hurt him. Besides, Angor saved him before, so he didn't mind being scolded. Besides, Angor was right. Using strength to beat the sprite into submission and then recruit a follower seemed like a good idea. However, Dankros was still at the sprite stage. If he wanted to improve his strength, he had to wait for it to mature. But who knew when it would mature? Was there any other way to make it mature faster? Dankros' mind began to run wild. Angor knew that a hand of spell alone was not enough to suppress Dankros. He planned to use his iron fist to teach Dankros a lesson while the sprite was still struggling. In the end, he didn't expect this guy to be like a salted fish. He just shrugged and gave up resisting. It looked like the sprite was running away. Angor's anger accumulated in his chest, but he couldn't find an outlet to vent it. Angor angrily used his hand of spell to crush Dankros several more times. The sprite didn't feel anything and just let Angor do whatever he wanted. Angor looked at Dankros' fearless expression and sighed deeply. He didn't want to do anything else. At this moment, the eyes of the wind-type sprite in the yellow sand cage began to gradually recover from the dizziness of mosquito coil eyes. Angor also noticed the change in the cage. It seemed the sprite was about to wake up. Little Whirlwind opened its eyes. The first thing it did was to look around. When it saw that it was trapped in a cage made of quicksand, it began to panic. The little Whirlwind wanted to rush out, but as soon as it came into contact with the yellow sand, the wind element in its body would immediately be absorbed. He wanted to know what the bird would do when it had nowhere to run. 2 seconds later, the sprite's disproportionately large eyes began to turn misty. 5 seconds later, following a series of cries, 2 fountain-like streams of tears formed in Little Whirlwind's eyes. Angor was speechless. He didn't know how a wind sprite could cry, but the first thing the sprite did when it woke up was to bawl. This was the first time he saw an elemental sprite that could cry. Angor suddenly remembered that the sprite's eyes were a little wet. Could it be that this guy had already started to cry when he was unconscious? The more the Little Whirlwind cried, the more aggrieved he felt. The more aggrieved he felt, the more he cried. His cries grew louder and louder, waking up Dankros, who was still in deep thought. What's wrong with it? Dankros looked at Little Whirlwind in the cage in shock. Angor shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's crying? Crying? What's crying? Dankros looked at Angor in confusion. It's the release of emotions when you're sad or happy. Huh? You can cry when you're sad or happy? Angor didn't know what to say. How should he explain to a fire-type sprite what crying meant? Can you cry when you're not sad or unhappy? Yes. Angor could already tell that Dankros' wrist was already filled with question marks. In order to let Dankros understand the meaning of crying, he decided to present the scene in the form of a movie. He pointed at Dankros and sent a strand of nightmare energy into the sprite's body. Dangros instantly froze and entered the world of illusion. At the same time, Deagle, who was sending messages underground, also jumped out of the solidifying ground. Leaving a trail of dust in its wake, Deagle soared into the sky and landed on the bow of gondola. The moment Desert Eagle stood still, it heard the sound of crying. It turned to look at Little Whirlwind in the cage. Why is it crying? You know what crying is? Deagle nodded. I can't cry, but I know that the grass and verdant plain can. I also heard that water sprites are the best at crying. But they don't get any sympathy because they're made of water. Angor nodded. It seemed that elemental creatures also knew the concept of crying. It was just that Dangros, as a fire-type sprite, didn't know about it. Mr. Magoo should know about crying as well. But it would be difficult to teach an elemental sprite how to cry in the fire domain. Deagle looked at the sprite and spoke in a soft voice. It's still young, so I think it's crying. But this is the first time I saw a wind sprite crying. So am I, Angor agreed in his mind. Deagle ignored the crying sprite and turned to Angor. I've asked the wise man's opinion. Oh, Mr. Bitter Platinum's decision? Mr. Pat is going to White Cloud Village, and the wise man hopes that you can escort this sprite to Her Highness Softwind. Angor considered for a moment and understood Bitter Platinum's intention. The sprite had broken Sandstorm's rules, so it wasn't right to let it go. Still, the sprite was only a sprite. Excessive punishment would make it look like a joke. If Sunders could bring the sprite to White Cloud Village and return it to Softwind, Uranus would not only punish the sprite, but also show Tusk Extraction Desert's attitude and do Princess Softwind a favor. At the same time, Tusk Extraction Desert could help Angor establish a relationship with Princess Softwind. It was killing two birds with one stone. Alright, I'll escort it back to White Cloud Village. Inside the sand cage, the sprite also heard Angor's words. It quickly shook its head and cried, I don't want to go back. Let me out. I don't want to go back. The sprite was intelligent, so they already knew what it was going to do when it chose to leave White Cloud Village on its own. Therefore, the sprite's words didn't cause too much of a commotion. Deagle glared at the sprite. It's fine if you don't want to go back. You trespassed in Tusk Extraction Desert and violated His Highness rules. I'll send you to His Highness Sandstorm and have him lock you up in the quicksand prison. For your crimes, you'll only be locked up for 50 years. 50 years? The sprite froze. There were still tears in its eyes. Yes. So, do you want to be escorted back to White Cloud Village and let Princess Softwind punish you, or do you want me to follow the rules and take you to His Highness Sandstorm? I don't want to go back. I don't want to be locked up for 50 years either. It's not that easy. Deagle spat. I'll make the decision for you. Send you back to White Cloud Village. You'll thank me then. Little Whirlwind was still a small spirit. After being frightened like this, it continued to cry. Deagle didn't mind. He spat out a shining golden sand from his mouth and handed it to Angor. Mr. Sage asked you to give this to Her Highness Softwind. It contains his words. The golden sand was probably a medium used by desert creatures to send messages, similar to the sparks in the fire domain. Angor couldn't read the information inside, but Gentle Wind should be able to. Angor accepted the sand and nodded. Alright, I'll give it to Her Highness Softwind. A crying Little Whirlwind was truly a rare sight. Deagle glanced at Little Whirlwind for a while before he returned to Gondola and began to lead the way again. 10 minutes later, the sand had completely disappeared. The ground was still cracked and dry, but the water element in the air was getting stronger. The verdant plain should be right ahead. Deagle circled around the sky and screeched several times, which caused the ground to tremble slightly. Looking down from Gondola, Angor saw at least 100 expressionless faces appearing on the ground. The largest of them was at least dozens of meters wide. Without a doubt, they were all Earth-type creatures. Angor assumed that they were the last line of defense for the Tusk Desert. The Desert Eagle cried out a few more times at the faces below. Following another rumble, all the faces sank into the ground, and the ground returned to its original calm state. Deagle returned to Gondola. I've already asked the guards at the border to remember Mr. Zora. The next time Mr. comes, they won't make things difficult for Mr. However, if you still want to fly, you'll need to find a companion. Deagle paused for a moment before continuing. The verdant plain is about 100 kilometers ahead. I'll stop here. Deagle did not linger. As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded, turning into a cloud of sand. With a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. He used a cleanse spell to remove the sand from Gondola and set off again. In less than a minute, Gondola had completely left the dry land behind them, and they could see the greenery in the distance. He slowed down and looked at Little Whirlwind, who was still trapped in the sand cage. We're almost at White Cloud Village. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Angor took the initiative to greet the tornado. The wise wizards he met along the way all told him that Gentle Wind Uranus was a gentle creature who wouldn't bother him. However, Angor didn't want to worry about it. He wanted to learn more about White Cloud Village, especially from a wind creature. However, Angor only heard a series of sobbing in response. Don't cry. There's no point crying now. He thought he was trying to comfort Little Whirlwind. But when he tried to comfort it, Little Whirlwind began to cry even harder. Angor felt troubled looking at the crying brat. He had never dealt with such a crybaby in his entire life. Angor sighed in his mind as he watched the little tornado crying even harder. What a pain in the ass. Next time, he would have to avoid these kinds of elemental companions. It seemed Kurokro was a good choice. He stuttered a lot, but at least he could keep Angor's ears clean. While Angor was at his wit's end, he suddenly saw a severed arm lying on the table. At that moment, Dankros was still immersed in the illusion. However, it was different from its initial frozen posture. It seemed to understand the illusion's intentions and changed into a more comfortable posture. With the mentality of binge-watching, it began to watch the drama with the theme of crying. Seeing Dankros turning around again, Angor's eyes glowed as he thought of something. Angor had an idea. He reached out a finger and pointed at the tornado. With a large number of illusion nodes, the small whirlwind was surrounded by the nightmare light dots. The little whirlwind was originally crying sadly when she suddenly heard a voice that was filled with childishness and innocence. Sister Wendy, I still want to hear the story of Feifei's long nose. Stupid Mike. Sister Wendy's stories aren't about Feifei and long nose. They're about Dumbo. Another child's voice came. After a round of laughter, the child spoke again. I'm sick of Dumbo. I heard from my friends that they're all fake. There's no elephant in the world that can fly. The first childish voice said, yes, there are definitely long noses in the world that can fly, and there are also people who can fly. Listen to me, Mike. There's no such thing. Ask Sister Wendy if you don't believe me. Is there really no flying creature in the world apart from birds? There's no way humans and elephants can fly. When Little Whirlwind heard this, its mind was filled with question marks. Isn't it normal to fly? Why aren't there flying creatures? The conversation outside didn't stop because of Little Whirlwind's crying, so Little Whirlwind was a little curious. Didn't you hear me crying? In addition, the Little Whirlwind was curious about their conversation, so it secretly opened its eyes and found that although it was still in the sand cage, the environment outside was different. It was an unfamiliar room that it had never seen before. There were many exquisite daily items in the room that it had never seen before. It looked very harmonious and beautiful. What is this place? Wasn't I on a strange airship? Before the little tornado could think about it, it was attracted by 3 humanoid creatures in the room. The youngest of the 3 was only 4 years old, and his name was Mike. The other one was a few years older than Mike, and his name seemed to be John. There was also a little girl in a nightgown who didn't say anything. She was their big sister, Wendy. Wendy tilted her head and thought for a moment. We haven't seen them before, so I can't say that they don't exist. I'm sure there are humans who can fly. That's what the books say. John pouted. That's a fairy tale. Fairy tales are all fake. Before Wendy could refute, another voice came from inside the room. It's not fake. Humans can fly. I can. The sudden appearance of the stranger frightened the 3 children. They turned around and found that a little boy wearing a green hat was sitting on the open windowsill at some point. The boy chuckled when he saw them looking back. With a light leap, he hovered above the room. He really did fly, Under the children's surprised gazes, the boy raised his head and said, "My name is Peter Pan. I'm not the only one who can fly. There are many other flying fairies in Neverland. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. Trust me, it's going to be a wonderful adventure." Hearing the word adventure, the three children, who were still in their naive period, immediately jumped up in joy. On the other side, when little Whirlwind saw this scene, her originally teary big eyes lit up like little light bulbs at this moment. Adventure! 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 Peter Pan was the illusion Angor prepared for the little tornado. According to the hologram tablet, children loved to watch cartoons and listen to fairy tales. In order to stop the little tornado from crying, Angor decided to create a fairy tale-like illusion so that the little tornado would forget about crying. Angor knew that many fairy tales were not fairy tale-like at all. They often implied things that children did not understand. They were meant for children, but more often than not, they were meant for adults. After hesitating for a while, Angor decided not to touch the traditional fairy tales. Instead, he chose the story he promised to tell Hobbiton, Peter Pan. While immersing himself in the illusion, Angor began to observe the little tornado's mood. At first, the little tornado didn't seem to be affected. It only cried a little less loudly. But when Peter Pan showed up, the little tornado's mood changed drastically. Not only did it stop crying, but it also showed a fascinated expression. Angor did not know what was going on. Why did the brat show such a warm affection for Peter Pan? Just as Hobbiton did, Angor had no idea what was going on in the kid's mind. But it was not a big deal. He already achieved his goal. The little tornado stopped crying and was attracted by the story. When the story reached its climax, he would simply interrupt it. With a demand came a weakness. Angor was confident that he couldn't deal with the little tornado. While little Whirlwind was immersed in the fantasy adventure created by Peter Pan, on the other side, Dangros finally finished watching the drama about the crying theme. When Dangros woke up, he did not reflect on his understanding of crying. Instead, he rushed to Angor and looked at him with bright eyes. Under Angor's doubtful gaze, Dangros asked in a flattering tone, "Can you show me something else?" Angor didn't know what to say. Fine. Another drama addict. Angor began to understand why the drama box became so popular in Floating Mech City as soon as it was released. It was a different kind of addiction. Dangros showed a humble and flattering expression and even grabbed Angor's hand like a spoiled child, but Angor still refused. Dangros was quiet when he was watching the TV series, which was a great experience for Angor. However, they were about to enter the boundary between the Green Plain and White Cloud Village. When the other child woke up, Dangros would have to ask about the village. Dangros was also an elemental creature, so he could earn the child's trust more easily than an alien like Angor. "If you do well, I'll show you something else next time. For example, Peter Pan, which the little tornado is watching now," Angor said to Dangros. Of course, Dangros didn't know what Peter Pan was, but he still nodded excitedly when he thought about the new drama. Mr. Magoo sent it here to assist Angor anyway, so it was part of its job to do these things. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Green Plain even though Angor controlled the gondola's speed. At the same time, little Whirlwind was fully immersed in Peter Pan's story. The plot had reached its first cliffhanger. Peter Pan took Wendy and the others through the atmosphere and came to a dreamy island. They lay on the clouds and secretly looked at Captain Hook's pirate ship. At this time, the pirate ship's turret was raised and a shell was fired into the sky. Little Whirlwind was already distracted by Peter Pan's adventure. Now that it saw Peter Pan's group getting hit by the cannonball, it immediately became nervous. Just as little Whirlwind was looking forward to what would happen next, the illusion suddenly stopped moving as if time was frozen. As little Whirlwind looked around in confusion, the frozen illusion slowly disappeared, and little Whirlwind returned to the flying boat. When little Whirlwind saw Angor again, its big eyes first showed confusion, then disappointment. Tears began to rise from its eyes, and it was about to cry again. Angor quickly said, "Don't cry if you want to see Peter Pan again." Hearing the keyword Peter Pan, the little Whirlwind immediately recalled the cannonball that flew into the clouds. As the memory surfaced, its tears also stopped. Seeing how obedient little Whirlwind was, Angor once again felt that he had chosen the right path. Fairy tales were the best way to deal with naughty children. Angor quickly gave Dankros a look while the little thing was still able to listen to him. Dangloss made a gesture that said, "Leave it to me." "No problem." Then, he covered his mouth with his ring finger and coughed twice to attract the little whirlwind's attention. Then, he walked to the side of the sand cage and introduced himself as if he was taking in a follower. Under Little Whirlwind's confused gaze, Dankros began to ask about Little Whirlwind's identity and the current situation of White Cloud Village according to Angor's plan. In order to get Little Whirlwind to answer, Dankros mentioned Peter Pan's stories from time to time. Little Whirlwind hadn't read the stories yet, but Angor's explanation was enough to whet Little Whirlwind's appetite. Also, Dankros noticed that Little Whirlwind wasn't interested in Peter Pan. Instead, it was interested in the dreamy and childish adventure stories. Dankros realized that Little Whirlwind was similar to Little Whirlwind's follower, Traveling Frog. They both loved traveling and adventuring, so Dankros began to talk about Peter Pan's adventures to lure Little Whirlwind into telling the truth again and again. Angor nodded in satisfaction at Dankros' behavior. Dankros was a tough guy, but as the boss who had hundreds of followers, he was quite good at keeping his followers under control. As Little Whirlwind spoke, Angor began to learn more about Little Whirlwind's story. Little Whirlwind was still an elf, but it already had its own name, Anoto. It was born in the World Sound 2 years ago and lived in the hinterland of White Cloud Village, Wind Island. Anoto could cry, and it often cried, so it was considered an anomaly on Wind Island. People didn't dislike Anoto. They just liked to tease it. To the other wind elemental life forms, their teasing did not have any ill intentions, but to the young Anoto, it was extremely grating. As a result, Anoto didn't like talking to other wind creatures. However, Anoto wasn't a complete loner. It had an older sister who treated it very well. Maybe it was because Anoto was born in the sister's territory, so she treated Anoto as one of her family members. Anoto's sister's name was Salmato. When he heard the name Salmato, he quickly realized who it was. Not long ago, when they first entered Wildstone Wasteland, they met the Sandstorm Brigade. One of them was a wind manipulator called Salmador. So Anoto's sister was a member of the Sandstorm Brigade. Anoto's answer was soon confirmed. Not long ago, sister met a friend from the Tusk Extraction Desert. Then, it told me that it wanted to go on an adventure somewhere far away. I like adventures too. Sister could bring me along, but it didn't. Instead, it left with that despicable desert eagle alone. Anoto gritted his teeth angrily when he mentioned the desert eagle. Now he was sure that Anoto's sister was Salmato from Sandstorm Brigade. And the desert eagle traveling with Salmador was Aguado, whose eyes lit up at the mention of somewhere far away. Anoto was very sad about his sister's departure. White Cloud Village without his sister made him feel lonely and indifferent. He didn't like this kind of life. So he made up his mind to find his sister and follow in her footsteps. Less than 12 hours after Salmato left, Anoto flew from the hinterland of Bibayan Village to the direction of Tusk Desert, wanting to catch up with his sister. But he was still an elemental fairy, and his speed was much slower than an adult elemental creature. He didn't arrive at Tusk Desert until today. As soon as he entered the desert, he saw the desert eagle flying beside Gondola, which reminded him of Aguado, who kidnapped his sister. In a fit of anger, he fought the desert eagle, which led to what happened next. After Anoto finished telling his story, Dangros also told him that they had met Salmato on the way. For this purpose, he even used an illusion to show Anoto what happened back then. When Anoto saw his sister's figure, he knew that they weren't lying to him. When he heard Anoto mumble that he wanted to see his sister, Dankro sighed. He pretended to be mature and said, "That was a few days ago. Now, they might." "No, it's not that they might. They definitely have flown out of the fire region. According to your speed, Anoto, if you're a beat slower today, even if you're a beat slower today, the distance between you and your sister will only increase. You'll probably never catch up to her." Hearing Dankros's words, Anoto's eyes were immediately filled with tears, and tears of sadness flowed down his cheeks. He had no choice but to use the illusion he saw when he ran into the Sandstorm Brigade again. Hearing his sister's voice again, Anoto finally stopped crying and looked at the scene where Angor met the Sandstorm Brigade. "Salmador and I have always dreamed of traveling to different places since we were little. Now, we've decided to go on a long journey. We're going to travel around the entire continent. Do you want to join our sandstorm brigade? Trust me, we'll see the best scenery on this long journey. I'm leaving. There's still a long way to go. Salvador didn't say much, but Aguado's voice filled the entire illusion. At first, Anoto stared angrily at Aguado in the illusion, but later, when Aguado began to dance and talk about his dreams, Anoto was obviously attracted. Listening to his yearning for the faraway place, Anoto also thought of the desire hidden deep in his heart. In the end, Aguado and Salvador laughed and disappeared into the distance. This scene was engraved in Anoto's mind for a long time. Dangro saw that Anoto had stopped crying and quickly comforted him so that he wouldn't cry again. Anoto calmed down a lot after listening to Dangro's nagging. It also understood that what Dangro said was right. As long as the Sandstorm Brigade did not stop, with its current speed, it would never be able to catch up with its sister. If you really want to catch up with your sister, you can't just leave your home like that. Do you know the rules of each realm? Do you know the distribution of elements in each realm? If you don't know any of this, how are you going to catch up with her? Just like before, you violated a taboo in the tooth extraction desert. If you hadn't met us, you would probably have been caught and thrown into the dungeon of His Highness Sandstorm. The tooth extraction desert is just the beginning of your journey, and you've already suffered. How far do you think you can fly on such a journey? This time, although Dankros was still talking about it, Anoto listened to him. Then, what should I do? Anoto asked blankly. First, you have to learn from your sister. Under the guidance of a wise man, you have to understand the general knowledge of various places in the tidal realm. If you have the chance, it's best to learn from a wise man in a different realm. That way, you won't make the same mistake you made in the tooth extraction desert. Also, before you travel, it's best to find a group of like-minded companions, just like your sister. That way, you won't be too lonely on the road. Also, your strength and knowledge are limited. If you have more companions, you can gather wisdom and supervise each other. Finally, you need to have strength. Dangro seemed to be giving these suggestions, but he was actually making them up. He did not know whether they were right or wrong. In any case, he had to trick Anoto into temporarily giving up on chasing after his sister and follow them back to Bibayan village to cultivate. Only then could he use Anoto's relationship with Her Highness Soft Wind. Dangro's words really stunned Anoto. When Anoto agreed with Dangro's initial warning, he subconsciously thought that everything that followed was right. He should not have gone on the road unprepared. If he encountered a situation similar to the tooth extraction desert again, he would probably lose himself, let alone chase after his sister. The more he listened, the more Anoto felt that it made sense. Therefore, when Dangros asked him to go back to Bibayan village to build up a foundation, Anoto no longer rejected it. Seeing that Anoto had been fooled, Dangros immediately started a new round of questioning about the recent situation in Bibayan village. Anoto didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. To sum it up, everything was peaceful. Anoto did not like the other wind creatures in Bibayan village, but he had to admit that the place was very peaceful. There were no strict rules, and there would not be situations like the tooth extraction desert where people would draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. In other words, the other wise men were right about White Cloud Village and Princess Soft Wind. Angor would not be troubled by anything in White Cloud Village. Still, ever since Dangros raised his flag, Angor already had a bad feeling about the road ahead. He hoped that everything was as peaceful as Anoto said. Anoto only left Bibayan village for a short while, so there should not be any trouble. Angor decided to put down his worries for now. Let's keep going. He activated Gondola and moved forward at full speed. Where's my Peter Pan? Anoto's small voice came from the sand cage. Anoto's voice was trembling. If Angor refused, Anoto would probably start crying again. Angor did not plan to lie to the child. He used a strand of nightmare energy to reactivate the illusion nodes around Anoto and send the boy back to Peter Pan's Neverland. Seeing that Anoto had fallen into the illusion, Dankros quickly rushed to the boy's hand and held it while looking at him with an expectant look. Dankros had done a meritorious deed by tricking Anoto previously. Angor considered for a moment and decided to let Dangros watch Peter Pan's TV series as well. While Dangros and Enoto were still stunned, Gondola flew at full speed and entered the green plain like an arrow released from a bow. As soon as he set foot on the green plain, Angor felt very comfortable. Ever since he came to the tidal realm, he had seen scorched lands, wastelands, and deserts. These were all extreme environments that only elemental creatures would like to live in. The green plain, on the other hand, was filled with green grass and plenty of water vapor. He could even see small streams and lakes from time to time. More importantly, the green plain was home to many wood-type creatures. Wood-type creatures were considered special among all elementalists. Wizards who studied wood-type spells were collectively known as nature wizards, which meant endless vitality. As soon as he stepped into the green plain, he immediately sensed a strong and vigorous life force. The vitality was not invasive. It was like a pair of gentle hands that brushed away his exhaustion. This was why Angor felt so comfortable in the green plain. After seeing the vitality of the green plain, Angor began to look forward to visiting the Xian forest in the future. It should be known that most of the creatures living in the green plains were of the grass element. They could be considered as a branch of the wood element. The green forest was the true headquarters of the wood element. Just like the fire territory, that place included the mainstream of the wood element. If the green plain was so lively, the Xian forest should be just as good as the green plain. He kept driving the gondola forward while thinking about his future. In fact, he had already seen many wood-type creatures below, but he did not plan to go down and communicate with them at this time. Just as Dankros had suggested, since White Cloud Village and the Green Plains were helping each other, it would be the same for Her Highness Soft Wind to pass the drama box to Her Highness Fan Sheng. Right now, the most important thing he wanted to do was to meet Princess Soft Wind. According to Magoo, Gentle Wind was one of the 3 elemental creatures who spent the most time with Feng. Perhaps Gentle Wind could tell Angor about Feng's past, as well as a secret in the tidal realm. With this in mind, Angor decided to head straight to White Cloud Village without delay. It wasn't hard to find the center of White Cloud Village. According to Wise Man Bitter Platinum, Angor only needed to see clouds to find the right direction. He just had to go where there were the most clouds. And the place with the most clouds was the center of White Cloud Village, Wind Island. The environment of the Green Plains made the sky here clear, so it was not difficult to find traces of clouds in such a clear sky. Angor followed the cloud path and kept moving toward the most dense clouds. After traveling for about an hour, the gondola finally stopped above a cloud covered in mist. He hadn't reached Wind Island yet. He stopped because he felt something was wrong. He didn't run into any obstacles along the way. There was clearly something wrong with this, but it made sense to forcefully cover it up. For example, the wind-type life forms in Bibayan Village were relatively gentle under the command of Her Highness Soft Wind. They wouldn't have layers of defense like the Feng-pulling desert. So he could cover it up. But there was something else that was hard to cover up. He didn't run into any wind creatures along the way, which was strange. Or was it that all the wind-type creatures lived near Wind Island? This was different from what Ku Platinum had said. Even though Ku Platinum hadn't said it explicitly, he could tell from its words that wind creatures lived in the clouds. In other words, as long as he entered the range of the clouds, there was a chance he would encounter a wind creature. But Angor didn't run into any wind creatures along the way. He couldn't have avoided all of them, could he? Angor considered and looked at the 2 kids on the table. With a point of his finger, the illusion nodes around Dankros and Enoto all disappeared. Let's stop Peter Pan's story for now. I think there's something wrong with White Cloud Village, Angor said as Dankros and Enoto looked at him in confusion. Dankros straightened his back, while Enoto's weeping face also froze. Something is wrong with White Cloud Village, Angor briefly explained what happened to him and looked at Enoto, hoping to get more information from him. Enoto didn't know what to say either. Enoto said, no, as long as it's within the range of the Green Plains, there are wind creatures in all the clouds. Then why didn't I run into any? Enoto was also confused. It looked around and said, I seem to smell my own kind, but it's a little faint. Can you let me out first? Enoto was still trapped in the sand cage, so he couldn't see where they were. I don't know how to open this sand cage. How about this? I'll take it outside so you can have a closer look, Angor said. It was easy for Angor to open the sand cage. However, he wasn't sure if Inoto had really changed his mind. Besides, Inoto could tell gentle wind Uranus that Inoto really did something wrong in Tusk Desert. Inoto didn't know how strong Angor was, so he didn't believe Angor's words. Angor controlled the hand of spell to cast a spell that prevented energy from escaping and lifted the sand cage into the air. He tapped the ground and brought the sand cage down to the clouds. What do you think? Inoto looked around for a moment, then looked at the layout of the green plains below. Only then did he say hesitantly, I seem to have been here before. You've been here before? Were there any other wind creatures here? Angor asked. I. Inoto lowered his head and spoke in a weak voice, I don't remember. You don't remember? I was so focused on finding my sister that I didn't pay attention to the surroundings. Inoto seemed to have found a reason, and his tone became more confident. Besides, they like to laugh at me. I don't want to care about them. To put it bluntly, Inoto was too focused on chasing after Salmato that he didn't pay attention to other things. Angor didn't want to be too harsh on him. He didn't want to make Inoto cry again. Now, check your surroundings again. Do you see anything unusual? Inoto opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. All the wind elements around him were sucked into his stomach like a puff of smoke. After swallowing the surrounding wind elements, Inoto smacked his lips as if he was appreciating the taste. I sensed something similar nearby. Judging from the remnant information, it must be a mature creature. But their presence is very weak, so they must have left long ago, Inoto said as he sensed the wind elements. So there's no wind creature around here? Inoto did not give a firm answer this time. After a moment of hesitation, he conjured two translucent little hands and pointed in a certain direction under the clouds. There, I feel a similar wave, but it seems to be a little weak. Without hesitation, Angor flew toward the direction Inoto was pointing at. As soon as he entered the clouds, he was surrounded by cold, damp mist. His range of vision was quickly reduced, and he could hear the wind howling in his ears. It wasn't easy to find an elemental creature that could hide in the wind in such a place where the wind elemental energy was dense and vision was obscured. But with Inoto's guidance, it wasn't a problem. 2 minutes later, Angor arrived at a foggy area. According to Inoto, the aura it sensed was coming from somewhere nearby. Angor stepped on the air and slowly walked through the mist as if he was walking on flat ground. After walking for about 20 steps, Inoto pointed at a certain spot. There. I see it. Angor quickly turned around to check the situation. The place Inoto was pointing at was filled with clouds of varying thicknesses. Without careful observation, one wouldn't be able to see any wind creatures. It was a white dove whose body had almost turned into mist. It didn't try to hide its movement, but the mist around it was too strong to protect it. The dove was standing on a natural platform with its eyes closed, which made it look like a statue. Judging from its size and energy fluctuations, this white pigeon had yet to reach maturity. It should be an elemental spirit. It looks like it's sleeping? Angor asked. It doesn't look like it. It's sleeping. Arnold paused. Can I come closer? Angor nodded and brought the dove. When they were about 3 meters away from the dove's eyes suddenly opened. At first, the dove looked confused, but when it saw Angor approaching, it quickly became confused. Before Angor could say anything, Inoto said, "Let me try talking to it." After that, Inoto began to converse with the awakened white dove, asking who it was and why there weren't any elemental creatures in the vicinity. But the dove didn't answer him at all. It still looked confused. At first, the dove was attracted by Inoto's voice, but it soon noticed Toby, who was standing on Angor's shoulder. The dove tilted its head and looked at Toby. Toby also tilted his head and looked at the dove. "What are you looking at?" The dove didn't sense Toby's aura at all. After looking at each other for a while, it suddenly narrowed its eyes as if it was smiling. It spread its wings and flew toward Toby like a gust of wind. The dove's target was Toby. Toby didn't know what was going on, so he could only flap his wings and dodge the dove's attack. As if the dove was playing a game with Toby, it kept flapping its wings and came at Angor again. One chasing and the other dodging, it was as if they were playing around. Angor looked at Inoto in confusion. "What's going on?" Inoto's eyes were filled with frustration. "Its intelligence is still very low, and it can't communicate with me. But it doesn't mean any harm. I think the bird on your shoulder looks like itself, so it's curious. Angor could tell that the dove didn't mean any harm. Otherwise, he would have driven it away already. It wasn't easy to find an elemental creature, but it turned out to be an unintelligent elf. Angor sighed helplessly. Since he couldn't get any useful information, he had to think about how to deal with the current situation. Should he drive the dove away? Or should he take the little elves to the wise ones like he did in Tusk Desert? After all, elemental fairies were important to elemental creatures everywhere, huh? When he was thinking about how to deal with the pigeon, he suddenly realized something. Elemental fairies are important to Wind Island, right? He looked at Anoto. Anoto tilted his head and mumbled, "Who knows? I'm not important anyway." Seeing Angor looking at him, Anoto paused for a moment before he continued, "But I remember Lady Gentlewind said that if you find a newly born elemental fairy outside and there are no other elemental creatures to take care of it, you should bring it back to Wind Island." Angor nodded. Elemental fairies were really important. In the human world, they were like newborn babies that needed to be cared for. Angor believed that the dove had been staying here for a long time. It must have been taken care of by the elemental creatures here, just like how Salmato took care of Anoto. Otherwise, Gentlewind Uranus would have ordered the dove to return to Wind Island long ago. But now, the dove was still here, while the other elemental creatures were nowhere to be seen. That seemed to explain the problem. Something must have happened here, and it happened so suddenly that the elemental creatures didn't even have time to take the wind fairy away. Angor guessed so not only because of the dove, but also because of Anoto. "Did you run into any other wind creatures after leaving Wind Island?" Anoto considered. "I don't remember. I didn't pay attention to the surroundings." "Then, have you encountered any obstructions along the way?" Anoto shook his head firmly this time. "No." As expected. Anoto was also an elemental fairy. It left Wind Island with a clear path. Considering how well Wind Island took care of elemental fairies, there was no way it would be left alone. At first, they might not stop Anoto because of their carelessness. However, when Anoto reached the edge of White Cloud Village, the elemental creatures here would definitely notice it and try to stop it. Even if they couldn't, they would at least try to persuade it. However, from the beginning to the end, Anoto had not been stopped at all. This once again proved a problem. Something must have really happened in White Cloud Village. Because of this, the elemental creatures no longer had the energy to control the elemental fairies. Angor rubbed his temples. He already had a bad feeling when Dankros declared that something bad was going to happen. He couldn't be sure yet, but it was very likely that his bad feeling was right. As expected, he shouldn't have listened to Dankros' declaration. Angor sighed in his mind and spoke to Anoto, who was still in a daze. "I think something really happened in White Cloud Village. Anyway, I'll take this dove back to Wind Island and leave it to Princess Softwind." He tapped the air with his finger, and the dove fell into an illusion and flew to his hand without realizing it. Something happened in White Cloud Village? Anoto didn't have time to check the dove's condition. What happened? Let's go back first. A moment later, inside the airship above the clouds. Angor put the dove aside and told Anoto about his theory. Anoto didn't think of this himself, but it wasn't an idiot either. Angor explained his theory to Anoto, and Anoto couldn't find any reason to refute it. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that Angor's theory was correct. Anoto always acted like he didn't like Wind Island, but when he heard that something really happened in White Cloud Village, he began to panic, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Seeing that Anoto was about to turn into a crybaby again, Angor quickly said, "It's just a guess. We need to confirm what happened in White Cloud Village first." Anoto looked up at him with teary eyes. How? How? Dankro sighed as well. "Are you stupid? Just send a message and ask." "What?" Angor didn't know what to do with Dankros. "Huh? Fire creatures like us use Mars to send messages. Earth creatures can use sand and stones to send messages. How do you think wind creatures do that?" When Dankro saw that Anoto was still in a daze, he couldn't help but curse him for being an idiot in his heart. He then said, Teacher Magoo once said that wind-type life forms are the best at transmitting information. The medium that you guys use to transmit information is the invisible wind. Hearing this, Anoto finally understood what Dankros meant. I'll send a message now. After delivering the message, Anoto lowered his head in embarrassment. Angor looked at Anoto and didn't blame him too much. It wasn't all Anoto's fault. First of all, the bird didn't have much experience. Also, according to Anoto's own words, the bird was a loner on Wind Island who only talked with Salmato. It was understandable that Anoto didn't realize what was going on. Time slowly passed. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour later, Dankros asked in confusion, What's going on? You haven't received a reply yet? Anoto nodded. Yes, I haven't. That's strange. The wind element here is so strong. Messages should be sent very quickly, Dankros said. It's even slower than when I was in the fire zone. Who did you send the message to? Wise Camus. I remember that the sage of White Cloud Village also lives on Wind Island. Could it be that something has happened to Wind Island? Dankros wondered. As soon as he spoke, Dankros felt something wet floating in the air. Looking back, 2 streams of tears flowed out of Anoto's big eyes again. I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. Dankros hurriedly tried to comfort him, but it was clearly too late. Anoto felt that Dankros was right. Since there had been no news after so long, it was very likely that something had happened to Wind Island. Anoto immediately felt sad when he thought about what happened to his hometown. Seeing Anoto's sobs turning into howls, Angor said, There's another possibility. Maybe the wise man didn't receive your message and left halfway. Anoto's eyes glowed. That's possible. Angor watched Anoto listen to his words and sighed in his mind. He didn't tell Anoto that the situation would be worse if the wise man really left halfway. To prevent Anoto from crying again, he decided not to tell Anoto about it. Don't worry too much. We don't know what's going on yet, but as an elemental fairy, you and the pigeon are not affected, which means things aren't that bad. If even an elemental fairy was targeted, the situation would become even more serious. Hearing this, Anoto also agreed. Although he didn't smile through his tears, at least he stopped crying. Since the wise man didn't reply, let's put it aside for now. If I remember correctly, White Cloud Village and the Verdant Plain are always on each other's side. Maybe the wood creatures there know what happened. How about we go to the surface and ask them? But we're outsiders, so you might have to do it yourself. Sure, I'll do it. Anoto didn't refuse. Without hesitation, he controlled his gondola to lower the altitude. He already saw that the verdant plain was quite normal. There were many wood creatures wandering around. As soon as he landed, he noticed that there was some movement in the grass not far away, and it was heading toward Gondola. Soon, he saw a dozen stalks of grass that had grown legs and were looking at Gondola with excitement and curiosity. However, they were only elemental fairies, so Angor couldn't ask them for details. When he was about to keep moving forward to look for more wood creatures, he suddenly saw a green vine growing out of the ground. It looked like a magic vine that could reach the clouds in a fairy tale. It quickly reached Gondola's height. As the vine approached Gondola, it suddenly split into 3 large green vines that swayed in the air. At first glance, the vines looked like 3 ferocious pythons that were struggling against each other. There was no doubt that it was a mature wood-type creature. Angor was planning to look for other wood-type creatures, so he didn't plan to leave just yet. He was planning to communicate with the vine, but when the vine split into 3, he sensed a strange aura coming from it. It couldn't be that this demonic vine wanted to start a war with him, right? Just as he was thinking about this, rose vine-like thorns grew out of the 3 vines at the same time. The sharp thorns flickered with a cold light. After revealing its thorns, it immediately lashed out with its 3 vines toward Gondola at lightning speed without any hesitation. One of the vines was aimed at Angor, one at Gondola itself, and the last one at the sand cage. Angor noticed that the first 2 vines didn't look like they were going for the sand cage, but the third one didn't. Seeing this, Angor was sure that the vine was here to take away the sand cage. Angor thought about the close relationship between the Green Plain and White Cloud Village. Then he looked at the poor Anato in the sand cage and realized that the vine must be thinking that they were Anato's kidnappers. You misunderstood us. We're with Anato. The one who spoke was Dankros. He was also a shrewd person. He usually did not show it, but when faced with such a crisis, his thoughts seemed to be much faster. He also understood the demonic vine's intentions. However, Dankros' words didn't stop the vine at all. In the vine's eyes, Anato was the most important person. At this time, Anato was stunned by the sudden change. Tears unconsciously accumulated in the corners of his eyes. He was afraid. With Anato's pitiful appearance, how could the demonic vine believe the words of a fire life form like Dankros? Say something. Dankros yelled at Anato. Anato was completely frightened. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Instead, a teardrop fell. The vine's anger grew even stronger, and its attack became even more terrifying. In its opinion, this attack was enough to overturn the strange airship and bind the humanoid creature without any elemental aura. However, none of the results that Emoting had imagined appeared. When the vine was about to reach Gondola, a black shadow slowly rose from the dark side of the ship. Next, a blue flower that was spitting out bubbles appeared on the bow of the ship. The flower swayed in the wind, and the black shadow turned into the shadow of a green leopard. The leopard's aura was even purer than the vine's. Kindred? The vine spoke for the first time. The green leopard didn't reply. Instead, it leaped up from the side of the ship, and a large number of flowers and vines grew from its body. These flowers and vines gathered together at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a pair of flower wings that could blot out the sky. The wings of flowers and plants covered Gondola, keeping the three vines at bay. When the vines struck the flower wings, a crisp metallic sound rang out. It was clear that the flower wings had a high level of defense. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The vine asked again. The green leopard didn't reply. Instead, it slowly spread open its flower wings and revealed a cold and emotionless expression. While the vine was still in shock, the green leopard flapped its wings and swooped down toward it. The green leopard was none other than Elmi. Dankros let out a long sigh of relief while Elmi was fighting the vine. He knew how powerful Elmi was, so he knew that they were safe for the time being. You're completely useless. You're only scared by the aura and started crying. Dankros cursed at Anato, who was still in the sand cage. If you had said something just now, this wouldn't have happened. Anato sobbed for a while before saying in a soft voice, I don't understand. What's there to not understand? Why is there no such thing when I speak to you? Anato asked timidly. You're not Kurokuro. Don't stutter. Dankros scolded angrily. Seeing Anato shrink back, he explained, this vine must have thought that we're here to capture you when it saw you being locked up in this cage. So, the problem would have been solved if you had explained. But you didn't say anything just now. You're really pissing me off. Anato's eyes spun a few times before he understood what Dankros was trying to say. When he realized that he might have caused the vine to misunderstand, guilt appeared in Anato's eyes. Then what should we do now? Why don't I explain now? Dankros glanced at the fiery battlefield. What's the point of explaining now? They're probably going crazy now. Dankros is right. Let's wait until Elmi gets rid of the vines first, Angor agreed. Anato nodded. He didn't think about whether Elmi could defeat the vine or not. He began to think about how to convince the vine that he wasn't forced to do this. On the other side, the vine was getting more and more nervous. It looked like they were in a stalemate, but for some reason, it felt that Leopard Shadow's aura was very calm. Compared to Leopard Shadow, the vine's own strength was gradually being suppressed. If they weren't in the Green Plains, where nature energy was abundant, the vine believed that it would have been at a disadvantage already. Also, the vine couldn't accept the fact that Angor was also a wood creature. Why would it help a bad guy who kidnapped a wind elf? The vine tried to ask Angor many times during the battle, but Angor never answered it. It was both puzzling and irritating. Have you calmed down? A voice came from the other side. It was the humanoid creature that the vine saw earlier. The vine didn't answer. Not yet, I guess. The calm voice came again. Elmi, let it calm down a bit. Before the demonic vine could understand what was going on, the aura of the leopard shadow that it was facing suddenly increased. A terrifying aura that was on a completely different level from before directly suppressed the vines that were still waving around the demonic vine. At the same time, the ground began to tremble. A thin, pale green vine rose from the ground and tied up the vine's roots, dragging it into the air. Impossible. When did you do this? The uprooted vine stared at Leopard's shadow in horror. It didn't know that Angor had reached its tentacles into the ground without making a sound. Elmi still didn't say anything. Instead, Elmi used nature energy that was even stronger than the vines to bind the vine in the air. The vine knew that it had bitten off more than it could chew. Still, it didn't give up. This was the Green Plains. It might be trapped for now, but it could still be rescued if it could notify its other companions. Thinking of this, the vine didn't continue to struggle. Instead, a green mist spread from its body. This is the seed of nature. It's using the seed of nature to send a message. At this moment, a sobbing voice came from afar. The vine cursed. It turned around to see who had exposed its plan. In the end, it was stunned by what it saw. Why was it him? The one who spoke was the one it had been trying to rescue, the wind spirit. So, it wasn't them who captured you? It was you who ran to Tusk Desert and violated the taboo. They sent you back to Bibayan village on the way? The vine looked at Anoto in the sand cage and asked. Anoto nodded, embarrassed. That's right. Then why were you crying just now? The vine was still worried that Anoto had been forced and asked again. Anoto hesitated for a long time before saying, I was scared by you. Dankros added, this guy cried all the way. It cried whenever it was unhappy. We didn't do anything to it. I think I heard there's a wind spirit in Bibayan village who can cry. Is that you? Anoto didn't want to admit it, but it knew that it was the only wind creature that could cry. Anoto nodded in the end. The vine took a deep breath and remained silent for a long time. The eyes on the vine looked a little embarrassed, but when it looked at the tiny Anoto, it sighed helplessly. The vine didn't want to see Anoto in the near future, so it looked at Angor with an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. For now, he still needed to gather all the sovereigns so that they could form a strategic alliance with Brute Cavern. Before that, he would try his best not to get on the bad side of the wood creatures in the Green Plain. It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding, Angor said. After resolving the misunderstanding, Angor asked Elmi to loosen the vines that were binding Elmi. After regaining its freedom, the vine felt even more ashamed to face Angor, so it wanted to invite Angor to its temporary home as a guest. That's not necessary. We have more important things to do. Angor considered and explained, we were planning to go to Wind Island, but we saw something strange on our way. Anoto was supposed to tell the story, but the plant didn't even want to look at Anoto right now. So, he decided to do it himself and told Anoto everything he saw, as well as his own speculations. Do you know what happened to Bibayan village? Angor asked. After Emoting heard this, his eyes flashed with confusion. Did something happen in Bibayan village? Why didn't I feel anything? After the demonic vine finished speaking, it raised its head to look at the clouds in the sky. In its perception, everything seemed normal. You don't know? Angor wondered. Emoting said with certainty, I don't feel anything strange. Could it be that you're mistaken? The vine sounded sincere, and Angor believed it. But judging from all the signs they saw, Bibayan village did have something strange going on. If that's the case, why did Anoto enter Tusk Desert so easily? Also, that white dove can't stay in the clouds all by itself, Dangros chimed in. The demonic vine thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. Do you know what kind of wind creatures live in the clouds? Angor pointed at the clouds above them. The clouds come and go. I didn't pay much attention to them. The vine paused. But 3 days ago, a tornado passed by here, and I sensed the presence of a wind creature. Where did it go? Over there. The vine controlled one of its vines and pointed at a direction where the clouds were getting thicker. That's where Wind Island is. Anoto pointed out his existence. So, the wind creatures around here are from Windward Island? Dankros turned to look at Anoto. Could it be that there's a gathering on Wind Island, so Her Highness Soft Wind summoned all the wind creatures back? Anoto shook his head. I don't think so. Even if that's the case, she won't just leave the elemental spirits alone. Dan gross, then what will happen? How about this? I'll ask the sage for you. Maybe he knows something. Angor's eyes lit up. Angor's eyes brightened up. He already had such a plan, but he didn't know how to say it out loud. Thank you so much. After confirming that he wanted to ask the sage of the Green Plains, the demonic vine immediately scattered a large amount of green mist. After this mist sank into the ground, it burrowed into the roots of various plants at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. One by one, it would eventually reach the core of the Green Plains. About an hour later, Wise Man's reply came back. This speed was similar to the speed of communication on Mars in the Fire Zone. But it was much slower than the wind or earth creatures. The demon vine sensed the sage's reply and was confused. He said to the people on the ship who had been waiting for a long time, Sir Sage replied that he doesn't know what happened on Wind Island for now. He only received news that almost all the wind creatures in Baibayan village have returned to Wind Island. Also, Lady Fanxing sent a message to Wind Island asking if they need help. Her Highness Soft Wind rejected His Highness Fanxing in her reply, but she still did not explain what happened on Wind Island. Angor finally understood why the wood creatures in the verdant plain were acting normal. They didn't know what happened at White Cloud Village either. If Gentle Wind Uranus summoned almost all the wind creatures back to Wind Island, something big must have happened. But the strange thing was that Gentle Wind refused Grammy Flourishing's help. In other words, Gentle Wind Uranus didn't want anyone to know about this, not even his close ally. So what could it be? If Gentle Wind didn't want his allies to get involved, maybe it wasn't something serious? But if it wasn't, why did he call back all the wind creatures in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to take care of the elemental spirits? Gentle Wind didn't tell his allies what happened, which meant Gentle Wind didn't want anyone to know about it. He didn't know the details, but based on the information he gathered, he assumed that the incident only happened in White Cloud Village. Maybe there was an internal strife. Angor couldn't help but think about all the dirty things that happened in the royal family, such as fighting for the throne, fighting for power, factional disputes, and so on. These dirty things were usually kept secret for the sake of their reputation. Only people who were not members of the royal family knew about them. Angor believed that this was the reason why Gentle Wind Uranus didn't want to tell anyone about it, because it was a family scandal. Of course, this was only a guess. He had to go to White Cloud Village to find out the details. The Wise One heard about your situation and invited you to visit the Lake of Birth, said Angor. The Wise One and Lady Fanxing are also keeping an eye on Wind Island. If there is any news, you can go to the Lake of Birth and get it in time. Despite that, he still decided to decline the offer after some consideration. As far as he knew, the Green Plain and White Cloud Village were both in the same area. However, to avoid suspicion, Wind Island and the Lake of Birth were kept far away from each other. For one thing, he didn't want to waste time traveling back and forth. For another, since the Wise One in Green Plain didn't know what was going on, he might as well go to Wind Island according to his original plan. After all, he didn't have to go to the Lake of Birth in Green Plain, but he had to go to Wind Island in White Cloud Village. Besides, he didn't know when the incident on Wind Island would end. He couldn't wait forever. Even if there was an internal conflict happening on Wind Island, he believed that Gentle Wind Uranus would not do anything to it. After all, he had Anoto's arrow of command and Wise Man Ku Platinum's message from Tusk Desert. He came here for a reason, not for trespassing. With this in mind, Angor declined the offer. He might go to Green Plain in the future, but for now, he had to go to Wind Island first. Demon Vine thought for a moment and said, "All right, I will inform Master Sage of your decision." The vine invited Angor to visit its temporary residence again. Angor still declined. He asked the vine about the shortest route to Wind Island and the possible dangers. Then, he bid farewell to the vine. Gondola set sail again. They traveled through the clouds for about an hour, and they didn't see any wind creatures. It seemed that all the wind creatures already gathered at Wind Island. After driving for a few more minutes, a touch of green suddenly appeared in the pure white clouds in front of them. Angor's tea. It was a green bean vine with white flower petals growing on it. It was about 10 meters long. It made use of the strong wind in the sky to fly with the wind in a soft posture. Moreover, this green bean vine could also control the direction of its flight by swaying. At this moment, the bean vine was controlling its soft body to fly toward Gondola. Angor didn't try to avoid it. He noticed that the bean vine only followed the wind at first, and it only flew toward them when it noticed them. He wanted to see what the bean vine was trying to do. 1, 2, 3, 2. Wait, let me count again. 1, 2, 3. What's the last one? Angor heard the beanstalk moving closer to Gondola. 4, you idiot. At this moment, Dankros also ran to the side of the ship and looked at the green bean vines curiously. He even spat out a fragrant breath. Oh, that's right, there are 4 of them, the green bean vine said before descending onto the gondola. As it approached, Elmi's blue lantern flower slowly appeared on the bow of the boat. Angor sent a telepathic message to Elmi, who relaxed and allowed the blue lantern flower to return to its shadow. At this point, the bean vine also arrived on Gondola, and it wrapped itself around the starry sky yarn before hanging down like a curtain. Angor glanced at Dankros, who quickly understood what he meant. Who are you? It's very rude to get on someone else's boat. Let me tell you something. You can't come on our boat without permission, or you'll be locked in a cage. Unless you become my follower, ahem. Angor cleared his throat and interrupted Dankros' nonsense. Fine, fine. But I'm serious. It's very rude to get on a boat without permission. Now, tell me what you want. My name is Jack. I didn't want to come. I'm still learning how to count. Sir Wise Man asked me to come. By Wise Man, Jack must be referring to the Wise Man of Verdant Plain. Sir Wise Man said that he received a message from Ire. Sir Wise Man said that he welcomes 1, 2, 3, and 2 of you to the Lake of Birth. Jack tried to count the number of people on the boat, but he couldn't make out the number. It seemed he could only count to 3. Ire is the monster vine? I see. Thank you. Wise Man Angor kept his eyes on the bean vine. He didn't think the Wise Man of Verdant Plain would send a bean vine just to deliver this message. As expected, Jack paused and said, "There is one more thing." Jack waved his hand, and a shiny green bean fell out of one of his leaf sacks. The bean landed on the table and rolled toward Angor. What's this? Did the Wise Man give it to me? Angor could sense the pure and harmonious nature energy coming from the bean. I gave it to you. Jack shook his head. Angor looked at Jack in confusion. Sir Wise Man also gave me a mission. He asked me to go to Wind Island and find out what's going on. I thought that if I went alone, I would definitely be stopped. Ale told me that you guys were very strong, so I wondered if I could ride on your ship. I knew I couldn't do it for free. That bean is my reward. So the Wise Man asked you to go to Wind Island? Jack waved his cane and nodded. Sir Wise Man is also very concerned about Wind Island. Were you the one who wanted to board my ship and go with us? Jack nodded again and said proudly, yes, when I saw your spaceship, I came up with this idea. Isn't it smart? Angor stared at Jack without saying anything. Dankros chuckled. What do you mean smart? The Wise Man gave you a hint. Sir Wise Man didn't give me a hint. He only asked me to go to Wind Island and see what's going on. Dankros said, think about it yourself. Why would your Wise Man ask you to deliver a meaningless message for no reason? Maybe he didn't say it explicitly, but he asked you to come to us. Isn't that a hint? Angor glanced at Dankros in surprise. Back in the fire territory, Angor only thought of the man as a simpleton. But after spending several days with him, Angor realized that Dankros was quite smart. What Dankros said was exactly what Angor was thinking. Maybe the Wise Man didn't explicitly ask Jack to join their ship, but the hint was obvious enough. Is that so? Jack still did not believe it, but Dankros' analysis was quite logical. Furthermore, Dankros had told him about the number after 3. Jack felt that this strange severed hand might be smarter than him, so he was a little suspicious. That must be the case. You wise ones know very well that you won't be able to enter Wind Island in your current condition. You can only enter Wind Island by following our ship and using the excuse that we're here to return Enoto to you. This is definitely a hint. Then I won't join your ship. Jack didn't know the truth, but he felt that it wouldn't be good if he continued to join the ship. So, he decided to get off the ship. Fine. Come with us. Angor didn't mind. He could see that the wise man of the green field had sent such a simple check. Perhaps he had already anticipated Jack's subsequent actions, including the current situation. Jack couldn't think of such a simple plan, but the wise man must have seen through it. The wise man didn't just want to learn more about Wind Island. He also wanted to test Angor's strength. Whether the wise man refused to let Jack on the ship or allowed him to do so, he was showing his attitude. If Angor really went to the Lake of Birth, which was the core of the Green Plain, this attitude would be the same as how the wise man treated Angor. Maybe the wise man knew that Angor wasn't an elemental creature and suspected that Angor was trying to test him. Angor didn't care. Sending illusion boxes to different places was already the best he could do. The tidal realm would eventually open up, and this was an irreversible trend. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to change the fate of the tidal realm. He would only change the fate of the elemental creatures, which had nothing to do with Angor. Angor didn't care about what the wise man wanted to see. It didn't matter to him at all. The only thing he wanted to do now was to meet Gentle Wind Uranus and ask him about Feng. As for letting Jack on the ship, Angor didn't really care. It was all up to Jack. Since Jack was willing to pay for the ship, and Angor believed that Jack was a naive man, he agreed. However, he only agreed to let Jack board the ship. He did not know if he would let Jack explore the Wind Island after they arrived at the island. At the very least, Angor needed to see Gentle Wind Uranus and ask for his opinion before making a decision. After all, compared to the wise man of Green Plain, Angor cared more about Gentle Wind Uranus' attitude. Angor agreed to let Jack board the ship and took the magic beans as payment. He inspected the bean carefully and found that it had a strange shape. It had a shape in the material world, but it was actually a collection of elements. There seemed to be some kind of power that connected the material world and the energy world, allowing it to take the same shape in both worlds. Maybe this was Jack's ability? Angor asked. As expected, this was Jack's ability. Jack could transform the power of nature into pods on his body, which he could use to replenish his energy when he ran out of energy. In other words, this was the fruit of Jack's creation. It was a special magic material. It wasn't a high-grade magic material, but it was very pure and could be used as a substitute for many wood-type materials. Of course, it could also be used as a mana supplement or a spellcasting material for nature wizards. Since it contained pure nature energy, it was a good consumable for nature wizards. Angor liked the beans as well. They were only low-tier materials, but Chex could produce them in large quantities, which meant that the beans could be used to improve the quality of the materials. Angor asked Jack about the production of the beans. Jack's answer disappointed Angor. Creating pods required a lot of energy, and it would take a long time for one to be produced. Also, the percentage of mana replenishment was very low. It could only be used as a non-emergency resource. Only during the World Sound, or Elemental Tide, would Jack have the chance to produce more pods. Also, Jack liked the crunchy taste of the beans. He didn't usually store them, and he would give them away whenever he had extra. Jack had been saving this one for a long time, and he only gave it to Angor because he wanted a free ride on the ship. Since it wasn't easy to produce magic beans, Angor had to give up on the idea of exchanging some for now. Still, Angor planned to maintain a good relationship with Jack. Such pure nature fruits were rare. Maybe he could do some business with Jack in the name of himself or Phantom Island after the Tide Realm was opened. The gondola continued to travel through the clouds. After flying for 5 hours, Angor finally arrived at the core area of White Cloud Village. If the clouds in other places were compared to inland lakes, what he was looking at now was a real sea. It was a sea of clouds that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some of the clouds were thin, while others were thin. However, there was no break in the middle. The clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the true White Cloud Village, a land of wind formed entirely by clouds. And Wind Island was located in the depths of this sea of clouds. Angor sighed in amazement. Without stopping, the gondola dashed into the sea of clouds at full speed. The closer he got to the core area of White Cloud Village, the stronger the wind element around him became. Also, the wind was blowing against Gondola's direction. At first, the wind didn't affect Gondola's speed at all. But as they went deeper into the clouds, the wind grew stronger and stronger. Even though Gondola was running against the wind, it was still slowed down by the howling wind. Fortunately, Gondola's speed was still stable. Gondola kept moving against the wind as if the wind couldn't affect it no matter how strong it was. Jack, who was hanging on the curtain, thought that he had made the right choice. If it were him, let alone flying stably, just the fierce winds around him would be like a natural moat. With his thin bean-vine body, there was no way he could enter the sea of clouds. Half an hour later, the sky began to darken, but the wind didn't seem to be stopping. In this dark sea of clouds, the wind seemed to have turned from invisible to tangible. Clouds were everywhere, and they surrounded Gondola like tentacles that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Dankros, who was sitting beside the sand cage, also shivered a little and quietly moved to Angor's side. Even though the interior of Gondola was not affected by the wind, the howling of the wind outside, coupled with the dark sky and the swirling fog, made Dankros a little fearful. Little Whirlwind Inoto, on the other hand, didn't feel anything at all. In fact, he was enjoying the wind so much that the water in his eyes was gone. "Do we have to go through such strong winds to reach Wind Island?" Dankros asked. Inoto considered. Yes. There are many hurricanes in the Sea of White Clouds, and Wind Island is the eye of one. Once we reach Wind Island, it'll be much better. When will we reach Wind Island? Inoto raised his head and looked at the wild and invisible wind outside the yellow sand cage. The wind here is actually very weak. When we reach a place where the wind is 10 times stronger, we will be able to see Wind Island after we pass through there. And a wind 10 times stronger than usual? Dankros shuddered upon hearing this. Just the current situation was already very frightening. Would Gondola still be able to hold on if he were to increase it tenfold? Angor suddenly felt his finger being wrapped by a wave of heat. He looked back and saw Dankros looking at him with a scared look. Dankros didn't say anything, but Angor heard their conversation and understood what they meant. Right now, Gondola is still able to maintain its balance, but if the wind were to become stronger, even if it were only 2 or 3 times stronger, it would be difficult for Gondola to maintain its current state. But don't worry. We'll find another way when the time comes. Dankros looked even more terrified than before. Before Dankros could ask, Gondola suddenly shook violently, which scared Dankros so much that he quickly climbed up Angor's arm and reached bloody shelter. Gondola shook a little because the wind outside was getting stronger, and he needed to adjust the wind pattern. Now, Gondola was stable again. But he also knew that such peace would not last for long. According to Inoto, the wind would only increase by 2 or 3 energy ranks at most. It would be very difficult for Gondola to maintain its current stability. After flying for another 10 minutes, the whistling sound of the wind became even louder. It was like the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against each other, rising and falling in their ears. It was at this moment that he saw the first wind creature in the tempest of clouds. It was a silver-white flying fish that was swimming inside the hurricane. The hurricane didn't seem to be a hindrance to the fish at all. Instead, it seemed to be enjoying itself as it swam around the hurricane. Angor didn't notice the fish at first because the wind was too strong. It was only when the fish moved closer to the airship that he noticed it. Angor frowned a little when he saw the fish approaching. This silver-white flying fish wasn't much of a problem because it could be seen at a glance that it was an elemental spirit. What bothered Angor was that it seemed to be able to control the hurricane. The silver-white flying fish didn't have any ill intentions toward Gondola. It was just curious and wanted to take a look. However, as soon as it arrived, the scary hurricane also approached. This made Gondola suffer the most powerful storm since entering the Cloud Sea. Gondola couldn't stay stable anymore and began to shake violently. This made the fear in the eyes of Dankros, who was hanging on the sanguine shelter, deepen again. He thought to himself, is the boat going to capsize soon? Even the sand cage and the white dove were losing their balance. Elmi, Angor called out to Elmi. Elmi. Blue Lantern appeared at the front of the airship and spat out a bubble. The bubble turned into a green light barrier that covered the entire gondola. Outside the barrier, the hurricane was still raging, but inside the barrier, everything returned to normal. Is this the power of wind? Anoto's voice came from the barrier. He sensed the wind force field around Gondola and was a little confused. It had only sensed this kind of power from mature wind-type creatures. How could it appear here? Were there other wind creatures nearby? While Anoto was still wondering, Angor hopped away from Gondola. Even though Elmi had stabilized Gondola, he still had to deal with the silver-white flying fish outside. It seemed to be very curious, and it had been following Gondola for a long time. The hurricane around Gondola wasn't strong enough yet, but as they ventured deeper, the hurricane would become stronger and stronger. Gondola would definitely become the center of the hurricane, which would only bring harm to Gondola. Since Elmi had already stabilized Gondola, Angor decided to deal with the fish himself. As soon as he stepped out of the barrier, he was immediately hit by a gust of wind. Even though the fish wasn't affected by the hurricane, the gust still attacked him like wind blades. The wind didn't do much damage to him, but he didn't want to stay outside for too long. Light flashed beneath his feet, and he appeared near the silver-white flying fish. Before the silver-white flying fish could react, the illusion nodes he had prepared at the tip of his finger weaved into an illusion net, trapping it within. The fish was only an elemental spirit, so it couldn't resist the illusion at all. Angor easily captured it. After returning to Gondola, Angor placed the fish next to the pigeon. Both elemental spirits were dangerous creatures, so he decided to let them rest in the illusion for now. When they reached Wind Island, he would hand them over to other wind creatures. Gondola once again set sail. With Elmi's protection, the boat began to move faster and faster. Sensing that Gondola had regained its stability, Dankros jumped onto the table with lingering fear. He calmed himself down and walked to the side of the silver flying fish. It had just seen that the little flying fish was able to control such a powerful hurricane. Dankros' eyes glowed as he wondered if he should secretly inject some of his fire into the fish while it couldn't resist. However, Dankros still remembered Angor's lesson. Using one's own strength to convince others was much better than forcing them to become his followers. In the end, Dankros gave up on the idea of recruiting followers. Dankros forced himself to turn around and return to Angor's side. When it passed by the sand cage, it noticed that Anoto was also looking at the silver-white flying fish. His eyes never left it, as if he was very curious about it. "You seem to know it?" Anoto shook his head. "No, I've never seen it before. It's just that, can I take a closer look at it?" Anoto suddenly stopped talking and looked at Angor. Angor nodded and placed the fish beside the sand cage. Anoto carefully observed the silver-white flying fish, not saying anything for a long time. "Is there something wrong with it?" Angor looked at the fish carefully. In his eyes, this fish was no different from the pigeon and Anoto. They were all made of wind elements. The only difference was that their internal structures were slightly different. Anoto considered for a moment and shook his head. Angor didn't know what Anoto was thinking, but since Anoto didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. Gondola kept moving forward. As time went by, the wind around them grew stronger and stronger. Thanks to Elmi's wind force field, Gondola remained stable. Angor saw several more wind elves along the way. They all had different shapes and sizes, and they were flying freely in the wind. Some of them would stay away from Gondola, while others would approach it out of curiosity. Angor kept all the approaching wind elves into his gondola and used illusions to control them. He didn't pay any attention to the ones that stayed away. They were already close to Wind Island. Once the problem was solved, these wind elves would be protected by the returning wind creatures. There were now 6 wind elves on Gondola. However, Anto didn't pay much attention to the other elves except for the silver fish. Anto kept glancing at it from time to time, which meant the bird really cared about it. About half an hour later. "We're very close to Wind Island now," Anoto suddenly said. "Also, I can feel the power of wind around us." Ever since they entered the Sea of Clouds, the power of wind had been very active. Anoto didn't mean that the wind around them was getting stronger. Rather, he was trying to tell them that there were wind creatures nearby. Of course, Anoto wouldn't tell them about ordinary wind elves. Therefore, what appeared in the vicinity could only be a mature wind-type creature. As Angor pondered, he suddenly saw a mountain-like shadow appearing in the dark clouds ahead of him. He was several thousand meters above the ground, and he had never heard of such a tall mountain in the green plain. When he saw the giant silhouette, he quickly realized that this must be the wind creature Inoto was talking about. Angor controlled Gondola to stop. He had Inoto's arrow of authority, and he also heard that gentle wind Uranus was a gentle ruler. However, he didn't know what was going on at Wind Island yet, so he didn't want to risk it. Instead, he decided to wait and see if he could get in touch with the wind elves. Gondola stopped moving, but the shadow in the clouds was getting bigger and bigger, which meant that the wind elves were getting closer. Several seconds later, the giant shadow dashed out of the clouds. Its body was so huge that even after leaving the clouds, it was hard to tell what it was. But Angor saw the creature's eyes. Green pupils that looked like bronze bells. As soon as the wind elves opened their eyes, they sensed a tremendous pressure. Under this pressure, almost all of the elemental spirits on Gondola showed signs of discomfort, especially the wind elemental spirits, including Inoto. Even the elemental spirits that were trapped in the illusion were trembling slightly. Angor frowned and knocked on the table with his knuckles. A barely visible ripple instantly covered Gondola and dispelled the pressure from the other elemental spirits. "There's something strange about that wind creature," Jack said to Angor after taking a breather. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the giant shadow in the distance. He already knew that something was wrong when he sensed the pressure coming from the creature. As far as Angor was concerned, releasing his aura was already a sign of hostility. It had to be known that no matter if it was in the Wildstone Wasteland or the Tooth Extraction Desert, when they first met those guardians, they had not deliberately released any pressure. Now that he was on Wind Island, which was supposed to be the friendliest place in the world, something like this happened. Angor didn't know what the wind elves were trying to do, but he still wanted to see gentle wind. Even if the wind elves were hostile to him, he would still try to appease the wind elves. He pointed at the air with his index finger and summoned a ball of light that slowly floated away. The ball of light was gentle, and it contained a message from Angor. This was the signal he sent to the shadow. However, when the ball of light approached the mountain-like shadow, the wind elf suddenly spat out a green gust of wind from its mouth, which tore the ball of light into pieces. At the same time, it opened its mouth again and released a terrifying gust of wind. The creature's green pupils glowed with a cruel light. "Watch out. There's something wrong with the wind inside it." Inoto sensed something and yelled at Angor from the sand cage. As soon as he finished his words, a small gust of wind was released from the shadow's mouth. The gust of wind was small, but it contained a terrifying amount of energy. As soon as it appeared, it picked up the clouds around it and absorbed all the wind energy within dozens of kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the gust of wind turned into a terrifying tornado that covered the entire sky. Countless wind blades slashed outwards in the whirlwind. And this whirlwind is heading straight for Gondola. "It's coming for us." Dangros quickly jumped and hid behind Angor's back. "Watch out." Jack also shouted, and his slender bean vines suddenly grew longer, wrapping all the elemental spirits on the ship, including Inoto, and using his body as a shield and protection. The tornado was getting closer and closer, and Gondola could no longer move away. All the elemental creatures on the ship had fear in their eyes. Even a wind elf like Inoto was trembling in the face of such a terrifying whirlwind. Just as Gondola was about to be sucked into the whirlwind, a sharp screech pierced through the howling winds. Dangros looked up in confusion. Toby, who had been sitting on Angor's shoulder, suddenly flew out of the ship. When Toby passed through the force field and was exposed to the pressure of the whirlwind, he let out a cry to the sky and transformed into a gigantic fire griffin. He flapped his burning wings, and the power of fire and the power of gravity wrapped around him. Like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds, Toby shot towards the whirlwind. Toby punched a hole right in the middle of the tornado that looked like it could blot out the sun. As soon as Toby passed through the tornado, the fire illuminated the world and turned the night into day. The tornado, which was still spinning at a high speed, began to slow down. Countless cracks began to appear on the hull, expelling and dispersing the power of the surrounding wind. A few seconds later, the terrifying whirlwind that seemed capable of tearing Dangros apart countless times completely dissipated. It was just one strike. The fear in Dangros' eyes had completely disappeared, and it was replaced by ecstasy and worship. "This is the strength of our ancestors' descendants." Dankros looked at the flames burning in the sky with infatuation, and the respect in his heart rose infinitely. He couldn't help but think about how he could also take the form of his ancestors in the future. While Dankros was looking forward to it, Dotingchek, who was behind him, had a look of joy in his eyes. However, there was also a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why did Toby's form look so familiar? Did the sage mention something similar to this? While Jack was trying his best to recall, the mountain-like shadow also made a sound of surprise, as if it was also surprised by Toby's shape. However, Toby didn't give the shadow any time to think. After breaking through the tornado's shackles, he once again unleashed his fire and gray mist. The shadow was also keeping an eye on Toby's movements. When it saw Toby's aura rising again, it also sensed the direction of the wind to predict Toby's next move. However, it did not expect Toby to suddenly disappear while it was secretly on guard. It didn't see the direction of the wind, nor did it see how Toby disappeared. While the shadow was still wondering, it suddenly felt the wind around it becoming noisier. It lowered its head abruptly as a ball of raging flames appeared in front of it. How? How did you get here? The shadow spoke for the first time in disbelief. It didn't feel anything. How did Toby move when the wind didn't? Toby didn't answer. Instead, he turned into a spiral and dived into the shadow's body. Toby was still so fast that the shadow didn't have time to react before a hole appeared on its body. However, the hole wasn't as irreparable as the tornado. The hole on the shadow's body started to absorb a large amount of wind elements and quickly healed. Toby was also stunned by the scene. He didn't know what had happened. The shadow didn't explain. Since the fight had started, it had to try its best. The shadow's wind and Toby's fire soon started to fight. While they were fighting, the people on gondola finally saw the true face of the shadow. It was a tornado that looked very similar to an Oto. It was also an inverted spiral with a big head, a thin body, and thin legs. However, this tornado was many times bigger than an Oto. It was like a real mountain. In front of this tornado, an Oto was like an ant or a speck of dust. Although its appearance was similar to an Oto's, the color of this whirlwind was poles apart from an Oto's. An Oto's body was light green, while the tornado was completely dark. Although the wind was formless and colorless, wind elemental creatures were different from pure wind. The color of wind elemental creatures, to a certain extent, also reflected some of the unique characteristics, internal attributes, and structure of the wind element. An Oto was closer to pure wind, but this whirlwind might be more of a restless nature, such as a violent wind. In just a few seconds, Toby and the tornado clashed more than a dozen times. At present, even though Toby was much smaller than the whirlwind, its aura was like a rainbow, completely suppressing the whirlwind. However, even though the whirlwind had several holes in it, they were all quickly healed. The fire, Jack couldn't help but ask. Don't be rude. That's Mr. Toby. Dangros wasn't happy. Jack said, what I'm trying to say is, can Master Toby defeat that tornado? It looks like it's fine. Dankros said with great confidence, definitely. Lord Toby is from the same clan as my ancestor. He is invincible. Angor thought that Toby could win, but he didn't think that was necessary. Jack also realized that Dankros was just bluffing. He turned the vine to Angor and tried to get an answer from the boy. However, Angor didn't say anything. He simply told Jack to keep watching. Jack held back his temper and kept watching the battle. The more he watched, the more he realized that Toby's strength was undeniable. However, the tornado was constantly healing itself. If it couldn't be destroyed, Toby would have a hard time winning. Angor had a clear view of the battle. He didn't join the fight, but he had a better grasp of the situation compared to Toby. The current situation was mainly due to the fact that the opponent was a wind-type creature. It could completely transform into wind, and when it transformed into wind, physical damage was basically useless. It could only rely on elemental energy to deal with it. In a battle between elemental attacks, the stronger elemental attack could quickly destroy the energy balance inside the opponent and achieve victory. Toby had fire energy, but it wasn't pure. The energy level of the elemental attack was similar to that of the tornado, so it would be difficult for Toby to break the energy balance quickly. Besides, the tornado was in the middle of a stormy sea of clouds, where it had abundant wind energy. Even if some of its energy was burned away, it could be quickly replenished. As the saying went, you can never defeat wind in the face of wind. This was why Toby's body kept healing itself. Still, Angor believed that Toby could still win easily, even though Toby seemed to have the upper hand in the battle. Even if Toby didn't realize the truth behind the tornado's healing, he could still defeat it with his own strength. Angor was confident because Toby's power wasn't limited to fire. Most people who saw Toby's griffin form called it Fire Griffin, which wasn't quite correct. To Toby, fire energy was the most insignificant thing. The real name of his griffin form was Fury Griffin. Toby's most powerful method was to erase one's emotions. For example, while the tornado was healing itself again and again, it was acting more and more irritated, and its thoughts were becoming more and more mindless. Toby wasn't an elemental creature. It had a physical body. The tornado had been attacking for a long time, and its body was riddled with holes. Yet Toby was still unharmed. Not even a hair was lost. This meant that Toby was stronger than the tornado, but it wasn't enough to completely crush it. The reason for the current situation was entirely because the whirlwind had been infected by the violent emotions that were diffusing from the flames. When its rationality went offline, it was replaced by anger. It might go berserk at first, but once it went past that, it would become a piece of meat on the chopping block. It was clear that Whirlwind was now at the stage where he would be slaughtered by Toby. Toby hadn't found a way to deal with the tornado's crazy healing yet, but Angor believed that Toby would find a solution soon. Toby and the tornado fought for several minutes. Toby also noticed that the tornado was healing itself again and again. Obviously, it couldn't use its previous method. After careful observation, Toby sensed the flow of wind. Every time the tornado created a hole, the wind around it would quickly gather and fill it up. Toby wasn't stupid either. After realizing the truth, he immediately changed his strategy. This time, Toby didn't release his fire energy recklessly. Instead, he flapped his wings and a large amount of gray mist began to fill the area in his energy vision. When the gray mist formed a circle and completely enveloped the tornado, Toby let out a loud cry. With the tornado as the center, an empty force field was formed. The great whirlwind was still in the deflagration stage. It had no idea what was happening outside. It only felt that its body was very heavy, and the energy in its body was rapidly depleting. As usual, it sought the power of the wind outside to replenish itself, but it failed this time. The wind energy around it seemed to have disappeared. Without any external help, the tornado's own energy was quickly drained away. As layers of wind energy were removed, a weak crack finally appeared on its thick outer shell. A bright green light appeared between its eyebrows. This was the elemental core. Toby's eyes lit up. It was trying to find the elemental core of the tornado. Now, it finally saw it. Toby opened its mouth and spat out a stream of molten fire at the glowing elemental core. There was a cracking sound. The elemental core cracked, and a large amount of wind energy leaked out. At this moment, Whirlwind, who had been in a state of rage, finally regained some clarity, but it was too late. It glared at Toby with hatred. The wind will take away my memories. I will stay in Lord Harry's body and watch you all die. As soon as it finished speaking, the wind energy in its body began to expand. Elemental self-destruction. Toby reacted immediately, but he didn't panic. If the tornado was still full of energy, it might be able to shake the world. But now, most of its energy had leaked out. Even if it self-destructed now, it wouldn't be as powerful as it used to be. Toby's feet were surrounded by gray mist. With a light tap, he appeared near Gondola. Then, he carried Gondola on his back and appeared more than 10 miles away in a flash. At the same time, the tornado's self-destruction finally showed its true power. The tornado didn't have much energy left, but it still managed to create a powerful explosion that broke the barrier between the clouds and the night sky, creating a huge hole that was about a kilometer wide. However, Gondola, which was more than 10 kilometers away, was not affected in the slightest. Toby transformed into a small seabird and proudly stood on Angor's shoulder. It chirped a few times to announce its victory. Awesome! Dangros tried to climb onto Angor's shoulder in excitement, but Toby quickly kicked him down with a claw. Dangros didn't seem to mind at all. It kept jumping on the table and yelling Toby's name. So powerful. He won so easily. Jack was also stunned. In a world full of wind, how did he manage to defeat a powerful wind elemental creature? What's that strange force field that blocked the wind? Jack's question was also the same as the other elemental spirits. They could vaguely sense a majestic power, as if it carried a certain property of the world's sound, but it was completely different from the world's sound's power. Facing Jack's question, Toby didn't hide anything and chirped a few times. However, none of them knew what Toby was talking about. Without Roka's help, they could only look at each other. It's a law, Angor answered on Toby's behalf. Law? Jack wanted to ask more questions, but Angor quickly changed the topic. Do you know who Mr. Hurricane the tornado was talking about? Angor looked at Jack, who didn't seem to understand. Then he turned to Anoto, who was still trapped in the sand cage. Anoto didn't say anything. Angor took a closer look and noticed that Anoto was crying silently. After asking, Angor learned that Anoto was sad about the tornado's death. Anoto didn't know who the tornado was. It was just sad because one of its kind died. However, Anoto was not unreasonable. He knew that if the whirlwind did not die, they might die. Therefore, it was better for the whirlwind to die. Anoto began to think about Angor's question. Mr. Hurricane? I've never heard of him. Anoto's answer puzzled Angor. The whirlwind mentioned Harry's name in a serious manner before it died, which meant that the creature was not weak. Angor guessed that the creature must be one of the famous ones on Wind Island. But Anoto said that he had never heard of such a creature before. That was strange. Anoto might be a loner, but he had lived on Wind Island for many years. He should have heard of the powerful creatures on the island. Could it be that this Harry Ken was not a powerful warrior? But that did not fit the whirlwind's death wish. Or perhaps this Harry Ken was a master, but he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. He didn't like to show off, so he hid his strength? It would make sense in the wizarding world. But in a world dominated by elemental creatures, it was impossible to hide one's true strength. Apart from these two possibilities, what else could there be? I'm thinking, could it be? It was Doting Jack who spoke, but he suddenly stopped and shook his head. I don't think so. What do you think? Angor looked at Doting Jack. Maybe Doting Jack's opinion was more useful as an elemental creature. Jack hesitated for a moment. Since Anoto doesn't know Harry, then I'm thinking, is it possible that Harry isn't from Baibaxiang? Not from White Cloud Village? You mean the whirlwind betrayed Wind Island and colluded with foreign enemies? Dangaros wondered. Jack shook his head. Not only that. I'm thinking that since Harry and the whirlwind are on the same side, maybe they're not from Wind Island. Dangaros was surprised. He knew what Jack meant. White Cloud Village was not the only place where wind creatures lived. Jack was trying to say that both Harry and the whirlwind came from a foreign land. In that case, many details could be explained. However, Dangaros still had doubts. If they're really from a foreign land, why would they come to White Cloud Village and act so arrogantly? Jack could not figure it out either, which was why he did not tell Angor about it. Maybe it has something to do with the strange situation in White Cloud Village? Angor agreed with Jack. Not only did Anoto not know who Harry was, but he also didn't know anything about the tornado either. Furthermore, White Cloud Village had displayed a strange behavior before, summoning all the wind element creatures back, but not informing the Green Plains that were helping each other. They had even rejected Flourishing Grime's suggestion to help. Angor already guessed that it was an internal conflict. It was only because of internal strife that Gentle Wind Uranus was too embarrassed to spread his family's dirty linen. Even though Whirlwind and Harry weren't born in Baibayan Village, they were both wind creatures, so it could be considered an internal conflict. Therefore, on this basis, it was very likely that they came from other wind-type territories. Angor told them about his theory. Dankros said, Mister, do you mean that White Cloud Village is at war with other wind-type territories? Is that why the current situation happened? Maybe it's not a war, but an internal conflict? Angor guessed. Confusion flashed in Dankros' eyes. Is that really the case? When I was in Professor Magoo's class, he always emphasized that the fire territory and other fire-type territories are close allies. Just like Tusk Desert and Wildstone Wasteland. They're both Earth-type creatures, and they're close to each other. It's one thing to be close to each other, but it's another if they can't afford to fight each other. Angor sighed. If Dankros knew more about human history, he would know that many allies showed their love for each other, but there were also conflicts in the dark. Even those who belonged to the same faction had their own conflicts, let alone those who belonged to different factions. How could they stay united forever? Maybe, you're right. A sobbing voice suddenly reached their ears. Angor looked down and saw that it was Anoto. The old man was looking at the silver fish on the other side, which was still trapped in the illusion with a strange expression. Is there something wrong with the fish? Angor asked when he saw Anoto staring at the fish. Anoto nodded and then shook his head. I don't know if there's a problem, but when I first saw it, I vaguely felt that its wind was somewhat different from mine. However, Anoto didn't realize that there was a problem at first, until it sensed the power of wind in the giant whirlwind's body. The wind from the whirlwind and the wind from the flying fish both gave it the same feeling of abnormality. It did not feel like the wind from White Cloud Village. When he thought about Jack's theory and Angor's explanation, Anoto finally realized that the wind did not come from White Cloud Village. This flying fish actually came from another wind territory? Dankros wondered. But if it's an internal conflict, why did they bring an elemental fairy here? And why did they put it in White Cloud Sea? That's just a suspicion, Anoto replied. If what Anoto said was true, Angor didn't understand why they would bring an elemental fairy to White Cloud Village. But he did have a theory about why they put the fish in White Cloud Sea. Because it was an elemental fairy. No matter how harmonious a couple was, their children would always be the softest part of their hearts. Elemental spirits, on the other hand, had the same attributes as children. They were actually the greatest common divisor. Even if the wind creatures in White Cloud Village saw through the fish's disguise, they wouldn't do anything to it. For example, Gentle Wind Uranus summoned all the wind creatures back, but he didn't call back the elemental fairies. This was because he knew that even if it was a hostile territory, they wouldn't attack the elemental fairies. This was a kind of tacit understanding. Let's not think about the fish's origin for now, Angor said. Let's go to Wind Island first and see what's going on there. As for the elemental fairy, I'm sure Lady Gentle Wind will take care of it. With that, Angor started operating gondola. Let's keep moving. Gondola set off again. Apart from Angor and Toby, the other elemental creatures looked at the dark clouds in the distance with grim expressions. Was White Cloud Village really fighting against other wind territories? If there really were elemental creatures from other wind territories, how many of them would there be? Did Hurricane already know about the destruction of Whirlwind Island? Was he waiting for them ahead? The elemental creatures were having mixed feelings, especially Anoto. He knew that if they kept moving forward, they would see the truth sooner or later. Anoto was not only looking forward to the truth, but he was also afraid of it. If there really are elemental creatures from other wind territories, where did they come from? Dankros broke the silence on the gondola. Anoto shook his head. He didn't usually go to the sage's place, so he didn't know much about the outside world. Do Tangjak considered for a moment and said, as far as I know, there's 1, 2, 3, 3, Dangros said unhappily, you want to say 4? Do Tangjak shook his head again. No. 3 wind elemental creatures. Including Misty Hyson, Storm Mountain, and Long Breath Wind Cave. According to Do Tangjak, Misty Hyson was the furthest away from White Cloud Village. It was located on the ocean far away from the village, so there was no reason for the elemental creatures to travel that far. Thus, the most likely candidates were Storm Mountain and Long Breath Wind Cave. Jack knew very little about these 2 places. He only knew that the information in the Long Breath Wind Tunnel was very limited. Although the Hurricane Highness of the Storm Mountain Ridge had ascended to the throne after the disaster, he was extremely powerful. As for where the elemental creatures came from, Jack wasn't sure. As gondola continued to move forward, the wind around them became noisy again, and this time, there was something different about it. They flew for another 3 minutes. I can already smell the scent of Wind Island. Anoto said as he looked at the dark clouds in the distance. Wind Island is beyond that. However, I can also sense that there's a lot of active wind energy in the dark clouds. Anoto's words made Dankros gulp even though he didn't have any saliva in his mouth. As they got closer and closer to the huge black cloud in front of them, the atmosphere of a different kind of search became more and more solemn. Even Dankros and Jack, who had the weakest perception of the power of the wind, detected some abnormalities, let alone Anoto, who had been sensing the flowing wind with his eyes closed. Blue Lantern also showed up to warn Angor. When the atmosphere reached its peak, Dankros stuttered, "Why don't we? Let's think about it again? Are you infected by Kurokro?" Angor joked. "Don't think about it too much." Because, he looked at the dark clouds in the distance. "They're here." Dankros was stunned. He immediately turned his palm toward the black cloud in the distance. Although the situation inside the black cloud could not be seen for the time being, the strange atmosphere was quickly turning into a sense of oppression. In fact, there was no silhouette in the black clouds. The oppressive feeling it gave off had already surpassed that of the great whirlwind from before. This oppressive feeling made the dark clouds in the distance seem like the dark clouds that shrouded Dankro's head. They were constantly squeezing out his spirit, which was in imminent danger. Angor knocked on the table with his knuckles. The crisp sound dispelled the dark clouds in their minds. "Is that Mr. Hurricane?" Dankros asked in a trembling voice. Angor shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe it's Hurricane. After all, there's more than one coming." "More than one?" Dankro's eyes widened. "See for yourself," Angor said, "they're already here." Dankros hurriedly looked into the distance. Indeed, some vague silhouettes appeared in the black clouds. However, it was different from the whirlwind before. The whirlwind was only a mountain, but the silhouette in the black clouds was continuous and undulating, more like a mountain range. Angor had already stopped Gondola. However, the silhouettes in the black clouds did not disappear. Instead, they became clearer and clearer, indicating that they were getting closer. Several seconds later, several silhouettes emerged from the black clouds. Dankros finally saw the true appearance of the mountains in the black clouds. There were at least dozens of wind elemental creatures, and all of them were mature. Among them, there were 4 giant wind elemental creatures that were comparable to great whirlwinds, and the largest of them was even larger than great whirlwinds. With such a large group, the pressure they displayed was naturally extraordinary. Even though Gondola had already blocked the pressure, the sight of such a large group of people was still terrifying to him. Doting Jack was trembling in fear, while Dankro's lips were trembling in fear. It was obvious that they were terrified of this group of people. "Anoto, hurry up and tell me that they're actually from Wind Island. They're Her Highness Soft Wind's subordinates." Dankros trembled as he took a few steps back and arrived beside the sand cage. Anto paused for a moment and began to cry. "I've never seen them before. They're the same as the silver fish." The silverfish's aura was the same as the great whirlwind's, which meant these people must be on the same side as the great whirlwind. Dankro's body stiffened. He took several steps back and slumped on the table. I am going to pretend that my hand was chopped off. They won't notice, right?" No one answered Dankro's question. At this moment, they heard the sound of wind howling from the other side. "Huh? They're not wind creatures? Just some elemental spirits." "Don't worry about elemental spirits. But there's a fire one, and a wood one. Did Gentle Wind ask for help from the Green Plain? Did Mr. Hurricane guess wrong? That's just a thin vine. We can blow it away easily. Don't worry about it. If they're not wind creatures from White Cloud Village, are we still going to attack them? Wait, I saw Fewett. Mr. Hurricane put it outside, didn't he? Damn it, he was actually arrested. We have to take Fewett back. Mr. Hurricane, please tell us what to do." At first, the voices in the wind were more inquisitive. But when they saw Fewett, they became even more boisterous. Angor guessed that the Fewett they were talking about was the silver fish. The commotion in the distance suddenly stopped. The largest figure standing in the middle of the huge group slowly said, "I saw it in Amher's Wind." It was killed by this group. The voices in the wind grew even louder. More than 100 threads of hatred stabbed into Angor's body. Amher's self-destruction was seen by all the wind creatures. That was why they gathered here, to see if Soft Wind Uranus was there to back them up. In the end, he did not expect that what he waited for was not reinforcements, but such a flying boat. I don't care who they are. They killed Aimer and kidnapped Fewett. They must die. Hurricane's order was immediately followed by a wave of cheers. All the malice and hatred were unleashed at that instant. They came at Angor in an overwhelming manner. End of chapter. At the same time, in the depths of Wind Island, a young man holding a harp sat on a throne made of clouds. He plucked the strings from time to time, making pleasant sounds. At first glance, the man seemed to be rather bored. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the man sitting on the cloud throne did not have a relaxed expression. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was troubled by a myriad of worries. Suddenly, the young man's elf-like sharp ears moved, and he stopped plucking the strings. He raised his head and looked outside the gate surrounded by clouds. A gust of wind blew, ruffling the clouds. In the end, it slowly formed an indistinct shadow under the throne. "Teacher Camus, are you here to ask me what decision I should make?" The young man's voice was very crisp, as pleasant as the notes of the harp. Before Camus could reply, he said to himself, "It's very difficult for me to make a decision. No matter what, they are the same as us, born in the wind. Camus, your highness soft wind, you must know that they were not born in White Cloud Village, and they are now our enemies." The young man was soft wind Uranus. As if he did not hear Camus' voice, he was still immersed in his own thoughts. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "I didn't think that little Hubo would really fulfill his initial promise and unify all the wind creatures. Sigh, I rejected his proposal, and he must have been very disappointed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left. I still remember that when he was born, he was very small and very cute. He stuck to me every day. In the blink of an eye, he can stand on his own. I'm really happy for him." Camus was silent for a moment. "Your Highness, Hubo Leo has left White Cloud Village for 1,000 years. He is now the monarch who controls the hurricanes. Also, he is now our enemy." Soft wind Uranus was still immersed in his own thoughts, recalling the good times of the past. How did such a small and cute little Hubo become like this? "Teacher Camus, I still don't understand why little Hubo wanted to use the method of harming his own kind to unify the wind." Sigh. "I never understood the sense of urgency he had since he was young." Camus said, "Your Highness, let me reiterate, it is now Hurricane Thubo, no longer the little Thubo you speak of. Soft wind Uranus, even if its wish is to unify the wind territory, why would it choose to attack White Cloud Village first? Alas, I don't want to hurt it. Your Highness Soft Wind, please return. God." Camus' voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. A large number of wells had already appeared above his head. His Highness Soft Wind was very gentle and outstanding, but he didn't know where he learned it from. He would always be immersed in his own thoughts as he spoke, and his thoughts would go out of control. Normally, Camus would just spend more time talking to Her Highness Soft Wind, and she would eventually come back to her senses. But now, a large number of wind elemental creatures had appeared outside Wind Island, and a battle was about to break out. Yet, she was still reminiscing about the past. Most importantly, she was reminiscing about their enemy's leader. Camus couldn't help it. Teacher Camus' rebuke made Soft Wind's eyes clear for a moment. It casually plucked the strings, and a gentle melody flowed out. "Teacher Camus, I heard it. But, little Shobwa. Well, Hurricane Shobwa didn't come, right? He's still in Storm Mountain Ridge, and he might not be an enemy." Camus let out a long breath and suppressed the urge to pry open Soft Wind Uranus's head. He said, "Harry Ken was a strong contender for the Storm Monarch of the previous generation. Even if he was injured and his strength regressed, he was still the strongest person in Storm Mountain Ridge other than His Highness Hurricane. It's impossible for him to travel without His Highness Hurricane's orders. So, since he chose to attack White Cloud Village, it shows His Highness Hurricane's attitude. Your Highness, please recognize the reality. He's no longer little Shobwa who was born in White Cloud Village. He's now the monarch of Storm Mountain Ridge. Be that as it may, Hurricane Shobwa should know that Harry Ken alone with hundreds of wind elemental creatures would only cause some pain to Wind Island. He might not be able to take down Wind Island even if he came personally. Since he didn't come, I'm willing to believe that he's still little Shobwa from White Cloud Village," Soft Wind Uranus said in a low voice. Camus the Wise looked at the man on the throne and sighed slightly. No matter what Hurricane Shobwa thinks, Your Highness should consider the current situation first. Now, all the elemental creatures on Wind Island are waiting for Your Highness' decision. Soft Wind Uranus hesitated for a moment. He did want to resolve the conflict, but Harry Ken had made it clear that he had to choose between fighting and surrendering. Surrendering was impossible because he didn't only represent himself, but also all the wind elemental creatures in White Cloud Village. If he fought, he was confident that he could win, but it also meant that he had to shed all pretense of cordiality. Little Shobwa, you've given me a difficult problem. Soft Wind Uranus softly muttered the familiar name, and his figure slowly appeared in his memory. Finally, with a sigh, the image in his memory gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. Since I've summoned them back, I won't let them down. Then, let's fight. When Soft Wind Uranus finished his words, he gently plucked the strings of his zither. The leisurely notes were replaced by a wild melody that indicated the impending battle. Camus smiled slightly and prepared to discuss the specific battle strategy with Soft Wind His Highness. However, at this moment, a gust of wind blew in from outside the gate. Along with the wisps of clouds, Camus and Soft Wind Uranus received the information from the Wind Island Guardian at the same time. It seems that a powerful wind elemental creature self-destructed? Harry Ken retreated to the Gale Cloud Sea with many wind elemental creatures? Camus and Soft Wind Uranus exchanged a look with confusion in their eyes. Without a doubt, Harry Ken suddenly retreated with his troops because of the elemental self-destruction. However, they had recalled all the wind elemental creatures except for the ones guarding the wind elemental pool. If it was really a powerful wind elemental creature self-destructing, it definitely wasn't a wind elemental creature from White Cloud Village. Could it be a wind elemental creature from Storm Mountain Ridge? But what happened to it that made it self-destruct? While they were confused, the Wind Island Guardian sent the latest news through the wisps of wind. Harry Ken seems to have had a conflict with an outsider. The Gale Cloud Sea has been directly pierced through? The new news was even more shocking than the previous one. Soft Wind Uranus looked at Camus with a serious expression. Teacher, this outsider seems to have become a new variable. What should we do now? Camus was also confused. What the hell was an outsider? Also, an outsider who could have a conflict with Harry Ken and his troops and be in a stalemate. Who was this outsider? Even if Hurricane Hagario came, it would be difficult for him to do so. Although Camus was also confused, he didn't think too much about the outsider's identity. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, Your Highness, I think this is a good opportunity. We can use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Harry Ken's troops from behind. This will reduce a lot of casualties compared to a head-on battle. Soft Wind Uranus still didn't relax. He considered for a moment and agreed to Camus' suggestion. Let's do it then. But I hope the situation won't go out of control due to the sudden change. With these words, Uranus stood up from his throne surrounded by clouds. With one hand holding his harp and the other waving his cloak, he slowly turned into an invisible gust of wind. The only thing left in the vast palace was the drifting clouds against the light. Above the Gale Cloud Sea, Toby, who was standing on Angor's shoulder, sensed the overwhelming hostility coming from the other side. He screeched and spread his tasseled wings again. However, before Toby could move, Angor reached out a hand and stopped him. Don't do it. Leave them to me and Elmi. Toby screeched and pointed at Elmi with his beak. He then looked at Angor angrily. I'm not saying Elmi is stronger than you. Of course I know you're strong. You took care of that whirlwind on your own, didn't you? It's just that Elmi is better at fighting groups. You're going to get tired fighting so many wind creatures at once. Besides, Elmi can absorb the wind energy around him to recover, but you can't. It's not because of the difference in power. It's just that the environment is better for it, Angor tried to comfort Toby. Toby's beady eyes looked thoughtful. Besides, if Elmi and I both leave, who's going to protect Gondola? Without Elmi's wind force field, you're the only one who can keep Gondola balanced in the middle of the hurricane. You're much better at manipulating the sequence of gravity than I am. Angor winked at Toby and tried to dissuade him. Also, you don't want your new clothes to be destroyed again, right? Dangro's eyes brightened up. Yeah, we still need Mr. Toby's protection. And this beautiful ship. I'm sure Mr. Pat will be very sad if it gets destroyed here. Toby glanced at Dangros and his new clothes. In the end, he nodded and flew to the front of the ship. Using his claws, Toby sent a wisp of grey mist into Gondola's interior. As the sequence of gravity enveloped Gondola, the violent winds outside could no longer cause any damage to it. With that done, Toby chirped and waved his wings at Angor. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Angor glanced at Elmi, who had appeared beside him for some reason, and they both stepped out of Gondola's energy barrier. As soon as they stepped out of Gondola, Earl quickly hid in Angor's shadow. Angor summoned the same grey mist around him as Toby did, and he quickly moved away from the dark cloud. They were now less than 2 kilometers away from Harry. Hovering in the air, Angor could clearly see Harry's body, which was even bigger than the whirlwind. Harry looked like a halfling with black spots all over his body. Below his waist was a black tornado, while the upper half of his body was filled with black vortexes that looked like black spots. Harry was also looking at the intruder. He wanted to hear what the intruder had to say so that he could get more information. However, the intruder didn't say anything. Instead, he rushed forward to face the hatred of all the wind creatures. His fighting spirit was rising rapidly. If that's the case, I'll send you to your graves. Harry yelled. Aimer, watch how I tear them into pieces. After Harken roared, his arrogance grew stronger. The black mass of wind elemental creatures behind it also began to display a frenzied fighting spirit. Boom, Harry clenched his fist and punched at Angor, who was several kilometers away. No matter how huge Harry's fist was, it was not big enough to touch Angor's body. However, the wind created by the punch was like a cannonball that shot straight at Angor's body. Harry only swung his fist casually, but with the help of the wind element, the power of the punch was unimaginable. Even with Angor's current physical strength, he would be seriously injured if he tried to take the attack head-on. Angor glanced at the 2 firecrackers coming at him and moved away from the tornado's range. Harry dodged the attack, but he was not going to let it go. More tornadoes came at Angor like black serpents that opened their fangs and tried to swallow Angor whole. While dodging, Angor also carefully observed the path of the tornadoes. He sensed that Harry was releasing tornadoes all over the sky, but there was only one direction in which he didn't release any tornadoes. It was where Gondola was. Angor didn't attack because he wanted to see how Harry would react to Gondola in the distance. Once he was sure of the other party's attitude, he would counterattack accordingly. Judging from the current situation, Harrican's attack had indeed avoided Gondola. Maybe it was because Gondola was full of elemental spirits, or maybe it was because of the silver flying fish, Fewett. No matter what the reason was, Angor felt a little relieved. Harry was not crazy enough to destroy all elemental fairies. Besides, Harry knew that the tornado alone wouldn't do much to Angor. He kept using it to push Angor to a place where the wind elemental particles were more concentrated. This way, Harry would be able to strengthen himself and prevent Gondola from getting hurt. That was exactly what Angor wanted. Although the wind element could strengthen Harry-Ken, it could also make Elmi invincible. So, Angor decided to follow Harry's plan. Angor kept moving until he arrived at a place where the wind was howling. As expected, Harry stopped releasing tornadoes and arranged most of the wind creatures to follow him to the battlefield. At the same time, Harry also sent a wind creature to Gondola to take back Fewett. He glanced at the wind creature that was heading toward Gondola and didn't worry too much. With Toby around, Harry wouldn't succeed. Angor was more concerned about the battlefield. The battlefield was now divided into 2 sides. Angor occupied one side by himself, facing countless hateful gazes, as well as the roaring wind and howling wind. Compared to the giant wind creatures, Angor looked like a minuscule ant. However, his aura was very tenacious. Even in the face of a storm of malicious intent, his expression did not change. Kill him. We must kill him. Angor's ears were filled with shouts, and the wind around him began to grow restless. Harry stood at the front line. He did not start the battle immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and inhaled a large amount of wind and clouds into his chest. Its upper body also instantly enlarged by 30%. Around 2 seconds later, Harry, who had grown twice as big as before, slowly exhaled. The long, snake-like breath reached hundreds of meters into the sky and turned into a black whirlwind, which looked down at everyone from the top of the battlefield. That's the last wind left behind by Aimer. It will witness your death. Hurricane stared at Angor and announced the start of the battle in a cold tone. Angor also saw the black whirlwind in the sky. It was the one that self-destructed during the fight against Toby. So his name was Aimer. Angor did not care about Aimer's appearance at all. Aimer was the one who initiated the battle, and death was its final destination. However, Angor did not really want to play the old one comes after the young one game. Even if Hurricane was a creature from another territory, Angor only wanted to see if he could talk to it. But judging from the series of reactions, it was impossible for them to talk for the time being. So he had to fight. As Hurricane mourned for Aimer and expressed its anger, the battle finally began. Angor did not show any fear in the face of dozens of approaching figures. Instead, he summoned Elmi, who was hiding in his shadow. As soon as Elmi appeared, its dark aura quickly merged with the wind around it. Its cold eyes also turned green. At this moment, it had transformed into a true wind-type demonic creature. Leave Hurricane to me. I'll handle the rest. Angor sent a telepathic message to Elmi. Next, Angor placed a finger on Elmi's body, and a strand of nightmare aura entered Elmi's body. This aura allowed Elmi to avoid being affected by illusions and walk through them as if they were flat ground. With that done, Earl and Angor exchanged a glance. Then, they dashed away in two different directions in the blink of an eye. As soon as they left, countless wind blades rushed into the place where they were standing. The wind blades were messy, but when combined together, they still displayed a terrifying power. It directly pierced a hole in the clouds 100 meters high. Through the hole, they could even see the sand and pebbles below. This was the power of dozens of wind creatures at the same time. It was strong enough to pierce through the ever-changing clouds. Anoto and Jack, who were on the gondola, were stunned by this scene. Did Angor and Elmi really stand a chance against such a terrifying force? Dangros was also terrified. The clouds here were different from the ones outside. They were made of the purest energy, and it would take an incredible amount of energy to break through them. But now, Elmi broke through the clouds with a single attack. Dangros was confident in Elmi's ability, but now, he was afraid. He even considered retreating. Mr. Toby, how about we retreat for now? Even if we don't, we can still go to Wind Island first. However, Dangros did not get an answer. He turned his hand and saw that Toby, who was standing at the bow of the ship, had disappeared. And 100 meters away, a griffin that was burning with raging flames was facing off against a huge black python that stood erect in the clouds. Hurricane was also looking at Angor, but the smell of fire on the wind made him look back in confusion. He saw Toby fighting against the serpent. When he saw Toby's burning form, Hurricane immediately thought of the terrifying creature that killed him in Aimer's memory. So you're hiding here? Hurricane was wondering where the fiery creature went. He didn't expect it to be hiding near the strange airship. Hurricane knew that the fiery creature was the one who killed Aimer in the end. For the sake of Aimer's final wish, Hurricane decided to kill Toby first. Hurricane turned around and dashed toward Toby. However, the more he stared at Toby, the weirder he felt. In Aimer's remaining memories, Toby's appearance did not appear in detail. Now that Toby was standing in the distance, Hurricane finally had a chance to observe him. Somehow, Hurricane felt that Toby's face looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. While dashing toward Toby, Hurricane tried to recall where he saw Toby's face. But before he could do so, a shadow of wind appeared in front of him. Before Hurricane could tell who it was, a gust of wind attacked his face. As a wind-type creature, Hurricane was almost immune to wind to a certain extent, let alone a seemingly insignificant gust of wind. But for some reason, looking at the approaching tornado, Hurricane felt a sense of trepidation. His intuition told him that if he didn't dodge it, he would definitely be injured. Hurricane finally believed his intuition and dodged the gust of wind. But to prove that his intuition was not deceived, he also created a gust of wind that was mixed with his divine sense and collided with the gust of wind. When the two gusts of wind collided, Hurricane was shocked to find that his gust of wind was destroyed. More importantly, his divine sense had also disappeared. The disappearance of the gust of wind only meant that the opponent's gust of wind was stronger than his casual attack. But if his divine sense was destroyed, it was not normal. This meant that when he faced this kind of attack, he would not be immune to it just because it was also a wind-type attack. It might even hurt his core. What was with this gust of wind, and who released it? Hurricane stopped to look for Toby. Instead, he looked at the figure opposite him. It was a green shadow that looked like a cheetah. However, it was many times bigger than a normal cheetah. But compared to Hurricane's size, it was almost the same as a wind-type elf. But the attack just now was definitely not from a wind-type elf. But it didn't seem right to say that it was a wind-type creature. Hurricane could sense a more condensed and crazy aura. It wasn't made of light wind energy. It was more like a physical entity. Who are you? Hurricane showed a serious expression for the first time. However, he didn't get an answer to his question. What responded to him was a pair of extremely cold eyes and a gust of wind with hidden thunder. With a series of rumbling thunder and a wild gust of wind, Hurricane and Elmi officially faced off. The battle between them showed a terrifying aura as soon as it started. Almost no wind-type creatures dared to go near them. In a short period of time, another hole that pierced through the sea of clouds appeared. Just the battle between the two of them had created a new hole, and this hole was still expanding. It could be seen how terrifying this battle was. Although Hurricane was fighting with El, he did not forget that Amer's death wish was still hanging in the sky, watching the battle. He wanted to avenge Amer. Not only did he want to kill the humanoid creature, but he also wanted to kill the fiery creature. In fact, the flaming creature's target was a step ahead because it was the real culprit behind Amer's death. Hurricane couldn't do two things at once. However, he wasn't the only one here. There were dozens of wind-type creatures here, as well as his most valued subordinates, the 4 wind generals. Now that Amer was dead, there were only 3 wind generals left. Before the battle between Harry and Elmi, Harry had already spread the news that Toby was Amer's murderer. It was as if a layer of oil had been poured into the boiling pot. Anger quickly spread. Apart from the 3 wind generals who were targeting Angor, all the other wind-type creatures turned their attention to Toby. However, before they could break out of the encirclement, they saw a figure running past them at an unimaginable speed. The wind-type creatures finally saw the figure clearly. It was the humanoid creature being chased by the 3 wind generals. They didn't think Angor was that strong. Unlike Elmi, who dared to face Hurricane head-on, Angor had never fought a real battle since he entered the arena. In their eyes, Angor was like a stray dog who was running around while being chased by the 3 wind generals. There was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing that caught their attention was Angor's incredible speed. He was faster than most of the wind-type creatures here. They never fought against him, but they believed he was faster than Mr. Hurricane. If speed was the only thing, they wouldn't be worried. Angor wasn't fast enough to break out of the encirclement. As long as he was still trapped on the battlefield, they would have a chance to exhaust his energy. For this reason, they didn't care about Angor running past them. The 3 wind generals were already chasing after Angor to exhaust his stamina. They had more important things to do, which was to kill that damned fire creature. With this in mind, they became even more determined and dashed away from the battlefield. However, just as they were about to charge at Toby furiously, the sea of clouds below them was suddenly stirred up by a gust of wind, blocking their vision and their sense of wind. They were in a cloud environment, so it was normal for clouds to appear everywhere. Besides, they all carried strong gusts of wind, which could easily ruffle the clouds. They didn't care. Instead, they kept moving forward like a storm. However, as time passed, they began to feel strange. Even though they used their storm to clear the way, the clouds kept getting thicker and thicker. In the end, they couldn't even see the path ahead. Moreover, they extended their sense of the wind to sense the movement in front of them. However, they found that they still couldn't see clearly, as if they were surrounded by a thick fog. There wasn't the slightest sign of thinning out. More importantly, they gathered together at first. But as time went by, there were fewer and fewer wind creatures around them. In the end, they were all flying alone in the mist. According to their estimation of the distance, with their speed, it would take them less than half a minute to reach the flaming creature. But they had been flying for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They still couldn't see the fire creature. They couldn't even sense their companions. All they could see was the rolling clouds. By now, many wind creatures had realized that something was wrong. They guessed that they were trapped by some strange power. However, they didn't worry too much. They were still in the air. As long as they could blow away the clouds or go to higher or lower places, they would be free. However, when they tried one by one, they were completely dumbfounded. It didn't matter if they went up or down, or used up all their wind power to blow away the clouds, they still couldn't get away. It was as if they were trapped in a cage of clouds and lost their sense of direction. They also lost their sense of wind flow. When they realized that all paths were blocked, they finally remembered Angor, who just ran past them. Elmi was fighting against Hurricane, so it didn't have time to do anything. Angor, on the other hand, could have chosen a more spacious path to escape. There must be a reason why he chose to do so. Perhaps its purpose was to imprison them in the strange cage made of clouds. When they realized this, fear and panic instantly took over their minds. However, the fear only lasted for a moment. They still had hope. The three wind generals were still chasing Angor, and Mr. Hurricane was still fighting outside. They must have noticed the strange situation here. As long as they arrived, they might be saved. With this thought in mind, the group of wind elemental creatures trapped in the mist began to wait quietly. However, the wait this time was longer than they expected. The chase between Angor and the three wind generals was still ongoing. However, the wind creatures, including the three wind generals, thought that it would be an easy fight. But in the end, they didn't know what was going on. Angor knew that the wind creatures were trying to get rid of Toby. However, he was already prepared for this. He only ran away so that he could set up more illusion nodes. When these illusion nodes were connected, the entire battlefield was covered by a vast white fog. All the wind creatures that wanted to break through the defense line were all trapped in the fog, including the three wind generals behind him who hadn't noticed the change. Angor didn't know about the three wind generals in Tempest Mountain. However, he was very concerned about these three creatures who were much bigger than the other wind creatures. In terms of strength, the other wind creatures weren't all that strong. Most of them were at the level of peak-level apprentices. With the help of the Tempest Mountain, they could barely reach the level of wizards. However, they could only barely reach that level. When working together, their attacks were powerful enough to penetrate the clouds. Even Angor would have to back off. However, if they separated and fell into illusions separately, they would become much weaker. At least, Angor believed that he could trap them for several hours without any external interference. However, to the three great wind generals, another set of standards was needed. Not only were the three wind generals huge in size, but their energy levels were also similar to Angor's. Normally, they were already at the level of wizards. If they were outside, he was confident that he could use the illusion nodes to trap them. But now, they were in a place filled with dense wind elements. While he might be able to trap them for a short period of time, once they realized what was happening, they would start absorbing wind elements around them and attack the illusion with greater power to destroy it. Therefore, Angor couldn't use his illusion nodes to trap them. He had to use mind illusion as well. And to use mind illusion, it was best not to face more than one at a time. He had to break them one by one. After trapping the other wind creatures, Angor went to another battlefield to achieve this goal. Of course, the three wind generals weren't the strongest among the wind creatures. Hurricane was. Hurricane's strength had reached the level of a Truthfinder wizard, but that was all. His mental state, fighting experience, and the way he used energy were still lacking. If Hurricane was an elemental companion of another wizard, Angor wouldn't dare to provoke him directly. But now, Hurricane was a natural wild creature. Even Angor was confident that he could handle the creature alone. Besides, Hurricane's opponent was Elmi, who was stronger than most Truthfinder wizards. With Elmi keeping Hurricane busy, Angor wasn't worried at all. Once he dealt with the three wind generals one by one, he could face Hurricane together. This shouldn't be too difficult. Angor glanced at Elmi's battlefield to make sure that Elmi wouldn't make any mistakes. He then focused on how to deal with the three wind generals. Since Angor created a large amount of fog, the three wind generals didn't know that the other wind creatures were trapped in the illusions. They were still chasing after Angor at full speed. Once they realized what was going on, they would try their best to break the illusions, which would be troublesome. Angor had to kill them one by one before they could help the other wind creatures. When he reached a relatively wide area, he quickly melted into the mist and disappeared for several seconds. The three wind generals did not think too much about it. The mist around them was too thick, and their vision would occasionally be blocked. Angor only disappeared for a few seconds this time because of the mist. As long as they were heading in the right direction, they should be fine. As expected, Angor soon showed up in front of them again. They kept chasing after him. However, due to the fog, they didn't notice that there were two Angors in front of him. One Angor was leading two wind generals to the right, while the other Angor was hiding behind the fog. Only one of the wind generals could see him, and it also ran to the left without hesitation. Angor decided to take down the lone wind general one by one. After running for another minute, Angor stopped and turned around to face the lone wind general. The lone wind general was a three-headed poodle. It slowed down as well when it saw Angor stopping. All three of its heads were glaring at Angor with hatred in their eyes. The middle head stared at Angor. "Finally, you can't run anymore?" Angor didn't answer. "It's time. It's time?" The poodle didn't understand what Angor meant until the right head spoke up. "Boss, be careful. Chimera and Kraken are gone." The head on the left said, "The head on the tail is right. I can't sense the presence of Chimera and Kraken. The fog here is also a little strange. My sense of the convective wind has been suppressed to a minimum." The conversation between the vice leader and the last leader made the main leader, who was in the middle, start to pay attention to his surroundings. As expected, his companions had disappeared, and the fog was a little strange. Maybe it's the enemy's plan. He wants to separate us so he can take us down one by one. I suggest you leave this place first and be careful. You're right. But I didn't sense too much energy on the enemy. We don't know how strong he is yet. We can test him first. Of course, you can also choose the suggestion of the tailhead. Be careful and don't make any mistakes. The boss looked around and considered the suggestions given by the other two heads. Angor's eyes glinted as he listened to their conversation. He chose the lion hound first because he noticed that each of the three heads had a different look in their eyes. The main head had the fiercest look, the vice prime minister was more moderate, and the head at the tail seemed to be full of wisdom. He also saw the shadow of wise men from all over the world in the tailhead's eyes. Angor assumed that each of the heads had their own job, while the tailhead was responsible for planning. A simple brute wasn't scary. However, if the brute had the help of a wise man, he would be much more useful in a battle. This was why Angor chose the poodle as his first target. Judging from the conversation between the three heads, he was glad that he made the right choice. The head at the end of the line was smart, and the vice head was smart as well. The main head, on the other hand, seemed to be a bit of a fool. "My instinct tells me that if you don't make a decision, we won't be able to leave," the tailhead said. The leader's words made the leader ponder even more, but he still couldn't make up his mind. The last chief sighed. If only Chimera and Kraken were here, they would definitely listen to him. However, the last chief was always overcautious. He was afraid that his position would be taken by the two vice chiefs, so he did not make a decision. "He's coming," the vice head said. The main boss raised its head and realized that the enemy was right in front of it. Behind the enemy were many white tentacles made of mist. They looked like Kraken's tentacles at first glance, but the energy contained in them was much more frightening than Kraken's tentacles. When the white tentacles swung towards the Cerberus could no longer choose to fight cautiously. It turned around and used its three thick tails to push the white tentacles away. Then, the three thick tails split into three different directions and spun wildly like a turbine. Countless gusts of wind were sucked into the three turbines. Then, through some indescribable transformation, the gusts turned into powerful wind pillars, which were then released from the center of the turbines. The three turbines emitted wind pillars at different intervals through the increment of time interval. This made it so that there was almost no gap between the attacks of the wind pillars, and he could release wind pillars at any time to attack the enemy. To put it simply, the Cerberus had gained a permanent buff, self-propelled wind pillar cannon. Besides, Cerberus could also use other abilities to fight against its enemies, which meant Angor had to dodge the wind bolts while dealing with the beast at the same time. After fighting for a while, Angor soon found out the reason for the poodle's ability. When the poodle entered combat mode, the boss took over all the wind control, while the vice head and tail head closed their eyes. They would only open their mouths and unleash wind attacks when the boss asked them to. Angor also learned the reason why the vice head and tail head closed their eyes. The boss was responsible for fighting, while the vice head and tail head controlled the rhythm of the battle, which meant the interval and direction of the wind pillars. In other words, the three heads of the poodle were doing three things at once. This was how the self-propelled wind pillar fort could last forever. Angor had to admit that the poodle's ability was quite good. However, Angor wasn't talking about the wind pillar fort. He was talking about the poodle's multitasking ability. It allowed the poodle to control the wind energy inside its body at the same time. It could even release and absorb the wind energy at the same time. If this ability was developed by a wizard, the poodle's power would reach an unimaginable level. It would become a real cannon that could destroy everything in its path. However, the poodle developed the ability on its own. Even if it had the wisdom head, it did not have enough knowledge and experience. In the end, it could only create this self-propelled wind pillar fort that was neither fish nor fowl. At first glance, it looked powerful because of its continuous attacks. However, it also had obvious weaknesses. Whether it was controlling the rhythm or attacking the core, any one of the poodles could easily mess up the poodle's mind. It was a pity that such a rare talent could only develop such an ability in the end. However, he was glad that the Cerberuses were not strong enough. Otherwise, he would have to run for his life already. After finding the weakness, Angor began to control the rhythm of the battle and quickly attacked the poodle. Sure enough, once the rhythm was under its control, the three-headed poodle immediately panicked. However, with the cooperation of the tail head and the vice head, the main head was able to find a balance in the end. It was ready to change its strategy and launch a new round of attacks. Based on Angor's understanding of the boss behavior, there were at most two ways to change its attack pattern. It could either increase the skill or increase the power of its attacks. If it could, it would have done so long ago. So, it could only increase the power of its attacks. As for how? It would probably use the self-propelled fort again. The self-propelled fort had 3 turbines connected together so that the wind pillar could be maintained forever. However, even if all 3 turbines worked together, they would only create 1 wind pillar. Angor guessed that the boss wanted to increase the power of its attacks by 2 or 3 wind pillars. Angor soon got his answer. He was right. The boss started to release 3 wind pillars at the same time, which tripled the power of the attack. However, Angor could not help but shake his head. It was true that the wind pillars were tripled. However, the 3 turbines had to be released at the same time to achieve such an effect. Judging from the previous battle, the turbines would get tired at times. Using all 3 at the same time would not allow the poodles to rest. When the wind pillars stopped, the poodles would enter an idle period. And this was the best time to deal with the poodles. 1 minute later, the wind pillars gradually disappeared. The poodle's 3 tails drooped behind its back as if they were all sucked dry. The poodle would not be able to release any more wind pillars for at least half a minute. That was when Angor's chance came. Angor unleashed a terrifying amount of energy and pushed forward several times. He avoided several gusts of wind and arrived in front of the poodle in less than 15 seconds. Under the boss's shocked gaze, Angor reached out his index finger and gently touched the poodle's forehead. Angor's poor mind illusion could only be touched at a close distance. As soon as Angor's finger touched the poodle's forehead, the pre-built mind illusion released a bright light and flowed into the poodle's body through a mana channel. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the main leader's gaze slowly turned from shock to confusion, and finally, he completely entered a state of confusion and listlessness. The vice and tail leaders saw this with their own eyes. As the second and third authorities of the poodle's body, they also noticed the abnormality. "How can this be? What did you do?" the vice leader exclaimed. Angor ignored the vice leader. Instead, he looked at the tail leader who still had a clear mind and remained silent. "Your advice to the boss was wise. But I want to tell you that even if the boss followed your advice, the outcome would still be the same." Angor could have said this before the battle. However, he was experienced enough to know that talking before a battle was like raising a flag. It could easily backfire. Now that the outcome had been decided, it was fine to talk about it again. With that, Angor pointed at the two heads' foreheads again. He did not know if the two would replace the boss's consciousness after it entered the mind illusion. In order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, Angor planned to remove all the heads and tails. Therefore, the poodle enjoyed the effect of the mind illusion. When the poodle was completely enchanted, Angor released it into the first external illusion. The mind illusion was not that easy to break. Even if Hurricane or the other two wind generals tried their best to destroy the illusion, they still could not wake the poodle up in a short time. Therefore, the Cerberus was considered to be crippled in this battle. Angor watched the poodle walk away in a daze and sighed in relief. He already planned to use his special ability because of the tail leader, but he did not expect it to be so easy. He only needed to use the most basic mind illusion to control the poodle. However, if the boss and the tail leader switched places, it would be much harder to deal with them. However, fate made fools of people. The head of the three-headed lion hound was a brute, and he didn't trust the head of the tail. That was why he won so easily. After dealing with the poodle, Angor looked at the other side. The other two wind generals were still chasing after Angor's illusion. However, as time went by, they began to grow suspicious of Angor. Why do I feel something is wrong? It was Chimera's lion head that spoke. Chimera also had 3 heads, a lion head on its main body, a sheep head on its back, and a snake head on its tail. Huh? The deep, drawn-out voice came from the airbag above Kraken's head. Chimera also knew that his partner, Kraken, could not speak fluently because of the airbag, so he did not mind and said directly, "We only saw the humanoid creature's shadow moving, but we did not feel the wind when he ran. This feeling is not right." Kraken's reaction took a long time. After a long while, he said, "Oh." Chimera did not expect Kraken to give a good answer. He was more interested in the poodle's tail. "What do you think, Lobel?" Chimera looked at a spot about 100 meters away from Kraken, which was covered by clouds. He could vaguely see the shape of a poodle. However, the poodle did not respond even after several seconds. "Lorber?" Chimera called out again, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, the Cerberus in the clouds moved. Its 3 tails turned into a turbine and shot out a gust of wind in a certain direction. Chimera was surprised. Windtail cannon? Why did Lobel suddenly use the windtail cannon? Is someone attacking Lobel over there? While Chimera was still trying to figure out what was going on, Lobel roared and dashed into the clouds further away, disappearing from sight. It looked like the poodle was angered by someone and was chasing after an enemy. Chimera hesitated. He looked at Angor, who was still following them, and then at the direction where Lobel disappeared. "I'm worried about Lobel. Should we go check it out?" Chimera asked. Kraken made a long huss sound and pointed at Angor with one of its fat tentacles. If they went to check on Lobel, what should they do about Angor, who was running ahead of them? Chimera doubted that the running Angor was a fake. Otherwise, why couldn't he sense the wind? However, this was only a suspicion and not a certainty. A strange creature with no wind element running faster than a wind element creature was already very strange in itself. Therefore, it would make sense if there was something strange about it. If what Angor said was true, and Lobel was facing a powerful enemy, wouldn't they be surrounded by enemies if they went to help Lobel? Camarilla hesitated. However, when he recalled Lobel's angry roar and the fact that it had activated the windtail cannon mode, Chimera was a little worried. "How about this, Kraken, you continue to chase after the humanoid creature. I'll go check on Lober." What Chimera was worried about was that the Wind Island guards would definitely catch them fighting. It would be bad if the Wind Island guards took advantage of their fight and secretly sabotaged them. Clarken nodded in agreement after hearing Chimera's concerns. "Then I'll go over and take a look. If it's settled quickly, I'll flank this bastard from the back." With that, Chimera gave Angor one last look before flying in the direction where Lobel disappeared. The real Angor was standing in the middle of the mist. Both the Angor who was dragging the other 2 wind generals and the 3-headed poodle who ran to the other side using the self-propelled cannons were all illusions created by him. However, Angor didn't want to separate Lobel's illusion from the others. It was purely because Chimera was suspicious of Angor's illusion. To prevent Chimera from investigating further, Angor decided to create a new disturbance to distract them. That was why Lobel was able to activate the wind column cannon mode and disappear alone. What he didn't expect was that Camarca would assume that someone from Wind Island was here to ambush them. He was worried about Lobel's safety, but he was also worried about Angor's illusion, so he suggested to split up with Kraken. Even Angor didn't expect this. His goal was to separate the three wind generals and take them down one by one. However, he didn't have to use his method yet. Chimera took the initiative to split up, which saved Angor a lot of trouble. Now that the other two wind generals had split up, Angor had to consider which one to deal with first. The wind general chasing after the three-headed poodle was also a three-headed creature. However, its goat and snake heads didn't have the ability to think. Only the lion head showed normal intelligence. The three-headed creature didn't show much of its power during the chase, so Angor assumed that its talent lay in its three heads. The one chasing after Angor's illusion was a big one. It was the largest of the three wind generals, only slightly smaller than Harry. It looked like a giant cuttlefish from the deep sea. Its head was extremely large and had hundreds of curved tentacles. This king cuttlefish looked a little dull, but the strength it displayed was very frightening. When it moved, it released a large number of air rings from its head. These air rings could reach up to 1,000 meters away. Wherever the air rings touched, they would leave a hole in the ground. In other words, the giant cuttlefish was already releasing AoE diffraction spells just by moving unconsciously. If it released the air rings on purpose, it would cause even more damage. Angor considered for a moment and decided to deal with the three creatures first. The giant cuttlefish was the last to be dealt with, not only because of its strength. More importantly, Angor believed that the giant cuttlefish had the ability to clear out large areas. If he dealt with it early and allowed it to destroy the illusion nodes, it might release the other wind creatures trapped in the illusion. Angor decided to let the illusion carry the giant cuttlefish further away while he dealt with the three creatures first. Without hesitation, Angor disappeared into the mist. On the other side, Chimera was still chasing in the direction Lobel had gone. After chasing for about 2 to 3 minutes, Chimera saw that there was still a vast expanse of white fog in front of him. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lobel's main head was a little stupid, but both its secondary head and tail head were very smart. Especially the tail head. Even Hurricane Lord said that it had the temperament of a wise man. Under such circumstances, would it be so easy for Lobel to be angered and release the wind tail cannon? Besides, Clarken and Lobel were not far away. Lobel could tell them what was going on and choose the best solution. There was no need to use such a powerful spell right away. Unless Lobel was attacked by something so powerful that it had no choice but to use it. However, Chimera did not sense any chaotic aura along the way. Even Lobel's windtail cannons did not release any aura at all. The wind elements in the area were chaotic, but that was only because of the storm. It was completely different from the chaos caused by a battle. The more Chimera thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Was the Lobel it saw just now really Lobel? Chimera hesitated for a while as if he was struggling with something. In the end, he sighed deeply and decided not to chase after Lobel for now. He would go back to Clarken. As for Lobel, if it was really Lobel, with the tailhead as his advisor, he should be able to escape from the Wind Island Guardians. Of course, the premise was that the main head was willing to listen to the tailhead's opinion. After making up his mind, Chimera turned around and tried to chase after Clarken. However, not long after it retreated, a figure vaguely appeared in the fog in front of it. Chimera stopped and looked at Angor with a serious expression. "Why are you here? Where's Clarken?" It was Angor who appeared in front of the lion head. "Clarken, is that the octopus? I thought you'd ask about the three-headed poodle first. Didn't you go after it first? You're the one behind Lobel's strange behavior?" Chimera quickly caught the meaning behind Angor's words. Angor chuckled but did not answer. However, Chimera believed that Angor's reaction was self-explanatory. Chimera's expression darkened. Among the 4 wind generals under Mr. Hurricane's command, Chimera was the closest to Lobel because they both had 3 heads. Angor's actions indicated that he had done something to Lobel. This made Chimera very angry. Aimer, one of the 4 wind generals, already died by self-destruction. Did Lobel follow in his footsteps? With this thought, Chimera's expression changed. The lion head's pupils turned from black to red, which was a sign that it was about to explode. Chimera tried his best to hold back his anger and wanted to ask Angor about Lobel's condition. However, Angor did not say anything. Instead, he raised an eyebrow from time to time, which made Chimera even more nervous. In the end, Chimera did not want to ask any more questions. You deserve to die. Chimera turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward Angor, who was still smiling. Angor did not meet Chimera's attack head-on. Instead, he kept a distance and cast some harassing cantrips to provoke Chimera. Chimera's anger grew stronger and stronger. However, when the anger reached its peak, it stopped chasing. This did not mean that Chimera had calmed down. It just realized that Angor was much faster than it. If it kept chasing, it would take a very long time to exhaust Angor's stamina. So, Chimera decided to use one of its tricks. Chimera took a deep breath, and a red light suddenly emerged from the pitch-black throat of the lion's head. Under Angor's surprised gaze, a column of hot wind came at him at an unimaginable speed. Angor tried to dodge as fast as he could, but he was still too slow. His left hand was destroyed by the column of hot wind. The loss of his left hand caused Angor to grimace in pain. The way he looked at Chimera changed from calm to anger and viciousness. Chimera was overjoyed to see this. However, it failed to notice that there was not a single drop of blood on Angor's severed arm. But even if Chimera did notice, it probably would not care. After all, elemental creatures from Tidal Realm would not bleed even if they lost an arm or a leg. Now that his attack was successful, the furious Libra began to change its course. Before, it was Chimera who chased after Angor. Now, it was Angor who was looking for a chance to find Chimera's weakness and fight to the death. However, Angor could not get close to the scorching wind column. Even if he did, he would suffer great damage. Finally, Angor found a chance to dodge the column of hot wind. He moved to Chimera's side and threw a wind blade at Chimera's abdomen. However, Chimera's lion head laughed instead of getting angry. Its eyes were filled with delight at the success of its plan. Under Angor's horrified gaze, the sheep head on Chimera's waist suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a giant tornado. The tornado was twice as powerful as the three-headed lionhound's wind column. Angor used all his strength to dodge the tornado and move to Chimera's back. The python, which was Chimera's tail, suddenly raised its head and lashed at Angor like a whip. The attack succeeded and broke several of Angor's phantom limbs. As Angor retreated, the serpent opened its fangs and unleashed a gust of green, stinky wind at Angor's face. Angor's head exploded, and his body lost all signs of movement. He fell into the sea of clouds with a stiff body. Seeing this, Chimera couldn't help but yell in excitement. So what if he could run away? Wasn't he still killed by its scheme? Now that Angor was dead, Chimera's task was completed. What it needed to do now was to find Kraken and Lobel. Since Chimera found Angor first, Kraken should be fine. Therefore, the most important thing was to follow the previous route and find Lober. With that in mind, Chimera turned around and tried to look for Lobel. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind it. The lion head creates hot wind, the sheep head creates hurricane, and the snake head creates poisonous wind. So, this is your power? I have to say, it's quite messy. The clear voice reached Chimera's ears. Chimera turned around and saw Angor standing not too far away. His body was perfectly unharmed, as if he was just taking a stroll around the place. You. How are you fine? Angor didn't answer. Instead, he continued, all three heads create wind pillars. The energy structure is similar to the lionhound's, Lobel's turbine wind pillar. So, you borrowed its power to develop your own? Chimera was dumbfounded and nodded. Subconsciously. I see. That's a shame. Both you and Lobel have good abilities, but the development situation is really terrible. Angor sighed. If Fafnir was here, he would probably beat you back to the most basic wind element. Chimera didn't know who this Fafnir was. It only wanted to know who was the one who got his head blown off. Do you think your opponent will tell you what his ability is during a fight? Angor asked in a flat tone. If you really want to know, just do what I did and try it out yourself. Angor's eyes glowed. Dozens of identical Angor stepped out from behind him and rushed at Chimera. Unlike Toby, Angor could not turn into a griffin to enrage his enemies, but Toby could not. However, he could use nightmare illusions to change the enemy's emotions. This was why Angor used nightmare illusions right from the start. Not only did he create an illusion, but he also tried to control Chimera's emotions to test its abilities. Chimera couldn't tell whether the illusions were real or not, so it began to reveal its trump cards one by one. Now that Angor had seen through Chimera's abilities, it was a piece of cake to deal with the creature. In less than 2 minutes, Angor had Chimera trapped in a small area, which prevented the creature from using its 3 wind pillars. However, Chimera had already seen through Angor's trick. It knew that Angor was trying to provoke it, so it tried its best to calm down. Finally, Chimera regained some of his composure. However, Angor's eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. Chimera was caught off guard for a moment, and when he looked up, he happened to see a pair of eyes flashing with a strange light. Chimera's entire body stiffened, and there was a hint of panic in his expression. Nightmare fear. Due to the nightmare illusion and Angor's fear, Chimera's emotions were once again overturned by the tide of emotions. Moreover, it was different from the anger that had brought it violent power before. This time, it was facing fear. It was worried about the fate of its friends, the fear of losing a battle, the fear of death and destruction. Chimera lost control of its cognition for a short while under the influence of fear. Angor easily moved to Chimera's side. He pointed at the lion head's forehead and injected his illusion energy into the creature's body. Next, he looked at the goat head and the python head on Chimera's back. Unlike the Cerberus, Chimera's goat and python heads didn't seem to have their own intelligence. But just in case, Angor decided to use them both at the same time. With 3 times the effect of Heart's illusion, Chimera was completely immersed in an uncontrollable illusion. Under the guidance of the mist illusion, Chimera absent-mindedly left the place and disappeared into the white mist. After Chimera left, Angor stopped and looked toward the southeast. 5 seconds ago, he received a telepathic message from Elmi. According to Xinyan's description, Elmi and Hariken were still fighting. Both sides were very powerful, and they could not take each other down. They were in a stalemate. While they were fighting, Hal Lycan noticed that something was wrong and seemed to be trying to break into the mist battlefield. In other words, Elmi was not only trying to stop Hal Lycan from going to Toby, but also stopping Hal Lycan from entering the mist battlefield. Elmi could stop Hal Lycan for now, but Hal Lycan's mood was getting worse as time went by. If Hal Lycan decided to go all out, Elmi wouldn't be able to stop it. Which was why Elmi sent a telepathic message to warn Angor. After reading Elmi's message, Angor's expression only became a little more serious, but he didn't feel anything else. After all, Harry had brought close to 100 subordinates with him this time. However, with so many subordinates entering the mist battlefield, they didn't cause any trouble at all. That itself was very suspicious. Besides, the 3 wind generals were also inside the mist battlefield, but they didn't sense any energy ripples. This would make Hal Lycan worried that something was wrong inside the battlefield. Angor already knew this would happen. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Now, if Harry were to enter the mist battlefield, with his strength, he should be able to break the illusion in a very short time. However, since Angor already knew this, he wasn't completely unprepared. From the very beginning, it had decided to combine mental illusions with the external illusions to trap the 3 wind generals in the battlefield. It was not only to restrict the 3 wind generals, but it was also prepared to use mental illusions to control the 3 wind generals to become special illusion nodes, fusing into a part of the external illusions. The illusion nodes of the illusion realm were transformed into a special triangular structure. As long as the triangular structure was established, the energy level of the illusion realm would instantly increase. By then, Hal Lycan would have a hard time breaking the illusion even if he wanted to. Now, in this triangular structure, Chimera and Lobel were already in place, turning into special illusion nodes. Now, only Wind General Kraken was left. Angor's top priority now was to kill Hal Lycan as fast as possible before Hal Lycan realized something was wrong and rushed into the mist battlefield. As long as he could control Hal Lycan as well, the triangular structure would be completed, and victory would be theirs again. With this in mind, Angor glanced outside the battlefield to make sure Toby and Elmi were still safe. Then he turned around and disappeared into the mist. The mist on the battlefield was getting thicker and thicker. Kraken wasn't as smart as the other wind generals, but every time he flew, he would release a large amount of air rings, which were enough to disperse the mist. Now, the mist around the battlefield was being diluted by the air rings, but it would only take a few seconds for the mist to fill up again. This strange situation was starting to depart from the usual mist. It looked more like someone was deliberately manipulating the mist. Kraken looked at the Angor running ahead. Did he do this? Kraken recalled what Komara had said before. They only saw the humanoid creature's figure moving, but they did not sense the wind produced when he ran. This was very strange. While chasing after the Angor, Kraken also paid attention to the Angor movement. Nothing. The mist around the Angor didn't even move, let alone wind. It was as if the Angor didn't exist. Kraken couldn't help but wonder if Chimera was telling the truth. The Angor in front of him was just an illusion. Unlike Chimera and Lobel, Kraken wasn't as decisive as Chimera and Chimera. Even when he noticed something was wrong, Kraken still hesitated and didn't get rid of the Angor immediately. Because of this, when he approached Kraken, he still saw a giant squid chasing after him by releasing aura rings. Angor sighed in relief. It seemed he was right. Compared to the other wind generals, Kraken was more stubborn and slow. It was the right decision to deal with Kraken last. However, Kraken's stupidity wasn't entirely a good thing for Angor. It meant that he couldn't use the Angor method to deal with Kraken. As for tricks like the art of fear, it was also very difficult to be effective. When Angor learned fear, Sunders already told him that if the target was too slow or stupid, the fear wouldn't work. Instead, it might drive the target crazy. If Kraken really went crazy, it would count as some kind of emotional influence. But in reality, this was not of much use, because even when Kraken breathed, it was releasing a majestic aura ring, and its aura ring was a group attack with no blind spots. This meant that he couldn't find an opening to get close to Kraken. Instead, he would go crazy and make Kraken's air rings even more terrifying. For this reason, Angor couldn't find the best way to deal with Kraken right now. Since Harry would enter the battlefield at any time, Angor didn't have much time to think. He decided to face Kraken directly and look for an opening in the battle. Angor already decided to join the fight, but he still needed to find the right time to maximize his advantage. Soon, he found his chance. Kraken's phantom had reached the edge of the battlefield. There were no wind creatures around, which made it the best place to fight a talented wind creature like Kraken. Angor ordered the phantom to slow down. Kraken saw the phantom slowing down and thought it was exhausted. It took a deep breath and released an enormous air ring, which instantly increased its speed by several times. Kraken had just finished releasing the air ring, and there was a momentary opening. Angor's eyes lit up. He took the chance and dashed toward Kraken without hesitation. After a series of explosions, Angor was pushed back several hundred meters. He did see a gap in Kraken's aura ring, but the gap was very short. Even if he tried his best to get close to Kraken, a new aura ring would appear before he could even get close to Kraken. He had to retreat. Kraken also noticed Angor's sudden attack. It quickly looked back and saw Angor standing on the clouds in the distance. Kraken was surprised and looked back. The phantom was still there. There were two Angors? Huh? Kraken was confused, but it knew this was a rare opportunity. It controlled the hundreds of tentacles below the airbag to attack Angor. After several rounds, Angor was pushed back for another dozen meters. It wasn't because he was injured, but because he realized that Kraken's tentacles could also release air rings. Moreover, every tentacle could release air rings. One tentacle could release more than 10 air rings. With hundreds of tentacles attacking together, the number of air rings was simply shocking. More importantly, the aura rings did not affect Kraken's body at all. Even when the aura rings collided and caused a huge explosion in front of Kraken, Kraken remained unharmed. Angor, on the other hand, had no choice but to back away when he saw so many aura rings. Angor looked at Kraken, who was surrounded by countless aura rings, and sighed in relief. Although this king cuttlefish was not very bright, its talent was terrifying. If Angor was asked to evaluate the future of the three Gales, he would say that Lobel was a self-propelled cannon that could deal devastating damage to a single target. Komara was an attribute cannon that could not be used all the time, but it could be useful in certain situations. As for Kraken, it was a ground washer cannon that could attack multiple targets at any time. It might not be strong against targets, but it was the best weapon for cleaning up the ground. Bloodline wizards would have a much easier time facing such an enemy. Aura rings were powerful, but bloodline wizards would not get hurt because of their bloodline abilities. If Toby was here, it would be much easier for him to deal with Kraken, Angor sighed again. Toby could transform into a griffin, which was tough enough to ignore the aura rings. Angor, on the other hand, would definitely get hurt, even if he did not get seriously injured. While dodging, Angor tried to think of a way to deal with Kraken. However, at this moment, he received a second telepathic message from Elmi. Not long ago, Harry sent several gusts of wind to the mist battlefield, as if trying to contact the wind creatures here to ask about the situation. However, there was no response. Hurricane started to get anxious. When he was fighting with Elmi, he didn't pay as much attention to Elmi. Instead, he looked at the mist battlefield more frequently. Elmi guessed that Harry might have decided to enter the mist battlefield. Angor knew that Elmi would not do such a thing for no reason. Elmi must have realized that he could not stop Harry, which was why he sent the last warning to Angor. This meant that Angor did not have much time left. Angor took a deep breath. That's my only choice. After making up his mind, Angor looked at the giant squid in front of him and dashed toward it. Seeing this, Kraken quickly released an enormous aura ring. Angor did not back away like before. Instead, he tried his best to dodge while still charging at Kraken. He was still some distance away from Kraken, so he could still dodge the aura rings. However, as he got closer, the aura rings would become harder to dodge. When they were within 100 meters of Kraken, the aura rings released by the tentacles and the airbags would form an inescapable net to trap Angor. Even so, Angor did not back down. Angor was thinking of using a better method to find Kraken's weakness and control it while avoiding the aura rings. He was confident that he could come up with such a method. However, he did not have enough time. If Harry really entered the mist battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he decided to face Kraken's whiskers head-on. Even if he got hurt because he could not dodge the aura rings, he could still recover as long as his core was not damaged. The reality was similar to Angor's plan. He could dodge the aura rings when he was still far away from Kraken. However, as he got closer, the aura rings became harder to dodge. He tried his best to dodge in a small area, but he was still hit by one of the wind rings. The clothes on his right shoulder were torn apart, leaving a red patch on his shoulder. Seeing Angor hurt, Kraken became more excited and released more aura rings. At first, Angor did get hit by a few aura rings. However, as time went by, Kraken noticed that Angor's chances of getting hit were getting smaller and smaller. It would make sense if Angor stayed away from Kraken, but Angor was getting closer. The closer he got, the easier it was for the aura rings to hit him. While Kraken was puzzled, he did not notice that the aura around Angor was changing. End of chapter. The domain of wind is the temple of silence. It is the boundary of distance. It is the invisible string that allows one to perceive the world. As long as you become part of the wind, you will hear the whispers of the wind. Humph. You're just a pathetic human. How can you understand the grace of the wind? Fafnir's voice suddenly appeared in Angor's mind as he dodged the attacks from the wind and felt the howling of the wind. His dusty memories were unsealed by time. He returned to the days when Fafnir opened his shop in Resutran. As an abyssal dragon, Fafnir always maintained a wind field around him. Angor could always feel the flow of wind around him. At first, he didn't care about it. Then, he happily explored it. Then, Fafnir mercilessly attacked him. This was Angor's first encounter with the power of wind, and also his most profound understanding. Fafnir always used cold words to belittle Angor's understanding of wind as worthless. Angor himself didn't have much talent in the field of wind, so he only learned a little about it. In the end, he didn't learn anything about it. Before Resutran fell, Fafnir once said that Angor was barely qualified to study wind as a human. However, Angor wasn't a wind wizard, and he didn't know much about illusions either. He didn't have the time or energy to do so. Therefore, he had been stranded until now. Angor thought Fafnir was just trying to be nice before he left. But now, when he was surrounded by countless gusts of wind, he suddenly gained a deeper understanding of wind. Of course, even if he did learn something, it would not help him much at the moment. He couldn't become a fatty in one go. It would take him a long time to turn his understanding into practical knowledge. Still, he couldn't use it for now. But, his memories could help him greatly in a short time. What he meant by memory was the scene when he first opened the shop. He didn't think much of it back then. But now that he thought about it, he realized that it was a great fortune. As a peak abyssal dragon, Fafnir constantly stimulated the wind domain, and the wind domain was Fafnir's comprehension of wind. And this comprehension contained all of Fafnir's understanding of the wind sequence. Fortunately, he did not see the wind field on the battlefield. The wind field did not mean him any harm, so he could stay among the wind elementals and listen to the whispers of the wind. When he recalled the scene at that time, it was as if he was talking to Fafnir at that time. Whenever he was hit by Kraken's aura, Fafnir in his memory would mock and ridicule him, stabbing him in the heart with cold words. Every time he evaded the chi ring, Fafnir said indifferently, "This is the foundation, if you can't evade, then you won't have the face to see me." Angor kept moving forward and dodging Fafnir's sharp words. As the noise faded away, Angor realized that he was able to avoid a lot of auras. Of course, this wasn't an illusion he heard from Fafnir's curses. It was something he learned when he was talking to Fafnir while recalling Fafnir's elemental wind elemental. Thanks to this, Angor seemed to have grasped the structure of the wind. The closer he got to Kraken, the lower the chance of getting hit by an aura ring. However, this strange experience could not be maintained for too long. If there was no environment or pressure, he might not be able to experience it again. After all, memories were only memories. They did not exist in the real world. Still, it only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, which allowed Angor to avoid a lot of auras. Finally, he reached Kraken at a very small cost. He was now less than 10 meters away from Kraken's bell-like eyes. But he could not get any closer. Kraken was already back to normal. In addition to the aura rings, a large number of invisible but sharp wind thorns also appeared around its body. These thorns formed by the wind blades were like armor, densely covering every inch of Kraken's body. If Angor took one step closer, he would be attacked by all the wind thorns. Without the help of memory and Fafnir's advice, Angor would suffer more than just minor injuries if he touched the thorns. However, if he wanted to control Kraken, he had to get closer. 10 meters was still too far. Maybe this is the only chance I have. Angor looked at the giant squid and made a decision. If I don't want to miss this chance, I have to try this. He did not want to give up this rare chance. Next time, it would not be so easy for him to reach Kraken using recklessness. He took a deep breath and opened his right eye before Kraken could recover from its shock. The green tattoo around his right eye began to move after being nourished by the nightmare aura. Countless runes and structures appeared in his right eye. In Kraken's eyes, Angor's right eye had turned completely green. Moreover, an aura that made its heart palpitate spread out from its right eye. Under the pressure of this aura, Kraken hesitated for a moment. This short pause gave Angor a chance to cast his spell. He released the mental illusion model that he had constructed in his mind space through the casting channel. Previously, regardless of whether he was facing Chimera or Lobel, he had always used the most familiar fingertips to release the mental illusion model casting channel. But this time, the final outlet of his casting channel was his right eye. Since he needed to maintain the stability of his mana, he always chose the most familiar spot. He used to use the finger of his right hand because he was used to it. Also, the green tattoo on his right hand could provide nightmare energy. Changing the channel without careful consideration would greatly reduce the stability and success rate. If he failed, he might even suffer a backlash. But he still decided to do it. This was because he had tested it before. Activating the green pattern in his right eye and using his right eye as the casting channel would slightly increase the power of heart illusion. Even if it was only a slight improvement, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. While Angor was trying his best to maintain the flow of mana into his right eye, the entire illusion of the mist battlefield was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying hurricane. The hurricane swept away the clouds. A large amount of clouds and mist began to be blown away by the rhapsody of the hurricane. Even though Ormi did not send him any telepathic message, Angor already knew that Harry was finally going to attack the mist battlefield. Forcibly suppressing the irrelevant thoughts in his mind, he focused all his mental and physical efforts on maintaining the flood outlet of his right eye. He knew that this attack would decide the outcome of the battle. When he gave it his all, he could no longer hear the wind or see the illusions in front of him. The only thing left in his world was the green tattoo, which was growing like a green water plant in a gentle wave. When the water plant reached every corner of his eye, a ball of light floated up from the bottom of the pool. Its light was very weak, but it illuminated the dark pool of dead water. When the ball of light broke through the surface of the dead pool, several soft green lines seemed to have been summoned and gently wrapped around the ball of light, causing the originally weak light to suddenly blossom with bright and beautiful colors. And this was the illusory heart force that was enhanced by his right eye. When the illusion model leaped out of his right eye and pierced through Kraken's windthorn armor at an incredible speed, Angor finally let out a sigh of relief. He did it. It might be a little dramatic to succeed at the last moment. But it was not. Angor rarely used his right eye to cast spells, and that was when he was in a battle. Back in the ruin, Angor used his right eye countless times to study the green tattoo on his right eye. Because he always cast slowly and calmly, he did not make a single mistake. Because of that, he had the foundation to cast spells in a battle. Otherwise, everything would be pointless. In terms of the accumulation of strength, building castles in the air sounded wonderful, but it would only appear in dreams. When the illusion model reached Kraken's forehead, which was about 10 meters away from him, the expanding airbag and the dancing tentacles above Kraken's head slowly stopped moving. This meant Kraken had been controlled by the illusion. Finally, Angor moved his stiff body. Following a series of cracking noises, the pain of being torn apart and dislocated bones flooded his body like a tidal wave. Even someone as patient as Angor could not help but groan in pain. After all, what seemed like a light injury to him was actually a fatal injury to the other acolytes. He cast heal on himself and felt a little better. Then he slowly walked to Kraken's side and prepared to fix the last corner of the illusion. The mist around them was getting thinner and thinner. Harry's hurricane was starting to show its power. But Angor was not afraid anymore. Facing the strong wind, he set Kraken as the last corner of the illusion. As soon as his fingertip touched the ground, the entire mist battlefield began to change drastically. The mist that was blown away by the wind came back again. No matter how hard Harry tried, he could not disperse the mist this time. The clouds and mist were getting thicker and thicker than before Harry's intervention. When Harry's hurricane could not even move the most basic mist, it meant the illusion in the mist battlefield had undergone a qualitative change. At this point, it would not be easy for Harry to break out of the illusion. Only when he used up all the energy from the 3 nodes could he break the illusion. The 3 nodes represented the 3 wind generals. In this sea of clouds where wind energy could be replenished at any time, it would not be easy for Harry to deplete the energy of the 3 wind generals. Of course, Harry could enter the mist, find the 3 wind generals, and kill them one by one to break the illusion. However, it was definitely not worth it for Harrican. With that done, Angor dusted his hands and gave Kraken a gentle push. The king cuttlefish, which was as huge as a mountain, was pushed into the fog and finally disappeared. After that, Kraken, Chimera, and Lobel would float in the fog and maintain the triangular structure at all times, maintaining the illusion until the end of the battle. Looking at the direction where Kraken disappeared, Angor could almost hear Sunders scolding him. If Sunders knew that Angor risked his life to send the illusion into Kraken's body, Sunders would probably curse him out loud. Even if he put himself in Sunders' shoes, he still felt that his battle today was humiliating. This was his karma for not having enough foundation. It could not be helped. His foundation was still too short. If he had another 5 or 10 years to settle down, he would be able to slowly make up for it. Angor shook his head. He would use a teleportation array to go back to the tidal realm and continue his training after this. His clothes were already torn apart by the shockwave, so he had to change. This time, he changed into the moon and star wizard robe he wore when he was teaching at Xianxia Academy. He preferred to wear a gentleman's robe, but since the clothes in his bracelet were all mortal clothes, he had to make do with this robe. After changing into the robe, Angor looked toward the south of the battlefield. When Hurricane realized that the hurricane could not sweep away the mist, he did not hesitate. He immediately stopped his useless tricks and did not bother with Earl anymore. Instead, he rushed into the mist battlefield. From this point of view, Harry seemed to value his companions very much. Even though he was not sure about the situation in the mist battlefield and did not know if there was any danger, he still barged in without hesitation. Angor believed that Harry would not choose to kill the 3 Wind Generals. If that was the case, they would have plenty of time to prepare. Angor glanced at the direction where Harry entered. Instead of going there to fight, he flashed and appeared on the other side of the battlefield. A few wisps of green smoke appeared in the fog, and a faint shadow with a blue lantern on its head dispersed from the smoke. It was Elmi. Under the effect of nightmare illusion, Elmi could walk through the battlefield as if it was flat ground. However, Elmi was not the controller of the illusion. Even if she could enter and leave the battlefield freely, she still knew nothing about the layout of the place. Now that he had decided to deal with Harry, he had to tell Elmi everything that happened in the illusion to prevent any accidents from happening. Next, he asked Elmi about Hurricane's ability. Only by knowing more about Harry's abilities could he find a better way to deal with the monster. Elmi sent the image of its fight against Hurricane to Angor through telepathy. A few miles away from the mist battlefield, the black python that had been holding its head high in the clouds was now listless. There were many holes in its body that were leaking ghastly wind. Once all the ghastly wind in its body leaked out, it would take a long time to recover even if its elemental core was not destroyed by Toby. Moreover, the black elemental core in the hole in its abdomen was already exposed to Toby. The python's eyes were filled with confusion, reflecting the light of the flames. It had never thought that it would end up like this. It was just following Sir Harry's arrangement to take back Fewett. Seeing the flame spit out by the griffin rushing towards its core, the python's eyes were filled with despair. It knew that the moment the flame touched the elemental core, its consciousness would reach its end. It had thought of self-destructing, but the ghastly wind in its body had leaked out by 60 to 70%. The power of self-destruction had begun to decrease. The flame griffin seemed to have expected this and always maintained the safest distance from it. This kind of self-destruction was meaningless. Forget it, so be it. Welcome the home of the wind. At the last moment of its life, the python's eyes finally showed a trace of calmness. On the distant gondola, Anoto, who was locked in a yellow sand cage, suddenly burst into tears and turned his head to the other side. He could not bear to see the python die. Even though this black python was not in the same camp as them, it was still a descendant of the wind. Its heart supported Toby's actions, but it could not suppress the sadness that escaped from the depths of its spirituality. Seeing that the dust of this battle was about to settle, even the python had given up hope of survival. However, at this moment, a melodious sound of a zither unexpectedly floated into their ears. As the sound of the zither floated over, the flames that rushed towards the black python were blocked by an invisible wall of wind. I didn't die? The python was stunned. It did not expect to survive at the last moment. Perhaps even it did not expect the situation to take such a turn. For a moment, it did not think of leaving quickly. Instead, it stood there in a daze. Toby looked at the invisible wall of wind, and a wisp of fire appeared in his red eyes. He angrily turned towards the sound of the zither. In the gloomy clouds far away, a black dot was flying towards them at an astonishing speed. It's not easy for a descendant of the wind to be born. Please show mercy. Before the figure could be seen, the voice had already arrived. The gentle tone didn't soothe Toby's heart. It flung the burning mane on its neck, and the flames turned into a cage with no logical power under the guidance of the sequence of gravity. After locking the dying black python into the cage, Toby turned into a flaming arrow and charged towards the black dot in the distance. The black dot that spoke was Soft Wind Uranus, who had just arrived from Wind Island. He was also stunned when he saw Toby, who was charging at him aggressively. Why was this griffin, which resembled the former ruler of the tidal realm, suddenly attacking it? If it was because of saving the python, wasn't it about to go over and explain? They didn't even have a single word of disagreement, yet they wanted to start a war so decisively. Although Soft Wind Uranus had a lot to say in his heart, facing Toby's violent power, he had to focus on dealing with it. However, soft wind Uranus did not regard Toby as an enemy. Even if he had seen the cub of White Cloud Village, Anoto, being shackled in a cage, he still did not want to and could not be Toby's enemy. He was different from the ignorant Harry. As an old antique that had survived the ancient cataclysm, he had seen the first ruler after the cataclysm, Calamonkes, with his own eyes. Whether it was Toby's appearance or his real body, he was exactly the same as that ruler. As a former subordinate of Calamonkes, before he figured out the relationship between Toby and Calamonkes, he could not be an enemy. Because of this, facing Toby's fierce attacks, soft wind Uranus did not make any counterattack. Instead, he dodged while playing the harp, hoping to use the gentle power of music to calm down the angry Toby. However, the more Toby fought, the angrier he became. Firstly, soft wind Uranus had already determined that the intruder was Harry's companion. Otherwise, why would he save the python? Secondly, the anger he showed on the outside was more due to the special aura that came with this body. In fact, soft wind Uranus was not angry at all. On the contrary, soft wind Uranus played the harp while dealing with soft wind Uranus, which made soft wind Uranus a little angry. Was soft wind Uranus looking down on soft wind Uranus? The difference in information between the two sides, as well as the difference in understanding, led to the trend of the fight becoming more and more intense. However, no matter what, soft wind Uranus was an elemental monarch that had lived for thousands of years. If one were to quantify the strength of a wizard, they would have reached the pinnacle of a level 1 truthfinder. Even if they hadn't broken through the barrier of a level 2 truthfinder, their control over the wind element was stronger than a level 2 truthfinder wizard. Not to mention, they were currently in the midst of the Sea of Clouds, a place that greatly boosted the strength of wind-type creatures. Therefore, even if Toby had mastered the sequence of gravity, he still could not touch soft wind Uranus from beginning to end. It was not that Toby was slower than soft wind Uranus. It was just that Toby was not as good as soft wind Uranus when it came to moving within a limited range. Toby was not hurt physically, but his heart was hurt. This kind of fight made him feel very frustrated. Stop. We can talk calmly. Toby also heard soft wind Uranus's call, but he was not happy to see soft wind Uranus dodging while playing the harp, so he just kept swinging his tail. A few minutes later, Do Tangjak endured the howling wind and drifted close to them. He yelled, "Mr. Toby, you misunderstood. That is soft wind Uranus." It was only then that Toby slowly stopped. In fact, during the battle, Toby had already guessed the identity of the other party from the gentle wind. However, due to some psychological reasons, he did not stop. Do Tangjak's words became Toby's excuse, so Toby took the opportunity to walk down. Toby was still a little unhappy after he stopped. He snorted at soft wind Uranus, turned into a grey mist, and flew back to Gondola. A minute later, soft wind Uranus and Do Tangjak arrived at Gondola as well. Soft wind Uranus first looked at the python trapped in the fire cage before he came to Gondola. Looking at Gondola's beautiful creation, wind Uranus became even more cautious. However, before wind Uranus could get on Gondola, Toby stopped him with his foot and stopped him from getting on. No one understood what Toby meant, but Toby's henchman, Dankros, seemed to have realized something. "Your Highness, this ship belongs to Mr. Pat." Without Angor's permission, soft wind Uranus could not get on the ship, even if he was the king of White Cloud Village. Gentle Wind realized that Angor was a human just like Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong once told him that the human world was complicated and full of rules, so Gentle Wind could accept it if Angor had to follow the human's rules. What soft wind Uranus did not know was that Angor did not set the rules. Toby was simply trying to get back at him. Soft wind. "Your Highness." While soft wind Uranus was waiting outside Gondola, a weak and hesitant voice came from inside the sand cage. Soft wind Uranus looked over and saw little Whirlwind crying in the cage. He sighed and said gently, "I know you. You are called Anoto, right?" 5 minutes later, soft wind Uranus had a rough understanding of the current situation from Anto's mouth. He was finally able to put down the heavy stone in his heart. He thought Toby and the human called Angor came here with bad intentions, which was why they took Anoto and the other wind elves as hostages. Just a second ago, soft wind Uranus was wondering if there was a way to resolve the grudge. But now, it seemed that Angor did not have to worry about that. Angor came here with good intentions, and he was forced to fight against Harry's group. Uranus looked at Toby apologetically. I didn't understand this situation before, and I stopped you for no reason. This is my fault. Toby was protecting the wind elves on Gondola. Soft Wind Uranus suddenly used a wind wall to block Toby's way. Toby humphed and looked away. He did not want to talk to Soft Wind Uranus. If Angor was not looking for this zither-playing poser, Soft Wind Uranus would have kicked him out already. Uranus looked a little embarrassed. After a long time, he said, "How about you continue to kill this python, Mr. Toby? I won't stop you this time." Toby humphed but did not move. This is an internal battle between wind elementalists. Soft Wind Uranus did not want to waste his energy. Now, Soft Wind Uranus was not going to do anything. Toby's sudden arrogance made Soft Wind Uranus unable to figure out what was going on. Then, let me handle it. Toby didn't say anything. He simply flapped his burning wings and withdrew the cage of flames, indicating his stance. Uranus let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand gently. A few seconds later, a group of wind creatures that were hiding somewhere emerged from the clouds and took the black python away. Soft Wind Uranus wanted to talk to Toby about calamonkeys, but since Toby did not want to talk about it, he had to put it aside for now. Perhaps he could only learn more about this human named Angor after meeting him. Thinking about Angor, Soft Wind Uranus looked at the thick mist in the distance. Unlike when he was talking to Toby, Soft Wind Uranus was looking at the mist with a serious expression. According to Dankros and Anoto, Soft Wind Uranus believed that Angor was the one who set up the mist. Moreover, Angor was able to trap Hurricane and dozens of his subordinates in the mist all by himself. This kind of ability was really unimaginable. Hurricane was a strong contender for the title of Storm Monarch in the previous generation. He also had 3 powerful wind generals and dozens of subordinates who could control hurricanes. Yet even such a powerful force couldn't escape from the mist. Soft Wind Uranus had already sent his subordinates into the mist to investigate. However, once they stepped into the mist, all connections were cut off. There was clearly a terrifying gale blowing in the foggy battlefield, but it was as if there was a special cover that completely digested the wind, preventing it from blowing into the outside world. What's going on inside? What happened to that human named Angor? Also, what happened to Hurricane and his subordinates? What should we do now, Professor Camus? Soft Wind Uranus asked. Under the watchful eyes of Gondola, a faint green shadow appeared beside Soft Wind Uranus. This green shadow looked very blurry, and they couldn't see its face clearly. However, from the call of Soft Wind Uranus, they knew that this person who suddenly appeared should be the sage of White Cloud Village, Camus. Camus looked at the hesitant Uranus and sighed, "Your Highness, I think." Before he could finish his sentence, Soft Wind Uranus spoke again, "Professor Camus, should I go in and take a look?" Camus frowned. "Your Highness, at the moment, Soft Wind Uranus, do you think so too?" "Camus? Who do you think? Who are you talking to? Didn't you just call my name?" Soft Wind Uranus gently plucked the strings of the harp. His narrow but soft eyebrows gently drooped down. "Well, I think so too. There's no other way." This time, not only Camus, but also Dankros, Anoto, Jack, and the others were all confused. Who was this gentle wind monarch talking to? What was he thinking? Even Toby was looking at Soft Wind Uranus in a different way. So, he's an idiot. If you say so, Professor Camus, I'll go in and have a look. No matter what, Hurricane's target is White Cloud Village. If Mr. Pat gets hurt because of this, I'll be the one who will feel the most guilty. After Soft Wind Uranus finished speaking, he didn't care about the surprised looks on everyone's faces. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the foggy battlefield. With Soft Wind Uranus' explosive power, no one could stop him once he decided to leave. Toby activated the sequence of gravity and chased after Soft Wind with all his might. However, he did not expect Soft Wind Uranus to answer his own question and leave without any warning. In the blink of an eye, Soft Wind Uranus had already rushed into the foggy battlefield and disappeared. Seeing that Her Highness Soft Wind had already disappeared into the distance, Dankros turned his head and said in a daze, "Just now, what exactly did Her Highness Soft Wind and Sage Camus say?" Anoto was also confused. "Yeah, what did they say?" Camus stood aside and listened to the little guys on the gondola. He also wanted to ask himself the same question: what did His Highness say in his mind? What did he say in His Highness' mind? Just as Professor Camus said, the wind here is in a special state. As soon as gentle wind entered the mist battlefield, he sensed a completely different aura. There was still wind here, but it felt like the wind had been divided into countless segments. All he could feel was the wind around him. If he took a few more steps forward, the familiar wind would change again. It was as if the entire misty battlefield was in an unstable space. With every step, it would be teleported to a different location. It wasn't a complete and continuous path. Because of this, the wind he sensed was also very limited. However, even if the wind he sensed was intermittent, it did not mean it was cut off. The nature of the wind was still connected. The reason for the current situation was most likely due to the interference of an external force. As for what kind of power it was, gentle wind Uranos already had a vague answer in his heart after combining the words of Dankros and the information about the sorcerer world from Mr. Foam. He paused for a moment and controlled a gentle wind to send a message outside. However, when the wind entered the mist, it did not leave the battlefield. Instead, it disappeared. Gentle wind seemed to have expected this. He considered for a moment and decided not to do any more experiments. Instead, he walked deeper into the mist. Gentle wind did not run into any danger on his way. However, there was only mist in front and behind him, as if he had entered a cage made of mist. If gentle wind could not tell the different scents of the wind, he would have thought that he was not moving at all. Gentle wind kept walking. It looked like he was walking randomly, but in fact, he was walking randomly. Gentle wind had a general idea of what to look for. He just did not have the right time yet, so he decided to walk around first and use his feet to measure the strange mist. After walking for about 3 minutes, gentle wind stopped. It's a familiar wind, but not a familiar place. Soft wind Uranus's eyes were filled with joy. Unlike other people who were trapped in the illusion and couldn't escape, its understanding of the wind was far beyond that of the illusionist. Therefore, even though he had taken into account all the factors such as energy flow, elemental distribution, and so on, which might confuse 99% of the people trapped in the illusion, he could still find some clues in front of the real wind. Just like now, soft wind Uranus smelled a familiar wind after walking for a long time. From the familiar wind, he could sense the path that the wind had traveled. Even if the illusion was constantly changing, the essence of the wind would never change. As for it, all it needed to do was to encounter the wind along the way and gradually understand the entire illusion. This was also gentle wind's idea. As it turned out, it was feasible. When it smelled the familiar wind, its mood gradually became relaxed. It followed the path of the wind and continued to move forward. After another 5 minutes, soft wind had formed a blurry wind track in Uranos' mind. Many scenes in the wind track appeared before its eyes. In this incomplete image, it finally saw something other than the mist. It was a wind creature with a greenish-black wind eye. Uranus had never seen a wind creature like this on Wind Island before. Without a doubt, it was one of Harry's subordinates to conquer Wind Island. This wind eye quietly stayed in the fog, looking left and right, as if it was waiting for something. Gentle wind Uranus thought for a moment and turned into an invisible gust of wind. It followed the wind track and flew to the eye. When it stepped out of the mist, the eye of the eye looked excited. It couldn't help but welcome the newcomer. However, when the wind eye saw that it was gentle wind Uranus, its eyes were filled with disappointment. "So it's your highness soft wind." Although Wind Eye was very disappointed, he couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. If it had encountered other wind elemental creatures in the White Cloud Village, it might not have had a good time. However, if it was soft wind Uranus, as long as it did not provoke it, it would not make things difficult for a small character like it. The eye of the eye was right. Gentle wind Uranus didn't want to deal with the eye of the eye. It came to ask about the mist battlefield. The eye of the eye didn't hide anything and told gentle wind Uranus everything. It also hoped that gentle wind Uranus could take it away from here. Even if it was taken to Wind Island, it would accept it. However, gentle wind Uranus couldn't go out by himself, let alone take the eye of the eye. Therefore, after listening to the experience of the eye of the eye, it turned and left. There were 2 reasons why it left in such a hurry. Firstly, the wind eye did not bring any useful information. It only confirmed the identity of the power that enveloped this foggy battlefield. Secondly, it smelled the familiar wind again. Furthermore, this time, it saw a familiar figure in the path of the wind. It was Chimera, one of Harry's 4 wind generals. The wind track told gentle wind Uranus that Chimera was always moving. If it didn't go there quickly, Chimera might leave the track again. A few seconds later, the gentle wind Uranus finally saw the huge 3-headed creature that looked like a small hill in the distance. It was Chimera. Gentle wind Uranus approached Chimera and wanted to talk to it. However, when it got closer, it noticed that Chimera wasn't able to move freely like the eye of the wind. It seemed that the eye of the eye had fallen into some kind of illusion and ignored everything around it. It only moved along with the wind and moved around the battlefield subconsciously. Soft wind Uranus carefully observed Chimera's situation, and then he discovered something that made him a little scared. After it entered the misty battlefield, it immediately sensed some kind of energy that enveloped the misty battlefield. After some evidence and its own deduction, it could roughly tell that the misty battlefield should be enveloped by a powerful illusion. In other words, the mist battlefield was an illusion created by the human named Angor. At first, gentle wind Uranus thought that Angor was constantly releasing his own energy to maintain the illusion. But when he saw Chimera, he realized that he was wrong. Gentle wind Uranus sensed that Chimera's aura was connected to the illusion. Angor was the one who created the illusion, but it wasn't Angor who maintained it. It was Chimera. With just Chimera's strength, perhaps it was still a bit lacking. Perhaps other than Chimera, the other wind generals had all become similar energy providers. If that was the case, gentle wind Uranus thought of a way to get rid of the illusion. If he directly erased these energy suppliers, there would be no follow-up energy supply, and the illusion would naturally disappear. But how to do that? If gentle wind Uranus didn't know how to create illusions, there was only one way: kill the energy providers. Thinking of this, soft wind Uranus could not help but gasp. Now that Harry was also trapped in the mist illusion, it believed that with Harry's strength, if he met Chimera in the mist battlefield, he would definitely be able to see the information. Perhaps Angor left the illusion for Harry on purpose. If Harry wanted to leave without Angor's help, he would have to kill his closest subordinates one by one. Such a cruel method. Professor Camus was right. Human wizards really shouldn't be messed with. Not only are they ruthless, but they also want their enemies to cut off their own flesh. Huh? Did Professor Camus say that? Or Calamonkeys? Gentle wind Uranus didn't care who told him that. When he saw Chimera, he already decided not to offend Angor no matter what. Gentle wind Uranus looked at Chimera, who was now controlled by the illusion and didn't know what it was doing. Instead, he gave the creature a sympathetic look and left. Chimera didn't just tell him that Chimera was an illusion node. Gentle wind Uranus also sensed an extension of illusion energy from Chimera. Gentle wind Uranus believed that if he followed the energy, he might be able to find other illusion nodes. It planned to go to the other nodes to see if its guess was right. Did all the wind generals become illusion nodes? Also, gentle wind Uranus had a hunch that Harry might have found out about the illusion nodes as well. As long as gentle wind Uranus could find Harry, Angor would be able to see him soon. 5 minutes later, gentle wind Uranus found the giant mountain floating in the mist, Kraken. Just as gentle wind Uranus expected, Kraken was also one of the nodes. After leaving Kraken, gentle wind Uranus continued to follow the path of illusion energy from Kraken. This time, it took gentle wind Uranus about 10 minutes to find the last illusion node. When he arrived at the illusion node created by the 3-headed poodle, gentle wind Uranus saw the 2 targets he had been looking for ever since he entered the illusion. Angor, who gentle wind Uranus wasn't sure of. And Harry, who gentle wind Uranus believed came with malicious intentions. When Angor and Elmi found Harry, gentle wind Uranus already found the illusion node created by Lobel. However, just as he had guessed before, Hurricane didn't do anything to Lorber. Gentle wind Uranus already knew that Lobel was an important node in the illusion. Gentle wind Uranus simply stood near Lobel and waited patiently. Gentle wind Uranus believed that Angor, the creator of the illusion, would come for him. Since Harry wouldn't harm his closest friend, the only way to break the illusion was to kill Angor, the creator of the illusion. Gentle wind Uranus waited patiently. and Angor did show up. However, Elmi, who had recovered to his peak condition, was also waiting for him. There was almost no difference between Hurricane and Elmi in terms of level. Elmi, on the other hand, was much stronger than Harry in terms of fighting ability. Elmi alone was already too much for Hurricane to handle, not to mention Angor's help. Angor came with Elmi. His main job was to keep Hurricane busy so that he couldn't let Hurricane escape. But this time, Harry wasn't planning to run away either. His closest friend was behind him. Only by winning this battle could they find a way to free the three Wind Generals. For Harry, this was a battle that he couldn't afford to back down. However, no matter how determined Harry was, he still couldn't make up for the gap in strength between them. The battle was completely one-sided. Even without Angor's help, Elmi was already suppressing Harry. Besides, Angor was also controlling illusions to keep Harry busy. It didn't sound friendly to fight 2 against 1 when they already had the upper hand. However, Angor wasn't a man who cared about integrity. Since they were already enemies, he didn't need to drag out the fight if he could use an easier way to win. Besides, Angor also maintained his bottom line. At least, he didn't use Lobel as bait to weaken Harry's strength. The battle soon reached its climax. As expected, Harry's energy had been depleted over and over again, and he was on the verge of death. By now, both Angor and Elmi were more alert than ever. Fighting Harry head-on was a competition of strength. But when pushing Harry to his limit, they had to be careful. Every elemental creature had a trump card that could turn a table upside down, elemental self-destruction. If Harry chose to self-destruct, Elmi would be the only one who could survive. Even if he could, he would suffer serious injuries. Of course, it was easy for them to run away. However, they still had to keep a distance from Harry so that he wouldn't die together with them. Angor and Elmi began to be careful. Harry knew what they were thinking. Even if he wanted to self-destruct now, he wouldn't be able to hurt them. Harry didn't want to self-destruct because Lobel was right behind him. He was destined to lose. Lobel, on the other hand, was treated as an illusion node, but he didn't suffer too much damage. Perhaps he still had a chance to survive. Because of this, Harry didn't self-destruct at the last moment. When his elemental core was exposed, Harry closed his eyes. He knew that the dust would settle soon. He had already released the wind and stopped struggling. The only thing he hoped for now was that his subordinates could survive. While Harry was waiting for his death, Angor suddenly stopped his attack. It wasn't because he was being merciful. It was because the person hiding in the mist was doing something. Angor turned around and saw a man holding a harp walking out of the mist. He had a handsome face with long pointy ears, just like an elf. His eyes were faintly blue, as if there was a blue sky in his eyes. He looked just like a real human being. However, Angor knew that he wasn't a human. He was a wind creature. Also, judging from the soft wind around him and the harp, Angor already knew who he was. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the reason why he came to White Cloud Village, Gentle Wind Uranus. You don't want me to kill it? Angor already sensed Gentle Wind's arrival. However, the creature had been hiding, so Angor pretended not to notice. He thought Gentle Wind would stay hidden until the battle was over. Angor did not expect Gentle Wind to show up halfway. If Gentle Wind chose this moment to show up, it must have something to ask. Considering the current situation, it was not hard to guess what it was. On the other side, Gentle Wind Uranus was a little surprised by the question. Angor did not mention its identity. He only asked the question casually, but Gentle Wind knew that Angor must have already recognized it. Angor's question was cold and emotionless. Perhaps it was a multiple-choice question, or a statement, Soft Wind Uranus sighed in his heart. He was a little regretful that he did not bring Master Camus with him. Camus was wise enough to know what to say at this moment without offending Angor and saving Harry's life. Yes, Gentle Wind did not want Harry to die. Although Harry came with malicious intent, Soft Wind Uranus knew that as wind creatures, even if one of them was defeated, they wouldn't do anything to the core members of the Wind Elemental Alliance. It was a delicate balance, but also a tacit understanding between the two races. No matter if it was Soft Wind Uranus or Harry Ken, they were both the pillars of the wind creatures. Ordinary wind creatures couldn't compare to them. They were the pillars of the wind tribe. If any one of them collapsed, the Wind tribe, which was already in a precarious situation, would become even weaker. And once they were weakened, other elemental creatures would surely attack them mercilessly. When that happened, even the verdant plain, which was like a brother to White Cloud Village, would become a predator. This tacit understanding was not only shared by wind creatures, but also other elemental creatures. Gentle Wind did not mind watching Angor kill other wind creatures. However, when Harry was about to die, Gentle Wind still wanted to save him. Yes. As a wind creature, I can't bear to see him fall. Please forgive me, Mr. Pat. Gentle Wind bowed to Angor. He knew he was not good with words. He only hoped that Angor could see his sincerity through Mr. Feng's human etiquette. Seeing Gentle Wind bowing to him, Angor was a little surprised as well. It had seen a few monarchs from the Tide Realm. The others might have some quirks, but at least they looked dignified. This soft wind monarch, on the other hand, didn't have the dignified aura of a monarch. Furthermore, soft wind Uranus was very special. Not only did they look like humans, but they also behaved like humans. Also, Gentle Wind and the harp in Uranus' hand. Angor could tell that it was made by a human. The traces of human life were completely exposed on soft wind Uranus. Maybe it was because of Feng's influence. Alanos assumed that Angor had something else in mind since he didn't get an answer. Or maybe Angor wanted something else? Thinking about the principles mentioned by Mr. Feng, it seemed to understand. Of course, it's a little rude to ask you to let it go for nothing. As the leader of White Cloud Village, I will definitely give you a satisfactory compensation. Angor's mind was still wandering. He didn't expect Gentle Wind to suddenly mention compensation. Looking at Gentle Wind's thoughtful eyes, Angor had a strange feeling that the creature might have misunderstood something. When he first asked Uranus, he didn't expect Uranus to say anything. He just wanted to do him a favor. After all, this was someone else's territory. Angor could at least respect the owner's opinion. Besides, he also had something to ask of Gentle Wind. Of course, he wanted to use this chance to do Gentle Wind a favor so that he could carry out his task better. However, he did not know what Alanos the Gentle Wind was imagining, that he was a man with endless needs. Angor knew that Gentle Wind misunderstood him, but he didn't try to correct it. He only wanted to do Gentle Wind a small favor. Now, it seemed that he could get something bigger in return. Why not? At most, he would change his image a little. Sure. Angor nodded calmly. Gentle Wind's eyes brightened up. It let out a long sigh of relief. It was worried that Angor would raise the price. After all, someone who could turn the 3 wind generals into illusion nodes was not easy to negotiate with. However, Angor agreed so easily, which made Gentle Wind feel like it was a great bargain. Gentle Wind's expression brightened up. Then I'll deal with Harry? Angor nodded nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Gentle Wind walked to Harry's side. Harry heard their conversation, and its despairing eyes brightened up. It was not afraid of death, but it didn't want to die if it could. When soft wind Uranus was dealing with Harry, he didn't talk to Harry directly. Instead, he used the wind to communicate with him secretly. Angor noticed this too, but he didn't care. It didn't matter if the wind was criticizing him in their minds. Compared to that, Angor was more interested in the reason why Gentle Wind saved Harry's life. Angor didn't know about the mutual understanding between wind creatures, so he could only conclude that it was Gentle Wind's personal behavior. After all, whether it was Mr. Magoo or Wise Man Bitter Platinum, they all said that Gentle Wind Uranus was a gentle person. Gentle to the extreme could turn someone into a Virgin Mary. In Angor's opinion, Gentle Wind saved Harry's life because it suddenly overflowed with the heart of a Virgin Mary. If Angor knew the real reason why Gentle Wind saved Harry's life, he would definitely stop calling Gentle Wind a Virgin Mary. However, he would still scoff at it. Mutual understanding between wind creatures? Worried about being invaded by other elemental creatures? When the tidal realm was still a sealed world, these conflicts might have become the main topic of war in the tidal realm. However, once the tidal realm opened up, the conflicts on the outside would quickly unify the tidal realm. When that happened, the conflicts between elemental creatures would quickly decrease, and the conflicts between elemental creatures and outsiders would quickly escalate. Angor planned to maintain a good relationship between Brute Cavern and the tidal realm so that the humans and elemental creatures in Brute Cavern could live in harmony. However, Brute Cavern still couldn't monopolize this world. There would always be outsiders coming in. Even if Brute Cavern set up rules, there would always be people who wanted to break the rules. When that happened, a lot of external conflicts would arise due to race, interests, civilization, and needs. The increase of external factors would lead to fewer internal conflicts. Therefore, Gentle Wind didn't need to worry about Harry's death and the collapse of the Wind Creature's pillar. However, Gentle Wind didn't know about the future yet, so he could only act according to the current situation. At the center of the Black Whirlwind. Perhaps the secret conversation between Uranus and Harken worked. Harken did not resist. Eventually, the Black Whirlwind gradually disappeared, and Harken's huge body was confined by Uranus into a small green translucent bottle. The bottle wasn't a real object. It was a special cage created by Gentle Wind using his own wind. Harry was now a small black-spotted halfling inside the bottle. At first glance, he looked like an elf trapped in a magic lamp in a fairy tale. Gentle Wind brought the bottle to Angor and showed him the bottle to show his gratitude. Inside the small bottle, Harken also looked at Angor. Harry's fierce look was replaced by a coward when he saw Angor's calm eyes. Harry was confident that he could defeat Angor in a one-on-one fight, so he did not want to accept Angor's victory. However, when he looked into Angor's eyes, he suddenly realized that the human creature he had been looking down upon all this time did not seem to care about him at all. Harken knew that this was not contempt, but a kind of indifference from the bottom of his heart. It was as if they didn't care about the same situation at all. In the end, Harry did not dare to look into Angor's eyes again. Instead, he was taken into Gentle Wind's pocket. After putting away Harken, Soft-Wind Uranus looked at Lauber on the other side. The three-headed poodle's eyes were still dazed. He was still trapped in his illusion. Gentle Wind looked at Lobel's tail. He knew who Lobel was, and he also knew that Lobel's tail looked like a wise man. It wasn't easy for a wise man to be born. Gentle Wind wanted to beg for mercy for Lobel, but he already asked for Harry's mercy before. He was not close enough to Angor to ask for mercy again, so he didn't have the right to do so. For this reason, Gentle Wind gave up. However, there were still so many wind creatures in the illusion, including Lobel. Gentle Wind wanted to know what Angor was going to do with them. There are still many wind creatures from Storm Mountain. How do you plan to deal with them, Mr.? Gentle Wind asked. Angor glanced at Gentle Wind Uranus in surprise. He had already begun to think of Gentle Wind as the Virgin Mary. According to the Holy Mother's personality and behavior, shouldn't she be pleading for mercy now? But judging from Gentle Wind's words, it seemed that Gentle Wind was going to let Angor deal with the trapped wind creatures. Was Gentle Wind really going to let them go? Or was Gentle Wind trying to trick him? Angor wasn't sure what was going on with Gentle Wind, but he already had a plan for how to deal with the wind creatures. The wind creatures showed great hostility toward Angor and his companions from the beginning. If they were strong enough, they would have been killed already. Angor could forgive one or two of them for Gentle Wind's sake, but he didn't plan to forgive all of them. Since Gentle Wind was implying that Angor would let him deal with them, Angor decided to do as he wished. Angor didn't hide his plan and told Gentle Wind how to deal with the wind creatures. Killing them directly was not only a waste, but also unnecessary. What he really wanted was to make full use of the remaining value of the treasures. His first thought was to find an elemental partner among the wind creatures. He needed a fire elemental partner more, but he still needed to study wind element in the future. It wouldn't be a bad idea to find one in advance. But on second thought, he decided against it. Elemental companions required telepathy. Some wizards even had to attach their elemental companions to their own body when they wanted to cultivate their elemental body. This required a very high degree of trust. Of course, this was a special case. Most wizards would only let their elemental spirits possess them when they slowly cultivated them. But it also proved that a wizard and an elemental needed to trust each other. Angor didn't think he could find such a person among the wind creatures. After putting aside his idea of finding an elemental partner for now, Angor considered for a moment and decided to make use of the wind creature's value by signing a contract with them. It wasn't a symbiotic contract like the one he used for elemental partners. It was Ding Yuan's Mork Oath. The core of Ding Yuan's Mork Oath was, fulfill all requests of the other party while preserving your personal freedom and potential. Under the influence of the oath, Angor could make the elemental creatures do as he wished. He could also slowly infuse his will and the value of Brute Cavern into the tidal realm creatures. If necessary, he could even use them as a blade to do some cleaning work for him. Gentle Wind Uranus sighed in relief. At least Angor didn't want to kill the wind creatures. That was good enough. However, after knowing the details of Ding Yuan's Morko vow, Soft Wind Uranus frowned and said, I'm very grateful for your kindness, sir, but I don't think many wind creatures will agree to this contract. Why? Ding Yuan's Mork Oath was already very lenient. The fact that he didn't use the Oath of Rod was already very generous. Because, there whined, following Gentle Wind Uranus' explanation, Angor began to understand what Gentle Wind meant. Among all elemental creatures, wind creatures were the ones who pursued freedom the most. Ding Yuan's Mork Oath might seem lenient, but it was definitely a mental torture for these creatures who pursued freedom. Even if he didn't ask them to do anything, the oath was still like a chain that shackled their lives and constantly consumed their natural instincts. When the pressure reached a certain point, they would rather die than be bound by the oath. In other words, even if they agree to the oath now, they will become a burning candle in the future, which will burn away their will until the day they can't stand it anymore. Gentle Wind Uranus wasn't asking for mercy. He was just stating a fact that Angor didn't consider. Angor considered and realized that Gentle Wind Uranus had a point. In his opinion, Ding Yuan's Mork Oath was lenient because it preserved personal freedom and future potential. However, for wind creatures, it was their natural instinct to seek absolute freedom. Absolute freedom might not exist in this world, but it was possible for them to seek it. Once they were shackled forever, they would lose their desire for freedom. When their natural instincts were suppressed, they wouldn't have any future potential to speak of. In other words, using Ding Yuan's Mork Oath on wind creatures was no different from using the Oath of Rod. Angor considered and said, how about this? Ding Yuan's Mork Oath is still the same, but I'll add a time limit. 20 years. An oath with no hope in sight would only cause these wind creatures to fall into despair and eventually sink into oblivion. It was very simple to change it. As long as there was a time limit on this oath, it was equivalent to erecting a lighthouse to illuminate the way forward in the dark and hopeless wasteland. As long as any creature had a goal and something to look forward to, it would blossom like a flower of hope. Therefore, Angor decided to change the vow by adding a 20-year time limit. At first, Angor thought 5 years would be enough. These wind creatures could only provide some help in the early stages of exploring the tidal realm. They would not be of much use later. However, considering the long lifespan of elemental creatures, 5 years was not enough for them to reflect on their mistakes. So, Angor extended the time limit to 20 years. In Angor's opinion, 20 years was already a long time. However, if Sunders or any other wizards from Brute Cavern were here, they would not mention 20 years. Instead, they would say hundreds or thousands of years. They believed Angor's idea was correct. Considering the length of their lifespan, they would not be able to learn from their mistakes if they were too short. Compared to elemental creatures, who could easily live for thousands of years or even longer, 20 years was like a snap of a finger. This ratio did not fit the so-called self-reflection principle at all, so it should be calculated in hundreds or thousands of years. This was mainly because Angor was still too young. Even if he had already begun to understand the concept of time, he still did not have the experience of living for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, to him, although the concept of the length of time exceeded that of ordinary humans, in practice, it was not much different from that of ordinary humans. This was why he said 20 years. Subconsciously, he thought 20 years was already a long time. Gentle Wind Uranus heard Angor's words and brightened up. If that's the case, I'm sure they will agree to sign the vow. Gentle Wind Uranus knew what 20 years meant for wind creatures. However, he did not tell Angor about it. In his opinion, Angor was already very strong, and he must have a long lifespan as well. The reason why the vow was only 20 years for the wind creatures must be, well, mercy. Therefore, both Angor and Gentle Wind Uranus believed that the vow was being merciful at this moment. For the time being, they did not know that the mercy was just a misunderstanding. Ding Yuan's silent oath, even if placed on the scale of oaths, was weighed as light as a feather. That was why there was no need for additional extraordinary materials when drawing up a contract. Ordinary parchment with a smoother flow of energy was all that was needed. He summoned several hands of spell and used sketch. In just 2 minutes, dozens of copies of Ding Yuan's oath were placed in front of Gentle Wind Uranus. He left the matter of signing the oath to Gentle Wind Uranus. If Soft Wind Uranus, who was also a wind creature, did this, perhaps these defeated captives would feel better. This was his pity as the draftsman. With that done, he reached out a finger and gathered a gentle light spot on his fingertip. Don't refuse. This is the path to walk in this illusion. After that, the light spot gently attached itself to Soft Wind Uranus' harp. Uranus looked at the harp in his hand, which was shining with a strange light, and his eyes flashed with curiosity. For now, I'll turn your harp into the core of this mist illusion. You can use it to control the illusion. Under Angor's guidance, Uranus tried to feel the harp. It still felt familiar, but there was a strange light inside the core of the harp. When Uranus' consciousness entered the light, his vision immediately changed. Everything inside the mist illusion was displayed in front of him, as if he was looking at a miniature sand table with the eye of heaven. With it, you'll be able to find the wind creatures trapped in the illusion. As for how to control them, you can figure it out yourself. With that, Angor nodded to Uranus, turned around, and left the illusion with Elmi. Study on your own? Uranus felt that Angor was trying to get something else out of it. It couldn't figure it out at the moment, so it simply put it aside and went to find the wind creature trapped in the illusion to sign the oath. In the process of searching, Soft Wind Uranus was also testing the harp's new function. After transforming back into the heaven's eye, he looked down and saw all the movements of the entire sand table. Every single one of the wind attribute creatures was shining with white light. As long as he focused on that light, he would be able to see the situation of every single one of them. 3 of them were bright red. Uranus looked closer and realized that they were the 3 energy providers of the illusion. They were also Hurricane's 3 wind generals. This was the first time Uranus experienced something so magical. In the process of experiencing it, it also found that in the corner of the sand table, there was a light spot moving forward in confusion. It would move forward for a while, then it would move backward for some reason, then it would move to the left and then to the right. It looked like it was moving forward, but in fact, it was basically circling in a small area. Soft Wind Uranus took a closer look and realized that this confused light spot was one of the Wind Island Guardians that he had sent into the mist battlefield to gather information. Unlike the other wind creatures who had already given up, this guard did not fully understand the characteristics of the mist illusion. He was still trying to find a way to escape. However, under the gaze of Soft Wind Uranus, it was all in vain. What a powerful illusion! Uranus could not help but sigh. This guard of Wind Island was as powerful as the 3 wind generals, but in this illusion, it was like a lost bird, trapped in a cage of mist that could never fly away. Looking at the Wind Island Guardian that was flying around in circles, Soft Wind Uranus couldn't help but sympathize with it. He thought to himself, is there any way to lure it here? It was hard to stop once the thought popped up in his mind. He tried to manipulate the energy flow of the mist illusion on the sand table, trying to change the situation of the Wind Island guard moving around in circles. As the guardian of the Wind Island fiddled with the clouds and mist, the flow of energy inside the illusionary realm changed wonderfully. The guardian of the Wind Island really walked to a place it had never been to before. Can it really be controlled? While Soft Wind Uranus was still in shock, the energy flow that had changed became self-consistent again in a new way. After modifying part of the flow of the illusion did not disappear, but self-consistent? The illusion could repair itself, restore itself, and even regenerate itself. After discovering the new function, Gentle Wind Uranus had forgotten about the sudden sympathy he had for the Wind Guardian. He continued to study the illusion function, while the poor Wind Guardian moved to another place and started to walk around in circles. The more Uranus experimented, the more he felt that this illusion was magical. At the same time, a trace of admiration rose in his heart. It would be great if he could control this illusion forever. Without the obstruction of the illusion, Soft Wind Uranus soon encountered the first light spot. It was also a wind-type creature from Storm Mountain Ridge. It looked like a cat with puffed-up fur, but it was dozens of times larger than a normal cat. When Fluffy Cat saw that it was Gentle Wind Uranus, he was just like Wind Eye. Although he was a little disappointed, he was also relieved. Even though Harry had brought them to war against Bibayan Village, they had to admit that when they truly faced Her Highness Soft Wind, they were actually very respectful. This respect was not only because of His Highness Soft Wind's character and strength, but also because subordinates followed the example of their superiors. When subordinates followed the example of their superiors, they did not refer to Harry Ken, who led the army here. Instead, they referred to the true ruler of Storm Mountain Ridge, the king they worshipped, Hurricane Thuporio. Hurricane Thuporio was usually strict and cold, but when it came to Uranus, he would soften his tone and praise him. Because of this, the angry cats had their own downsides. Uranus briefly explained the current situation to the angry cat. When he heard that all the wind creatures from Storm Mountain Ridge, including Harry Ken, were defeated, the cat was a bit confused. More importantly, they were not defeated by White Cloud Village, but by an outsider human. In a daze, Uranus took out the oath of Ding Yuan and presented it to the cat. At first, the angry cat did not agree. But when it learned that there was only a 20-year time limit, it changed its mind and signed the oath without hesitation. The angry cat also knew that it was now a defeated captive. If it lost to Uranus, it might be able to return to Storm Mountain Ridge without paying any price, for the sake of Hurricane Thuporio. However, it lost to a human. If it wanted to live and seek freedom, it had to pay a price. 20 years was not a long time for the angry cat who had lived for almost 300 years. Naturally, it happily signed the oath. After dealing with the cat, in order to make it easier to manage, Soft Wind Uranus let it follow him to find other wind creatures. Once all the wind creatures were dealt with, he would bring them out of the illusion together. With the angry cat as an example, all the other wind creatures Uranus met did the same thing. They all agreed to the oath without hesitation. More and more wind creatures followed Uranus. At first, they pretended to think about it, but later, they all agreed. The efficiency of signing oaths increased a lot. After signing more than 30 oaths, Uranus came to a red dot. The red dot was the three-headed poodle, Lobel, who sneaked away while talking to Uranus. Soft Wind Uranus ignored the discussion among the wind elementals behind him and walked to Lobel's side. Using the method taught by Angor, Uranus plucked the strings of his zither. Not only did a gentle melody escape, but it also created an illusion that reached Lobel's mind. Since Lobel was still in the illusion, this was the only way to communicate with it. When the illusionary light and musical notes disappeared, Soft Wind Uranus felt that his consciousness had entered Lobel's heart. As soon as he entered Lobel's state of mind, Soft Wind Uranus saw something new. Lobel's mind was divided into 3 parts, which were enveloped by the illusion and formed 3 membranes. The 3 poodles with different expressions each occupied one of the membranes. At this moment, the 3 lion hounds were chatting helplessly in their respective cell membranes. From their conversation, Gentle Wind Olenowski could tell who was who. The one who kept yelling about breaking the restriction and going out to fight Angor was definitely the leader. The one who analyzed the current situation and expressed concern about the outside world, but also agreed with the leader's idea, was probably the vice leader. The one who rarely spoke but always had something important to say was the leader at the end, who looked like a wise man. After listening to their conversation for a while, Uranus the Soft Wind finally spoke. The leader and vice leader immediately became suspicious. Only the leader at the end remained silent for a while and believed that it was indeed Princess Gentle Wind from White Cloud Village. Under the leader and vice leaders' recommendation, the leader at the end acted as the brain of the group and spoke to Uranus directly. They wanted to use the leader at the end to negotiate with Uranus. It would be best if he could persuade Gentle Wind Uranus to let them go. Uranus knew what they were thinking. However, they were not on the same side. No matter what he said, it would not work. Angor's oath was written on the parchment in black and white. It could not be changed, and it could not be changed. After the last head received this information, he understood the current situation. He no longer used his words on Uranus. Instead, he discussed with the other 2 heads in a more rational way. The leader at the end agreed with the oath. It could even be seen that Angor was giving them preferential treatment. 20 years was too short. The vice leader thought about it and agreed with the leader at the end. Only the leader was hesitating. He understood the other two leaders' concerns, but he did not want to give up his pride. In the end, under the persuasion of soft-wind Uranus, as well as the sincere suggestions of the vice leader and the tail leader, the main leader agreed to sign the oath. It was easy to sign the oath. As long as they agreed, they could do it in the illusion. After the oath was signed, Uranus prepared to remove the illusion from Lobel's body according to Angor's method. The removal process was very easy, but when the illusion on Lobel's body was removed, soft-wind Uranus was stunned. Lobel was one of the three most important nodes in this illusion. In soft-wind Uranus's mind, once the illusion was cancelled, the nodes on them would definitely disappear. However, that was not the case. The node somehow flew into the harp. If Uranus wanted to, he could give the node to another wind creature. In other words, as long as a new wind creature could take over the three nodes, the illusion would exist forever above the clouds. Dozens of wind creatures, including Hurricane, are trapped in the illusion? Dankros couldn't believe what he saw when he saw Angor returning to Gondola. He knew Elmi was strong, but he didn't expect Angor to be this strong. It had been happily thinking that if its little brothers were here, with the help of its little brothers, it might be only weaker than Elmi on the entire ship. But now, he realized that he was too naive. Jack and Anoto were also in a trance at this time. Anoto had been crying silently for some inexplicable reasons, but when he learned about the situation on the battlefield, he even forgot to cry and was stunned. Jack was even more shocked. He was trembling in fear and didn't even dare to look at Angor in the eyes. Angor didn't notice their reactions. He returned to Gondola and focused on the vague figure standing beside it. This green figure was the sage of White Cloud Village, Camus. Angor was quite curious about this sage. Regardless of whether it was Magoo or Bitter Platinum, their description of Camus could only be summed up in one word: mysterious. This was because Camus had never revealed his true form to the outside world. Even the Wind Clan of White Cloud Village did not know what Camus' true form looked like. There was even a rumor that Camus didn't really exist, but was a clone of Gentle Wind Uranus. Angor didn't really care whether the rumor was true or not. He was more interested in another rumor about Camus, which was told by Portia the Wise in Wildstone Wasteland. Camus was born at a very strange time. He was born right after the cataclysm, when Mr. Fong was still in the tidal realm. Gentle Wind Uranus was quite close to Mr. Fong, so there was a rumor that Camus was a human creation left behind by Mr. Fong instead of being born in the tidal realm. Portia was joking about the rumor, and she did not believe it herself. But since it was related to Fong the painter, Angor decided to take it seriously. Now that he met Camus again, he wanted to find out more about Camus. Camus was also curious about Angor, so he wanted to use this chance to find out more about Angor. Thus, the intentional communication between the two sides began. About 15 minutes later, Angor realized that Camus was indeed hiding something from them. But it didn't have anything to do with Fong. It had something to do with Camus' real body. As for everything else, including Fang's information and the rumors about Fang's relationship with Camus, Camus was calm. He casually explained everything to Camus. However, when it came to its real body, although it was still very calm, it changed the topic time and time again. When it answered, it was even more flustered than before. Angor was sure that Camus didn't want to talk about Camus' real body. Earlier, Bitter Platinum asked Angor to help him find out what Camus' real body looked like. But judging from Camus' reaction, Angor didn't expect that. As for the rumor about Fong, Camus did not need to explain. Angor could tell that it was fake. Camus didn't reveal his true form, but he could still sense the wind coming from the creature. Camus was a wind creature, and it was the wind of White Cloud Village. Although the rumors were different from what he had expected, he still felt happy talking with Camus. He had met too many naughty kids along the way, as well as lunatics who would kill at the slightest disagreement. He cherished the chance to talk with others in such a normal and serious manner. However, their conversation didn't last long before it was interrupted by Soft Wind Uranus, who had rushed out of the cloud illusion. Soft Wind Uranus' expression was complicated, and his eyes were filled with expectation. Angor glanced at the harp in the bird's hand, then at the illusion in the distance. He had a better idea of what was going on. Soft Wind Uranus took out Lobel's illusion node, but he didn't put it into the harp. Instead, he used the harp to release the illusion node. The target of the release was the Wind Island Guardians who were trapped in the illusion. After that, Soft Wind Uranus did not care about the dozens of wind creatures that did not sign the oath in the illusion, nor did he look for the other two illusion nodes. Instead, he hurriedly came to see Abel with an expectant look on his face. No matter how stupid Angor was, he knew what gentle wind meant. Using the harp to control the illusion gave Soft Wind a taste of what it could do, and he wanted to take over the illusion for real. As expected, Soft Wind began to talk about everything that happened in the illusion. He didn't mention anything about the ownership of the illusion, but Soft Wind's words clearly showed his eagerness. Both Camus and Dangros understood what Soft Wind was trying to say. Uranus looked at Angor with a pleading look. Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he said, "I'm here because I want to know something about the pre-cataclysm, no problem." Gentle Wind Alanos quickly answered. "And, about Mr. Feng," Soft Wind's eyes flickered as he thought of something. "Sure. I'll tell you everything I know. I've already told you. As long as you want to know and I know, I can tell you." Gentle Wind Uranus had already learned how to answer before he even finished listening to the conversation. "Including the real body of wise Camus?" "Ah?" Soft Wind Uranus suddenly paused. His throat felt like it was being squeezed by someone. He slowly turned his head and looked at Camus. Camus didn't say anything, and Angor couldn't see his expression from the blurry shadow. However, Soft Wind sensed something chilling behind his back. Soft Wind swallowed some non-existent saliva. "I can only speak for myself. I can't tell you anything about wise Camus." Angor raised an eyebrow. Soft Wind already knew about Camus' real body, but he chose not to tell Angor about it. It seemed wise Camus' real body was a bit strange. Angor smiled at Soft Wind's hesitant look. "I was just kidding. I actually have something I need your help with. We can talk about it after we're done with our current business." He paused and looked at the mist in the distance. Soft Wind looked at him expectantly. "As for the illusion, it's my honor to be appreciated by you, Your Highness. Since I've given you control of the illusion, it's up to you to decide whether you want to keep it or leave it. If you want to keep the illusion, Your Highness, you must pay attention to the illusion nodes. Keep at least one illusion node. Only when all three nodes are complete can the illusion be used to its fullest potential." Angor's words made his decision clear. However, Gentle Wind felt a little hesitant about accepting such a huge favor out of nowhere. Wasn't it a little inappropriate for it to agree to things too quickly before? Would it be too difficult for him to accept it? Was it because of this that he deliberately left behind an illusion to trap it? Soft Wind finally realized what was going on, but he didn't know what to do. He already said so much, and now he couldn't even back out. It thought for a while, and could only force itself to nod. He didn't know what Angor's goal was yet, so he decided to accept it for now. If Angor's request went too far, he would just throw away his dignity. With such thoughts in mind, Uranus returned to the illusion in a daze and finished the rest of his work. Angor had a general idea of what Soft Wind was thinking. In fact, its guess was mostly correct. When he handed over the control of the illusion to Soft Wind Uranus, he did leave a thought behind. Well, he didn't do it on purpose. He just left it as a last resort. The right to control the mist illusion was given to Gentle Wind Uranus. Was he really unable to control it? Of course not. If the illusion could last for a long time, it would be beneficial for him. Of course, it was better for Bayun village to leave the illusion here. After all, the power of the illusion was not reduced. It was a great weapon for defense, crowd control, and attack. Besides, the illusion itself was mobile, which could easily cover Wind Island. As long as Soft Wind wanted to, he could use it as a giant illusion to protect Wind Island. Therefore, it would be beneficial for both Angor and Soft Wind. However, they had to trust each other first. The hesitation on Soft Wind's face was because they didn't trust each other. Angor wasn't worried about that. He was hoping to gain Gentle Wind Uranus support, which was a project to establish mutual trust between Brute Cavern and White Cloud Village. Angor hoped that Brute Cavern could establish a branch in White Cloud Village after the tidal realm was opened. This was an idea Angor had for a long time. To become the future leader of Tidal Realm, he couldn't just talk. It would be better if he could establish a permanent base in Tidal Realm. As for the exact location, Angor planned to discuss it with his professor and Rain later. As for the branch, he believed that White Cloud Village could become one of them. It wasn't just because he left the illusion here. It was also because of Soft Wind's personality. Angor didn't like Mother Mary's personality, but he had to admit that a good environment was beneficial for development. And Soft Wind's personality had already determined White Cloud Village's style. This was one of the reasons why Angor wanted to establish a branch in Tidal Realm. He didn't want to do this when he was in the fire domain. The environment there was terrible, and it was easy to get into conflicts. White Cloud Village, on the other hand, was different. There was a boundless sea of clouds above and a green field below. It was a perfect environment. Angor wasn't worried about being rejected. Soft Wind knew humans better than other wise men. Once it knew that Tidal Realm and the Wizarding World were going to merge, Soft Wind would make a better choice for White Cloud Village. No other humans had entered Tidal Realm yet, so Soft Wind didn't have many choices left. Angor could use this opportunity to tie White Cloud Village to his side. As for whether Soft Wind would regret his decision in the future, Angor believed that once the Tidal Realm was fully open to the public, all the major wizard organizations would know about Brute Cavern's status in the Wizarding World, and Soft Wind wouldn't regret his decision. Inside the illusion. Although Soft Wind Uranus was nervous, he was very efficient in dealing with things. He quickly sent out all the O's in the illusion, including the 3 Wind Generals. Next, it summoned 2 Guardians from Wind Island and formed a new illusion node together with the original Guardian in the illusion to maintain the illusion. After taking full control of the illusion, Soft Wind could feel how powerful the illusion was, and it calmed down a little. It even secretly decided that as long as Angor didn't ask for too much, it would try its best to fulfill his request. Even if it was Camus's real body, Soft Wind still had room for negotiation. It could just sign a confidentiality contract and tell Angor about it secretly. Because the illusion was so good, and it would greatly improve White Cloud Village's strength, Soft Wind was willing to loosen its restrictions. After secretly studying the illusion for a while, Soft Wind Uranus reluctantly left because of Camus' incessant urging. This time, it also brought a large group of wind creatures from Storm Ridge with it. A large group of wind elemental creatures appeared with Soft Wind Uranus. Even Camus, who had been prepared for this, was shocked. Although there weren't many wind elemental creatures, each of them was huge, and the black mass was truly frightening. It was just that this group of wind-type creatures that were as undulating as mountains were generally in low spirits. Camus could understand why. After all, they were prisoners of war who signed the oaths. However, the more depressed they were, the happier Camus felt. After all, these creatures were hostile toward Wind Island. Now that all of them were captured, Camus still felt happy even if it wasn't the wind creatures from White Cloud Village who killed them. Anyone who tried to harm White Cloud Village would have to submit to them. Mr. Pad has already gone to Wind Island. Let's go. Camus glanced at the group of wind elemental creatures and said in high spirits, "You guys should hurry up and follow. Let's go to Wind Island." Unlike Phantom Island, which was a floating island made of clouds, Wind Island was actually a piece of land separated from the island. It was just that a strong yet stable wind force kept it above the clouds. Walking on the green grass of Wind Island, Angor didn't even feel like the island was being blown up by the wind. It was almost as if he was walking on a continent. Furthermore, Wind Island was situated in a very unique position. Although it was surrounded by thick, cotton-like cumulus clouds, the clouds directly above it were so thin that a gust of wind could blow them away. In other words, as long as the wind creatures wanted to, they could enjoy a sunny day every day. The more Angor learned about Wind Island, the more he liked it. The wind creatures around the island were also looking at them with curiosity and friendliness. It was a perfect place to build a branch library. Of course, it would be better if there were fewer wind elves around. With that in mind, Angor took out a small, green-skinned puppy from his waist. The puppy was the first wind elf to approach Angor after Gondola landed. It seemed to be very interested in the pattern of stars and moons on the robe. It bit onto one of the suns and refused to let go. When Angor finally pulled it away, the naughty child turned into a gust of wind and disappeared between his fingers. It then ran to the other side of the robe, reformed, and continued to attack Angor. However, this time, before the puppy could pounce on the clothes, it was pressed down on the grass by an invisible force of gravity. The puppy tried to turn into wind again, but it couldn't move at all. It could only whimper and look at Camus, who was standing on the other side. Camus cleared his throat and walked to Angor. "Mr. Pat, it didn't do it on purpose." Camus paused and spoke in an embarrassed tone, "I think it was instigated." With that, Camus turned to look in a certain direction and yelled, "Chow Big, get over here." However, Camus didn't get any response. Angor followed Camus' gaze and saw a small shadow running away from the crowd of wind creatures. It seemed the shadow didn't even bother to look back, as if it was scared of being discovered. Looking at the fleeing figure, Camus only felt anger rising in its heart. If Angor was not here, Camus would have gone to beat the bastard up already. Camus took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He tried his best to speak in a calm voice. "That is a little elf that I adopted. His name is Cub Big. Maybe I didn't teach him well, so he's a little naughty. He likes to cause trouble. Allow me to apologize on his behalf, Mr." Angor didn't know what to say. He sighed in his mind and pretended that he didn't care. "It's fine. He's just a kid. Being naughty is part of his nature. However, it's not good to be too mischievous. If it were any other magus, it might have to sign a complete Mork's oath before it could stop." Not every wizard was as easygoing as Camus, Angor thought to himself. While Angor was still smiling, Camus shivered as if he felt a chill running down his spine. "It's my fault. I'll bring Cubby to apologize to you later, Mr." Camus said carefully. Angor waved a hand. "No need. It's not a big deal." Camus lowered his head as a form of thanks. Then, he looked at the green-skinned puppy that was pinned to the ground. Angor quickly got the hint and gave Toby a look. Toby humped and withdrew his sequence of gravity from the puppy. The little puppy finally realized that Angor wasn't someone to mess with. It whimpered and ran away with its tail between its legs. Angor soon forgot about this little incident. The clouds around Wind Island suddenly began to move, and several mountain-like shadows began to appear behind them. All the wind elemental creatures on Wind Island focused their attention on the surging clouds outside. The ignorant ones were curious, while those with inside information were looking into the distance in excitement. As the clouds moved even more violently, Camus, who was standing beside Angor, said, "My clone is here." "Excuse me." As soon as he finished speaking, the faint green shadow disappeared. Angor glanced at where Camus disappeared but didn't say anything. If Magoo could create a clone, it was normal for Camus to do the same. However, Magoo's clone was built on his enormous body and countless tentacles. Camus, on the other hand, seemed to have two separate entities. One of them came to Wind Island with Angor, while the other stayed outside the cloud battlefield to receive gentle wind Uranus. Now, Camus was leading his team back to Wind Island. Perhaps this unique doppelganger was due to Camus' talent? Or maybe he misunderstood. Camus and Magoo were essentially the same. Camus also had countless tentacles, but because of the invisible wind, people thought they were two clones. If it was the latter, Angor was starting to get interested in Camus' real body. After a few minutes of rolling clouds in the outside world, the two wind creatures led by gentle wind Uranus and Camus brought the captured Storm Ridge members through the cumulus clouds and appeared in the sky above Wind Island. As soon as they showed up, everyone on Wind Island became excited. Most of the wind creatures didn't know what was going on outside. However, they knew that they were summoned here to deal with the invaders from Tempest Ridge. Now that the invaders had surrendered, it meant that this unexpected war was over. They all cheered for Princess Gentle Wind's name. The wind carried their voices to every corner of Wind Island, as if the power that gathered all the voices came from the ground itself. Some of them might think that Princess Gentle Wind single-handedly defeated the rebels, so they cheered for her. However, most of the wind creatures were simply venting their emotions for the sake of victory. Uranus, who was standing on the clouds, didn't expect to see such a scene. It was situated in the clouds, and it suddenly didn't know how to respond. Looking at the excited citizens, he didn't want to tell them that it wasn't his work, but the captives of an outsider. That would greatly affect their morale. But if he didn't say that, they would think that he fought against thousands of people all by himself. Not only would that be disrespectful to Angor, but it would also harm himself. As strong as Uranus was, he didn't think that he could defeat so many invaders all by himself. Otherwise, why would he summon all the wind creatures back to Wind Island to cheer for him? If the citizens of Wind Island misunderstood and thought that he could defeat the invaders by himself in the future, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Therefore, he had to correct his mistake. Just as Soft Wind Uranus was about to speak, a voice suddenly came into his ears. I don't care about pointless contributions. Gentle Wind Uranus looked down at a corner of Wind Island, where Angor was smiling politely at him. You don't care, but I do. Uranus sent a voice transmission to Angor through the wind. The higher you climb, the higher you fall. He didn't expect Gentle Wind Uranus to be so far-sighted. But Gentle Wind Uranus seemed to be quite far-sighted. It's fine. If you really want to explain, you can do it later. You'll only confuse them, Angor said. I don't mind. Gentle Wind Uranus remained silent for a moment. Then he gave Angor a grateful look. Following Gentle Wind's instructions, Gondola flew to the palace on top of the tallest mountain on Wind Island. Angor didn't stay behind to join the cheers and celebrations. There were many human buildings on Wind Island, all of which were built under the guidance of Uranus. Among them, the largest building was the palace complex that stretched from the mountainside all the way to the top of the mountain. The palace complex was huge, but it was hard to see it from afar because it was always shrouded in clouds. Only when Angor got closer did he feel the awe-inspiring sight of the palace complex. The palace complex was even bigger than the palace of the Shannon royal family. It was hard to imagine that it was built by a wind creature. When he reached the top of the mountain, he saw Camus the Wise waiting in front of the palace gate. Another one of Mr. Camus' clones? Angor jumped down from gondola. Camus nodded. Yes. Her Highness told me to wait here for you, sir. He'll be here soon. Uranus was still trying to find a way to settle the captives and rearrange the people who were summoned to Wind Island, so Angor understood. Uranus wasn't back yet, but there were still some things he could take care of first. For example, the elemental spirits on gondola. Angor summoned all the elemental spirits on the ship, except for Jack the Bean Vine. Angor didn't know whether Jack could get to Wind Island or not. When Camus heard about Jack, he immediately understood that Jack was probably sent by the Sage of the Green Plains to inquire about information. Considering the current relationship between Green Plain and White Cloud Village, Jack didn't mean that he was here to spy on Wind Island. However, it was obvious that Jack wanted to see what was going on. However, Angor had already solved the internal problem of White Cloud Village. It didn't matter if the wise man of Green Plain knew about Wind Island's current situation. Camus smiled. Green Plain and White Cloud Village are close friends. If Jack wants to get to Wind Island, we'll welcome him with open arms. With Camus' permission, Angor let Jack out. However, as soon as Jack got off the ship, before he could say anything, Camus ordered a wind-type creature to take him away with the excuse of showing him around Wind Island. Angor didn't stop them. As Camus said, Green Plain and White Cloud Village were close friends, so Jack wouldn't be mistreated. After Jack left, Angor finally looked at the group of elves. Anoto was still in the sand cage, and he was still sobbing non-stop. According to Dankros, he was not crying because he was sad, but because he was happy. Angor didn't release Anoto right away. Anoto's situation was a bit special. It was more like a diplomatic situation. Angor had a reason to release Anoto, but he had to wait until Gentle Wind Uranus came back. As for the other wind elves, they were taken away by Camus' subordinates after Angor removed the illusion. They didn't need to be brought back to Wind Island because they didn't want to be harmed by the enemy. Now that Angor brought them back, they had to make proper arrangements. However, one of the wind elves stayed behind. It was the silver flying fish they encountered earlier. If Camus wasn't mistaken, this fish was also from Storm Mountain. Its name was Fuet. Camus didn't know how to deal with an elf that wasn't born in White Cloud Village. This was his first time dealing with something like this, so he had to wait for Princess Gentle Wind to come back first. After settling the elves down, Camus led them to the palace at the top of the mountain. Angor noticed some details when he got close to the palace. Judging from the overall shape, the palace was built in the style of humans. However, there were many details that didn't fit the style of human buildings. For example, the pavilion in the sky, which went against common sense, was actually here. Maybe this was a modification of the wind elf style. This kind of change definitely wouldn't work in the outside world, but in here, it was very reasonable and had a different flavor. Later, Angor learned from Camus that this wasn't a modification of the style. It was a natural construction. Camus said that these buildings were built by Gentle Wind Uranus based on Mr. Feng's words and Mr. Feng's drawings that he had seen before. Although it was an imitation, Gentle Wind Uranus had never studied architecture systematically. It only had the appearance but not the spirit, so it could only be regarded as a natural building. Buildings that didn't need a foundation to float in the air could only be found on Wind Island. Of course, the truth was rather laughable, but it had to be said that this type of assumed building was quite unique. Wind elemental creatures' social ecology had already developed their own style. If they kept doing this, they might even form a new urban civilization. Under Camus' lead, they walked along the long corridor of the palace for about 100 meters before finally arriving in front of a magnificent hall. Judging from the structure, the hall was built in the style of the Silver Heron Palace. He believed that Gentle Wind Uranus must have used Feng's painting as a reference to the Silver Heron royal family. There were no guards on the platform outside the hall, so they could reach the entrance directly. At the entrance, they ran into a wind elemental creature. To be exact, it was a wind elf. It was a small, pink flying pig. Its body length was about 1.3 to 1.4 meters, and it looked a little round and smooth. Her tender skin was incomparably soft and smooth. Not only was it smooth and glossy, but it was also quite elastic, making people want to rub it. On its back, there was a pair of very small pure white wings, estimated to be no more than 30 centimeters in length. The wings were completely out of proportion to the pig's body, but they were still able to carry it in the air. This was the cutest and most girlish wind elf Angor had ever seen. However, the cute little flying pig was currently pacing back and forth at the entrance of the hall with a sad look. The flying pig hesitated for a moment before it reluctantly flew to Angor's group. "Mr. Pat, this is the wind elf I adopted," said Camus. The one who spoke was Camus. He introduced the identity of the little flying pig, but when he mentioned the word adopt, his pupils changed slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. "I remember, it's called Cupid?" Angor glanced at Cub Big. He saw this creature once in the outer circle of Wind Island, but he didn't pay much attention to its appearance. All his attention was focused on Cub Big's incredible speed. As expected of a wind creature. Even an elf could move so fast. Now that he saw Cubby as a flying pig, Angor was quite surprised. He couldn't understand how such a small pair of wings could carry the pig so fast. "Yes." Camus nodded and glanced at Cubby from the corner of his eyes. He raised his voice. "What are you waiting for? Did you forget what I told you?" Cubby hesitated for a moment and slowly landed in front of Angor. Under Camus' gaze, it slowly landed on the ground. Seeing that Cubby didn't move after landing, Camus couldn't help but remind it, and then? Big lowered his head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Honorable Pa. Mister, I shouldn't have encouraged my partner to grab your clothes. I have a deep understanding of the mistake I made. I hope Mister can forgive my ignorance." After saying this emotionless, obviously recited line in one breath, Cub Big finally let out a huge sigh of relief. It secretly glanced at Camus, wondering if Camus was satisfied with its words. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you apologizing to me?" Camus asked. Cubby quickly looked away and gave Angor a hopeful look. Angor remained silent and didn't answer Cubby's question. Instead, he spoke to Camus. "Like I said, you don't need to apologize for something so insignificant." Cub Big's beady eyes lit up. He followed Angor's gaze and looked at Camus. Camus also noticed Cubby's gaze but didn't care. Instead, he sighed deeply. "I don't think it's a small matter. I rarely spend time with Cubby, and it's getting more and more unruly. This is why it offended you, mister. I hope I can use this chance to teach it a lesson." Camus didn't say those words out loud. Instead, it was carried into Angor's ears by an invisible wind. Cubby, on the other hand, couldn't hear what Camus said. Angor understood what Camus was trying to say. Camus wanted to teach his son a lesson for being naughty all the time. It sounded reasonable, but when he thought about it carefully, there was something wrong with it. If you know Cubby is unruly, there are plenty of chances to teach it a lesson. Why do you have to use this chance? Also, Camus said he wanted Cubby to apologize, but in the end, he just wanted Angor to play the bad guy so he could punish Cubby. It was a little unreasonable to let a guest who had come from afar and whose relationship with them was still unclear play the role of the villain for no reason. Camus was a wise man. Why would he do something so wise? Or could it be that it really thought that it had a way to teach a brat who had been naughty all year round back to his original position in an instant? Many thoughts flashed in Angor's mind, but he held them back for now. Back to the present. It didn't matter whether he agreed to Camus' request or not. No matter what he said, he would be walking in a strange circle. Instead of wasting his time in a circle where he didn't know what was going on, he might as well ask Camus for his opinion. I understand, Mr. Camus. Angor considered and sent a voice transmission. But what kind of punishment do you want me to give to Cubby? How about we do as you said, Mr. Camus asked. Like what I said? Angor didn't know how to react. What did I just say? The oath of Ding Yuan, Camus said. Angor suddenly realized something. He did say that Cubby was lucky to meet him. If it was someone else, Cubby would have to make a complete oath of Ding Yuan, or it wouldn't be over. You want me to scare it with the oath of Ding Yuan, Mr. Camus? Camus said, no need to scare it. Just let it sign the oath. Angor didn't know what to say. Camus' voice was still gentle and calm, but Angor was shocked by what he just said. Camus didn't want to punish Cubby. He didn't want to keep the naughty child anymore. You're kidding, aren't you? Camus looked serious. I'm not kidding. I've thought about it for a long time and I think Cubby did something wrong. He should be punished as you said, Mr. Angor was puzzled. Did he come to Wind Island in the wrong way? Even if Camus didn't want the child anymore, he could just dump it somewhere. Why did he have to do it with him? Also, Princess Softwind just said that signing Ding Yuan's vow of acquiescence would cause the unrestrained wind creatures to become depressed or even self-destruct. Now, Camus came up with this idea. Angor could not understand what was going on. Camus seemed to have noticed Angor's hesitation. He did not rush them. Instead, he walked to Cho Big, who was still in a daze, and said, your mischief this time is very serious. It may even destroy the reputation of the entire Wind Island. You must be severely punished. As for how you should be punished, I'll discuss it with Mr. Pat first. Camus waved a hand at Cubby. All right, you go back to your room. I'll see you later. Cubby was confused. Wasn't he here to apologize? Why did he have to be punished? And he was asked to go back first? What the hell was going on? Cubby didn't know what was going on, but Camus' words still had some effect on it. It nodded and went back to its room. After Cubby left, Camus spoke to Angor again. Mister, you seem to have some questions. Yeah, I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Camus sighed deeply. The reason behind this is very complicated, but I sincerely hope to take this opportunity to make it leave Wind Island. It's best if he can see a bigger world. Like the human world? Angor raised an eyebrow. Camus nodded. Mr. Pat, you signed a 20-year oath with the wind creatures in Storm Ridge. You don't plan to take them away from Tide Realm, do you? Angor didn't answer. So you think I'll take Cubby to the human world after signing the oath? Camus, yes. Angor looked at Camus' blurry figure. He still couldn't understand it. Why did Camus want to take Cubby away from Tide Realm? Was it because Cubby needed a bigger stage? Or was there another reason? Angor didn't ask about it. Since Camus only used complicated as an excuse, Angor assumed that Camus didn't want to talk too much about it. The complete Mork's oath will restrict the freedom of wind creatures. Are you willing to do that? Angor asked. Camus didn't try to hide the truth. You're talking about mature wind creatures, sir. They already have a complete and independent view of freedom, which is why they're restricted by the oath. Cubby still needs some time to reach adulthood, so there's still a lot of room for improvement. These words were beautiful, but in fact, they were just brainwashing. Angor didn't expect Camus to be so cruel to his adopted cubby. The air suddenly fell silent. Camus smiled gently. Actually, I'm also betting. I think Mr. should be a good human. Besides, I don't have any other choice. After all, apart from the Savior, you're the first human to come to the tidal realm. You don't need to make a decision right away. Just tell me before you leave Wind Island. It's up to the heavens whether you succeed or not. Angor glanced at Camus. Using the will of the heavens. That doesn't sound like something an elemental creature would say. It sounds more like something a prophet would say. Camus chuckled and changed the topic. Speaking of which, Mr. Feng was the one who told us about the will of the heavens. Angor understood. How could a bunch of elemental creatures talk about the will of the heavens? Well, it was possible if Feng was talking about it. Ever since Angor entered the Abyss Plane, he believed that Feng must have a deep understanding of the so-called will of the heavens and fate. Otherwise, why would he always leave behind a lot of backup plans and set up a bunch of mysterious schemes? Maybe Feng's hidden talent was prophecy. This was why Angor believed Camus right away when he heard Camus talking about the will of the heavens. Do you know what Feng Yu said about fate, and the future? Angor asked curiously. He believed that his appearance in Tide Realm was also part of Feng's plan, so he was very sensitive to such information. That. I don't know. Camus said helplessly. I only know that this phrase came from Mr. Feng. Perhaps only His Royal Highness knows the details. The moment Camus' voice fell, a soft breeze suddenly blew in the surroundings. As a gentle breeze brushed past their faces, a voice as gentle as the wind sounded in their ears. Mr. Feng does indeed often talk about fate and the will of the heavens. He has lamented more than once that he came to the tidal realm by following the compass of fate. Angor and Camus turned around and saw countless gusts of wind gathering on the platform in front of the hall. In the end, the gusts of wind turned into a figure holding a harp in his hand. It was gentle Wind Uranus. He plucked the strings and walked to Angor. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Pat. When my people calm down, I will tell them the truth. The real hero is not me, Mr. Pat. I'm not a hero. I went against Hurricane's group because they wanted to harm me. If they treat me with kindness, I'll do the same. If they treat me with evil, I'll do the same. Gentle Wind Uranus knew that Angor was just trying to warn him. He chuckled. I'm thinking the same thing, Mr. Pat. I'm sure you can tell the difference between fake kindness and genuine kindness, Mr. Pat. After confirming that Gentle Wind Uranus was a Virgin Mary, Angor no longer doubted the man's sincerity. Even if he was, he must have done a lot of good deeds since he managed to fool so many wise men. Because of this, he trusted Gentle Wind Uranus a lot. I don't care whether you tell your people or not. But if you really want to tell them, just tell them. Don't make me look like a hero. Angor put on a serious look. Let's get back to the topic. You mentioned something about fate, Mr. Feng. Is it true? Gentle Wind Uranus nodded. Yes. Mr. Feng always talks about it. If you don't believe me, Mr. Pat, you can ask Namakui and Azert. They've spent more time with Mr. Feng than I have. It's Azert, Your Highness. Camus quickly reminded Gentle Wind Uranus. Gentle Wind Uranus didn't mind at all. Don't worry about such trivial details. Of course, I believe you, Your Highness. But, if Feng really did say something like following the compass of fate, it meant that Feng didn't come to Tide Realm on his own accord. Maybe Feng set up a trap for Tide Realm just like the Abyss Plane. Back in the Abyss Plane, Angor already fell into Feng's trap like an idiot. Was he going to fall into Feng's trap again? He shook his head and sighed helplessly. There was no point in thinking about it right now. When he entered the tidal realm, he saw the words left behind by Feng. But the Tide Realm was too good to be true, and he needed an elemental companion, so he had no choice but to enter. Since he already decided, there was no point in thinking about it now. His priority was to find out what kind of trap Feng set up in Tide Realm. Inside the fog-shrouded hall, Uranus the soft wind did not sit on the high throne. Instead, he summoned a cloud in the palace and used the wind to shape it into a soft fluffy cloud cushion. He then sat on the ground. Angor was also sitting on the cloud cushion, right across from Uranus. After they sat down, just as they were about to speak, they saw Dankros, who was originally hanging on the Blood Knight shelter, jump onto the cloud cushion. Originally, Dankros had only felt that it was very tiring to hang on and wanted to find a relaxed position. However, when he landed, he realized that the cloud cushion was soft and bouncy. Thus, he forgot his original goal and jumped on the cloud cushion, completely treating it as a trampoline. Angor almost frowned at this sight. After jumping around for a while, Dankros noticed Angor's cold glare. He realized that he was being too eye-catching, so he quietly moved behind Angor. However, he did not stop there. He kept jumping up and down on the cloud cushion. Dankros was not satisfied with playing on the cloud cushion alone. He secretly gestured at Toby, who was sitting on Angor's shoulder, and asked Toby to come down as well. However, Toby did not even look at Dankros. He was not interested in the cloud mattress at all. Unlike a bumpkin like Dankros, Toby grew up under Grey's care. He had had enough of trampolining when he was still a hatchling. Dankros was a little disappointed that Toby did not respond. He even lost interest in playing on the cloud cushion. Uranus, who was sitting in front of Angor, watched the scene with a smile. He then looked at Dankros and Toby as if he was thinking about something. Dankros is still an elf. He's acting a little childish, Angor considered and spoke. He was the one who brought Dankros here, so Angor felt a little embarrassed about his childish behavior. Soft-Wind Uranus did not care about Dankros' behavior. Instead, he said, Dankros. So it is that Dankros. Dankros looked at him curiously. Have you heard of my name, Your Highness? Uranus nodded. I once heard that a fire elemental sprite was born from the ashes of Calamonkeys. Its name was Dankros. Camus the Wise, who was sitting below Gentle Wind Uranus, also said, after all, it is related to the former lord. The name of Dankros has spread with the wind. Most places in the tidal realm have received relevant information. Hearing this, Dankros felt a little smug. He gave Angor a meaningful look, which clearly meant, see, I'm a lucky man. You're lucky to come with me. Dankros was so proud of himself that he did not notice that when Soft-Wind Uranus and Carmi the Wise mentioned Dankros, they did not show much emotion. Instead, when they mentioned Calamonkeys and former master, their eyes showed obvious emotions. They even looked directly at Toby. They did not know whether Dankros was related to Calamonkeys or not. However, Toby's appearance was exactly the same as Calamonkeys, which naturally attracted Uranus and Carmi's attention. And this? Uranus pointed at Toby. What's your name? His name is Toby. He's my partner. Ah, Toby. I saw Toby turn into a huge flaming creature. It looked very similar to the Caramoncus in the records. Uranus did not beat around the bush. He asked directly, what's the relationship between Toby and Calamonkeys? As far as I know, Calamonkeys is a fire griffin. And Toby also looks like a fire griffin. Angor considered. As far as I know, they are not related to each other. The only connection is that they both came from the human world. Uranus nodded. He thought Toby was a descendant of Calamonkeys. But now, it seemed that they were of the same race. Angor said that Calamonkeys and Toby had nothing to do with each other. However, both times when humans came to the tidal realm, Toby showed up as a fire griffin. Uranus did not believe that Toby and Calamonkeys had nothing to do with each other. Was this what Mr. Feng always talked about? Using Toby as a starting point, they finally got to the main topic. Angor briefly explained his identity, as well as some of his experiences in the tidal realm. He also gave them the movie box he made. Because the content of the drama box was very complicated, it was related to the situation of the human world, the future of the tidal realm, and Mr. Magoo's proposal. This three-part drama was very complicated. Although Soft-Wind, Uranus, and Camus finished watching it in a short time and felt an unimaginable surge in their hearts, this was only on the surface. If they wanted to understand and think further about the content of the drama box, it would still take some time. Because of that, Uranus's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He said solemnly, the things shown in the illusion are very shocking. Although Mr. Feng has mentioned the relevant information to me before, I didn't think that this day would really come. Now, I'm still unable to calm down. I still need to discuss with Teacher Camus before I give Mr. Feng an answer. Soft-wind Uranus's voice was slightly trembling. It was obvious that he was having a hard time suppressing his complicated emotions. Of course. Angor took out another movie box. This one was for the Green Plane. Since White Cloud Village and the Green Plane were good friends, Uranus hoped that White Cloud Village could give it to the Green Plane. Uranus did not refuse. Even if Angor did not ask, he still needed to discuss it with Flourishing Grammy of the Green Plane. After all, the content of the movie box was not only about wind creatures. It was about to bring a great change to all elemental creatures in the tidal realm. With that done, Angor wanted to ask more questions about Feng. He was especially curious about Feng's plans in the tidal realm. But before he could ask more questions, he noticed that Uranus was looking at the movie box from time to time. Clearly, Uranus was no longer paying attention to the movie box. Angor sighed. He already knew that Uranus would get emotional because of the content of the movie box. But he still gave the movie box to Uranus first. There were many things that required Uranus to understand before he could give him an answer. The movie box was a medium to explain the background of the era. Angor thought that Uranus would be able to accept it more easily since he had been through Feng's training. He did not expect Uranus to be so emotional. Now was not the right time to ask about Mr. Feng's business. He had no choice but to stop talking about it for now. He could put Feng's matter aside for now, but he still needed to deal with Anto as soon as possible. Next, Angor briefly explained Anto's situation, including how he met Anto and why it was locked up in a cage. He also took out a shining golden sand and gave it to Uranus. After Uranus received the golden sand, he gently tapped it and placed it between his eyebrows. After a while, Uranus put down the sand and spoke to Angor. Wise man Bitter Platinum has told me about Anto's situation and punishment. Thank you so much for bringing him back from Tusk Desert. As Uranus spoke, he glanced at Anoto, who was still sobbing in the yellow sand cage. He was secretly looking at Uranus with anticipation in his eyes. Urano sighed and said, "The rules of Tusk Desert have always been strict. You're lucky to have met Mr. Pat. Thanks to him, you didn't get punished too severely. Otherwise, you would have been locked up in the sand dungeon by Lord Sandstorm for decades to atone for your crimes." Anto lowered his head even more. I just want to find my sister." "How are you going to find Salmato without any preparation?" Soft-wind Uranus said. Salmato has also been preparing for many years on Wind Island. He looked up a lot of information before he started chasing after Far Away. If you rush out like this, you'll never find your sister. Anto didn't say anything now. He only cried in silence. Wise man Bitter Platinum didn't ask me to do anything to you. However, you're not only hurting yourself by breaking into Tusk Desert, but also the reputation of White Cloud Village. You need to be punished. Uranus was going to lock Anto up for a few years so that the bird could learn its lesson. However, when he saw Anto's sad face, he decided not to punish it too harshly. You can stay in this cage for now. I'll let you out when you think it through. Uranus didn't seem to be giving Anto any leniency. However, it was difficult for the sand cage to last forever after leaving Tusk Desert. The cage would only last for half a month at most. By then, even if Uranus didn't do anything, the cage would break on its own. Therefore, this was already a very light punishment. Uranus then looked at Angor. Wise man Bitter Platinum didn't just tell you about Anto. He also told you about Mr. Pat. I heard you've been looking for Mr. Feng? Angor was surprised. He planned to ask Uranus about it in a few days, but he didn't expect Wise man Bitter Platinum to tell Uranus so early. Yes. Angor nodded. But there's no need to rush. You can tell me later, Your Highness. Uranus looked at Angor with gratitude. The box you brought me gave me a great shock. I need some time to think about it. How about this? I'll give you an answer the day after tomorrow. I'll also tell you about Mr. Feng then. Since Uranus couldn't wait to see the box again, Angor decided to leave for now. When he left the palace, he took Anoto with him as well. According to Uranus, since Anto had nothing to do in the cage, he might as well use it as a tour guide and tell Angor about Wind Island. It just so happened that Anto and Angor were quite familiar with each other. After leaving the palace, Angor saw wise man Camus in the hallway. It must be another clone. Camus bowed to Angor. Where do you plan to go next, Mr. Pat? I don't have a chance yet. What can I do for you, Mr. Camus? Camus turned around and pointed to the southeast of Wind Island. That's the White Sea Bay. His Highness has placed the captive wind creatures in the White Sea Bay. After pausing for a while, Camus turned to the north and pointed at a lonely small mountain. That mountain doesn't have a name, but all the wind elemental creatures on Wind Island call it the Forbidden Mountain because it's a forbidden area. So, Mr. Camus told me to stay away from that mountain? Camus shook his head. No. Mr. Pat, that place is also open to you. It's a forbidden area because Her Highness set it up on purpose. Mr. Feng used to live there during the cataclysm. Her Highness knows that you want to find out more about Mr. Feng, so she decided to open the mountain to you. To put it simply, Camus only gave Angor a few more choices. Should he go to White Bay to meet the captives? Should he go to Mr. Feng's mountain? Or should he ask Anoto to show him around Wind Island? Angor considered for a moment and decided to go to Feng's mountain. The wind creatures in White Bay had already signed the oath, so they couldn't run away for now. Besides, Angor didn't need them for now. They would only be useful when more wizards from Brute Cavern arrived at Tidal Realm. Angor decided to visit them later so that they could get used to their new identities. There's one more thing. Hurricane wants to go to White Bay to meet his former subordinates. Her Highness didn't agree. She asked me to tell you, Mr. Due to Gentle Wind Uranus' request, Hurricane was the only wind creature who didn't sign Ding Yuan's Mork oath. He was still sealed in a small bottle. Part of the reason why Hurricane agreed to be sealed in the bottle was that he wanted his subordinates to be spared. Now that he knew his subordinates were safe in White Bay, Hurricane wanted to see them again. Angor didn't answer right away. What does Her Highness plan to do with Hurricane? Camus hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know yet. I'll have to discuss it with Hurricane Higario of Stormy Mountain Ridge before making a decision. Still, considering Gentle Wind's temperament, Angor knew that Harry Ken would return to Storm Mountain in the end. There's no need to let them meet each other yet. Let Hurricane stay with Gentle Wind Uranus for a while and learn about the content of the movie box. When the time comes, they'll meet again. Angor didn't care too much about the captives in White Bay. However, Hurricane was their former boss, and his words still carried a lot of weight. To prevent them from being influenced by Hurricane's words, Angor decided to isolate Hurricane from them for a while. However, if he wanted them to work for him wholeheartedly in the next 20 years, Hurricane would have to meet them at least once. Angor planned to let Hurricane know about the future of Tidal Realm. He wanted Hurricane to understand that the chaotic era of Tidal Realm was coming to an end, and that he shouldn't cause any unnecessary trouble. It would be best if Hurricane could persuade his subordinates to work hard for the next 20 years. This would benefit Hurricane, Tempest Mountain, and Tidal Realm. Camus nodded with a smile. All right, I'll tell Her Highness. There was also a palace at the top of Forbidden Peak. It was much smaller than the palace on the main peak, but the style of the palace was the same. It was built in the style of the Central Empire of Land of Revelation. At first, Angor thought it was another human building created by Gentle Wind Uranus. But when he got closer to the Forbidden Peak, he realized something was different. Unlike the palace on the main peak, which was built in the air, the palace on Forbidden Peak was built in the style of a human being. However, there was no foundation. Because this was a magic hut. The reason for this judgment was that as soon as he approached, he felt traces of mana flow all over the outer shell of the palace. Moreover, the bottom of the palace was almost fused with the giant rock at the top of the mountain. In other words, this palace was simply made of giant rock. These two signs were typical elements of a mana hut. The former was the shape, while the latter was the meaning. Only the combination of the two could create a complete mana structure. However, the magic hut had always been a temporary residence for sorcerers, and it was rarely deliberately shaped. It was basically in the shape of an ordinary wooden hut. Firstly, it did not consume any magic power, and secondly, it could be built quickly. Such a large palace-style mana hut was rarely seen. If someone wanted to live in a palace, he or she would have to do it by hand. This way, the palace could last for a long time. However, building a mana hut meant that the palace could collapse at any time if the supply of mana was not enough. Maybe it's Feng's personal hobby? Angor mumbled to himself. He was sure that this was Feng's work. After all, a mana hut required the user to control mana, which was something an elemental spirit could not do without proper training. Angor was curious though. How did Feng manage to keep the hut running for thousands of years? Did Feng use a large number of magic crystals to power the hut? With that in mind, Angor stepped into the palace. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed a faint, profound mana aura lingering inside the palace. The mana aura looked calm, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was a powerful type of mana that was far beyond what Angor could recognize. Judging from the aura, he was sure that it was not made by an elemental creature. Feng must have built it himself. He spent a long time trying to sense the mana around him. But he knew that he couldn't understand it at his current level. Perhaps only someone at Rain's level would be able to learn something from the mana here. The reason why he had been immersed in sensing mana was not because he was sensing mana, but because of something else that gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Angor sensed something mysterious in this place. Literally, it was a mysterious aura. It was the aura emitted by the mysterious object. However, this mysterious aura was not very strong. In fact, it was very faint. It was clearly different from the aura of other mysterious items. It was rather similar to Prelude to Samsara. Could it be that there was a failed mystery item here, a half-step mystery item? Angor was curious. Half-step mystery items were not as useful as mystery items, but they were still very valuable. Some half-step mystery items were even quite useful. If he really found a half-step mystery item here, Angor would never let it go. After all, Feng played him like a fool and took something from him as compensation. He spent a few more minutes trying to sense the aura while moving around the palace with his eyes closed, trying to find the place with the strongest mystery aura. Finally, when he slowly moved forward and arrived at a certain part of the front of the palace, the mysterious aura instantly became stronger. He slowly opened his eyes, and then he saw Soft Wind Uranus. To be more precise, it was a giant portrait of gentle wind Uranus. Angor looked around and confirmed that he was at the front of the palace, where the throne was located. However, there was no throne here. Instead, it was a painting. Without a doubt, the author of the portrait was Feng. Angor took a closer look at the portrait and noticed that Gentle Wind Uranus in the painting was different from the current Princess Gentle Wind. The current Princess Gentle Wind looked no different from a human except for her pointy ears. In the portrait, Gentle Wind only had the upper body of a human, while the rest of her body was covered in white mist. Moreover, its hair had not been combed and was messy like an afro. Its eyes were very calm, but it lacked the gentle temperament it had today. Overall, Gentle Wind looked very different from the clean and tidy Princess Gentle Wind. Perhaps this was how Feng looked when he first met Gentle Wind Uranus. After interacting with Feng for a long time, Gentle Wind Uranus started to yearn for human civilization. So, he built a lot of human buildings and slowly changed himself to look like a human. That's how Uranus came to be. Angor thought for a while and decided not to think about it. It wasn't that important anyway. After observing the portrait for a while, Angor pointed at the air and created another image using an illusion spell. It was the map of the tidal realm that Feng left for the Shannon royal family. The reason why the map appeared was that when Feng Yu drew the map, he had drawn a simple outline of the kings of each region. For example, the black fire monkey in the fire zone was the former king, Hellfire Inferno. As for White Cloud Village, there was no change of king since the cataclysm. It should still be Gentle Wind Uranus. But why didn't Angor see Gentle Wind Uranus on the map before? Angor decided to make a comparison. Feng Yu's ability to draw maps was just like what he said. He was terrible at it. Even though Angor had the black fire monkey as a guide, it still took him a long time to find the exact location of White Cloud Village. When he saw the map of White Cloud Village, Angor was speechless. The Gentle Wind Uranus on the map was just the upper body of a matchstick man with several wisps of mist floating out of a chimney. At first glance, one would think it was some kind of new monster. Who could tell that it was gentle wind Uranus? No wonder Angor didn't remember this painting at all. It was just a simple drawing on the map. Compared to the black fire monkey, gentle wind Uranus didn't deserve a name at all. However, with the mural in front of him as a comparison, he could still make out the shape of the matchstick figure in the mural. It was almost certain that the image of gentle wind Uranus that Feng drew on the map corresponded to the murals in the palace. Prince Gentle Wind is one of the 3 elemental lords who spent the most time with you. And this is all? Angor couldn't help but sigh. With that cleared up, he put away the map and focused on the murals again. The mysterious aura he sensed earlier came from the painting. Could it be that this mural had some hidden secrets? He suddenly felt a little excited. The first painting of the black fire monkey hid the gate to the tidal realm. For this reason, he paid a lot of attention to Feng's murals. However, all the murals he saw in Wildstone Wasteland and Tusk Desert were just ordinary murals, which disappointed him quite a bit. At first, he thought only the murals of the black fire monkeys were strange. Now, there was finally a second mural that seemed to be abnormal. Angor's calm mind was filled with eagerness again. He couldn't see anything strange with his naked eyes. So, he began to observe the painting using his energy vision. He carefully extended his spiritual tentacles and explored the mural bit by bit. 10 minutes later, he finally found something strange. He wasn't sure if it was Feng Wui's doing or his own bad taste. It was located at Gentle Wind Uranus's nostrils. Just like the painting of the black fire monkey, elemental energy would not detect anything strange when it brushed past the nostrils. Only spirit and mana could detect the difference. Angor assumed that Feng did this on purpose so that the elemental creatures wouldn't notice it. After careful study, Angor found that the strange spot was also a small passage. He didn't know where it led to because Feng set up a barrier. However, the mysterious aura that he had sensed earlier had come from this passageway. Angor looked at the nostrils of the painting and fell into a trance. When he first entered the tidal realm, Feng had left a sentence on the door, "Aya, my favored successor, do you want to find my treasure? I've already placed it there." Could it be that the treasure left behind by Feng was hidden in this tunnel? A half-step occult creation, puzzled, he began to construct a polymorph spell in his mind space. As the model was activated, Angor's body slowly shrank until he reached the size of the passage. In Angor's vision, Gentle Wind Uranus's nostrils, which weren't that big compared to his normal size, suddenly turned into a dark square. Angor arrived at the singularity with a strange feeling in his heart and a strong urge to complain about Feng. He jumped and entered the passage behind the singularity. The passage was small at first, but it gradually became wider as he moved forward. The mysterious aura was also getting stronger. While walking in the dark tunnel, Angor kept his guard up while trying to figure out what was going on. What was at the end of the passage? Was it a treasure room? Or was it another passage to the wizarding world? Then what was this occult creation? Was it really a half-step occult creation? Or was it a genuine occult item that already had its own mysterious aura? The unknown stimulated Angor greatly. His eyes grew brighter as he looked forward to the reward he was going to get. Several minutes later, Angor reached the end of the passage. When he saw what was at the end of the passage, he was stunned. The passage between 2 worlds, treasure room, and mystery item he thought about. None of them were there. There was a wall at the end of the passage. Densely packed patterns were carved on the wall. Unlike the runes in the Black Fire Monkey's passage, Angor recognized them as magic runes. Although the runes looked dense, they weren't complicated at all. Angor didn't need to look at the whole thing to figure out the truth of the runes from the corners at the end of the passage. It wasn't a magic array, but a single rune. Angor didn't know the nature of the runes. But he knew that the runes provided energy to the building outside. In other words, the main function of the runes was to maintain the energy flow of the building outside so that the building wouldn't collapse. This explained Angor's previous question. Where did the building get its energy from after thousands of years? That was where the energy came from. But when he figured out the function of the runes, he had another question. If this was the energy center that kept the building going for thousands of years, then what was the occult aura he sensed earlier? Puzzled, he searched the area for any hidden doors or traps. However, the final result left him very disappointed. This place was empty, and there was no place to hide. Feng didn't leave anything here either. The only thing he left behind was the runes on the wall. In the end, Angor had to look at the runes. Since he couldn't find the source of the occult aura anywhere else, the only possibility was this rune. But how did the runes release the occult aura? With this question in mind, Angor sat down and used an illusion spell to create a table, a chair, and a pen out of thin air. Angor decided to study the runes on the wall. With the pen and paper in hand, Angor began to analyze the runes on the wall. As someone who could be considered a master in enchantment alchemy, Angor soon found the origin of the runes. He planned to start from the beginning and dissect the entire rune bit by bit to see what was hidden inside. Time passed. The more Angor analyzed the rune, the stranger it felt. It wasn't that the rune was too complicated. It was just that it was too simple. It was so immature that it looked like it had been drawn by a mageweth apprentice who had just started learning mageweths. The corners and lines of the runes were all part of the rune's language. The corners, lines, and energy had to be combined to make the rune's language more accurate. For example, a levitation mageweth would require a large number of combinations of mageweths, including interference elimination, energy interface, atmosphere, force, stability. There were hundreds of combinations of mageweths before the mageweth would take effect. There were many combinations of mageweths, and there were many different combinations. Just by looking at the different magic pattern warlock's mastery and understanding of the magic pattern horns, they were able to make their own arrangements. However, no matter how many runes were used, the number of runes would never be small. The more conditions, the more accurate the rune would be. But the rune Angor was looking at was different. The difference was that it was very simple and crude. Using a floating rune as an example, other floating runes would require dozens or even hundreds of runes. But this rune only needed one condition: wind. Wind could, of course, blow objects or people up. But how to control it, stabilize it, and achieve the desired result? You were blown up into the sky by the wind, but there was no setting of the wind's intensity, direction, time, or space. You might be blown up to a height of a few hundred meters before falling back down. Could this levitation mageweth be considered a success? Therefore, it was too simple and crude to express the effect of levitation with only one corner of the wind magic pattern, not to mention that there were many sub-elements under the wind magic pattern. This kind of mageweth expression was the most common mistake that mageweth apprentices would make. And now, the runes on the wall all had the same mistake. Angor wondered if the rune was drawn by a beginner. End of chapter 22-29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.